I clearly changed careers and became a goo master who can control billions of insect goo. But I was mocked by the principal as a trash worse than an ordinary person. This is because no one in this world knows what goo is, let alone how to raise goo and use goo techniques. This also leads to every awakened goo master being devoured by the uncontrollable goo insects, transforming from a strong and powerful awakened individual into a skinny figure, ultimately becoming a delicious meal for the goo insects. Faced with the pity and mockery of others, I not only have no distress, but instead, I laugh coldly in my heart. As a time traveler, I know the methods of raising goo worms and their power. Even the seemingly weak foreign pepper goo can cause any creature to suffer greatly, not to mention other high-level goo worms. So after changing jobs, I directly spent a huge amount of money to buy a truckload of poisons to use as my goo cultivation materials. The first batch of goo that I want to refine is the infamous and highly lethal 5 poisonous substances. In addition, locusts and killer bees, which can be recycled, are also on my refining list this time. At this moment, I set aside the distractions in my mind and took out the white jade gourd that appeared out of thin air during my job transition awakening. Before the various poisons in the package could react, they were sucked into the gourd by a strong force. Then, I sat cross-legged and used my hands to form blood-red runes, which I infused into the gourd. Due to the unique properties of the jade gourd, I could refine multiple goo worms at the same time and shorten the time it takes for them to take shape. After 3 exhausting hours, just when I was at the point of extreme fatigue, the white jade gourd finally emitted a buzzing sound and began to emit a soft self-illumination. I immediately bit my own index finger hard when I saw the situation, and then flicked a drop of blood. Immediately after, several streams of light sprayed out from the gourd, but the next second, I was dumbfounded. Although the locusts and killer bees were successfully refined, the 5 poisons I wanted to refine did not appear. What came into view was actually a black toad with 12 eyes and a scorpion tail. Just as I was filled with confusion, a voice from the system suddenly came into my mind, and then their information appeared before my eyes. Abyss toad goo, impervious to water and fire with its steel skin and iron bones. Locust mother goo, where it passes, no grass grows. Killer bee mother goo, its neurotoxin causes death and hallucinations. The host successfully refines toxins and activates the divine level goo master system. Looking at the 3 goo creatures I just refined in front of me, I couldn't help but exclaim that I hit the jackpot, and to my surprise, I actually activated the transmigrator's golden finger. So my goo master career might be very different from others. However, it has been 2 months since I graduated from high school, and if I want to make a splash in the school exams, I need to quickly improve my level. Then I put the 3 goo worms back into the gourd and immediately decided to go to the instance to train. After all, training in the instance not only improves my level, but also allows me to collect the souls of the monsters. I can't grow quickly without this. Soon, I arrived at one of the popular beginner leveling instances, the Dark Forest. Most of the monsters here are goblins and cat demons, which are suitable for my current level. After carefully observing the surroundings, I saw swarms of mosquitoes buzzing around, and there was basically no way forward. If I want to go deeper into the instance, I have to pave my own way. If I just walk in without knowing the situation, I am likely to be attacked by monsters. As a goo master, I will never put myself in danger. So I had an idea, and a large number of shadows flew out of the gourd. As long as I am alive, these locust goo worms will continue to devour everything they can see, which is a professional way to clear the path. Then I released a large number of killer bees, which can automatically attack any living creature with life force, which is suitable for protecting my safety. Finally, I jumped onto the head of a deep abyss toad, and my instance team was complete. After walking for nearly half a kilometer, I saw 2 dark night cat demons in front of me, showing their fierce teeth. However, before I could give the command to attack, the locust goo worms swarmed up, and in just a few seconds, they turned into corpses. While I was amazed at the strength of my goo worms, I calculated in my mind that as long as I circled this instance, I believed that I could reach a satisfactory level in a few days. Thinking of this, a trace of excitement flashed in my eyes, and I immediately stopped hesitating, commanding all the goo worms to move forward, leaving no grass alive wherever they went. At the same time, at the entrance of the instance, a group of people in black were planning to enter the dark forest, and in the middle stood a graceful and heroic girl. If I were here, I would definitely recognize her as my high school classmate, Lee Hani. Of course, she has another even more dazzling identity. She is the awakening champion of this city, a demon enslaver who can force demons into battle and devour other demons to enhance her own strength. In fact, it is most wise for beginners and experienced professionals to train together, not only to ensure the safety of beginners, but also to improve the efficiency of leveling up. As for lone wolves like me, according to big data statistics, the casualty rate is almost 60%. Miss, most of the monsters in the instance are goblins. so if we encounter cat demons and minotaurs, we will take care of it. You just focus on leveling up. At this time, a guard said to Lihani with a flattering tone. Lihani frowned slightly. She was actually dissatisfied with the guard's arrangement. After all, she didn't want to be just a decoration, but she couldn't refuse the arrangement of her family. On the other hand, I continued to push through the instance, and in the screams, countless goblins were devoured by the goo worms and turned into dry bones. At present, I have killed 3 groups of monsters and successfully reached level 4. Looking at my attribute panel, even if I am calm, I can't help but show a proud smile. At this time, the sky was already getting dark, so I decided to stay put and take a rest. Although the goo insect doesn't require too much strength, after slaughtering everything within a 20-mile radius, my mental energy was completely depleted. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in my mind. Limited time offer in the shop. 3 slave goo insects for only 280 souls. Upon hearing this sudden notification from the system, I didn't feel happy, but rather extremely angry. You see, up until now, I had only just obtained 280 souls from grinding dungeons. This system clearly sees me as an exploited laborer. After resting for an hour, when I was about to summon the insect larvae to continue my journey, suddenly a thunderous sound nearby caught my attention. I saw a giant goblin, about 5 meters tall, appearing before me. It stared at me fiercely, its eyes filled with anger. I immediately understood the reason why there were 3 tribes nearby, and it was because of this guy, the goblin clan guardian, Loxicano. However, in this instance, even if it were the Monkey King himself, it would have to kneel before me. I quickly formed hand seals, and countless locusts and killer bees rushed towards Kino. The abyssal toad behind it was also watching it intently, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of insects, Kino showed no fear, wielding his curved blade and summoning thunder to attack. In just a moment, the insects fell like snowflakes. Seeing this, I showed no signs of panic in my eyes, but instead a barely visible smirk appeared on my lips, because while Kino was entangled with the locusts and killer bees, the abyssal toad had quietly circled behind it. Poof! A mouthful of highly toxic phlegm was spat out from the frog's mouth, accurately hitting Kino's buttocks. In just a few seconds, it turned into a puddle of sewage, followed by a few glowing objects falling out. However, before I could go and see what they were, 2 more Kino came charging at me from a distance. Although I easily killed them just like before, this strange situation made me become even more cautious. Could it be that the supreme ruler of the dark forest is right here in this place? Just as I was considering whether or not to send some insects to patrol the surroundings, a wave of heat suddenly emanated from the nearby dense forest, accompanied by cries of fear. Driven by curiosity, I withdrew the insects around me and groped towards the direction of the sound. I saw several black-clad individuals bustling about in the forest, and there were also several middle-aged people lying unconscious on the ground, injured. What on earth is going on? We clearly chose the outskirts of the dark forest. How did we run into the Pino sisters? Miss, run quickly. We'll cover you. Lihani, who was protected by everyone behind her, no longer had her usual aloofness. Her face was filled with panic, and tears kept streaming down her cheeks. However, I didn't pay attention to any of that. My focus was entirely on the 2 girls in front of them. If I hadn't already done my homework on the copies, I would have definitely been deceived by the appearances of these 2 girls. They are the level 18 hidden monsters of this copy by Roxio and Helake, proficient in frost and fire magic respectively. A hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. These 2 sisters were excellent materials for practicing goo. If I could successfully refine them, I would undoubtedly have 2 powerful minions. But currently, I am only at level 4, and the gap between me and them is too big. Even if I have the help of goo worms, it is not realistic for me to control them. It is at this moment that I compromised with the system. If I want to defeat the 2 of them today, I will always need the help of slave goo. The characteristic of slave goo is that the more the opponent is injured and the more their consciousness is blurred, the higher the success rate of subduing them. But looking at the energetic appearance of those 2 sisters now, there is a 0% chance of success. Therefore, I have decided to wait and see, and only make a move when both sides are equally injured. At this moment, Roashio and her 2 sisters are frantically unleashing a magic storm, shaking the shield created by the black-clothed men to the point of collapse. Lihani, sitting on the ground behind them, is gasping for breath, and even her 2 contracted succubi have already fainted on the ground. They originally thought that there would be no advanced monsters in the dark forest, but unexpectedly, they encountered the king of this area shortly after entering. Although Roashio and her sisters are only level 18, they are skilled in exquisite magic and mental attacks. Even a silver level teen would find it very difficult to escape unscathed. The leader of the guards glanced at Lihani, who was sitting on the ground crying. If they continued like this, they would all be trapped in the instance forever. It seemed that he had made a certain decision. His brows suddenly furrowed, and he took out a bottle of green potion from his pocket, intending to pour it into his mouth. This is a special beast potion exclusive to warriors, which can unleash the full potential of the body within 10 minutes. In theory, it can enhance abilities by nearly 4 levels, but the cost is also terrifying. Not only does it cause irreversible internal injuries to the user, but it also directly reduces their level by 10. This is the trump card of all warriors, equivalent to a mutually destructive move. Uncle Lee, you can't do this. Li Hani's face turned completely pale, although she had always been cold-hearted. Seeing Uncle Lee willing to sacrifice himself for her filled her heart with reluctance. Hearing Li Hani's words, Uncle Lee did not retreat at all but instead smiled with relief. Miss, rest assured, I won't die so easily. I'm still waiting to drink the celebratory wine for your graduation. After saying that, he drank the potion in his hand in one gulp. Instantly, his eyes were filled with terrifying red light, and his body was surrounded by a dreadful energy fluctuation. Then, gathering all his strength, he rushed forward. The two sisters, Pingyuo and Xiao, looked at the approaching figure with a cruel smile on their faces. Suddenly, a 5 Shanghai flame vortex appeared in front of them, directly enveloping Uncle Lee. In just a moment, he turned into fuel for the flames. It was during this moment that everyone had a chance to catch their breath and a possibility to escape. Li Hani gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the scene in front of her. Miss, let's go quickly. A pair of strong hands held Li Hani's hand, ready to run. However, the voice of the big man trembled because the one buried in the flames was his own brother. At this moment, suddenly countless dark shadows appeared behind the two sisters, Pingyuo and Xiao. Although they reacted quickly, a large number of shadows still bit their bodies, causing intense pain and making the two sisters scream repeatedly. They felt as if countless ants were biting them, constantly using magic to get rid of these disgusting bugs. Boom! A giant toad jumped out of the dense forest and headed straight for the two sisters. If you look closely, you will find that there is actually a person standing on top of it. I looked at the struggling two sisters in front of me. Without any hesitation, I directly threw the purchased slave goo onto their faces. At this moment, when they were exhausted from using magic recklessly, it was a great opportunity to subdue them. Before the two women could react, I controlled the abyss toad to deliver a powerful blow. Even the invincible overlord of the dark forest in the past couldn't withstand this attack, and both of them fell unconscious on the ground without any movement. Soon, a faint red line spread in their hearts. After circling around their bodies, it gathered in their minds. This is the moment when the slave goo begins to take effect. Not long after, when I felt 2 weak fluctuations in my heart, I knew that my plan had succeeded. Then, I summoned the white jade gourd to collect them. Now, they have become goo and only need some time to recover. I believe they will soon be restored. Looking at the sudden appearance of a master who tidied up the two sisters, everyone's hearts were extremely shocked, especially Li Hani, who was full of astonishment after seeing my face. Her sexy little mouth even formed an O shape. It's actually you. She couldn't believe that it was her useless classmate who resolved the crisis at this critical moment of life and death. Looking at that unusually familiar face, even with Li Hani's originally cool nature, her expression at this moment was unusually wonderful, and that sexy little mouth even opened into an O shape. She could not have imagined that the one who solved this crisis at this life and death moment would be her own deskmate. However, the two of them had transferred on the same day, and even if Chao Xiaochun had upgraded in a rocket-like fashion, there was no way that he would have the ability to single-handedly challenge 2 level 18 monsters on the second day, right? And wasn't the one he had awakened a compassion master? Wasn't the compassion master recognized as the weakest profession? But what was up with the several heads and the large toad just now? And judging from their performance, those two creatures were clearly contracted beasts. And since when were compassion masters allowed to contract pets? Hey, tablemate. Chao Xiaochun greeted with a smile, still quite fond of the cold beauty. You wait first, give me a chance to finish the matter at hand before we talk. Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and in a flash, he arrived at the place where Uncle Lee had landed earlier, and looking at a charcoal and a piece of ice, Chao Xiaochun fought. Ka! Only a crunching sound could be heard, and the ice cube shattered in response. He once again plucked 2 leaves of the breathless grass and slowly tossed them into the two men's eyebrows. And only after sensing that the two men's injuries were stabilized did Chao Xiaochun stop his hand movements. Chao Xiaochun had been watching the two men prepare to fight for their lives, but he had chosen to stand by and watch, without Uncle Lee to keep them in check. It would be impossible for the flying head compass to sneak up on the two Pinocchio sisters so easily. After all, the two sisters specialized in ice and fire magic as well as spirit magic, and their own perceptions were exceptionally sharp. If they discovered them, they were afraid that they would be in for a hard fight. Therefore, Sometimes necessary sacrifices were inevitable for one's own purposes. And Xiao Xiaochun didn't feel guilty about this. After all, they didn't know each other in the first place. And Uncle Li and his entourage were only Li Hanyi's escorts. So fundamentally, they weren't familiar with each other. And since they weren't familiar with each other, then they might as well maximize their use. After Xiao Xiaochun had subdued the two Pinocchio sisters, he had wanted to come over to see if they were dead. And if they were, it would only be their bad luck. But if they were still saved, he wouldn't have minded saving them. And it was just a matter of lifting a finger anyway. When the crowd saw Xiao Xiaochun's movements, they instantly snapped out of their shock and hurriedly followed in his footsteps, sucking in a breath of cool air after seeing his actions. This healing effect is comparable to a bronze-level holy light. That big man mage saw the injuries on his own brother's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, excited and at the same time, inwardly shocked. This mysterious young man, in addition to that powerful means of attack, actually will also be healing skills. It was important to realize that every profession had its own distinguishing points. Some professions were inherently suited only for combat, while others were suited for assisting. And Xiao Xiaochun's performance seemed to have refreshed his tree views. Or at least he himself had lived to be so old that he hadn't heard of any profession that could be cultivated to be so outstanding on both sides of the fence. Alright, the injuries have stabilized. You guys should have healing medicine with you. Give it to them and they should be able to hold out until they get out of the copy and go to the hospital. Xiao Xiaochun observed the two men's injuries, and while they couldn't be completely healed, they were temporarily immortal. It was only after hearing this reminder that the crowd snapped out of their shocked stupor and hurriedly helped Uncle Li and the two men up, pouring medicine into their mouths. Since it's all right now, I'll be leaving first. Table mates, see you at school. Xiao Xiaochun smiled faintly. Since he had taken in the two Pinocchio sisters, I'm afraid that his own practicing plan would have to come to an end here first. After all, he still had to quickly learn about the roles of the two sisters so that he could more accurately assess his current strength. Wait, seeing that Xiao Xiaochun was about to leave, Li Hani's pupils shrank, and she wanted to chase after him. Her own tablemate's performance had directly refreshed her perceptions, and as such, she had some too many questions in her mind. However, since she had just recovered, she didn't have much strength, and her emotional excitement caused her legs to go limp as she crashed straight into Xiao Xiaochun. Hearing Li Chenyi's voice, Xiao Xiaochun looked back in confusion, but didn't wait for him to react. He was slapped in the face by a huge object, and his entire body fell backward, and under that impenetrable pressure, Xiao Xiaochun felt like he couldn't catch his breath. Grass. This bitch kills with balls. Li Hani shook her head. At the moment, she felt as if her chest was a bit strange, and when she saw that the two seemed to be lying somewhat ambiguously on the ground, she froze, and, like a startled rabbit, her entire body quickly bounced up. I say, even if we've gotten along well over the past 2 years, you don't have to be so enthusiastic as soon as we meet, do you? Xiao Xiaochun slowly sat up and looked at the blushing Li Hani as he cried and laughed. No, I'm. Hearing Xiao Xiaochun's words, Li Hani hurriedly tried to explain, but where had she experienced such a battle with her cold nature? And for a moment, the words came out of her mouth, but she couldn't even say them. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaochun didn't say much, and after seeing that the two guards had gotten up and walked over, he gently waved his hand and pressed down the coordinate transmitter. With a flash of white light, Xiao Xiaochun's figure instantly disappeared. Miss, he's at your table? Looking at Xiao Xiaochun's disappearing figure, the big man gulped. This man's strength had already exceeded his knowledge of new students, and if he hadn't heard him call out deskmate after deskmate just now, it wouldn't have been too much to say that he was Mrs. Homeroom teacher. After all, an expert who could solve 2 level 18 monsters in an instant, or a student who had just been transferred. Who could believe this when it was said? Li Hani obviously hadn't regained her senses from the interlude just now, and in the face of the guard's inquiry, she only nodded lightly. I heard that there is a person in your school who has awakened the profession of demon spiritist this year. It must be him, right? The big man thought about it, but accepted the reality that, again, judging from the toad that Xiao Xiaochun had just ridden, this should be a demon spiritist, and had contracted 2 powerful pets. No, he's a hidden profession, a compassion master. Li Hani shook his head and said indifferently, and although that answer was outrageous, it was the truth. Compassion. Compassionist? Which recognized Battle 5 Dreg's hidden profession. Hearing his own young lady's words, the big man's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. The big man felt like he was somewhat unable to accept the result. A compassionate master was able to hold down a bronze-level lord and hammer him when he had just awakened. Was this still that weak profession that couldn't do anything? If he didn't know the lady's character, he would have thought that this was a joke. Alright, let's go back and talk about it. Uncle Li's injury cannot be delayed. Li Hani sighed, although he himself felt that it was outrageous, but now was obviously not the time to talk about this matter. It was better to go out and aid the injured first. Back outside the teleportation gate, Chao Xiaochun wasn't in a hurry to return, but instead sought out a nearby store that collected materials. Because of the large number of people who went down to the copies every day, there were a lot of little stores like this one, and the owners relied on collecting materials and then selling them back, with a sizable profit in the middle. In this chaotic era of the advent of the game, no material was superfluous, even if it didn't serve any purpose, but as long as you said that it could replenish the kidneys, then there was no worry about selling it. Only just walking through the door, a young girl in uniform slowly walked over. "Hello sir, I'm the owner of this store, Wang Gang, may I ask what I can help you with?" Hearing that brash voice, Chao Xiaochun froze violently, and after lifting his head to take a closer look at the front and back of the young girl, he seemed to feel a bit incredulous inside. As if sensing Chao Xiaochun's surprise, Wang Gang slowly explained, "I'm a blazing angel transmuter, because blazing angels are by nature androgynous, but because I was unlucky, certain mutations occurred in me." Wang Gang's attitude was good, and it was clear that she didn't care about Chao Xiaochun's doubts. After all, he wasn't the only one who had reacted this way. Blazing angel? This was a rare profession, and one that could rank in the top 10 amongst the support professions. Compared to priests and healers, blazing angels could not only heal people, but also add various buffs to them, making them an exceptionally sought-after existence no matter where they were. Within the army of Kyushu, there was a general of the blazing angel profession, claiming that as long as he was there, half of the army of the entire Kyushu would not be injured on the battlefield. From such rumors, one could tell that this Wang Gang was definitely not simple. "Sorry, I have some materials here. I wonder if your store will take them," Chao Xiaochun exhaled, apologizing for his earlier discrepancy. "Of course, can you show me what the materials are?" Wang Gang said with a smile. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun didn't waste any time, and gently wiped at his fingers as a traveling backpack appeared in his hands, pulling out the contents one by one. "I have 12 well-preserved level 6 goblin skulls here, and 18 pairs of dark cat demon hand claws, so help me estimate how much this stuff is worth." Chao Xiaochun poured out the entire thing and said indifferently, "Kobold skulls can be made into artifacts, because of the peculiar shape, very popular with the upper class if it is not because they are really not on the body to bring. This time to practice all the kobold skulls will be collected complete, rather than choose a few of the highest grade and save 10 complete points good." As for the claws of the night cat demon, Chao Xiaochun had originally planned to collect them to practice skull compulsion, but after taking in the 2 Pinocchio sisters, he changed his mind. Although the skeleton compulsion was higher in attack than the locust compulsion, it was far worse in terms of practicality. After all, a skeleton compulsion couldn't attack multiple targets at the same time like the locust compulsion could. Since he had the 2 Pinocchio sisters, he wasn't lacking in that attack power himself, so Chao Xiaochun planned to sell all of the cat demon hand bones. "It seems that you, guest, have had a great deal to gain from this adventure." Looking at the tactical suit Chao Xiaochun was wearing, Wang Gang could tell that this should be a student who had been transmuted not too long ago, and being able to decimate so many monsters in a single adventure. He seemed to be a transmuter of a powerful profession as well. Wang Gang took out a magnifying glass and slowly observed on the material, judging the value of the skull and the hand bone. Generally for this kind of ornamental things, the smaller the flaws are, the higher their value is. After about 15 minutes, Wang Gang put down the magnifying glass in his hand and rushed at Chao Xiaochun, saying with a smile, "It's incredible. In these dozens of materials, the imperfections are at a level that's microscopically inaccessible, and they're also so clean, so I guess the guests must have cleaned them up for a long time. So don't worry, I'll give you a price you'll be happy with." Because most things like materials were taken directly from monsters, it was normal for them to carry a bit of blood as well as a fishy odor, and even, at times, it could be a straight-up heap. People like Chao Xiaochun who were so particular about what they wanted were the first she'd seen since she'd grown up helping her parents look after the store, and because of that, she had good senses for the young man in front of her. It should be. Chao Xiaochun obviously do not want to chat more on this topic. Cannot clean it. First of all the blood all pumped clean, and then a little bit of meat nibble light, just short of the locust compulsion with spit polished well. Then these things are settled for a total of $80,000. How do you see this price? Carefully calculating the price, Wang Gang said with a smile. It can be trouble sister. Because Wang Gang had offered a fair price, Chao Xiaochun didn't have much of an opinion on that. Good. I'll put the materials into storage first, and then I'll get the money for you. After saying that, Wang Gang took out a tray and slowly walked toward the back of the store by placing all the materials into it. Seeing that there was still a bit of a wait, Chao Xiaochun was idle and bored, so he casually strolled around the store. The counter but made to be very delicate, but it was basically a data model inside. not a physical object. And if someone wanted to buy it, the merchant would take it out of the warehouse after selecting something. This not only prevents thieves, but also prevents some treasure connoisseur professionals from coming over to pick up the pieces. It should be said not to say, although this store is small, but these infrastructures are perfected quite well. Just as Chao Xiaochun was looking at the store's data models in boredom, a bloody odor caught his attention. Following the smell of blood, he saw some monster-like hand bones piled up in the corner, probably because they hadn't had time to be processed, and thus looked bloody. Curious, Chao Xiaochun unleashed his eye of truth, and instantly the real information about the pile of bloody and blurry stuff appeared before his eyes. Ogre hand bone. Black iron grade. Attribute, bone. Introduction, monsters hidden in the depths of the forest, organized in tribes, eating blood and relying on the capture of humans as well as wild beasts for their livelihood. Chao Xiaochun swept through it with a glance. There were about a dozen or so here, basically all very common materials, but the information reflected in the tiniest hand bone next to the far right caught his attention. Ogre hand bone. Black iron grade. Mutated. Attribute, bone. Introduction, an ogre that has undergone a mutation. The hand bone contains a hint of dragon chi. Perfect material. Seeing this introduction, Chao Xiaochun's eyes lit up with joy, not realizing that there was really something good in this unremarkable material. Although he didn't know how to make equipment, he could make it into a bone flute. And originally, the sound rhythm imperial compass was one of the most handsome means amongst the compass masters. Although he doesn't know how to play the sound rhythm now, but it seems like Li Hani is quite proficient in this kind of thing. If she is good at blowing, he wouldn't mind begging her to teach him. I believe that after 2 years of being at the same table, blowing a cock or something, she shouldn't mind helping him with this small favor. Long time waiting, guest. Just as Chao Xiaochun was thinking about how to buy that thing down, he saw Wang Gang take out a bunch of money and slowly walk out from backstage. This is 80,000, you count it. If you don't want to bring cash, I can give you a bank transfer. Wang Gang smiled sweetly and placed the money in her hand in front of Chao Xiaochun as she faintly said, I'm sure a blazing angel would never get his hands dirty on something as trivial as checking out. So counting the money, isn't that not trusting you, sister? Chao Xiaochun didn't immediately reach out to pick it up, but said casually, that thing over there is supposed to be an ogre hand bone, right? It just so happens that I've needed that recently, so could sister sell me one? Chao Xiaochun casually pointed to the lump of flesh and blood that sat in the corner. This thing, like the goblin skull, was basically mostly for display, so while it was expensive, it had little value in and of itself. Thus Chao Xiaochun's inadvertent opening of his mouth didn't seem out of the blue. Oh, you like this? Wang Gang looked in the direction of Chao Xiaochun's finger. It had been brought in by a group of professionals in the afternoon, and the main cargo had already been disposed of by her. And since it wasn't really worth much and was a pain in the ass to get, she had piled it up in a corner for the time being. Well, I'm very interested in the hand bones of this kind of monster, but lately, since I've just switched professions, leveling is more important, so this little hobby can only be put aside for the time being. But today, I saw one readily available, so I wanted to buy one. Chao Xiaochun said graciously, as if this was a sudden whim of his own. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Wang Gang gently nodded. This seemed like a good reason, and since this was just material in itself, there was no reason for him to refuse. Since, in that case, sister will give you one, but that thing is dirty, so you'll have to pick it out yourself. Skimming her mouth, Wang Gang said indifferently that it wasn't worth much in the first place, and since Chao Xiaochun's behavior today had made her feel good, she was happy to send such a favor. Then thank you, sister. Hearing Wang Gang's words, Chao Xiaochun's eyes lit up and he quickly replied. Since he was a child, he had always believed in the saying, be polite and go hungry. Therefore, after hearing Wang Gang say that he wanted to give himself away, he immediately agreed and went over to pick something out with great excitement. Wang Gang looked at the insurance. Spring evening seems to be a little childish behavior, some tears and laughter. Also right, originally as a high school graduating students, can't expect him to have much maturity. Chao Xiaochun pretended to pick something out, then picked up the hand bone with the dragon chi and said with a smile, since it's a gift from my sister, I can't be too greedy, so I'll go with this smallest one. I'm not that petty. Wang Gang sighed and said in a good-natured manner, it's not okay to not be petty, that's the principle. Chao Xiaochun raised an eyebrow and said casually, looking at you, you should be a student at the school. Have you figured out which university you're ready to take? Wang Gang hugged her chest, and although her voice was a bit gruff, it didn't detract from that sexy figure. From the materials Chao Xiaochun had trafficked, she could sense that the little man in front of her had awakened to what must be a powerful profession, so she was unwilling to chat much on the topic of ogre hand bones, and instead casually asked, Imperial Capital Academy, I think. Chao Xiaochun replied casually, For something like a university, the best would be the one to take. And besides, his fiancée was still in there. Really? Well then, go for it. But I've heard that the examiners at the Imperial Capital Academy aren't to be messed with this year. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Wang Gang raised an eyebrow. And his words seemed to have a slight reference. If it's not good, then it's not good. Can he still eat me? Chao Xiaochun didn't care. If he couldn't pass the test with his current strength, it would only prove that he hadn't slaughtered enough zones. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, Chao Xiaochun collected the $80,000 on the table and prepared to say goodbye. He still had things to do, so he couldn't tarry here for too long. Looking at Chao Xiaochun's back as he left, Wang Gang simply whispered goodbye. Guest, I'm sure we'll meet soon. Back home, Chao Xiaochun first casually cooked something, and after eating and drinking his fill, he summoned the white jade gourd and flicked it, only to see two figures spurt out, covering their chests. The two Pinocchio sisters first looked at each other in confusion, then saw the somewhat demented Chao Xiaochun, and felt a rush of affection. Master! Chao Xiaochun was feeling a bit foggy in his head at the moment, and it was only at this time that he remembered that it seemed that when he had taken in the two sisters, the jewelry on their heads had been dry shattered by Xiao Chang. In other words, the two of them were now exactly the same as a little white sheep, except for the staff in their hands, and because of the slave compulsion, the two were unguarded against themselves, which meant that from the moment they came out, Chao Xiaochun had already seen all that he should have seen. You guys wait. Returning to his senses, Chao Xiaochun rubbed his nose, quickly walked out the door to the opposite side, and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? There was a quick response from outside the door, and soon, the little girl revealed a door, and was first stunned to see Chao Xiaochun's somewhat slightly reddened face. Then she glanced toward the door and turned her head to say softly, Oops, landlord, my boyfriend is at home at night. This won't work. Chao Xiaochun was confused by the little girl's words. Lousy just came over to borrow 2 pieces of clothing. What kind of tiger and wolf words are you talking about? After her own brief explanation, the little girl was also very dry, and although her eyes were a bit off, she still cheerfully lent out the clothes. Only after the two Pinocchio sisters had put on their clothes did Chao Xiaochun calm his restlessness and look carefully at their attribute panels. Pinocchio LV18, bronze level, can be upgraded. Herrick LV18, bronze level, can be upgraded. Strength, 120. Agility, 135. Spirit, 140. Looking at the almost perfect panel, Chao Xiaochun wondered if he could help them improve a bit more. After all, they would be his important fighters for a long time to come. You guys can understand what I'm saying? Chao Xiaochun looked at the two sisters, and looking at their soulful eyes, he felt that these two definitely did not have a low wisdom spirit. The two sisters glanced at each other and gently nodded their heads, although they were monsters. In essence, they were nothing more than the memories that had been insanely devoured as well as the so-called human emotions. They were no different from ordinary people. Seeing the two sisters' affirmative looks, a hint of excitement flashed in Chao Xiaochun's eyes. Since there was a wisdom spirit, then he could use the compulsion to control the compulsion and put the moonlight compulsion into their wands, so that the two sisters would instantly have an additional powerful moonblade skill. Not only the moonlight compulsion, as long as these two sisters could continue to improve, they would be able to imperialize more compels, which would save one's spiritual energy while also adding a variety of means. Master, squeeze. Just as Chao Xiaochun was thinking freely about the crazy plans in his head, Herrick, who was to the side, suddenly whispered. She was seen constantly fiddling with the clothes on her body, as if the sizes were too small and she wasn't comfortable wearing them. Although the two Pinocchio sisters were very beautiful, and even carried a charming bone, a qualified compass master would not have anything to do with their own compasses unless they were able to break away from some sort of restriction. But that thing was still a bit too far away for the current Chao Xiaochun. If he could choose, he'd rather go across the street and become a Chao thief. After looking at clothes online for the two sisters, he finally chose a red and a blue priest's outfit. After all, it wouldn't do to always be like this, since the clothes hadn't arrived. But things always go on. After casually draping them in 2 blankets, Chao Xiaochun exhaled heavily and took out the 4 moonlight compotes. The quickest way for the two Pinocchio sisters to clearly recognize exactly how to use this thing was to get a memory of something similar to burn it into their minds. Although Chao Xiaochun did not have the means to create a memory out of thin air, he had another method. After all roads lead to Rome. The waterway cannot go. Is not he cannot take the dry road? The method that Chao Xiaochun came up with was to create a kind of compulsion called a bookworm and have them carry it around with them, so that as long as the bookworm didn't get lost, they would always be able to master how to use the moonlight compulsion. Bookworm. No rank. Auxiliary class, feed the bookworm something to be memorized. And from then on, as long as the bookworm doesn't lose it, the compassionist will be able to remember it clearly forever. After carefully recalling the method of production as well as the effects, Although ordinary bookworms were far from being as dominant as the effects described, it was still possible to just store a memory. Getting up and collecting various books in the room, they were equivalent to the bookworm's body, and the next step was to start refining it with his own compulsion practicing techniques. Finding a large basin, he tore up the books in front of him one by one, and when they all burned out, Chao Xiaochun sat down on his knees and made seals with both hands, and red runes emerged from his palms and slowly flew into the fire basin, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. This process lasted a full 2 hours, and when Chao Xiaochun slowly ended his hand movements, he saw the fire bowl suddenly vibrate, and in an instant, he saw 2 incredibly fat meatworms come out of the ashes of the fire bowl. The meatworms were only as thick as a small thumb. However, it grew as fat and glutinous as a silkworm, but it did not have eyes. Chao Xiaochun instantly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Although the bookworm's refining process had gone exceptionally well, the tedious process had left him a bit tired. Without thinking too much about it, he drew out 2 pieces of paper and wrote down the origin of the moonlight compulsion, how to use it, and precautions on the paper, then reached out and picked up the 2 bookworms, gently placing them on the paper. Sha 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 sha. Seemingly smelling food, the 2 bookworms appeared unusually excited, their obese bodies constantly writhing on the paper, quickly devouring the white paper at their feet. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun smiled and stretched out his fingers to gently point, and 2 thread-like red lights slowly fell into the bookworms' bodies. When the paper was finished, the bookworms slowly curled up together, and white threads were spat out of their mouths, and soon the 2 bookworms formed a white jade cocoon. Picking the jade cocoon up, he came over to the 2 sisters who had been observing from the side, and looking at their somewhat confused eyes, Chao Xiaochun smiled and faintly said, "Come on, stick your hand out." The 2 sisters gently nodded, and without hesitation, stretched their hands out, and Chao Xiaochun placed the jade cocoon on their wrists, and the moment the bookworm came into contact with it, the entire cocoon slowly melted, and soon enough, an imprint formed on their wrists like that of a silkworm. The sudden, unfamiliar memory caused the 2 Pinocchio sisters to look puzzled, but after digesting the memory thoroughly, a hint of excitement flashed across their faces. Even though they had been monsters before, they knew how important a powerful skill was, and this memory recorded a powerful skill. Chao Xiaochun placed the moonlight compass into the hands of the 2 sisters so that they could familiarize themselves with it, and after doing so, Chao Xiaochun slowly stretched out, and then planned to go rest. It had been a day and a night since he had come out of the duplicate, and because of the high mental power of a compassion master, he himself was already very tired in his heart, even though he wasn't sleepy. At noon the next day, the 2 Pinocchio sisters were reclaimed into the gourd by Chao Xiaochun after changing into their newly purchased clothes, and looking at the fact that he still had over 100 points of experience left before he could ascend to the 4th level of perfection, Chao Xiaochun then planned to use an experience potion. In fact, being able to rise to level 4 during the 7 days of independent experience in each high school class was already excellent, and most students would choose experience potions as a route. After all, the monsters that novices could fight gave low experience values, and the first time they went down to a copy was to experience something mostly. If it was a powerful profession, after ascending to level 4, as long as you passed the test, entering a very good university wasn't a problem. At that point, it would be a time when strength would increase by leaps and bounds. As such, Chao Xiaochun wasn't going to go out for the next few days, and instead was going to pay a high price for 3 bottles of experience potions. These types of experience potions were very popular on the market, and although their effects were only useful for level 0 to 4 novices, they were already heaven-defying. A bottle of experience potion was able to raise one's experience value by 50 points, but it had its own limitations, and one could only use a maximum of 5 bottles per level only. That was why newbies would come back to the potion once they had risen to level 2 on their own. The person who had researched this was the previous state master of Kyushu, and it was a good way to give newbies a chance to transition. Since purchasing experience potions required filling out personal information and had to be reviewed by the official website, Chao Xiaochun was also idle with nothing to do but recall those compulsion refining methods in his mind. Although the memories couldn't run away, they had to be familiarized with once. For 5 days like this, after receiving the experience potion, Chao Xiaochun hadn't left the house except for necessary things, and had been researching how to improve the defenses of the locust compulsion and the killer bee compulsion. In the battle with Reno, Chao Xiaochun clearly realized that although these 2 types of parasites could win in numbers, the sub-companions were still too weak, and although they could clean up some ordinary monsters, they would not be very useful if they had to fight head-on with the enemy or if the other party had some skills. Therefore, Chao Xiaochun rummaged through his memories of the basic compulsion refining methods, and decided to fuse the locust mother compulsion with the copper-skinned compulsion, and then use a special method to make the copper-skinned compulsion's characteristics blend into the sub-compulsion. The copper-skinned parasites. Black iron grade. Level 0, a defense-type compulsion that would greatly increase the defense of a compounder's skin, allowing the compounder to withstand more damage. Because the copper skin compulsion itself acted on the compassion master, one would have to experiment slowly to get the two compulsions to fuse, but luckily there was enough time, and after failing a dozen times or so, Chao Xiaochun finally fused the two compulsions completely. The original locust mother compulsion was like a white crystal, but since the fusion of the copper-skinned compulsion, its color has changed to a deep yellow, and its own soft body is now incredibly hard. Chao Xiaochun had experimented on its body with a kitchen knife, and when it went down, the blade was directly shaken out of a huge gap, for which he was still quite satisfied with the locust compulsion's current defense. With the experience of the locust compulsion, it was exceptionally smooth to fuse the killer bee compulsion, and with little effort, Chao Xiaochun fused the two compels. Clunk! Just as he was retrieving the compulsion to take a break and go grab a bite to eat, a violent knock came from outside the door. In response, Chao Xiaochun was a bit puzzled. In the past 5 days, no one had come looking for him, except for that little girl next door who had come over and knocked on the door. And listening to the frequency of the knocking, this motherfucker was a bit of a bad influence. Could it be her boyfriend? After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun got up and opened the door. He wasn't doing anything anyway, so he wasn't afraid to pick a fight. Opened the door casually, into the eyes of a monkey face. If it is not Chao Xiaochun feel exceptionally familiar. On the spot is a pussy pocket pumped over. Xiaochun you can never think of big deal. In the future brother with you is. Su Old 8 just entered the door. Will be anxious to discourage. His good friend actually encountered such a thing. Put who on the body are difficult Originally just after school he wanted to come over, but he was stopped by his family before he could leave the school, and before he could catch his breath, he was pulled into a copy of the game and started his own leveling journey. Chao Xiaochun glanced at him, sighed heavily, and faintly said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Speaking of the process of getting to know Su Laobai, it was quite the saga. Originally, the two's parents knew each other, but because the original body was too honest, the two didn't have much of a relationship, until one day, he went to school in the morning, passing by a Yonghe soybean milk store, saw Su Laobao lying at the bottom of the foot of a person, and he himself is standing upright, was a small punk carrying the collar, pumping the mouth, that is completely afraid to fight back. Listen to the neighborhood said, has been pumped for half an hour, cannot see past the. Chao Xiaochun also did not go in, directly choose to call the police, at least also saved him down. Since then, this person will be like a dogskin plaster has been pestering himself, but after getting along, the two became good friends, especially when his parents' accident. If not Su Laobao used his father's power, he wanted to sell the shares completely. That is basically impossible. When they got to high school, the two of them happened to be in the same class, and his reputation as the god of Yonghe Station was carried directly into high school, but Chao Xiaochun didn't dislike him. Well, he was the one who said he was born with a birth defect in the playground that day. Maybe it was because of this that old man 8 had awakened to the profession of curse mage. Although not as good as Li Han Yi's demon contractor, this kind of profession specializing in weak spells was all old 6s, and some of the large-scale replicas were very fond of them. Xiaochun I know, this mattered to you a big blow, but you rest assured, have brother in, that everything is not a problem. Not just awaken a compounder, it's time to upgrade as usual. Wait until you're at the gold rank, and when you're reinforced for transferring again, maybe a miracle will happen? Su Laobai looked at Chao Xiaochun's living room with the lights on and the curtains pulled up, and knew that his brother was not feeling well right now, so he immediately patted his chest and assured him. Originally he came over today. Is guessed that Chao Xiaochun may be because of the blow, and not to go to practice. Now there is still a day. He is specially over to bring Chao Xiaochun down the copy, at least to rise to the second level and then knock drugs to deal with the next exam is not? Su Laobai had already spent a high price to hire a team, so as long as he worked harder, Chao Xiaochun should be able to level up to level 2 by tomorrow. You're overly concerned. I'm really fine. Although Chao Xiaochun felt relieved to see old man Su's concern for himself, there were some things that really needed to be explained. What's fine? Even me you're still hiding? What are you doing turning on the lights and pulling the curtains in broad daylight? You have to let him shine in this sunlight. Without waiting for Chao Xiaochun to explain, Su Laobai quickly said, then slowly walked over to the curtains and gave them a quick pull. Brush! Only to see the little girl in her pajamas brushing her teeth across the street jolt, and because she had just woken up from a nap, a holy light seemed to be flashing on her chest. When did the landlord raise a monkey? The little girl was first a bit puzzled, then she saw Su Laobai who froze on the spot, followed his gaze, and immediately let out a scream, threw down her toothbrush and ran towards the house. Don't look! The person ran away. Seeing Su Laobai's appearance, the corners of Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched as he got up and gave him a push, saying in an unkind manner, "Hiss, people's hearts aren't ancient. I didn't think a beautiful woman would even be blind-proof." Returning to his senses, Su Laobai shook his head, seeming somewhat distressed. "Right, back to business. Let's go and practice first now, or we'll be too late." "There's no need for that. Just look at my current panel." Chao Xiaochun sighed, and had no choice but to directly open his panel, which was the most direct explanation. Chao Xiaochun, Black Iron rank, LV4, 50/400, Strength, 20, Speed, 27, Spirit, 136. Holy shit, so you're not depressed? Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Su Laobai was a bit puzzled and casually threw a detection spell, and while viewing its panel, he couldn't help but stare in amazement. "Isn't that nonsense? I just had to seek death." Chao Xiaochun rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Are you speaking in human terms?" He. "That's right. According to your kid's character, it's not like that." Old man Su laughed, clearly happy from the bottom of his heart about Chao Xiaochun's behavior. "That's not right. Why is your spiritual energy so high?" After reconfirming that Chao Xiaochun had risen to level 4, Old man Su discovered that something wasn't right. This was because Chao Xiaochun's spiritual strength had actually reached 136. Knowing that mage-type professions had to at least get bronze rank to have such a panel, what I've awakened is at least a hidden profession. Isn't it normal to be a little bit special? Chao Xiaochun didn't want to say much on the subject, so he thought of a random reason to put it off. "That's right. Well, at least it's a hidden profession." Su Laobai thought for a moment, but in order to take care of his brother's mindset, he was sensible enough not to ask any further questions. "Actually, it's good that you've risen to level 4 now, otherwise it's really a bit dangerous to enter the copy today. You still don't know, right? Yesterday, the military scouting discovered that there was an area in the dark dense forest that seemed to have suffered a huge destruction, and a large area of monsters, and even the trees had been gnawed away to nothing. And most importantly, the lords of the dark forest, the two Pinocchio sisters, have even stopped refreshing. No one knows where they went, and the crowd suspects that a new boss has replaced them." The two of them casually sat down on the sofa, and Su Laobai chatted about the gossip he had recently learned. Normally a copy of a lord, after being killed, would refresh and respawn in the same place after a couple days, but that law seemed to have been broken yesterday, and at least for now, no one knew what the reason was for the disappearance of the two Pinocchio sisters. Hearing this news, Chao Xiaochun's eyebrows jumped. It seemed that he had made quite a commotion this time. It seemed that he would have to find a suitable reason before it was too late. Since he had subdued the two Pinocchio sisters, he wasn't using them for collection, because Su Laobai has been relying on not to go. So the last day Chao Xiaochun cannot do anything. The two people chatted. Near the evening ate something. Wait until the evening of the sound of that woozy sound. This stinking shameless will have been staying in the balcony. Also do not know what to do. Chao Xiaochun looked a bit helpless at this, and with nothing else to do, he returned to his room, unlocked the door, and took out the ogre hand bone, first using a cloud of locust parasites to gnaw the flesh and blood on it cleanly, and then summoning Pinocchio. He first signaled to her that she should not make a sound of commotion, and then used the fire to dry out the substance within the arm bone. After doing this, Chao Xiaochun took out a carving knife and slowly carved on it, and when the bone flute was formed, he used sandpaper to carefully polish the surface. After doing so, it was already past midnight, and without much hesitation, Chao Xiaochun rolled over into bed and went to sleep. It wasn't until early the next morning that he slowly kicked Su Laobai, who was sleeping soundly on the couch. After all, today was the end of the vacation, and it was still a big test, so he couldn't be late. The two did not dilly-dally. After washing up a bit they went downstairs and stopped a car, going straight to the school. When the two returned to the classroom, their classmates had pretty much arrived, and the crowd gathered together in twos and threes to discuss their experiences over the past 7 days. While when they saw Chao Xiaochun come in, the crowd's gazes were a bit strange. There were those who gloated, those who sympathized, and those who could find a sense of identity in them. In short, a group of admirers followed some of the combat class professions around. A group of living class professionals with poor interpersonal relationships had gotten together to warm up, and the rest were a group of lickspittles consoling the goddess of their dreams, with Pan Yuan being the largest of the group. Chao Xiaochun didn't care. He slowly returned to his seat and yawned heavily. The snoring sound of Su Laobai was really a bit loud. He swore that he would never live in the same room with this person again, even if it was through the door. This type of 8 sleeping on the sofa. That's not good either. Just as Chao Xiaochun was thinking about the flow of the next big test, he only saw Li Hani slowly walk into the classroom, and instantly, the classroom resounded with a burst of gasps. However, The young girl didn't pay any attention to it but instead went straight back to her seat, seemingly hesitating for a moment, and then took out a steamed bun and a cup of soy milk from her book bag and slowly handed it over to Chow Xiaochun. Eating big white steamed buns? Li Hani, who usually spoke very little, was obviously a bit nervous when she saw Chow Xiaochun again. After all, not only had this fellow deskmate come down from the heavens to save her within the replica, but the two of them seemed to have hugged each other in a very awkward way. Because of this, she now stumbled over her words a bit originally. She wanted to say if she wanted to have breakfast, but when the words came out of her mouth, they seemed to immediately change flavor. No need. Chow Xiaochun raised an eyebrow. Weekdays although the two were sitting together, but usually there was not much to talk about, basically each living their own lives, rarely intersected. Now that Li Hani was taking the initiative to answer to himself, it surprised him a bit, but the fact that it was such a topic as soon as he opened his mouth made him even more at a bit of a loss for words. Chow Xiaochun also seemed a bit helpless regarding his encounter in the copy, so steamed buns would be a good idea not to eat. Eating more than one was a bit suffocating, and it was easy to gasp for air. Thank you for that day. Seeing Chow Xiaochun's refusal, Li Hani didn't care, just lowered her head, and only after a long time passed did she open her mouth. They're all at the same table. It's only right. Chow Xiaochun didn't take it to heart to save someone's life. After all, he had his own plans for getting there, and since he knew the person in danger, he didn't mind reaching out for a hand, but the premise of doing so was that it must not affect his own plans. Uncle Li and the others have gotten better. Thanks to you, they were able to retrieve a life. So father said for me to thank you properly. Li Hani slowly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the desktop. Here is 5 million Kyushu coins. This card doesn't have a password. The young girl's voice was very light, different from the previous icy coldness. At this moment she buried her head in her chest, completely without the pride that she had before. Instead, she was like a little girl who wanted to meet new friends, but because of embarrassment, so she kept avoiding the gaze from the opposite side. Because the two hadn't crossed paths before, they only had a half understanding of Li Hani's family situation themselves. Unexpectedly, for the sake of 2 escorts, the Li family was able to take out 5 million Kyushu coins, so it seemed that this ice beauty was still a super rich woman. Then I'll be flattered. Chow Xiaochun smiled, and directly picked up the bank card on the desktop, glancing at it twice before slipping it into his pocket without the slightest hint of embarrassment. His own profession was not short of money, and those 2 basic parasites alone, along with the surprise little Chang, had cost him several $1,000,000, and this is just the beginning. The next do not know how much to spend, so for the money that was sent to the door, he that is not to be refused. Don't be polite, this is what you deserve. In fact, I don't know how to thank you. Thinking about it is only this thing. It's fine. This thing is just fine. I like it a lot, Chow Xiaochun said with a smile. Looking at Chow Xiaochun's appearance, Li Hani slowly raised his head, not realizing that after 2 years of sharing a table with this person, he didn't seem to have understood him, but looking at this look, it was quite approachable. By the way, tablemate, I have a small favor here that I'd like to ask you for. I wonder if you're willing. Chow Xiaochun thought for a moment, leaned his body forward, and faintly said, you say? Li Hani was a bit puzzled. She didn't know what she could do to help him. I've heard that you're proficient in musical instruments. I wonder, do you know how to play the blowjob? Hearing this, Li Hani raised an eyebrow, not understanding exactly what Chow Xiaochun meant. She did like all kinds of musical instruments, and it wasn't exactly a secret in the school that she was good at these things. But what did that have to do with him asking for his help? Slightly involved. What do you want? Li Hani paused and faintly said, could you teach me then? Chow Xiaochun wasn't polite when he received an affirmative answer, and pulled the bone flute out of the drawer and waved it in front of Li Hani, some expectation evident in his tone. Compassion masters who could use sound to control compulsion were the best of the best, right? Just for this? Looking at the sudden light in Chow Xiaochun's eyes, Li Hani paused for a moment. Could it be that the profession of a compassionist also requires one to know this stuff? Of course, I've always been quite interested in musical instruments. What else can I do if not for this? Could I ask you to play a song for me? I can teach you, but I have a question. Does the profession of a compassionist have to use music theory? Li Hani thought about it and agreed straight away. After all, it sounded like a trivial matter, and since she had good senses for Chow Xiaochun, she didn't mind helping out since Chow Xiaochun needed it. Of course not. The root reason this is cool. Think about it, when the future song comes out, the monsters in the copy will first hear the wind and then lose their nerve. Wouldn't that be beautiful? This powerful reason makes Li Hani feel a little speechless. But since the promise, he cannot go back on his word. But all of this, I'm afraid that we have to wait until the end of the exams to say again. After all, the most important thing now is still the big exams, And then there are the next promotion exams. Two people have a ride without a ride chatting. Because Li Han that attitude change, this has caused some interested people's attention. After all, this more than 2 years. Who has seen Li Han revealed such an attitude? Crap. Little Su, what do you think is going on here? Didn't you say that Chao Xiaochun had awakened the compassionist profession? This isn't right. When did his relationship with Li Han become so good? Before he was awakened, Pan Yuan seemed to have some good feelings for him. And now that he's awakened, it's amazing that even Li Han is like this. Could it be because of that good skin? None of your business. You dead pussy. Two people at the same table for more than 2 years. Say a few words how? And even if it's a compounder profession, can it affect Xiaochun's status as the second most handsome in the class? Su Old 8 rolled a white eye. For his own sissy tablemate, he looked a little impatient. Obviously lousy the class first handsome, but just bad luck. Other people sit next to a big beauty. The result is that they sit next to a dead sissy. You don't fierce me well. I know that you are good relationship. This is kindly remind you, even if they get married tomorrow, also has nothing to do with me. Old son and do not like women, but the whole school so many classes. Li Han Yi's admirers can be quite a lot. I knew that this big test, but into the school mastered a copy of the time. But together, if they make some trips inside, by then your brother cannot be good. Li Wenbin did not care the slightest bit about Su Laobai's attitude, but instead hooked his shoulders and said gently with a suppressed voice, how dare they? Do they really think that I, Su Laobai, am dead? Sure enough, hearing Li Wenbin's words, Su Laobai's tiger eyes glared and said loudly, who dares to bully the old man's brother with himself? Don't be so confident, can't you see? The eyes of many people in the class have changed? Li Wenbin smiled faintly and kept reminding Su Laobai. Su Laobai turned his head to look around, and sure enough, a lot of people were looking in Chao Xiaochun's direction, whispering there, and a lot of the boys looked over there with eyes that seemed a bit unkind. Seeing this, Su Laobai immediately wanted to go over and remind Chao Xiaochun, but right at that moment, he only saw the homeroom teacher slowly walk into the classroom and just lightly cough a few times, and the originally noisy classroom instantly became quiet. Well, not bad. Nearly 95% of the class has already reached level 4. This makes the teacher feel very pleased. This proves that during the 7 days of vacation you've already placed your copies and worked hard to cultivate. First, using the detection technique to slightly scan the information of everyone in his class, Li Hao looked happy. Although there were 42 people in his class and only 20 of them had awakened their combat professions, but even if they were living class professions, they had all cultivated hard during this vacation. And this was the main thing. In this era where the game had descended, no matter who it was, no one should give up on themselves. As for the remaining 5% of students who didn't make it to level 4, it was also within his expectation that these few people didn't have good family conditions, so it was obviously unrealistic to try to get their families to buy them experience potions. So Li Hao couldn't possibly say anything about it. Even since they had just awakened, Li Hao had applied to the school, allocating a batch of experience potions to this group of poor students. After his own tireless efforts, the school side also agreed to subsidize a batch of potions. After all, even if the school grasps a copy, there are some uncontrollable factors in it. If they really have any accidents, the most difficult, in addition to their parents, is that he is the class teacher. Later, at 10 o'clock, everyone will gather in the playground and prepare to enter the big exam copy. Here, I'll just say one more thing, because you'll be in there for 7 days, so the resource packs assigned by the school must be kept safe, and you mustn't deviate from the positioning in the map. If you encounter danger, immediately abandon your reliance and teleport back. Safety always comes first. I know that all of you, the first time you went on a copy, you had a hired team or your own guards around you, but for this exam, you can only rely on yourselves or the students who teamed up with you. So don't take it lightly. Understand? Li Hao spoke with an unusually serious demeanor, even using the intimidating pressure of his own profession, in order to make the students listen. Understood. As Li Hao's words fell, a loud voice resounded within the class. Although this grand exam was a test, but how could it not be the first step to make them independent? Thus all the students were unusually attentive. After all, which person's youth did not have a period of impassioned fervor? Good. Since there are exactly 42 people in our class, we'll be divided into 7 teams, with every 2 combat professions with 4 life class professions. Here, I hope that the combat professionals can take care of their classmates more. Can you do that? Can. Because of Li Hao's words, a strong sense of responsibility suddenly surged within the combat professionals. After all, they had only just been awakened, and they were able to take care of their classmates. And this responsibility, coupled with the feeling that they were considered to be a strong person, made them exceptionally excited. With the exception of Li Hani and Chao Xiaochun, The rest of the combat class professionals raised their arms. All being students, who could refuse such an honor? Good. Then you'll assign yourselves. Class leaders collect the list, and line up at the playground at 9:40. And poor students, come with me. Li Hao smiled and said a few words of encouragement before slowly leaving. As soon as Li Hao's front foot left, the class instantly erupted into a burst of discussion, and each of the students of the life class professions were looking for someone who could take them. After all, for the next 7 days, they were the only ones they could rely on. Among them, the students who crowded towards Li Hani's side were the most. After all, everyone else knew that she was awakened as a demon contractor, a high-level rare profession. With this thigh, they thought that they would definitely be able to achieve a good result. The other professions were also surrounded by people selling themselves. On Chao Xiaochun's side, there seemed to be some awkwardness, although his own compassionist was considered a combat profession. Everyone seemed to have basically ignored him, after all. In this world, who didn't know that compassionist was a battlefield profession? Chao Xiaochun didn't care about this, and instead gave up his seat for someone else and watched the show from the sidelines. Do you want to be in my group? I remember my teacher saying that 2 combat professions could be together. Chao Xiaochun didn't wait long to sit down, only to see Li Hani ignore the crowd sales pitch and instead come over to Chao Xiaochun's side, inviting him expectantly. As soon as Li Hani said this, the original cacophony of voices disappeared, but a few breaths later, another wave of even louder tones resounded through the classroom. Crap, what did I hear? The goddess actually took the initiative to invite Chao Xiaochun. What the hell kind of world is this, where hidden professions are so bullish even if they're a loser? Pinch ma, really the same table is the most suitable relationship to cultivate feelings. If I had known that I would have paid for it, I would have bought his place. Li Wenbin, I think you're right. Su Lao Bai. Roll, I set you monkey. Goddess, you can't do this. I'm a loser too. Take me too. Chao Xiaochun listened to the reactions from the surrounding area. The corners of his mouth twitched, looking at Li Hani's couldn't care less appearance. At the moment he looked even more depressed. At this rate, he would become the public enemy of the entire school, you know? If this is really the case, how many pits do you have to dig in your copy in order to bury so many naive people? Compared to Li Qinyi, in fact, he is more willing to team up with Su Lao Bai. One is that he is trustworthy, and the two themselves are brothers. Secondly, teaming up with Li Qinyi is a bit too conspicuous, and his own tactics at this time too much exposure. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. After weighing the pros and cons, Chao Xiaochun was about to refuse, but a voice suddenly interrupted him. Cold clothes? I think you should think about it carefully. I'm afraid that bringing him along will drag down your exam results. A teenager wearing a customized suit slowly walked in from outside the classroom. Zhou Yuanlong looked very gentlemanly. His entire person gave others senses like a ray of spring breeze. Wow! It's Zhou Yuanlong from the first class. I heard that their family is related to Li Hani, and the two of them have been childhood sweethearts. A girl who was born to love gossip saw the appearance of the visitor, and said with a fluttering infatuation, I heard that he awakened the paladin profession. This is a popular auxiliary profession and also has a certain means of attack, although not as good as the demon contractor, but still very sought after. He wouldn't have come over to invite Li Hani to form a team, right? Now there's a good show to watch. A high-flying childhood friend versus a compounder. Can ye? Although the class teachers of each class have divided the teams, it doesn't mean that we can't swap. You can bring 2 life faculty professionals to team up with me. Zhou Yuanlong looked at Li Qinyi, smiled softly and said gently. However, Li Hani did not have a good face towards it. Since she was a child, she hated this hypocritical look of Zhou Yuanlong. Don't think that you don't know that the so-called childhood sweetheart was something that he intentionally spread out. If it wasn't for the relationship between the two families, she wouldn't have said a word to this person at all. No need, Li Hani coldly responded. Upon hearing Li Hani's cold response, Zhou Yuanlong's face gave a lurch, and a trace of annoyance instantly flashed in his eyes, but in a split second, he could only be seen gently exhaling a breath, turning his head, and looking at Chao Xiaochun with a gentle smile. Your name is Chao Xiaochun, right? I've heard of you and sympathize with what you're going through. After all, awakening hidden but a compassionist. Such a blow would be hard for anyone to accept. I think as your tablemate called I feels the same way. How about this? I can make the decision to let you form a team with Chao Yuan. He's a beast blood warrior. Follow him and you should have no problem with this exam. Zhou Yuanlong had already seen that Li Hani was originally a spontaneous person, and she actually didn't care about who she teamed up with. But now that she had even rejected herself, he thought that the problem must lie with this person. Since that was the case, then he himself would first resolve the trouble in front of him. Originally, Chao Xiaochun didn't intend to get involved in this crap, and by talking nicely, he was afraid that he would sell him a favor. But Zhou Yuanlong's words revealed disdain, as if he was in control of all of it. which made him unusually upset. You know, before the shares were sold, who wasn't a rich second generation? How dare you play this with me? Beast Blood Warrior? Is that comparable to a demon contractor? Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment, then said with a confused expression, as if he had asked a ridiculous question. However, these words choked Zhou Yuanlong to death. Were these two professions comparable? And Chao Xiaochun's words were clearly telling him that since there were better options available now, why would I go for a worse one? This Beast Blood Warrior is certainly no match for a demon contractor, but no matter who it is, it won't affect your grades on this exam, so you don't have to think about that. Adjusting his mindset, Zhou Yuanlong slowly opened his mouth. Obviously this question caught him off guard. When these words came out, they instantly drew countless contempt from the surrounding area. You think this is coaxing a child? As long as you're not a fool, who could believe your words? Li Hani looked at Chao Xiaochun's confused appearance, and the edge of his mouth actually raised inadvertently into a smile. From the very beginning, Zhou Yuanlong had fallen into the misconception that his tablemate was pathetically weak, but in her heart, she knew very well just how terrifying the battle prowess of this man who had awakened his profession as a compassionate master was. Today's encounter between the two was inherently unfair, but instead of pressure from Zhou Yuanlong's side, such a disparity was Chao Xiaochun's complete crushing. However, Li Hani wasn't going to say anything more. After all, the trouble was originally started by Zhou Yuanlong himself. Oh, so, since it doesn't affect my grades, I'll go with Li Hani. After all, the two of us were at the same table and have a pretty good relationship. Chao Xiaochun smiled disdainfully and said faintly, wanting to use lousy as a stepping stone on your path to love. This Zhou Yuanlong is still a bit young. Okay, it's decided. I'll wait for you at the playground. Without waiting for Zhou Yuanlong to speak, Li Hani directly interjected, as if she was afraid that Chao Xiaochun would back out. She herself was not good at socializing, so now that her purpose had been accomplished, she herself was unwilling to expose herself to the gaze of so many people. After speaking, Li Chini ignored the crowd's reactions and turned around to walk outside the classroom. Chani, seeing that Li Chini was about to leave, Zhou Yuanlong was about to stop her, but he realized that the beautiful person had already walked away. I hope you don't regret the decision you made today. Seeing this, Zhou Yuanlong directed the anger in his heart at Chao Xiaochun. If this person hadn't tricked him a bit, how could things have turned out like this today? Oops, I'm so scared. You're not going to get me killed in the copy, are you? Chao Xiaochun said as he made an exaggerated expression that seemed a bit terrified, but his eyes were filled with mockery. Looking into the pairs of eyes staring at him, Zhou Yuanlong was filled with discomfort, and since now wasn't the time to start a conflict, thinking of this, he quickly left after letting out a cold snort. Chao Xiaochun didn't care about that either, since he'd agreed to team up with Li Hani. While it was a bit of a hassle, it wasn't completely without its benefits to speak of. For example, there was one readily available. Ahem. Students of the Awakened Life Department. As you can see, I'm on a team with Li Hani, which means that there are 2 spots on my side to team up with us. In the spirit of taking care of my classmates, I'm going to auction off these 2 spots, starting at $2,000. The highest bidder will win. Cash, jewelry, equipment, and exotic treasures can all be discounted. And this is about the results of the big exam. Students don't miss this hard-won opportunity. Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment, then got up and stood on the table, yelling at the top of his lungs. Nima, I've never seen such a brazen person. Chao Xiaochun, we're all classmates, you're going too far. Do you really think that we have no one to take besides Li Hani? Qin Si stood up fiercely. Although he had awakened as just a farmer, he was at least a disciplinary member of the class, and Chao Xiaochun's behavior of such a blatant auction drew his displeasure. A great man was born between heaven and earth. How could he be depressed and live under others for so long? For this kind of behavior, it should be strongly condemned. Right, we're all going for Li Chini. So why should you auction off the quota? We will never buy it. I just abandon the exam and jump from here. But I won't accept such an offer. With Qin Si's defiance, the students in the class echoed variously, very dissatisfied with this. Cut the crap. Buy it or not. If you guys don't buy it, then I'll go to the next class and ask Ha. The nature of this thing is the same as the extraterritorial Kununlu. The willingness to take the bait. You don't buy, there are people to buy. Your family doesn't grow cotton and doesn't know how hard people usually work, right? I'll pay 2005. Chao Xiaochun's words had just fallen, only to see Qin Si, who was still in the midst of his righteous indignation, violently bellowing, condemnation to condemnation, but this tangible benefits, he cannot let go. In the class, rich second generation is also really not a lot. If he is a step slow, wait for them to react. He is afraid to compete. I'm not sure if you're the first one to betray, but I'm not sure if you're the first one to betray. The students were exceptionally shocked by Qin Si's brazen expression. You're playing with contrasts here? But the crowd is not stupid. Back to God after they have called the price. I bid 3,000. I offer 5,000. I'll bid 10,000. My father is a tutor at the university admissions office. I'll see who dares to compete with me. I'll give you $50,000. I'll give you $50,000. My father is a coal digger. I'll kill you with money. As he watched the price go higher and higher, Chao Xiaochun couldn't stop his excitement inside. Fight it out. The more you fight, the more money I'll make. I'll buy a spot with a piece of cold jade. Just as the crowd was arguing, Pan Yuanyuan squeezed her way out of the crowd, reached into the headlamp and touched it a few times, then pulled out a piece of dark green jade. This piece of cold jade can repel mosquitoes and avoid insects. The current market price starts at $80,000. After saying this, Pan Yuanyuan turned her head and blinked her eyes at the group of boys, gently saying, "Brothers, I may not be as rich as you guys, but please give my sister a chance, okay? I really need this exam result." Pan Yuanyuan's soft look softened the hearts of the boys, and there were even 2 men from the combat class professions who came out to stand up for her. "I'll say a fair word. Quite a big old man. What are you fighting with other girls? Can't you just let it go? Besides, there's more than just Li Hani in the class with a combat class occupation. I also say a fair word, ha. Who dares to bully round? Is with me as an enemy? You own weighing. Good guy. Your goddess isn't even happy to be on a team with you. You still come to lick? Are you going to have to go over and pass the cushion when people kneel down in the future?" Although the class is very dissatisfied with these 2 boys who use their power to oppress others, but they do not dare to say anything more. After all, Li Chenyi, there are only 2 places, and it is not certain whether they will be able to compete. If they ended up falling short, they wouldn't have to let them take themselves. So after the 2 finished speaking, for a while, surprisingly, no one competed with Pan Yuanyuan. "Little Chun, you see that I'm the highest bidder now, so is this spot mine?" Pan Yuanyuan smiled flirtatiously at the situation, ignoring the 2 lickspittles who were standing up for themselves, and instead looked at Chao Xiaochun and said with a wink, "Fine, count you in." Chao Xiaochun stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and agreed very readily. With Pan Yuanyuan here, many people didn't dare to compete, so it was already quite good to sell this first spot for $80,000. Hanging the cold jade in Pan Yuanyuan's hand around his neck, Chao Xiaochun continued to shout, "There's one more spot, ha, for those who want to come over. Everyone should work hard." One more moment of hesitation, and that chance is 1 point less. As soon as Chao Xiaochun's words fell, he only saw the classroom return to its previous bickering. "I'll set you, monkey. Coal diggers are nothing. I'll pay 80,000. Hey, your dad's offering 100,000 for 2 more shovels of coal. Don't push your limits with dad's pocket money. Crap, I'll fuck you to death." After fierce competition, this last place to $300,000 fell on that coal-digging Big Hong Jianjun, but being a student himself, how could he carry around so much money? So this big dog household took off the big gold chain around his neck as well as his gold watch. Because Chao Xiaochun didn't take IOUs, he used 2 times the price to acquire jewelry, necklaces, and the like from a dozen or so students, promising to take the IOUs to his house to collect the money after the copies came out. Looking at the jewelry watches piled up in a small heap on the desktop, Chao Xiaochun nodded in satisfaction, and the farce eventually came to an end. After the students dispersed, Su Laobai slowly walked up and nonchalantly picked up a gold chain and set it around his neck, fiddling with it as he did so. "Xiao Chun, ah, you really deserve to die. This is worse than killing me." What's the saying? Both fear that a brother is having a hard time, and even more fear that a brother is driving a Land Rover. "You this soft rice has eaten, but me, the future is not bright, ah." Su Laobai shook his head and seemed to be a little pained. Originally, he himself made the decision to bring Chao Xiaochun to take the exam together, but the human calculation is not as good as the heavens calculation. "I did not expect." This Li Hani came out to intervene. "Alright, I still don't understand you. When you enter the copy, remember to come to me according to the positioning is, so that the 2 teams together, the score may be a little higher. Look at your Su old 8, that despondent look." Chao Xiaochun mouthed the corner of a draw. If it is not his own very understanding of him, that really believe his ghost words, well, then it's a deal. Sure enough, before Chao Xiaochun finished speaking, Su Laobai laughed like a monkey on a May mountain. Well, when he left, he even took an extra gold watch in his hand. Time passed quickly, and the crowd came to gather on the playground in 2s and 3s. And since the principal hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet, the original words of encouragement for that departure were directly skipped over. The homeroom teacher, after finalizing the list, led the team to line up for supplies. The things given by the school were not much: a watch-like coordinate transmitter, a backpack, and a thick winter coat. The backpack contained compressed dry food and canned food, some necessities for survival in the wild. When the students finished receiving their supplies and signed the life and death certificate as usual, they only saw an old man in gray clothes on the podium nod his head and take out 2 orbs emitting a 7-colored light from his arms. Boom! Only to see the old man step forward and throw the orbs into the air. Accompanied by a violent roar, the surrounding space seemed to distort a bit, and a teleportation portal was reflected in a flash. Compared to the dark dense forest, the density of the monsters inside the school's mastered copy of the 10,000 Year Snow Mountain was far too much stronger, with the monsters inside generally reaching levels 3 to 10, and the place where the students were taking their exams was just a small area divided by the school's strongest people. From the time they came in, the class teacher reminded them again and again that they must keep an eye on where they are and not deviate from the position plan in their watches. This was the training ground for all the campuses in H City. Almost everyone who studied in this city would go through such a trial, and the content of their test was very simple. Besides staying inside for 7 days, it was to collect the essence of the Ice Heart. This was a kind of monster unique to the 10,000 Years of Snow Mountain, arising from the snow, a spirit of this great mountain. The common level of this monster was level 2, and most Ice Hearts would be within this level for the rest of their lives, with very few of them breaking through the 3rd level of existence. The coordinate teleportation devices that the school dispensed were especially built for the experience. Not only could they locate the students within the copies, but they could also be used to collect the essence, and each one was very expensive to build. However, it was also the greatest guarantee for the students' safety. After Chao Xiaochun's group stepped through the portal, they only saw a flash of white light in front of them, and when they opened their eyes again, they realized that the 6 of them had arrived in a wide expanse of snow. Perhaps because of their bad luck, not only was there a huge snowstorm here, but there was surprisingly no place to hide nearby. I'll go. It can't be this unlucky. Only just coming in, they actually encountered a blizzard. Hong Jianjun just came back to his senses and hurriedly put his coat on, cursing fiercely. Chao Xiaochun was no exception, and after putting on his coat, he carefully observed the neighborhood. The school-issued coats, because they were made from the down of a flaming duck, had some very strong cold-protecting effects, but in the face of a blizzard, they were still somewhat inadequate. Therefore they had to find a shelter quickly. Otherwise, they would just wait to be eliminated straight away. Sister Cold Clothes, what should we do now? Pan Yuan, who was on the side, slowly moved towards Li Chenyi, holding onto her arm, shivering as she asked, where had she experienced this kind of thing since she was pampered as a child? From her level 3 level, it could be seen that during the 7 days of vacation, Pan Yuan hadn't even gone down to a copy at all, and had instead relied on experience potions to rise up. In addition to Pan Yuan and Hong Jianjun, Chao Xiaochun had 2 other people in his party, both life professionists, who also seemed a bit at a loss for the blizzard that had just come in. Now we need to find a shelter quickly. Since it's snowing, the visibility around us isn't great, so later on you guys are very close to me. Don't fall behind. Pay attention to the ice caves under your feet. Hell knows what's hiding around or under the ground. Li Hani frowned and faintly said. Obviously she had done a lot of homework before she came in, and at this moment, she also brought out the sense of responsibility of the team leader to the fullest. Only seeing Li Hani sigh heavily, she then stretched out her right hand, accompanied by an ancient incantation. 2 purple spell formations instantly sprung up on the ground. 2 chimeras with revealing clothes slowly walked out from the formation. Follow the 2 phantoms and walk on the footprints of their path. Li Chenyi did not hesitate and directly issued the order. The snowstorm was now getting bigger and bigger, and they wouldn't be able to last long at all if they stood in the snowstorm for a long time. Looking at Li Chenyi's determination, Chao Xiaochun frowned. In fact, he could solve the trouble at hand by himself. If he was alone, then Chao Xiaochun could have summoned the Kraken out to use a frost magic to form an igloo. However, he didn't want to do that for the time being. After all, there were simply too many burdensome people in this group, and bringing them along would not only be a hindrance to their movements, but it would also be very easy to strain them. From the moment he'd come in, Chao Xiaochun had planned to dump them out just in time for this blizzard, and he could guarantee that it wouldn't be long before someone quit as a result. After all, this was just a big school test, and while it had an impact on the college entrance exams, it wasn't that terrible. Therefore, Chao Xiaochun decided to follow Li Hani for the time being, and see what happened. Just like that, the group struggled to walk under the ravages of the blizzard, and since they didn't know just how deep the snow in front of them was, they could only walk step by step to clear the way, so the group's speed was very, very slow. After walking like this for an hour, only to see a boy's mind directly explode after he once again fell on his head. I quit. This kind of ghost environment experience is bullshit. I've never suffered like this. I'm going out. Li Si, do you want to join me? The man climbed up with difficulty, looked at the man on the side and said with hatred, Li Si at the side also had a difficult look on his face at this moment. In itself, he was the same tailor profession that Pan Yuan had awakened. Because of his good luck, he was randomly chosen by Li Chenyi, and originally wanted to hug his thighs and mix up his grades, but he didn't expect that he had just come in and encountered this kind of thing. After a short period of thinking, Li Si finally nodded his head, and the two stood together, and were about to press the button of their own teleporter, only to see Pan Yuan quickly walk out and come beside them. Wait, I'll go along too. At this moment, she had already frozen into a quail. Her body couldn't stop trembling. For her to be able to hold on until now was already pretty good. Sister, I'll leave the things in my backpack for you. Pan Yuan shivered as she unwrapped her own backpack and threw it at Li Hani. Then a white light flashed around the three of them, and in half a minute's work, their figures disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Li Hani didn't say anything. He just slowly picked up the things left behind by Pan Yuan, and then commanded the chimera to explore the way forward first. Hey, fatty, they've all run away. Why don't you go? Chao Xiaochun looked exceptionally satisfied with the fact that half of the squad had been eliminated within an hour. And seeing that Hong Jianjun was still holding out, he couldn't help but flirt with him, saying, I'm not leaving. What's wrong with the fucking life profession? My dad said. What didn't he encounter when he went down the mine back then? When he encountered a little setback and quit. That's not his kind. Hong Jianjun patted the drifting snow on his head and said firmly, besides, I spent $300,000 to embrace such a thick thigh. How can I just give up? Li Chenyi, put Pan Yuan's backpack on my back. You are the main force here. You can't fall down. Although I can't help much, but I can still carry things on my back. After all, Laozi is fat and thick, and I was born with a big cotton jacket that is resistant to freezing. Hong Jianjun's expression was a bit ugly at the moment, but he still resolutely took the backpack in Li Chenyi's hand. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but smile. Although on weekdays, not only did this fatty love to show off in class, but he also blew a bullseye. But he didn't expect to be quite determined when it came to things. Phantom gave me feedback that about 800 meters ahead, there's a cave, which is presumably the only refuge in the vicinity, but there seems to be a few frost tigers living inside, and since they've generally reached level 9, Phantom doesn't dare to get too close. Chao Xiaochun, should we go over and take a look? Li Hani turned her head, and directly ignored Hong Jianjun, who was on the side, and looked fixedly at Chao Xiaochun as she faintly said. Others didn't know, but Li Chenyi was very clear that with the 2 level 8 chimeras he had contracted, it wasn't realistic to completely take down that cave inhabited by a frost tiger colony, even though it was said that with the chimera's strength, they could go over 2 levels in single combat. But for a frost tiger clan that swarmed the cave, going up there would only be like giving away food. But Chao Xiaochun was different, and although this entire world considered the compassionate master to be one of the weakest professions, ever since he had seen his strength with his own eyes, that principle had long since broken in Li Hani's heart. Right now, there was no shelter around the neighborhood except for this tiger's nest, but there was no telling when this blizzard would stop, which was why Li Chenyi was looking at Chao Xiaochun, asking for his opinion. Chao Xiaochun glanced at the surroundings and then at Hong Jianjun. This tiger's nest was a good choice if he didn't want to expose the 2 Harak sisters ahead of time, and his own compassionate master's ability was something he hadn't wanted to hide from the beginning. Therefore, although this fat man was still gritting his teeth, from what he said, he was a man, and if he could hold out until the end, he himself wouldn't mind pulling him along. Since there's no other choice, let's give it a try. After all, no one can hold out for too long in such heavy snow. Chao Xiaochun rubbed his hands together and said indifferently, good, you'll be in command of everything that follows. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's affirmative answer, Li Chenyi nodded, but this maneuver made Hong Jianjun, who was at the side, feel a bit puzzled. Chao Xiaochun commanded? Wasn't he a compass master? Big sister, this person doesn't have any battle power, so you trust him so much? Is it possible that this is the power of love? Of course, although Hong Jianjun was unusually puzzled in his heart, he wouldn't say anything out loud, since he didn't seem to have any say in this team. Deciding on a plan, the 3 of them followed the chimera's instructions and quickly approached that tiger's nest, and as they neared the edge, a few of them looked for a place where the snow pile was relatively thicker, and slowly crouched down. The cave situation. Because of the snow, with their eyes and cannot see the full picture of the cave, but what can be seen is that 2 black and white tigers are guarding the entrance of the cave, and from time to time also patrolling the neighborhood, seemingly unusually vigilant. Bursts of painful low roar from the cave. It seems that the tigers inside have encountered some kind of difficult task. An eye of truth swept through, and information about the 2 frost tigers instantly appeared before Chao Xiaochun's eyes. Frost Tiger LV8, Black Iron Grade, Strength, 89. Speed, 72. Spirit, 38. The frost tiger's 3 dimensions weren't exactly high, but its strength was considered top-notch at this level, and since they were pack animals, basically a pack of at least nearly 20 tigers, normal monsters wouldn't dare to mess with this group. Listening to the sound of tigers whistling inside, this pack wouldn't have tigers giving birth inside, right? If that's really the case, then I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult for us to forcefully attack such a nest. Listening to the bursts of tiger whistles coming from the cave, along with the 2 incredibly vigilant frost tigers outside, Lihani frowned and said in a grave manner, it was summer outside now, and it was indeed their breeding date, during which the frost tigers were exceptionally vigilant, and the female tiger's battle prowess would skyrocket. However, Chao Xiaochun didn't care when he saw this. Although the group of frost tigers had generally reached level 8, he could clean them all up with the compulsion he had in his hand. Cold frost tigers are considered to be some of the more advanced monsters in this area, and a single cold frost tiger can provide 30 experience points. So how about this? I'll take 60% of this batch of monsters, you at the table will take 30%, and Fatty will take 10%? This was the result of Chao Xiaochun's careful consideration. After all, they were still in a team now, and it wouldn't be good for them to take it all for themselves. What do you mean? This hasn't even started, and you're already thinking about splitting the spoils? Chao Xiaochun's words caused Hong Jianjun to freeze. This was said as if the frost tiger in front of him was a plate of food. You want to clip it, just clip it. The personally big sister didn't say anything, okay? What do you want to do? How do I cooperate with you? When Chao Xiaochun said something like that, she knew that this person must have a way. So Lihani didn't ask too many questions, but instead directly inquired about the next plan. You don't have to do anything, just wait here. Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly, then looked over at the tiger's nest with his eyes narrowed, gently exhaling a breath. He gently pointed his index finger, and the white jade gourd instantly appeared in his hand, only to see Chao Xiaochun gently flick open the mouth of the bottle, and along with 2 yellow streams of light shooting out, a cacophony of insect chirps seemed to appear in the surrounding blizzard. Go! Accompanied by Chao Xiaochun's soft gulp, only 2 black shadows suddenly descended in midair and shot explosively toward the tiger's nest. Buzz buzz buzz. The locust parasites mixed with the killer bee parasites were like a giant net, directly catching the 2 tigers outside the door off guard, and one of them was directly blinded by the killer bee parasites. Roar! Accompanied by a miserable tiger roar, the frost tiger spat out a cold to the extreme cold air from its mouth, and the sub-companions that were sprayed into it instantly turned into a block of ice slag and fell from the air. After this blow, the remaining 2 parasites unexpectedly gave up the fight directly and rushed straight towards the cave. As for the 2 frost tigers guarding the door, one had already collapsed on the ground. The toxin of the killer bee compulsion had completely destroyed its brain, and when the other frost tigers saw this, it first sent out an alarm into the cave, and then shot off explosively after the black shadow that had already entered the cave. When Chao Xiaochun, who was on the side, saw this, he realized that the opportunity had arrived, only to see him flick his gourd once more. A red stream of light flew out, and a giant toad descended from the sky. Boom! Xiao Chang's fall made a loud bang, and the surrounding ice and snow were actually instantly lifted off the ground. Upwards to stuff all the poisons and vapors into that hole for me. Chao Xiaochun smiled, looking at little Chang and commanding, quack! Upon hearing his master's command, he saw little Chang jump forward, and with a froggy chorus, a dense black mist laced with purple 5 poison shadows spat out of his mouth. It jetted straight towards the cave entrance. The moment the poisonous mist entered the hole, the noisy tiger's roar inside once again became unusually flustered, even filled with panic. Only after doing so did Chao Xiaochun slowly turn around and smile at the 2 men. It's done. Later on, this group of cold ice tigers will all fall into a state of deep unconsciousness, and when we go in and kill them, we'll naturally gain experience. You, awakened professional compassionist? Hong Jianjun's mouth was open. From the moment that Killer Bee Compass appeared, he was unusually shocked inside. His entire being had frozen when he saw that unusually strange-looking toad appear and spit out that odd thing from its mouth. This is called the weakest profession? To the side, Lihani's expression wasn't much better. Even though she had seen how tough Chao Xiaochun was, she was still incredibly shocked when she saw that his summons had cleaned up his current predicament with a light touch. This toad, it couldn't be a silver-level monster. What's wrong with you guys? Looking at the 2 of them with expressions that seemed a bit off, Chao Xiaochun smiled. No, big brother, where did you get this big monster? Aren't you a compass master? If he hadn't seen Chao Xiaochun's awakened compassion master profession with his own eyes during the transfer ceremony, Hong Jianjun would have thought that he was a powerful demon spiritist alright. After all, in all the information about compassion masters over the past 300 years, what compass master could command such a creature that could easily pack up a pack? Did you say Xiao Chang? He is the compass master's compass. All creatures controlled by a compass master can be called compasses. Chao Xiaochun didn't care about Hong Jianjun's questions, in itself. These things had to be seen sooner or later, so he had no intention of hiding anything. In another 5 minutes, when the poisonous fog clears, we can go in. And although the poison frost tiger's surface defenses are still there, you can totally poke through his eyes, which will easily kill it. The reason why he was poisoned and then cleaned up was purely because if Xiao Chang's poisonous mist increased its dose, then if he went in later, there would be a white bone inside. And this pack was afraid that there wouldn't even be any dregs left. However, in order to reflect the unity of everyone being a team, Chao Xiaochun did not choose to do so. The instincts of the compassionate masters seemed to be all about killing, and it seemed to be even harder for them to compete or show mercy than it was to kill each other outright, which was why Chao Xiaochun didn't want to team up with anyone. If it wasn't for that Zhou Yuanlong suddenly jumping out and provoking him, he was afraid that this exam would be the start of his own journey to slaughter the region again. Quack! Several people waited for a while, and only after Xiao Chang issued another reminder did the three of them slowly approach the cave. The entrance to the cave was large, at least 4 meters high and about 10 meters deep, and the three of them killed the frost tigers that had fallen to the ground as they walked. Although these tigers still had a weak breath, their eyes had turned completely black, and even without Chao Xiaochun's and their mending, they probably wouldn't survive the night. Chao Xiaochun, Black Iron rank, LV5, 260/600, Strength, 30, Speed at 37, Spirit, 146. As Xiao Chang stabbed the scorpion tail into the brain of the final frost tiger, Chao Xiaochun also managed to level up to level 5. This was a very large colony, with a total of nearly 50 frost tigers, so even Li Hani had risen to level 5, because Hong Jianjun was moving slowly. In addition to the share was also less, although it could not reach level 5, but the experience value was also nearly half full. For this, Hong Jianjun said he had no opinion, and was glad that he was able to grit his teeth and persevere. After all, how long had Pan Yuan left before they had such a surprise? Today was only the first day yet. He believed that as long as he held onto this thigh steadily, the end of the exams and ascending to the 5th level, that would not be a problem at all. Okay. Casually cleaned up the trash in the surrounding area, Hong Jianjun took the initiative to collect firewood inside the cave, and threw out these cold ice-twin tigers that were covered in poison. Although they would disappear, they wouldn't be so fast, and had to wait for a refresh. Therefore it was also impossible for the crowd to follow a bunch of corpses and live together. The snowstorm outside didn't know when it would stop, so it would have to stay inside for quite some time. Surprisingly, not a single piece of equipment had popped out of this oversized horde, and by all accounts, the probability of this was a little too low. But the three of them didn't care about this. After all, many things required chance. Big brother, that frost tiger at the door should still be edible, right? How about we improve the food? After Hong Jianjun lit the fire, he immediately came up and looked at Chao Xiaochun, his eyes glowing. The only supplies given by the school were compressed dry food and canned food, and to be honest, these two things could at most maintain the energy needed by the human body, and the flavor was basically unsatisfactory. So Hong Jianjun hit on the idea of those tigers. Although basically all the tigers were poisoned, but there was one that wasn't. That tiger that was killed by the killer bee's sneak attack didn't have Xiao Chang's poisonous mist on it. The neurological toxins of the killer bee compasses will disappear after being exposed to high temperatures, so they're edible. Chao Xiaochun understood the meaning of Fatty's words, and since there was a better option, he wouldn't go for the compressed dry food. Alright, big brother, then we'll eat tiger meat tonight, and I'll also let you taste the handiwork of my chef profession. Hong Jianjun's face smiled into a chrysanthemum. At this time his name for Chao Xiaochun had changed. Originally thought that there was only one thigh in this team, but to his surprise, both of them were masters, and now he was really looking forward to the rest of the adventure more and more. Can you tell me what's so amazing about your profession? As Hong Jianjun was busy on the side, Li Hani sat by the fire, resting his chin and looking at Chao Xiaochun with a gaze that appeared somewhat puzzled. You can understand being a mutated demon spirit master, but demon spirit masters rely on their pets to fight, whereas compass masters control compasses, and as for what a compass is, it's too troublesome to explain, and if you really want to talk about it, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to finish in 3 days or 3 nights. Chao Xiaochun added a piece of firewood to the fire, and not caring about Li Hani's inquiry, he simply explained. Listening to Chao Xiaochun's words, Li Hani nodded, even though he didn't fully understand. Actually, when you think about it, over the past 300 years, hidden professions were weak, and as for an anomaly like the compass master, I'm afraid that everyone has failed to find a direction. Congratulations, for being able to decipher the essence of this profession. Perhaps it was because he usually didn't smile, so when he suddenly saw Li Hani's soft smile, Chao Xiaochun felt that this ice beauty was actually carrying a hint of flirtation at the moment. Maybe a little more luck. Hong Jianjun was worthy of being a person who had awakened the profession of a chef. From the time he came in he had prepared for it, although it was just a few simple seasonings, but with the added strength of his profession, that huge tiger's leg was surprisingly roasted by him. And even when Li Hani had tasted it, she felt like marveling at it. Roar! Just as the three of them were eating and recuperating, a low tiger's roar actually emanated from the pile of rocks behind Li Hani, and this sudden situation caused the three of them to be startled. Chao Xiaochun instantly rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. They had already looked around before, and there shouldn't be any more fish in the cave, and the flattened pile of rocks couldn't hide a huge tiger. Chao Xiaochun and Li Hani exchanged a glance, and the two of them slowly approached the pile of rocks. Listening to the faint sound of a tiger's cry from within, Li Hani commanded the chimera to use the whip in her hand to fling away the rocks above. Brush! Boom! The moment the stone block was pulled out, 12 pure white tiger cubs appeared in front of the three of them. Because of the poisonous mist, these 12 cubs appeared somewhat weak, and the tiger roars just now had clearly been their last-ditch effort. However, Chao Xiaochun looked a bit surprised. By all rights, Xiao Chang's poisonous mist should have covered the entire cave, and even if the cubs had been shielded by rocks, it was impossible for them to have survived. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but take a closer look, and realized that it was as if the surrounding rocks had been intentionally fenced off to prevent these 12 cubs from escaping. And unlike ordinary frost tigers, they were covered in snow white, with no black stripes, and the cubs had ugly faces, and didn't look as majestic as ordinary frost tigers, even if their entire bodies seemed a bit too weak. Could this be Pao? Thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun faintly said, it was rumored that when a tiger gave birth to 3 sons, there would be a Pao. In addition to the tiger's basic colors, Biao does not have black stripes, and was born weak and ugly, so the mother tiger did not recognize the child, did not feed it milk and kicked and bit and drove away, and even carried it to the barren land infested with hungry wolves and abandoned it. Tiger, this king of the beasts, was chased by the tiger abandoned little Biao, of course, also became the enemy of the beasts, doubly abused. So Biao generally in the nursing period on the premature death, rarely survive, but once it survives, the Biao is extremely fierce and ferocious, although it grew up in a purgatory-like environment, often hungry to eat dead leaves and grass, animal carcasses, gnawing mud and stones, drinking sewage dirty spring, despite the old scars and new wounds, in order to survive, had to learn to fly mountains, streams, climbing trees, climbing vines, and larger than their own and ferocious beasts to fight and kill, and when they have enough strength, it is the birth mother of the Tiger Queen who had wanted to take revenge on the death of it, followed by the Tiger Queen doubly favored by the 2 feet. It can be said that this kind of creature, Biao, is born with vengeance and resentment, for the world ominous things. It seems that because of this storm, the mother tiger didn't have time to throw them out. Li Hani saw the cubs and came to a conclusion in his mind. This freshly born monster, killing it would be a little bit of experience at most. It's already not easy for them to survive from the poisonous mist of the Libao. Why don't we just release them? Li Hani sighed. For these cubs, she really couldn't lay her hands on them, and their experience was also too low, so she couldn't bear to kill them. Release them? Are you kidding me, tablemate? This is good stuff. It's far more important than experience. They're a considerable amount of battle power. Chao Xiaochun turned his head and looked at Li Hani with a slight smile. This kind of thing that was born for the sake of grudges was a treasure to come here. Whether it was to be practiced as a compulsion or used as a material, it was a good thing. How could he let it go? Good things? You want to feed them? These things can't be fed well. Even a demon spiritist contract wouldn't choose them. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Li Hani frowned. Because of her family lineage, for some things she still knew, so she didn't think it was a good thing. Living Piao are naturally not good things, but their souls, whether it's for me or for you, are good things. I remember that after reaching level 5 professionals will learn their first natural skill, right? And the first natural skill of a demon contractor is called Demon Transformation and Fusion, a skill that can transform monsters into demons. And something like Pao, which carries its own grievances, its soul is inherently the optimal material for cultivating demons. Don't say you don't know. It's also useful to me. So since there are 12 of them here, let's split it in half. And as for what you want to do with the rest, then feel free. After saying that, Chao Xiaochun ignored Li Hani's reaction and picked up the 6 cubs to put them away in the white jade gourd. Some words, a hint would suffice. And as for what the other party was going to do, sorry, that was none of his business. Chao Xiaochun had a plan from the moment he realized that these were Biao. Although these 6 Biao could be used to refine an attacking parasite called the Tiger Spirit Compulsion, Chao Xiaochun didn't want to do that. However, Chao Xiaochun didn't want to do so, as he wasn't lacking in black iron level attacks, so even if he had 6 more tiger spirit compulsions, they would just be icing on the cake. Therefore, Chao Xiaochun planned to freeze them first, and then add the tiger prana when he reached the bronze rank and collected all the materials for the Aishingli. At that time, the so-called first poison of the second rank, the Aishingli, would be under the influence of the tiger's prana, and would gain additional Pao's pressure as well as resentment. So Chao Xiaochun was looking forward to the contrast. As for Li Hani, who was on the side, she looked at the remaining cubs with a light frown. Indeed, she knew everything that Chao Xiaochun had said, but in her heart, she was very much rejecting this innate skill. After all, if this skill could be used well, it would have to be abusive to it. After all, it was a demon that she had summoned, not something else. Therefore, she had not been able to pass that hurdle in her heart. It was fine for monsters to be used for upgrading, but would it be too cruel to abuse them? Li Hani, what are you hesitating about? Hong Jianjun, who was on the side, took a large piece of meat and slowly walked over to her side, first looking at the cubs inside that were about to hiccup. Didn't my big brother say, this thing is born inhuman, and it can increase your strength again? What are you waiting for if you don't do it? This is a chance. Also I don't have this life or else I quack mess kill. Hong Jianjun chewed meat while persuading. In his opinion, Li Hani battle strength the higher. Their own this experience will be more comfortable. But, Li Hani heard the fat man's persuasion. Even more difficult face. You say some adult monsters are okay, but this is just cubs. Don't hesitate. In hesitation, later they all hiccup. At that time you have to fall into a beast of wealth. Besides, you turn them into demons. This is not to give them a chance to be reborn? Hong Jianjun's words gave Li Cheni a reminder. As if even if he didn't kill them, when some time passed, it seemed like these cubs wouldn't be able to survive. After struggling for a long time, he only saw Li Cheni painfully close his eyes, stretch out his right hand, and a formation emitting a demonic purple light sprang up underneath the cubs, and in an instant, bursts of mournful wailing resounded throughout the entire cavern. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Li Hani still had to practice. Survival of the fittest was something that simply existed in the first place, not to mention in a world where great catastrophes occurred at any time. If one keeps being so indecisive, in the future, not only will it harm oneself, but it will also likely harm one's teammates. I didn't expect that this reasoning that even Hong Jianjun understands, this $1,000 miss. Surprisingly, she would still be so entangled. In contrast, Chao Xiaochun felt that this kind of thing, or Su Laobai was more proficient. Don't look at this as a rich second generation, but for this kind of thing, at any time, he did not bring hesitation. Outside, the blizzard was still raining down, seemingly with no intention of stopping, and on the other side of the large mountain, a group of snow apes were seen chasing after a pretty boy holding a snow ape cub and a sissy. Weakness technique. Weakness technique. Li Wenbin, open your shield. Curse spell. Don't chase after me, ape buddy. Xu Diai was wrong. Don't chase me. I'll kneel down for you if you do. Big brother, which university are you going to enroll in after you go out this time? Because the three of them couldn't get out, and Li Hani was fusing demons. Hong Jianjun appeared to have a bit of nothing to do, so he came over to Chao Xiaochun's side and casually inquired. Looking at the fatty's self-congratulatory appearance, Chao Xiaochun realized that in the previous 2 years, it seemed like he had never gotten to know this fatty, but it wasn't his fault. After all, Hong Jianjun was rich, and usually had a somewhat ingrate personality, and his side was usually surrounded by people who wanted to take advantage of him, so the two really didn't have much to cross paths with each other. Imperial Capital University. I think. Chao Xiaochun looked at the locator on his wrist and said indifferently. He always felt that this blizzard wasn't simple, and logically, since the school was going to take the test, it would definitely probe the environment ahead of time. After all, this was the first experience for all the high school students in H City, and it was unlikely that the school's side would be so sloppy. After determining that their location hadn't deviated from where the school had set it up, Chao Xiaochun was even more puzzled as to what was wrong. Imperial Capital University? Seems like it's pretty hard to get up there with my profession. Alas, it seems like trying to get Big Brother to take care of me is out of the question. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Hong Jianjun sighed heavily. The Imperial Capital University did indeed accept life faculty professions as well, but they were basically professions that were helpful to the combat faculties such as apothecaries, artifact smiths, and tricksters, so a logistical profession such as his wouldn't be able to make it into the eyes of the Imperial Capital University. I go. Are you relying on me? Looking at Hong Jianjun's despondent appearance, Chao Xiaochun cried a bit. The two of them weren't familiar with each other to such an extent. Seriously, I really want to rely on Big Brother you. You see, you itself awakened is an hidden profession, although the compulsion is recognized as weak, but today contact I know. you will be able to break through a hall of fame in the future. In fact, in my heart itself there is no weak in other professions. Sometimes it is just that we are a bit unlucky, just like Big Brother you. Not also find the correct usage of the compounder? Hong Jianjun slowly slumped back and casually said after a heavy sigh. Chao Xiaochun looked at him and was inexplicably a bit moved. He didn't expect that. Even though this Hong Jianjun had awakened a living profession, he didn't seem to have given up on himself, and was instead very driven. Such a personality would be very suitable for a friend. After all, this kind of weak before strong personality was pretty damn much like a son of the world. In fact, the profession of chef itself is to make dishes, and food is for people to eat. So why don't you think about developing towards the auxiliary department? If you make dishes that can heal, restore, and even increase battle power for people, wouldn't that be more appetizing than the so-called apothecary? You should know that after a chef reaches level 5, he or she can transform ingredients into food on the fly, whereas potions have to be configured in advance. Chao Xiaochun thought about it and gave Hong Jianjun a suggestion. It was based on inspiration from the anime he had watched in his previous life, and although he didn't know if it would work in this world, wasn't there a guinea pig for it? If it succeeded, Hong Jianjun soared to the heavens, and in the future, he would have one more reliable choice when he was teaming up, and if it failed, it didn't matter much. Anyway, this fat man didn't live on it. Therefore, this mention is also counted as a small investment for himself. Crap. Yeah. Don't those bean batches that configure potions themselves rely on the power of the materials themselves? So can't Lousy rely on the power of the ingredients? As soon as Chao Xiaochun's words left his mouth, he only saw Hong Jianjun first freeze, and then pop up violently, his eyes glowing as he said, and those words opened up his mind, a path that he had never thought of before. Ha ha ha, thank you Big Brother for reminding me. I'll go back and think about the feasibility of this solution. Roar! Just as the two of them were chatting, a beast roar resounded throughout the cave, only to see Li Hani's tightly closed beautiful eyes snapping open as she quickly rushed out 2 hand seals into the black mist. A black beast claw snapped out of the black fog, only to see 2 black-covered, 2-meter-tall monsters carrying 3 tiger heads on their shoulders slowly walk out. 3-headed demon tiger LV-12, bronze level, soul body, enhanceable, strength, 113, speed, 72, spirit, 60. Introduction, a demon born of grievances in the abyss, with a tiger's head and a human body, and surrounded by grievances that can even affect enemies. The two of them stood up, and Chao Xiaochun first helped the somewhat disoriented Li Hani to her feet, then used his eyes of truth to check out the information on the 2 3-headed demon tigers. Upon seeing that boostable and that very prominent power, Chao Xiaochun was inexplicably a bit envious, not realizing that the first time Li Hani used his own innate skill, he would be able to fuse such a demon. Not bad. Much better than that chimera that shaved 80 pounds of libido and only had 2 pounds of rotten meat left. Congratulations ha, tablemate. Li Hani couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Chao Xiaochun's words. Why did that sound so awkward? Looking at his 2 newly bred demons, although the shadow of his previous abuse of the Frost Tiger's cubs was still present, it didn't seem unacceptable now. These were bronze-level demons. With them, I'm afraid that no matter which college or university one went to during the college entrance exams, one would be able to go there easily. Taking the 3 demonic tigers back inside himself, he slowly came to sit down by the fire with Chao Xiaochun's assistance, and heaved a sigh. To the side, Hong Jianjun was very perceptive and handed over a bottle of water. When this blizzard passes, a lot of ice hearts should appear in this side of the place. After all, they were born in response to the wind and snow. By then, the 3 of us shouldn't have a problem completing the exam. In order to not let himself think about what just happened, Li Chenyi said lightly after taking a sip of water, our coordinate teleporter, it can only hold a maximum of 300 essence spirits inside. So I reckon, just this area, we can finish him off. And the next thing we need to do is just stay for 7 days, and going out will be excellent. Hong Jianjun also chimed in, and from the moment he resolved his own safety, he had made this plan. It could be said that the blizzard had caused them to encounter a crisis, and at the same time, it had given them the opportunity to finish the exam quickly. However, Chao Xiaochun didn't feel the same way. After all, this blizzard had vaguely made him a bit uneasy, and it also seemed a bit unworthy to waste 7 days here just to finish the exam. So he told the 2 of them about his previous guesses. Sure enough, after hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Li Hani and the 2 of them also came back to the fact that this blizzard had indeed arrived in a somewhat odd fashion. According to your thoughts, there is indeed something odd about this side of the place. At least some of the people I know, they didn't encounter anything like this when they participated in this trial before. Li Hani thought about it and said indifferently, to which she didn't have much of a clue. If you think about it in a larger direction, I do know that there is a possibility. Hong Jianjun thought about it and spoke uncertainly. My dad recently invested in a script that tells the story of this snowy mountain, and my little mom even played a role in it. Legend has it that in this 10,000-year-old snow mountain, there is indeed a monster that can trigger a blizzard. That is the sleeping ice dragon, Cassis. Legend has it that 200 years ago, an ice dragon was birthed in the earth veins of this copy of the 10,000 years snow mountain, and the tribesmen of this place called her Scarsa. This dragon was silver ranked from birth, and in just a few decades, it became a diamond ranked powerhouse. According to ancient records, Scarsa can cause endless blizzards when she opens her mouth, and she treats money as her life. Anyone who tries to get close to her lair will be frozen into an ice sculpture, because of Scarsa's brutality and unkindness. So the site of Kyushu fiercely 10 diamond-level powerhouses intended to eliminate her. After nearly half a month of great battles, these 10 diamond-level powerhouses used their lives as the price to make her suffer from severe injuries that she could never recover from. Since then, Scarsa has been sleeping under the 10,000-year-old snowy mountain. Until now. Hong Jianjun thought for a moment and then spoke what he knew. Continue. Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment and said indifferently, although it was a legend, it didn't negate the authenticity of the event, and since he was now clueless, it would be better to learn about these strange stories, and maybe find some clues in them? Nope, that's all I remember. Or my little mom heard it when she was memorizing the lines and background in the living room. Hong Jianjun shook his head. He was not interested in this thing itself, and he and his little mom were not dealing with each other per se, if it wasn't for the fact that this woman was chattering in the living room every day before. I'm afraid he didn't even remember this. This is at least information about the giant dragon. You didn't care at all before? Li Hani frowned when he heard Hong Jianjun's answer. This kind of thing, first of all, regardless of whether it's useful or not, but as a professional, you have to respect the gargoyles as well, right? No. This itself is an unknown screenwriter asked my father to invest in the script, and my father has only two attitudes towards this kind of person. The first is to find actresses in it, and the second has to let him have money to make money, and the rest, he basically does not care, and even invested a large sum of money, and my father has not even read the script, so let alone me. Hong Jianjun shook his head. It's already not easy for him to remember this stuff. Okay? Then do you know the place where they once fought? Chao Xiaochun looked at the coordinate transmitter on his wrist and pulled up a map of the entire 10,000 years snow mountain from it, asking Hong Jianjun. Anyway, there were still nearly 6 days left after they finished collecting the ice hearts, so rather than hide in this cave, they should go out and take a look. Hong Jianjun understood what Chao Xiaochun meant, and immediately pulled up a map of the 10,000 years of snow mountain and scrutinized it, and after about 10 minutes or so, Hong Jianjun pointed to a basin on the map and quickly said, "It's right here. I've heard my little mother's description. After Scarsa fell asleep, her original lair became a basin after the waves of the Great War, and the entire 10,000 years of snow mountain. Such a large area. The only one that can fit this characteristic is here. But although this place isn't too far away from us, it will take 2 days to rush over there, and it's already deviating from the area that the school has divided for us." Speaking of this, Hong Jianjun frowned. Before they set off, the school had given 3 orders not to let them deviate from the demarcated area. The Lord of the 10,000-year snow mountain has a maximum level of 19, so the monsters in the entire mountain aren't too strong in general. So as long as we don't go near the Lord's location, I don't think we're in much danger. Chao Xiaochun looked at the area Hong Jianjun had pointed out, and after analyzing the overall strength among the monsters in this copy, he then spoke, with some Pinocchio sisters of his own. As long as he didn't encounter a high silver-level monster, he was confident that he would be able to escape from the other side. Therefore, Chao Xiaochun wanted to take a look. After all, this blizzard had really come at an odd time, and if it was true that there was an ice dragon's lair over there, as Hong Jianjun had said, then perhaps there were certain opportunities nearby? Regardless of which high-level professional are from the copy of the fight over, and do not have a little adventurous spirit. Every time you think of protection of the people, destined to go on this road not far, of course, he wouldn't force the two Li Hani to follow him. If they didn't agree, then just stay here and wait, and go over alone. Big brother, you call monsters above bronze level not too strong. We're only level 5. No, you guys are only level 5, and I'm only level 4. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Hong Jianjun first froze, and then said with some shock, "Our hidden professions also bloated. They're only level 5, and they don't even care about bronze-level monsters anymore. I think we can try. Sticking to the rules will never grow." Li Hani was indifferent to this. Her own first copy of the book, she encountered a life-and-death crisis, but this did not hit her, but ignited the fighting spirit in her heart. Moreover, now that she had contracted 2 bronze-ranked 3-headed demon tigers, As long as she didn't encounter the Lord within this copy, she should have no problem trying to escape even if she couldn't beat the other monsters. Moreover, she knew a great deal about Chao Xiaochun's strength. Those two Pinocchio sisters had reached level 18, but in Chao Xiaochun's hands, they hadn't even gone a single round, so with this thigh in the air, it was only natural that she would follow, even if she had to grow up. If you feel scared, you can wait here. This cave should be very safe. Chao Xiaochun didn't want to say anything more. People have their own wishes, and he wouldn't force them. No, I have to follow you guys. Hong Jianjun shook his head and said with unusual certainty, there was no such thing as an absolutely safe place within the duplicate, and since he was only a life profession, if he stayed here on his own, maybe one of the monsters would sneak in to hide from the snow. Although it was dangerous to follow Chao Xiaochun and the others out of the school's designated area, but to stay here, that was even more dangerous alright. In contrast, Hong Jianjun was still carrying a clear picture. Ding! Gained experience +2. Chao Xiaochun. Black Iron rank. LV5, 540/600, Chao Xiaochun. Strength, 30. Speed, 37. Spirit, 146. After a night's rest, the huge blizzard finally stopped near noon, as expected by the three of them. After the blizzard, this wide area was filled with freshly born ice hearts. Seeing this, the three of them didn't hesitate any longer and quickly collected the contents of the exam. While the horrifying slaughtering ability of that killer bee compass and locust compass once again shocked the two of them, Li Han Yi. This stuff was simply a nightmare for these low-level monsters, and if it weren't for the fact that Chao Xiaochun was still trying to look out for them, I'm afraid that the two of them wouldn't have been able to pick up even a single monster. After half a day of searching and slaughtering, the three of them had long since completed the task set by the school, and Hong Jianjun had risen to level 5 as expected. It's a pity. If we can take all the ice spirits on this ground, we must be number 1 in the whole school when we go out. Hong Jianjun looked at the ice spirits left on the ground and shook his head, feeling that it was a bit of a waste. After the three of them rested and recuperated, Chao Xiaochun resummoned Xiao Chang, as it was feared that if they walked alone, it would be a bit difficult to reach their designated place in 2 days in this freezing snowy land, and thus, Xiao Chang acted as a makeshift rushing tool, the first time to sit on the small strong body Li Cheni two people. At first or some fear. After all, this is called the compulsion of the monster. This period of time to their shock is too much, but after sitting steadily contrast and feel that the small strong body, the small strong body, the small strong body, the small strong body. However, after sitting down and comparing themselves, they felt unusually curious, especially after Chao Xiaochun's hands emitted a barrier-like thing to separate them from Xiao Chang's skin, and Li Hani realized that the skin of this mangy treasure was covered in highly poisonous substances. Let's go, Little Chang. Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then patted Little Chang's enormous head and issued a low command. Quack! As Little Chang exhaled an enthusiastic response from his mouth, he saw it bounce heavily forward, and his entire body instantly rushed forward to swipe away, the amazing speed even causing Li Hani to feel a hint of weightlessness. Abyssal Toad has killed a level 6 Snow Wolf, gaining experience +6. Abyssal Toad killed level 8 Snow Ape, gaining experience +8. Abyssal Toad kills a level 7 Frigid Snow Snake, gaining experience +7. Ding! Level up to 6. Chao Xiaochun. Black Iron rank. LV6, 32/800. Strength 35. Speed 42. Spirit 160. Xiao Chang ran wildly along the way, naturally encountering all sorts of monsters that tried to attack on the way, but this didn't stop it in its tracks. Instead it was directly poisoned by the 5 poison void that was released around it, and all of it was turned into Chao Xiaochun's experience for his upgrades. Just like that, the three of them raced off in the direction the map had pointed them, a scene that would have shocked anyone else if they had seen it. After all, Xiao Chang was unusually large, and the monsters he killed were basically nothing more than a skeleton, and some of them didn't even have a whole body left behind, so it was obvious how fierce that toxicity was. When did such a monster appear in the 10,000 years snow mountain? A whole day and a half of time. The road in addition to eat some things their own necessary recuperation outside the three have been staying in the small strong back. If not the small strong comes with 5 poison barrier blocked most of the cold wind. Li Chenny think they will freeze into a popsicle. Looking at the sudden roar of machinery not far in front of him, Xiao Xiaochun frowned. Their own purpose had been to rush to this place to take a look around, and he hadn't expected that. In this copy full of monsters, there would be a sound that could only come from modern machinery. This made him even more certain that the sudden blizzard would never be so simple. Looks like someone has arrived at this place before us. Let's go. Go over and take a look. Be careful. Listening to the sounds emanating from the front, Chao Xiaochun let out a light breath, then retrieved Little Chang, and slowly rushed ahead with the two of them, leading Li Hani. The three of them walked for roughly half a kilometer and looked forward behind a stone wall. only to see two men and one woman in black robes standing in the center of the basin, where a giant mech was struggling to reclaim the ground. 9 student-looking men and women were thrown underground like they were tied up, and by the looks of it, they had already fainted. The ground had been dug out into a 3-meter-deep pit, and an altar-like structure had been mostly dug out. Chao Xiaochun used his eyes of truth on the 3 black-robed men in front of him, and soon several pieces of information appeared before his eyes. Zheng Hong LV-26. Mechanic, Zheng Xiaohua LV-25. Flame Mage, He Taining LV-24. Giant Shield Warrior. Looking at the levels and professions of the trio, Chao Xiaochun's brows furrowed. How could 3 silver mid-ranked professions appear in a 10,000-year-old Snow Mountain copy? And they kidnapped students. Such an operation was clearly not for the lords. Looking at the clothes of those people on the ground, it looks like they're from the first middle school. These 3 people, they're not coming from a good place. Li Hani also saw the situation in front of him, and then said in a low voice, "This big exam is an exam for all the students in H City, so the appearance of people from other schools doesn't seem to be strange. However, these 3 mysterious people felt like they were somewhat coming from a bad place. They're preparing to make a sacrifice to summon out the Ice Dragon's dragon soul." Just as Chao Xiaochun and the others were feeling puzzled, there was a sudden movement in the snow not far away, a movement that almost caused Hong Jianjun to shout out. But luckily Chao Xiaochun was quick to cover his mouth. When they could see the appearance of the person who had risen from the snow, they breathed a sigh of relief. And the opposite side of the street was actually Su Laobai and Li Wenbin. "Old 8, why are you guys here?" Looking at the 2 people whose lips were already frozen purple, Chao Xiaochun looked a bit surprised. "Hey, let's not talk about it. It's all old 8's fault. When he first came in he had his eye on someone else's snow ape cub and had to steal it. But as a result, he was chased all the way by a group of snow apes. And not to mention the chickens flew and eggs were lost. The 2 of us almost died in that blizzard." Li Wenbin at this moment looks a little want to cry. Originally their team just entered the copy, have not yet waited to collect the ice spirit. They encountered a group of snow apes living place. And Su old 8 this old 6 after seeing this even hit the idea of other people's cubs, immediately have to sneak in to steal. The result is just got the hand, was found by the mother of the people. Immediately the whole group to chase them. And those students who awakened the life department occupation were after such a battle. Not long, all quit, so they were hard to be others chased all the way, until the cubs thrown down, which only got rid of the tracking. "I set you monkey, if it wasn't for my old man's brilliance, would you have known that this is the dormant place of the ice dragon Skarsa?" Hearing Li Wenbin's complaint, Su Laobai spat fiercely and raised the animal skin in his hand with a defiant face. Originally, when Su Laobai was stealing other people's cubs, he found this piece of beast skin that looked a bit peculiar, so he brought it out with him. When the 2 of them got out of danger, they realized that it was actually a map, along with the original owner's record of what was inside. This was an adventurer of the combat profession, who started analyzing the map from the moment he got it, and after more than 10 years of his own research, he finally discovered the inside. It turned out that after the 10 strong men had seriously injured Skarsa, this ice dragon had been sleeping in the 10,000-year-old Snow Mountain, and had separated half of its power to form a dragon soul to guard itself. After this a lot of professionals have come to look for Skarsa's traces, but in the end they all came to no avail. It was as if Skarsa had disappeared from this world. Because of the unique qualities of the dragon soul, even the great powers that were much higher in rank than it were unable to destroy it. There was no other way but to send 2 feng shui masters within the palace to build an altar once again to seal it. After getting this information, the 2 immediately decided to give up the idea of exams, and directly rushed to this side, to see if they could pick up a leak or something. After all, this is a former dragon's nest, in case they can pick up any big treasure. But just after arriving over here, they discovered that someone had been on the move for a long time, and they had witnessed the students being kidnapped. Chao Xiaochun ignored the whispered bickering between the 2, and simply took the beast skin in Su Laobai's hands and looked at it carefully. After the adventurer's research, he had discovered that the ice dragon Skarsa had most likely degraded itself. After all, it had suffered such severe injuries that if it didn't dissipate its power and turn into a dragon's egg, it was feared that it would be suffering from its injuries every moment of every day. And that dragon soul itself is just a blindfold. The real Skarsa must still be hidden underground. After so many years of the altar's wear and tear, the dragon's soul was afraid that it had already dropped to the gold level and was hiding under the altar. As long as it was lured out with blood, and then temporarily dispersed, it would be able to search for the dragon's lair, and it was very likely that it would be able to find the dragon egg that Skarsa had degraded into. But this adventurer's luck wasn't very good. Originally he was planning to come over to search for them, but when he came to the 10,000 years Snow Mountain he encountered an avalanche, and all his strength was 10 times gone. And then later on when he was healing his wounds he encountered a swarm of snow apes, and was blocked by monsters freezing in the ice caves for 10 days. Thus he returned home with hatred shortly after documenting them. By the looks of things, those 3 silver powerhouses obviously found out about this secret as well, which is why they came here to make such a big deal out of it. Chao Xiaochun casually handed the beast skin to Li Hani, then said gruffly, "So what should we do now? Should we go out and notify the school? After all, they've kidnapped students now. Nowadays, out of these 5 people, only Hong Jianjun was a life profession, or a battle scum. So when he encountered something like this, his first reaction was to report it to the school." In response, Chao Xiaochun didn't pay any attention to this, and instead looked over at Su Laobai and the others, smiling. "What about you guys, any comments?" Since the 2 Su Laobai had been hiding over here for so long, and had watched those students get kidnapped, and obviously hadn't wanted to go out and report it from the start, Chao Xiaochun was certain that these 2, for sure, had their own ideas. "I think we can take a look first, in case things change." Looking at Chao Xiaochun's smile, Su Laobai instantly understood that this was a dragon nest. In this world, things like dragons were symbols of strength and wealth, and if someone could raid a dragon nest to get it, it meant that strength could take off quickly. Therefore, even though they were generally only level 5 now, who could resist such a temptation? Moreover, according to the beast skin, that dragon soul had a certain amount of combat power, and it wouldn't be so easy for these 3 silver level experts to really fight with it, so they didn't necessarily have no chance. Then again, when they scavenge away, take the big head, their own line of people into the search for a bit of edge material is also good. This was the most basic respect for chance. As for those few students who have been kidnapped, there is no way. Life and death have their own destiny, wealth and fortune in heaven. Even if they now go out to report, waiting for help to come, it is estimated that it is too late, and Su Laobai they will not be stupid to go up to be a hero. This is easy to hang on the wall. Therefore, when the time comes to see the situation, cannot save the school is not some casualty rate? Reality is sometimes so cruel. For Su Old Eight's answer, Chao Xiaochun looks very satisfied. It was so, even if it is the era of universal transfer. But a lot of things are with the sky in the fight. If there is no this point of awareness, no matter what occupation you awakened, I'm afraid it is not far. Now that such a great opportunity was right in front of him, it was something that could not be found, and it would not be Chao Xiaochun's character to give it up for the sake of a few unrelated people. When he saw the animal skin, Chao Xiaochun had a plan. He was going to take everything here. So what if it was silver ranked? As long as that dragon soul was powerful enough, he was sure of himself. When he finished speaking, everyone looked at Li Hani. Hong Jianjun's opinion was actually completely unimportant. After all, he didn't have any say in this team, and the most important thing was Li Hani. After all, from the way he had handled that incident with Biao earlier, Chao Xiaochun was a bit uneasy about this woman. If she really wanted to do what Hong Jianjun suggested, then killing her would be unrealistic. But he could still do it by giving her a dizzy spell to keep her out of the next thing. After all, this was something that even Li Wenbin understood. If this 1,000 gold miss couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't have bothered to say more. "What are you guys looking at me for? I don't have any opinions." Li Hani was first stunned. Then she faintly said, her own sympathy for small animal cubs, it didn't mean that she could sympathize with people. You have to know that you are living in a big family. Since childhood is a sword, even if it is a blood brother. The people in the family stab the knife does not bring hesitation, okay? Otherwise, her character would not be like this now. And the front is the dragon's nest. This is a place where you can take off just by hearing the name. She herself can let go? Li Hani's thoughts were the same as Su Laobai's. Those people, if they can be saved, if they can't be saved, forget it. In itself they don't know each other. Okay, 4-0 unanimous vote. Hearing Li Chenyi's affirmative answer, Su Laobai smiled slightly, then nodded affirmatively. Hong Jianjun, then for the next action, let me take command. After all, I've been here for a long time to understand the situation better. Su Laobai furtively said. No, I think Chao Xiaochun is more suitable. Li Hani shook her head. Only Chao Xiaochun had the highest battle power here, and he never did anything he wasn't sure of. So if she were to choose someone to be the commander of the plan, she would naturally recommend Chao Xiaochun. As for Su Laobai, I'm sorry, but it would be better for him to come than for me to go on my own. I also recommend my big brother. Hong Jianjun was directly ignored because of his previous proposal, but he didn't want to quit because of it, so he directly stood in line. Chao Xiaochun's formidable battle prowess was something he felt shocked about even now in retrospect, and since there were 3 silver levels on the opposite side, he naturally trusted the person with the strongest battle prowess more. 5-3, then I'll be the man of the hour, haha. Chao Xiaochun laughed, seemingly repeating old man Su's words, a hint of flirtation flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Laobai's figure froze, his eyes filled with incredulity, though he had never resented his brother for awakening a bad profession. But what was going on here? The big-name schoolgirl was openly supporting him? Obviously, Chao Xiaochun wasn't even as handsome as himself. Alright, besides, can you stand up to your fiancé by doing this? Chao Xiaochun, you deserve to die. In the eyes of Su Laobai, the behavior of the two of them, this was properly spreading dog food, giving him the anger of the back teeth or almost biting. Born to be a human being. Why is the difference so far? Boom! Just when several people were discussing the plan behind the rock, a violent explosion interrupted their thoughts, only to see the huge robot in midair rush to the ground and fiercely bombarded a cannon. The huge energy caused the altar that was originally buried underground to be completely revealed. Alright, stop it. Hearing the violent explosion, Chao Xiaochun frowned, then interrupted the crowd's conversation and quickly looked forward, only to see that the odd altar had already manifested itself, and that mechanic boss's eyes were glowing as he completed the altar, letting out a jia laugh. It seems that what the ancestor said really wasn't bad. Back then, those two feng shui masters really did set up such a magnificent feng shui array here. But now, everything underneath this, that's all ours. Zhang Hong looked exceptionally excited. Not only was he corroborating his ancestor's handwriting, but also the thought that when he got the dragon's nest's supreme treasure later on, his own status in the organization would at least go up a few steps. Hubby, don't be too happy yet. Although so many years have passed, we don't know how much strength the dragon souls inside still have. We still have to be careful in everything. Zhang Xiaohua smiled charmingly and slowly walked up, looking at her own husband and cautiously reminded him, "Humph, whatever his strength is, we have made ample preparations this time we came over. These few students are complete with all kinds of blood types. Their blood can not only be used to unseal the altar, but it can also drastically seal the strength of the dragon soul." He Tanning revealed a cruel smile, then took out a sea-bowl from his space ring and slashed each student's wrist viciously. Brush! As the blade flashed out, huge streams of blood spurted out from the wrists of several students, but He Tanning was not greedy for more, but took them one by one in proportion. If it wasn't for the fact that there were instructions for breaking the formation, he would have directly slammed these few students into the altar. After doing so, only to see He Tanning slowly walk up and charge at the dragon head in the center of the altar with a vicious splash. Brush! The moment the blood came into contact with the dragon head, only to see a burst of red light flashing out from within the large dragon eyes, the blood that was adhering to it was actually quickly absorbed by the dragon head. Retreat! Boom! Seeing the altar continuously vibrating, Zhang Heng's eyes narrowed. Then he shouted. The three figures quickly swept backward, only to see the altar vibrating more and more intensely, accompanied by a shocking sound. The entire altar instantly exploded. A blue shadow exploded out from underneath the altar. Roar! The silhouette was in the air. The blue silhouette quickly dispersed, and a giant dragon that was 100 meters long was reflected from the silhouette. The dragon's body seemed to be composed of blue ice crystals, and its entire wings spread out to reach 80 meters. The entire body appeared exceptionally powerful. The head of the about half a meter long ice crystal unicorn, angular scales plus the red pupil as the dragon's characteristics show to the fullest. Ice Dragon Scarcid Dragon Soul, Extreme Weakness, Gold Level, Strength, 580. Speed, 620. Spirit, 633. Talent, Ice Affinity. A dragon born from cold ice. A born king. Every time he appears, the ice elements of the world begin to revel as if they are worshipping their king. Any ice spells in the hands of Scarza are the existence of the letter. Characteristics, Immortality Talent. Dragons cannot be killed, even if they have fallen. The remaining breath in the world will be gathered into a separate dragon egg. After a number of years, she will be reborn again. Characteristics, XXXXX. Characteristics, XXXXXX. Characteristics, XXXXX. I didn't expect this dragon's soul to be weakened to the gold level, but its abilities are still so terrifying. Looking at the data that came back from the Eye of Truth, Chao Xiaochun's breathing became rapid. Although he knew that the two lines of characteristics that followed were describing Scarza's original body rather than this illusory dragon soul, but it shocked him enough. The dragon race was worthy of being in existence that could fight hard against the gods. And just the two traits that he could see right now were enough to prove how powerful the dragon race was. Along with the appearance of the dragon soul, the snowstorm that had originally stopped fell again. The dragon soul stared at Zheng Hong and his party on the ground with blood-red eyes. The low dragon roar surprisingly revealing a hint of anger. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, even such a strong dragon soul cannot resist the erosion of the altar. Seeing the state of the dragon soul, Zheng Hong laughed rampantly, raised the formation, without too much hesitation. Only to see Zheng Hong shouting, Zhang Xiaohua and the others slowly came to his side. At this moment, The basin unexpectedly began to vibrate violently, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. 8 iron chains with huge spikes in the front section rushed towards the dragon's soul and shot explosively. Each chain was half a meter thick. The airborne stance was like a terrifying tentacle, with a gust of air-breaking sound. Anything that came into contact with it, I'm afraid that it would be shattered along with it. This is Zhang Hong spent all the savings of the 3 people, used 5 years to refine, for this moment today. While this chain shot out, as a mechanic, a trace of misery flashed on his face. After all, with his current strength, controlling such a huge piece of machinery was really a bit of a stretch. Ka 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 ka. Roar. The moment the chain came into contact with the dragon's soul, the steel cones in front of it unexpectedly pierced through that huge body easily and locked it tightly, and the dragon's soul that reacted erupted into a burst of miserable cries. Buzz buzz buzz. Only to see the dragon's soul open its wings. A mouthful of deep blue breath spat into the air. A huge magic formation instantly formed, and a dow of thick icicles quickly fell, fiercely slamming towards Zhang Heng's trio. Boom boom boom. A huge shield of light and shadow enveloped the 3 of them, resisting the terrifying ice cones to the death. This was the strongest defensive skill of Watire, and at this moment, he had already put in his all. Third order flame art, flowing like karma fire. Zhang Xiaohua also no longer hesitated. Gripping the staff in his hand with both hands, he let out an explosive cry, and 8 fierce flames ignited in that iron chain, rushing towards the locked dragon's soul in an explosive shot, and the chains were dripping with fire oil. Under the enchantment of this third-rank high-level magic, the terrifying flames seemed to melt everything around them together. What followed was a protracted tug-of-war, with both sides betting that either side would not be able to hold out. Not far away, Chao Xiaochun looked at the tug-of-war in front of him and exhaled a heavy breath, thinking carefully that no matter which side won, the next thing they would have to face would be the remaining side's attack, and thus they had to take advantage of the moment when they let their guard down to launch an attack. Otherwise that huge difference in rank would cause their party to become passive as a result. And now Chao Xiaochun had decided to use all of the cards he'd had in the meantime. Old 8. Their stalemate shouldn't last long, so listen to my orders later, and no matter which side wins, at my command, you'll convert all of your magical power into a weakness technique, and make sure to hit a single target. Cold clothes, you follow me and launch a surprise attack, and Li Wenbin will shield us. Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment and said gruffly. A few people looked at each other and couldn't help but nod heavily, knowing that this matter was absolutely sloppy. On the other hand, Hong Jianjun on the side looked at the surrounding area, and after clenching his teeth fiercely and pumping his lungs, he took a pan in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. The dragon's soul and Zhang Heng's trio were constantly facing each other, and every time the heavy and powerful icicles smashed into that shield, He Tanning's body violently trembled, and his originally rosy face gradually became pale. He was only a silver-level giant shield knight, originally too different from the dragon soul. If not for the defensive advantages of his own profession as well as the previous blood limiting the strength of the dragon soul, he was afraid that he would not have been able to hold on. Zhang Xiaohua in the shield at the moment also bit out blood on his lips, and the secret medicine to stimulate body functions has already drank 3 bottles before barely maintaining the rushing flames. The opposite side of the dragon soul has obviously entered the state of fighting for its life. Around the body there is constantly water vapor rushing out of the body where, even if it tried its best, still did not break free from the control of the chain, have no choice but to strengthen their own magic output. But the more so, their own stamina will be consumed higher, and the lower the stamina, there is no way to break free from the chain that constantly erode their own. So both sides are caught in a dead cycle. Roar! Ka 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 ka. After 10 or so minutes of such a stalemate, Zhang Xiaohua bit his lips fiercely. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and drank the remaining potion at his waist, which had long been overstimulated, causing Zhang Xiaohua's face to twitch in pain. As the potion entered his throat, the crimson flame on the original iron chain even vaguely revealed a trace of black, and the surrounding temperature even increased by several degrees in an instant. As the black flame entered the body, the dragon soul that was still struggling fiercely froze, and then let out a wail of pain, and the entire body even let out a burst of shattering sounds. Snort snort! Accompanied by the channel of water vapor dispersed around the dragon soul, in the white mist, only to see the dragon soul stop moving. The strong magic formation in midair instantly disappeared, and the entire figure began to become illusory. Roar! Another painful roar was heard, only to see the entire body of the dragon soul instantly shattered, and the path of ice melted into nothingness along with that terrifying heat. And when Zhang Xiaohua saw this, a miserable smile appeared on his face as his body went limp and he sat down on the ground. Success! Although Zhang Hong and the 3 of them had all reached their limits at this moment, the excitement on their faces could no longer be suppressed. The disappearance of the dragon's soul signaled that all of this lair would be their spoils, and at the side, He Taining also put away his shield at this moment, panting heavily. Brush brush brush. Just as the three of them had just breathed a sigh of relief, they only heard a few sounds of cutting through the air suddenly coming from their ears, and without waiting for He Taining to react, they only saw 9 black shadows instantly entangling them and dragging them backward fiercely. Watch out! Zhang Heng, who was in the best condition on the side, saw this. His pupils shrunk violently, and he hurriedly summoned 2 humanoid machines and was planning to support them, only to see 2 tiger shadows flashing by and hammering hard, and the 2 humanoid machines were instantly hammered away. The 2 tiger shadows did not hesitate after doing so, and directly rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua and pounced over. Zhang Xiaohua rolled over to dodge the attack of the 3-headed demonic tiger, but a black spell had struck into her body at an unknown time, causing the originally weak her to be drained of her strength at the moment, and she could only allow the 3-headed demonic tiger to pinch her right shoulder and fling it out viciously. Seeing this, Zhang Heng hurriedly planned to go forward to block it, but a black shadow in the sky made his heart startled. He only saw a huge toad descending from the sky, and if he was smashed by that huge size, he was afraid that he would instantly turn into a meat cake. Boom! The abyssal toad smashed heavily in the direction where Zhang Heng was, sending out a loud roar as it collided with the ground. Buzz buzz buzz. The abyssal toad had only just stood still when it saw a huge robot reflected in mid-air, ruthlessly charging at its body. Boom! There was another loud bang, only to see that the abyssal toad had disappeared in place, and the ground was blasted with a 2-meter crater by the giant machine. Who are you? Zhang Heng's angry voice came out of the giant machinery. At the moment, his 2 companions were being beaten senseless by that suddenly summoned creature, but he couldn't go over to support them because the giant toad was right in front of him, and there was a young man standing at the head of that monster, looking at himself with a cold smile on his face. Chao Xiaochun had observed the situation at hand from the beginning, and had summoned the 9 flying head compasses when the dragon soul was already on the verge of holding out. The moment the dragon soul disappeared and He Taining was letting his guard down, he knew that the time had come. The flying head compulsion's attack went smoothly, with all 9 heads hitting their targets at the same time, and that He Yongtai was a goner at that moment. And Su Laobai's weakness technique had also hit Zhang Xiaohua squarely, and now with Li Hani's demon there to hold her back, she was now no longer a threat. And now Chao Xiaochun just needed to clean up Zhang Heng, the one who wants you dead. Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then without further ado, he put his hands together in the center, and the white jade gourd impacted out, and endless black shadows flew out, bursting out in a suicidal method at the giant piece of machinery. Finally a red and a blue 2 streams of light burst out, scattered in mid-air. 2 silhouettes flashed. A fire dragon wrapped around this ice dragon, along with the direction of the attack of the killer bee compulsion burst out. Buzz buzz buzz. Zhang Heng's finger in the machinery moved. The giant machinery periphery even exuded a road arc. The killer bee parasites just close to actually turned into a piece of charcoal. However, when Zhang Heng saw the appearance of the 2 women in mid-air, he immediately erupted into a terrified shout. The 2 Pinocchio sisters. At this moment, Zhang Heng's heart was shocked beyond measure. How could the 2 lords of this dark and dense forest appear here? And by the looks of it, they were actually under the control of the young man in front of him. Although these 2 sisters were only bronze level, even if he was in his peak state, it would probably take some means to take them down. But he had just used 90% of his power to control the dragon soul, and his own mechanical equipment was already almost depleted. And this giant machine he was riding on could not hold back the strong offense of those 2 sisters. Emergency escape procedure activated. As that fire plus ice dragon got closer and closer, Zhang Heng fiercely poured in a mouthful of potion and then gritted his teeth. Boom! The moment the machinery and the twin dragons came into contact, a sound like thunder rang out. Half of the body of that terrifying machinery melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the other half, surprisingly, was directly frozen to pieces by the low temperature that was like absolute zero. A blue ball of light popped out from the back of the mechanical brain, and when the abyssal toad saw this, it violently spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist, instantly wrapping that ball of light. Instantly, gurgling screams rang out from the ball of light and smashed down hard in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. Li Hani, leave first. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun loudly reminded. Upon hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Li Hani glanced at the midair, then retrieved the 3 demonic tigers as well as the chimera, and his entire body quickly retreated. Bang! Zhang Heng fell heavily, and at the moment, his skin was already flushed with a faint purple color, while if it weren't for his silver-class strength, I'm afraid that he would have died a violent death just now in mid-air. The sight of the Zhang Xiaohua is not much better. Su Laobiao's weakness art so that there is no room to fight back. That 3-headed demon tiger and the chimera will not be polite. Fist to flesh of the pain if not for their own physical quality is still there. I'm afraid that she has long been dead in front of the already turned into a dry corpse and tanning. At the moment, the couple regrouped together, and Chao Xiaochun, a pedestrian, slowly surrounded up. Flying head compulsion surrounded Chao Xiaochun, and Pinocchio, two sisters, stood beside them. To their delusion in the state, want to escape, is simply delusional. And Zhang Heng's eyes seemed to look at Chao Xiaochun with some fear. The abyssal toad was overly large, almost as if it were a lord-level monster. But standing behind Chao Xiaochun, it was like a well-behaved cat. The two Pinocchio sisters, who had disappeared some time ago, were more like two loyal guards. All it took was a look from this person, and they would carry out orders without hesitation. It was simply the relationship between a master and a slave. If it weren't for the fact that the few people who had attacked them were wearing student attire, he would have wondered if Chao Xiaochun was some kind of humanoid boss. You guys dare to sneak up on us? Do you know what I am? Zhang Heng sat up with difficulty and looked at the few people in front of him and said fiercely. It was true that they had been careless this time when they had capsized in the gutter, but as long as he stalled for a bit of time and waited for the moment to come back to his senses, he would be able to escape. Luckily, the other party was just students, with their little bit of experience in the world. Zhang Heng was very confident that he could bluff them. Whoever you are, from the moment you kidnapped our classmates, you are our enemy, teacher said. There's no need to be soft when dealing with enemies. Hearing Zhang Heng's tone of conviction, Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly and said indifferently, since he wanted to play, then he would play along with him, and the value of this couple was more than simply a life. Upon seeing them, Chao Xiaochun had come up with a plan that, while a bit brutal, would add a very strong amount of battle power to himself soon. For your information, we're from the Dark Church, and have been taking a secret medicine since we joined the church. So if you kill us, there will be an aura that will keep pestering you, and then you'll be waiting to face an endless pursuit. Zhang Heng smiled coldly and casually made up a reason. In his eyes, although these few people had already claimed to be the best in terms of battle power at this stage, their minds were still the same. If both sides had switched positions, he would have snapped their necks before he uttered his first words. As for the Dark Church, hell knows what that was. The three of them were originally three casual cultivators, and as far as that term was concerned, they had heard of it by chance. When Zhang Heng said this, Su Laobai had a disdainful smile on his face. Although these two had already reached the silver rank, but the means of fooling around, why was it so old-fashioned? My lord, times have changed. You can't even fool the students in front of the elementary school with this setup. Really, that's a bit hard to do. Without waiting for Su Laobai to break it down, Chao Xiaochun directly interjected and gave the crowd a wink. Although Su Laobai and the others didn't understand why Chao Xiaochun had done so, they tacitly agreed to keep quiet. After all, his performance just now had been far too stunning. Even Li Chinny hadn't expected that the two Pinocchio sisters, who had disappeared, had been subdued by Chao Xiaochun. This would explain why the dark dense forest hadn't continued to refresh. Originally, these lords were all unique, and since the previous ones hadn't been killed, the dense forest naturally wouldn't spawn a new Pinocchio. And their current strength, frontal battle, not to mention beat these two bronze-level lords. Even that toad is afraid that can easily solve their joint efforts. After all, that big toad was a bit ugly and a bit dull, but that endless stream of tricks was just chilling, wasn't it? As for Su Laobai, his gaze at Chao Xiaochun was even more complicated. He had known before that Chao Xiaochun hadn't given up on himself just because he had awakened the compassionate master, but he hadn't expected that the recognized weakest profession would be so terrifying when it came to his own brother. And while he was shocked, he felt that he had unconsciously embraced a big leg. As for Li Wenbin and Hong Jianjun, at this moment, the two of them were more like a pair of difficult brothers. This horrible means of the compassionate master was refreshing their three views all the time. Tell you what, I'll let you guys go, but the importance of this dragon's nest is well known to everyone, so I'm going to need a handle on you guys, one that will guarantee that you won't divulge it. Chao Xiaochun stroked his chin and paused. I can let one of you go, but the other will have to die at the hands of the other, so that we won't be hunted down and the one who leaves won't spill the secret. Chao Xiaochun laughed, and then flung a dagger in front of them, with some of the two Pinocchio sisters around. He wouldn't be afraid of these two deeply and seriously injured silver experts fighting back at all. I have pledged the honor of the first high school of H City that what I say is absolutely valid. Zhang Heng and the two looked at the smiling Chao Xiaochun, looking unusually surprised, not expecting that such words would come out of the mouth of a high school student. Was this a demon? They were originally a couple, and this person was trying to make them kill each other. Chao Xiaochun, you, Li Hani, who was on the side, also looked a bit incredulous at the moment. In her opinion, it was fine to cut off the roots and eliminate the roots, but this kind of tactic was too brutal, wasn't it? Without waiting for Li Hani to finish, Chao Xiaochun gently waved his hand, interrupting what she was about to say next. I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it, and if you can't make a decision by then both of you will have to die. Chow Xiaochun's voice gradually turned cold. Whether or not he could get what he wanted depended on those 2 minutes. Hearing this, the two men's bodies trembled. From Chow Xiaochun's tone, they could sense that the other party wasn't joking. Zhang Han looked at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief, only to see that his wife's face was actually a bit terrified. There's no need to think about it. We choose to die together. Zhang Han exhaled a heavy breath, then turned her face and faintly said. From this moment onwards she knew how poorly she had just lied. The other party was simply not the kind of person you could easily coax. And it was a devil. But for him to kill Zhang Xiaohua and escape on his own, sorry, he couldn't do it. And Zhang Han also believed that his wife, like her, wouldn't do it. After all, the two of them had come from the bottom step by step. Hearing this, Chow Xiaochun laughed and said with what seemed to be some disdain, as if you don't have the right to be able to make decisions for your wife. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw an already broken staff instantly penetrate Zhang Heng's chest, and he lowered his head to look dumbfounded at the staff that had passed through his body. His eyes filled with incredulity. I'm sorry. A strong sense of dizziness hit him, and the incredulity in Zhang Heng's eyes gradually turned into relief. He knew that he was dying. Flower. Slowly turning his head, looking at Zhang Xiaohua who had long been in tears with a miserable smile, he couldn't help but shout out his wife's name. Although there was some consternation and disbelief, but in the end, Zhang Heng still understood her. Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head, her eyes red, trembling, and did not dare to look directly at this man who had traveled all the way with her. I'm sorry, I want to live. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, his smile was full of love, and there was not a bit of hate in his eyes. I understand. On the verge of death, memories were like an old movie, slowly playing in Zhang Heng's mind. From a young age, he was an outcast. After his father died, his mother married into a small family, and soon after his younger siblings were born, the whole family gave all their love to the newly arrived little beings, while he, because of his identity, was just a small transparency. But even so, he still had a light in his heart that belonged to himself, and that was the red-haired young girl from the next house. The young girl did not dislike his words less withdrawn, but instead over and over again to guide him, as a neighboring sister, unaware that she is still 2 years younger than himself. Soon, it was time for the transfer, and as if his dead old dad was blessing him, Zhang Hong successfully awakened the mechanic, a powerful high-level profession. Unfortunately, apart from a compliment, he could no longer receive any feedback from his mother, as if he was becoming more and more distant from this woman as he grew older. Just then, the young girl disappeared, and overnight, the family vanished without a trace, and the light in Zhang Heng's heart also dissipated. After stumbling upon his mother's diary and a handwritten note left by his father, Zhang Hong realized that his mother was snatched by his father, and the day he died was the happiest day for her, and probably because he was her dropped flesh. The woman did not abandon him, but instead brought him with her, but this was already her biggest concession. From that night onwards, Zhang Hong left his home. He was determined in his heart that he would be able to become a legend in this world, and at that time everyone would kneel at his feet. Unconsciously the time of a teenager had passed. In his youth he felt that it would be good if he created a family. At least it would be exceptionally scenic. Turning to middle age, he felt that it would also be good to join a clan and become a clan elder. At the age of 35, he and the red-haired woman met again, but the place where they met was in a G courtyard. Zhang Hong did not ask her how she had been doing all these years, but spent his savings to help her heal her injuries and took her to upgrade. Although the days were still very hard, he finally had something to look forward to in his heart. In order to better protect her, he began to study his father's handbook, in which he hoped to find ways to become stronger. Zhang Hong wanted to reach out and touch Zhang Xiaohua's face again, but halfway there, his hand slipped down. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Hong who had collapsed in her arms and trembled as she touched his face, then heaved a sigh. It was true that she loved him, but her previous experience made her choose to live, even if it meant feeling guilty for the rest of her life. Your condition. I've completed it. Gently raising her head, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Chow Xiaochun with reddened eyes and said shakily, That's right, you accomplished it well, but I'm a student of the 3rd middle school. I'm sorry that you had to endure such pain before you died. Chow Xiaochun sighed heavily and said indifferently, Brilliant. An ice cone condensed out of Krahi's hand and viciously stabbed into Zhang Xiaohua's chest, then gently picked at it, and a still beating heart flew out, but it was instantly sealed in ice and slowly fell into Chow Xiaochun's hands. Zhang Xiaohua apparently didn't have time to react before he lost consciousness and slowly collapsed to the ground, their bodies embracing each other as blood flowed like a flower on the other side of the river. Pinocchio slowly threw a fireball spell, and in the end, the two turned into ashes. Why? Little Pure. What are you? The crowd that had witnessed everything was clearly a bit confused by Chow Xiaochun's behavior, and why he didn't give them a hard time. The profession of a compassionist, which you can understand as a necromancer pretty much, requires a lot of materials that might violate some morals. Chao Xiaochun smiled, first glancing at a few people. In the time he had spent together, he felt that these 4 people could be trusted, so he felt he had to explain. The first poison of the second turn, the parasite loves to be borne away. Refining method: 1 breathless grass, 100 widow spiders, 100 red needle scorpions, and 1 beloved heart. There are 2 types of beloved heart. Male heart is hallucinogenic, female heart is the most poisonous. This statement comes from an ancient saying, throughout the ages, the most poisonous woman's heart. I actually hate that, which is why I gave them a hard time as fast as I could after obtaining the materials. Chao Xiaochun said indifferently, if he were to be given the choice once more, he wouldn't regret this move. It was important to realize that the copies that one entered after going to college were truly dark, and sometimes, strangers, would be even more terrifying than monsters, and killing and taking treasures would be a common occurrence. So before taking that step, Chao Xiaochun felt that he had to enhance his own strength, because he was afraid of death, and he wanted to go to the top. Speaking of which, Chao Xiaochun stopped talking. Some things only need to be said once. If they can understand, then in the future is their own partner. If not, the future of the Jianghu Road is far. TCH, this fucking get. Chao Chun, you are going to be a big villain but you this thigh. I am hugged. You do not dump me. Su Laobai first froze, then came to Chao Xiaochun's side and gently patted him on the shoulder. He wouldn't believe that his brother was a killjoy, and since it was an occupational necessity, there were some things that were inexcusable. For example, the necromancer just mentioned. Horror bar, inherently an evil profession. But there are quite a few of them in the Imperial Palace of Kyushu. After all, this world, itself, believes in the law of the jungle. My profession isn't much better. It might end up becoming evil, so I don't have much of an opinion on that. Li Hani hugged her chest and skimmed her lips, although the scene just now made her very uncomfortable, but it was just the reality of the future. Hey, villains also need defense, so I'll be a shield of darkness from now on. Li Wenbin laughed. Because of his personality, he hadn't suffered from ridicule since he was a child, so he was more open-minded about such things. Then I can make dark cuisine. Hong Jianjun looked at the 3 of them and quickly said, he had managed to find a possible opportunity to rise, so how could he let it go? Alright, what darkness is not darkness? This is obviously greatly bright. If you fail in competition, you should suffer the consequences of failure. These students are still alive. Give them a bandage and throw out the copy. Same high school classmates. Have to be a little sympathetic. We'll have to explore the dragon's nest after we're done with them, or it'll be bad for us if we drag it out. Chao Xiaochun smiled. He suddenly realized that there just didn't seem to be any good people on this team. He didn't recognize the words villain, darkness, or any of those words. Laozi was clearly a man of great love. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, the crowd nodded gently, picking up the students who had fainted, stopping the blood from their wrists, and then pulling out healing potions from their backpacks and pouring them down. Finding the teleporter that had been seized from Watire's backpack. After doing this, he teleported them out of the copy. As to why they returned to the school in a coma, this was not something that Chao Xiaochun and his party should consider. After all, within the copy, anything could happen. Because of the time, Hong Jianjun didn't get to show off his cooking skills again. The crowd casually ate a few mouthfuls of dry food, and then came near the altar. Because of the damage done by Zhang Hong and his group, this altar was broken at the moment. And after cleaning up the debris, only a deep pit appeared in front of them. A long staircase ran through the deep pit, and at a glance, one could not see what was underneath. When going down, be careful, I will let Pinocchio illuminate. You guys follow behind. Looking down into the pit, Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and faintly said, after all, this used to be inhabited by a giant dragon, and even though it had been sealed for many years, there was still no guarantee that there was anything unknown inside. So a little bit of caution in everything was ultimately the right thing to do. Without much hesitation, as the 2 Pinocchio sisters made their way first, Chao Xiaochun followed, and Li Hani followed in their footsteps into the endless darkness. The stone staircase looked to be artificially created, or possibly part of the seal, and the entire staircase formed coiled around the stone wall, with a bottomless cliff in the center. The group walked for nearly an hour, leaning against the stone staircase to the bottom of the cliff. With one of Pinocchio's giant fireball spells, Chao Xiaochun finally got a good look to see the entirety of the neighborhood. The entire bottom of the cliff was roughly the size of 5 soccer fields, and from the surrounding murals that were already nearly corroded out, as well as the grooves for all sorts of weapons, it was clear that such a huge dragon's lair must have held all sorts of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as powerful weapons, in the past. Looking at this, the inside is probably already emptied. There's not even a hair left inside now. Su Laobai quickly walked around and found that the entire dragon's lair was empty. Not even a piece of gold hair was seen. He couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Thinking about it was right. 300 years ago others spent such a huge price to seal the Scarsa, and also built an altar. So how could it be possible to let go of the treasures inside, even with a dragon's soul guarding it? But that thing is ultimately a dead thing. As long as someone stalls it, the rest of the people will empty the inside is not a problem at all. Okay? Li Hani didn't have Su Lao Beiji's wealth. She carefully observed the nearby murals and recorded them one by one. Especially the dragon text on it. This thing has a high research value in the outside world. For her, treasures were important, but if they really didn't exist, she wasn't forced to ask for them. Do you guys think that since Zhang Hong and the others know that there's a seal in here, don't they also know that all the treasures in here have been emptied? Chao Xiaochun looked at the massive dragon's nest and said indifferently after touching a stone wall to the side. From the moment he first came down, he had no expectations for what this could leave behind on the surface. Don't take the people of the past for fools. After all, after spending such a great deal of money to seal Scarsa, could it really be for the sake of the people? Don't tease. Megalosaurus as a species, even if it falls, it won't die just like that. Instead it will turn into a dragon egg and come back from the dead when it has enough power. If there was one thing that was the most precious in this dragon's nest, it was never the so-called treasure, but rather Scarsa itself. For a wild creature like a dragon in a replica, there were only 3 ways to tame it in this world. And the first was to awaken the hidden profession of Dragon Master. The first is to awaken the hidden profession of Dragon Master. This profession is the natural nemesis of the dragon race. Even if the strength of the Dragon Master is lower than the dragon by 2 orders, but under the aura of the profession, the dragon will still have to be submissive to it. The second is to crush it with absolute strength and forcefully enslave it. But this is not 100%. Any creature has pride. There are some giant dragons that you defeat, but it would rather dissipate on the spot. I'm afraid that it won't accept the enslavement of humans. Furthermore, I'm afraid that a strong person who can have this kind of strength is not interested in a giant dragon enslavement. And while it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to want the help of a giant dragon to exist, there was an exception to everything. And that was this third method, having an unhatched dragon egg, whether it is a young dragon, or because of death and turned into a dragon egg of the strong, in their unhatched period, that is unconscious, as long as you can find a dragon egg carefully cultivated. In the moment it hatched out, the young dragon will have a high probability of recognizing it as the master, even if this dragon is a former strong one. The reason for this method was that it originated from that vast legend. Moreover, this legend is still alive now. The novice who had originally only awakened to the warrior profession had picked up a dragon egg in a black iron ranked copy, and by relying on the dragon that hatched, had leapt to become the great general in Kyushu today. Chao Xiaochun believed that those masters must have searched for Scarsa's dragon egg when Scarsa was sealed, but didn't find it. After all, the dragon's soul had been present until then. Xiaochun, you're not talking about that Scarsa's dragon egg, are you? But does that nebulous thing really exist? As expected of someone who knew Chao Xiaochun the best, Su Laobai knew what his brother was up to from the tone of his voice. But what a great chance that thing would have to be if they could find it. If they could really see it today, they would just kneel down and call their father okay. There is no such thing. Just look for it. Could it be that after going to such great expense, we are going to return empty-handed? Since Zhang Hong could be so sure, it proved that there had to be something in here. And whether or not it was a dragon's egg, Chao Xiaochun would have to turn the place over today. Big brother is right. Thieves don't leave empty-handed like that. Everyone understands that. Since we've come down here, we'll just look carefully. And if there's really nothing at the end of the day, then we'll just take this mural apart and take it with us. Hong Jianjun nodded his head in agreement. Although he didn't expect to come across the dragon egg, but he had to bring something out with him, didn't he? Just like his old man went out fishing. If he couldn't catch a fish, then he would steal a dog. If he couldn't steal a dog, then he would catch a chicken. If he couldn't, then he would pick vegetables. If he didn't have anything, then he would have to drink a mouthful of pond water before he left. Then what do you want to do? At this point, Li Hanyi's attention was also drawn away from the dragon text, and seeing Chao Xiaochun, he faintly said, the man was now the centerpiece of the group, so she greatly respected Chao Xiaochun's decision. Chao Xiaochun looked around once more, since Skasa herself was a dragonborn from ice and snow. If she was to regain her strength, she would have to use the ice element. And once the dragon's egg was absorbing the ice element from this 10,000-year-old snow mountain, there would have to be a trace of it, and right now they lacked a mage who could accurately capture that trace. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun set his sights on Krahi. Krahi was originally a mage who majored in ice magic, and at the moment, It would be best for her to determine exactly where the ice energy was strongest in this place. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun gave Krahi a quick instruction in his mind, and the crazy mage across from him understood it, only to see her slowly raise her right hand to her chest, gently close her eyes, and a light blue aura, if there was one, spread out from within her body and rushed around to spread rapidly. Krahi's actions also caught the attention of the three Lihani people, and several of them slowly walked over to Chao Xiaochun, staring with great interest at the mage who was busily working in front of them. Although she had already changed her clothes and wasn't as exposed as what she had been wearing before, the close-fitting nun's uniform added a hint of haziness to her aura, and compared to the original naked seduction, the Pinocchio sisters at the moment had more of what they claimed to be a hidden sensuality. Little Chun, what is this doing? After looking at them for a long time, and apparently unable to see what exactly Krahi was planning to do, Su Laobai turned his head and looked at Chao Xiaochun with a hint of doubt on his expression. Looking for something, can't you tell? Chao Xiaochun skimmed a glance at Asahi old bastard and said indifferently, although Su Laobai's brain was a bit simple. As a good brother, he himself wouldn't dislike him for it. After all, what father would dislike his son for not growing up? Krahi, it still works like that. Ha, Asahi old buster raised his eyebrows. In every professional, when they had just awakened themselves, these two sisters were a mountain in front of their eyes. Brutality was synonymous with them. Every professional who hadn't reached the bronze level had this as their nightmare when they went to the dark dense forest, and to think that here, it was even being used by Chao Xiaochun as a dragon-seeking ruler? This thing called functionality, develop it and you'll have it. The crowd chatted for 5 or 6 minutes, only to see Krahi slowly open his eyes, then look over at Chao Xiaochun and extend his hand to the right. He then slowly led the way in front of him. Soon the crowd arrived at a huge stone wall, only to see a magnificent throne carved on it, and a huge ice dragon sitting on the throne, defying a large group of monsters sitting down. And in the middle of the monsters were all sorts of treasures and their own weapons. Krahi directly ignored the magnificent mural above, but took out her own staff and tapped on it, seemingly identifying something. It wasn't long before she was seen slowly floating in front of Chao Xiaochun, like a kitten ready to take credit from its master, pointing at the mural with a look of certainty revealed in her eyes. Chao Xiaochun raised an eyebrow and slowly walked forward, his small hand touching the thick stone wall, perhaps because it was too thick, and after gently knocking on it, he didn't find out if it was hollow or not. Since Krahi can determine that this stone wall has oddities, then he naturally believes, could it be that there is some kind of mechanism in this neighborhood? After touching the smooth mural again, Chao Xiaochun felt that it was too much of a hassle for him to play with his intellect, so he might as well just break it open violently. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun slowly backed away. Li Wenbin, open a shield. Returning to the crowd, Chao Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, then he faintly said to Li Wenbin, although he didn't understand exactly what Chao Xiaochun meant. Li Wenbin nodded, then waved the long sword in his hand, and soon a transparent shield wrapped around the crowd. Seeing this thick shield, Chao Xiaochun still felt uneasy, and once again ordered Krahi to use magic to construct a transparent ice wall in front of him before summoning the white jade gourd. Buzz buzz, Chao Xiaochun gently clicked, and a black shadow exploded out of the white jade gourd, and a large swarm of locust parasites were instructed by their master to instantly pounce on the wall, gnawing frantically with their own hardened teeth. After Chao Xiaochun's reinforcement, the locust parasites' teeth were already like steel, and even though their food wasn't these stone walls, as long as Chao Xiaochun ordered them to, these horrible locusts would devour them with a frenzy to the point of death. As for the shield and ice wall, it was naturally to prevent whether there were any organs or anything like that within these stone walls. After all, even though this was said to be the dragon's nest, it was also the place where Scarsa fell, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that it was a graveyard, so being cautious was ultimately the right thing to do. Ka 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 ka, accompanied by gusts of gnawing sounds as well as the sound of stone cracking. The mural that originally looked splendid and incomparable was now emitting a gust of dust. The graceful picture quickly collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, the mural turned into a concave pit and kept devouring into it. Boy, if this thing is going to dig a tunnel, it is estimated that a large number of people can lose their jobs this year. Han Jianjun gulped and looked unusually shocked. His family was a coal digger, so he was well aware of how difficult it would be to get these unusually large-looking stones out of the way. After all, if you want to make a very reasonable tunnel, you have to calculate it very accurately, and this is not something that can be violently destroyed. It has to require a lot of labor and material resources, and this unusually scary-looking locusts were able to easily gnaw them away, and they did so perfectly. The locust parasites had been gnawing for nearly 6 or 7 meters, when suddenly, the stone wall even vaguely revealed a wisp of mist that carried an amazingly chilling coldness, and many of the locust parasites were entangled by the coldness and transformed into a piece of ice slag that fell to the ground. When Chao Xiaochun saw this, his brows furrowed, But he didn't take the locust parasites back, instead increasing the output of the number of parasites. Ka 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 ka. Boom! A steady stream of locust parasites fell from the stone wall, but the speed of that gnawing was faster and faster. As a layer of stone soil collapsed with a bang, a fierce cold gas burst out from that collapse. Wherever it passed, a thick layer of frost condensed in an instant. Boom! A fire dragon rushed down from mid-air, colliding heavily with the cold air, and in an instant, endless water vapor spread out, filling the nearby space. The one who struck was naturally Flame Mage Pinocchio, who was observing the situation from the sidelines. Snort! The two forces stalemated for nearly 5 minutes. After the water vapor dispersed, a chamber formed by cold ice was reflected in front of everyone's eyes. The chamber was not too big compared to the empty nest. The entire space was about 500 meters. But in the center, there was a huge ice dragon lying. Although this behemoth had long since lost its breath of life, but that terrifying aura signaled that she was a king in her lifetime. And in front of the dragon was a small pile of treasures emitting pearlescent light, as well as a few pieces of equipment scattered on the ground. That splendor, even in this icy cold chamber, could not hide their nobility. Crap, this is the ice dragon Scarsa. We really found it. Su Laobai's gaze had become a bit dull. Looking at the terrifying dragon corpse, he couldn't even speak properly. Even Li Hani, who had a cool temperament, the moment she saw this scene, the level of shock in her eyes was no better than Su Laobai's. The greatest treasure within the dragon's nest had appeared in front of them just like that. When Chao Xiaochun saw this, he gently let out a breath of air. Indeed, it was only through perseverance that he could reap the rewards. And as he looked at the huge dragon corpse, he had a vague feeling that this Scarsa's treasure would allow him to make a qualitative leap in his strength. Forcibly holding back the excitement in his heart, Chao Xiaochun ordered Krahi to withdraw the ice wall in front of him. Alright, stop gawking and go inside. The crowd walked into the secret room, where the temperature appeared even lower, and it was fortunate that Pinocchio had thoughtfully lit a huge fireball nearby, or else I'm afraid that with physical qualities such as Asahi Old Eights, he wouldn't have been able to support himself in this secret room for very long at all. Chao Xiaochun simply glanced at the treasure and equipment scattered on the floor. He was in no hurry to scrutinize what was on the surface. After all, he hadn't seen Scarsa's dragon egg in that pile of treasure. And in addition to Li Chinian, Su Laobai, 3 people obviously do not have this awareness. Li Wenbin quickly grabbed a handful of jewels, carefully rubbing that eyes as if they saw their own has been pursuing the male god. As for Su Laobai, he was fighting against a block of ice, because there was a dark golden staff frozen on the ice, and judging from that particular quality, it must be a good thing. Chao Xiaochun stepped forward and reached out his hand to gently touch the dragon corpse's body. He had just come in and probed it with his eyes of truth, but the eyes of truth, which were usually basically 100% accurate, weren't feeding back any information at the moment. This made him a bit puzzled, and as he scrutinized the scales on the dragon's body, even though the scales were exceptionally hard as well as beautiful, they gave Chao Xiaochun a somewhat illusory feeling. One must know that even if it was a dead dragon, everything on its body, that would be an incomparably treasured material. But why, then, did this thing not even show up? Li Hani, do you know anything about the characteristics of dragon eggs? After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun turned his head and looked at Li Hani, who was standing to the side, and asked in a puzzled manner. This woman came from a large family, and had definitely been exposed to more things than himself, and now this was a question he couldn't figure out for the time being, so Chao Xiaochun inquired about Li Hani's opinion. I've only read some ancient books, and I've only seen pictures of real dragon eggs. Logically speaking, a dragon egg is at least 3 meters in size, so if it's really in this secret room, it should be easy to find. Li Hani shook her head. Although the Li family had some certain history, there hadn't been a strong person who could control a giant dragon in the entire family, so she didn't really know much about these things. Then the dragon egg must just exist in the world in egg form? Chao Xiaochun stroked his chin and slowly asked. He always felt that there must be something odd about this dragon corpse. This is certainly not the case. Giant dragons, these creatures, there are many kinds of them. As for their dragon eggs, they also vary. The most obvious is the bone dragon's pups, which are actually birthed by a magic formation similar to a black hole. And the soul dragons, they also don't have a dragon egg, but rather, they have just been born, and they are in the form of pups. Li Hani slightly froze, then faintly said, these introductions to the giant dragons are written in many books, and they sell exceptionally well in this world. Like this? Could it be that this dragon carcass is not Scarsa's egg? Chao Xiaochun whispered, once again making sure that the scales on the dragon corpse, as well as the rest of the body, weren't materials, and exhaled lightly, a hint of fortitude flashing in his eyes. Since this dragon corpse wasn't a material and was taking up such a large area, he would refine it himself and see what oddities were inside. Pinocchio, Use your strongest strength to cauterize this dragon corpse. Accompanying Chao Xiaochun's command, he saw Pinocchio's right foot flick a bit, and his entire body soared into midair, placing his staff across his chest as a low whisper was murmured under his breath. 9 huge orange fire dragons exploded out from the magic formation behind her, ruthlessly crashing on top of the dragon's corpse. The bursting temperature even vaporized the century-old cold ice inside the chamber. I'm going. Holy shield art. Li Wenbin felt that suffocating high temperature, hurriedly drank a bottle of potion, opened his natural skill. The treasure on the ground will be instantly wrapped. I should have known. Gold and other things cannot withstand a very strong high temperature. Su Laobai and Hong Jianjun also gave up smashing the ice and ran to the holy shield, looking at the dragon's body, which was already wrapped in flames, and wondering what Chao Xiaochun was going to do. Li Hani didn't say much when he saw what Chao Xiaochun was up to, but simply utilized his demonic power to wrap the two of them up and waited quietly. Ka 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 ka. After nearly 10 minutes of blazing fire, the dragon's corpse, which was struggling to hold on, finally emitted some movement, and along with this burst of ruptured ascending stars, lanes of blue light quickly converged toward the dragon's head's inner heart, and furthermore, the chilly aura that erupted was even vaguely overpowering the temperature of that horrifying flame. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun's eyes narrowed as he ordered this Pinocchio to increase the output of the flames, and along with a gust of buzzing sounds, the flames and the cold stalemate froze for another 10 minutes, only to hear a loud bang like thunder. The entire ice dragon instantly exploded. Endless blue light converged. A dragon egg composed of ghostly blue ice crystals as well as a blue horizontal sword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Along with it appeared a giant scythe, as well as a black ceremonial garment. Chao Xiaochun, go up and drop your blood onto the dragon egg. Li Hani shouted hurriedly as he was shocked by the scene. The moment the dragon egg was just exposed was its weakest moment, and at that moment, if the professional dripped his or her own blood onto it, the dragon's bond with its owner would be even higher when it hatched in the future. As for why she had asked Chao Xiaochun to go up, it was because the most precious thing in the size's treasure was originally supposed to be Chao Xiaochun's, and although no one had said anything about it, it was unanimously agreed upon. After all, without Chao Xiaochun, it would have been impossible for them to find this dragon's nest, and without anything else, they wouldn't have been able to get past Zhang Heng. Hearing Li Chenyi's urging, Chao Xiaochun felt a bit relieved, and it also proved that he hadn't been wrong about these three. Without further hesitation, even Pinocchio withdrew his flames, relying on Krahi's flight ability to instantly bring himself to the dragon egg. Chao Xiaochun flicked at his brow, and a few drops of dark red blood flew out, only to see him fling it fiercely, and it instantly flew onto the dragon egg and was quickly absorbed by it. After doing so, Chao Xiaochun took out the remaining slave compass from the white jade gourd and ruthlessly crushed it, scattering the crumbs toward the dragon egg. As long as he let it be tainted with the compulsion scent, he would be able to take the dragon egg inside the white jade gourd, relying on the gourd's warmth to speed up the hatching, and the slave compulsion scent would make it even more loyal, completely nipping any thoughts of that small chance of mutiny in the bud. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, a faint breath of life pulsed through Chao Xiaochun's heart, a sudden reaction that excited him to no end. It meant that the dragon egg had already unconsciously recognized itself and established all ties. As long as he waited for the egg to hatch, he would also be a professional with a dragon. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun suppressed his excitement and then summoned the white jade gourd, gently clicking on it to retrieve the dragon egg, as well as the somewhat pale Pinocchio, to warm it up. The coldness from before was too strong, and even Pinocchio had done his best, gently removing the 3 pieces of equipment in midair and coming to the side of the crowd. Chao Xiaochun first glanced at the shocked trio and said a heartfelt thank you. The 3 of them, Li Hani, had been able to hold on to their greed under the lure of the dragon eggs, and even some of the older monsters, not to mention some of the experts out there, were afraid that they weren't so liberal, while these 3, who were only high school students, were so generous. So Chao Xiaochun felt that they could indeed be called partners. Hey, what are you being polite to your father for? It's deeply gratifying for my father to see his son grow up. Although Su Laobai's eyes were filled with strong envy, he wasn't jealous of this, and instead was happy for Chao Xiaochun. In his eyes, the friendship between the two appeared to be more important than the dragon egg. This is what big brother deserves. I know in my heart how many pounds I have. This was what Hong Jianjun said. He was a life profession himself, and he was already happy to see this kind of opportunity as well as a clear path for the future. Although I'm also envious, I'm probably more interested in treasures and such. Li Wenbin brightened his teeth. It was a smile from the bottom of his heart. Out of these 4, even though Chao Xiaochun was the only one left in his family right now, he himself held a huge inheritance. As such, he was the only one with the worst family conditions, and although his family could still barely afford to support themselves, he had a deep obsession with things like money. Moreover, although Li Wenbin's character was somewhat flawed, he was the most sensible within. Something that was not his, and could not be forced. We are partners. Li Hani lightly exhaled a breath and said lightly. She didn't really know how to say anything, so the weight of these partners was already clear. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Let's start dividing up the loot now. Take a look at these equipment. If there's anything that suits you guys, take it, and split the treasure equally. I'm sure that with these resources, it shouldn't be too difficult for the 5 of us to get a good grade in the college entrance exams. Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly, so he placed the equipment in his hands on the ground, and called on Claw to help collect the equipment on the ground. Because of the temperature of the flames just now, those things that had been frozen had been revealed in their entirety, and without wasting much effort, a few of the people were able to collect them. Although these things look quite a lot, but the real collection is only a huge shield, a red long sword, a staff, 2 pieces of armor, 2 pairs of shoes, and a short sword. However, the quality of all of these pieces of equipment had surprisingly reached the platinum level. It could be said that every single thing inside, when put outside, was worth a fortune. In addition to that were the 3 pieces of equipment that Chao Xiaochun had taken down from next to the dragon's egg, as well as the 6 spatial rings. It must have been the Ice Dragon Scarce's most valuable collection from before. Since that's the case, I'll be polite Su Laobai rubbed his hands together and directly grabbed the dark golden staff, flinging out an appraisal spell. Blood Dissolving Moon. Platinum grade. Attribute, Dark. Enhances a professional spell casting speed and strengthens the strength of skill attacks by 80%. Looking at this dark gold-colored staff that looked like an ancient war spear, Su Laobai was excited beyond words. No matter it was the attributes or the face, it was very much in line with Su Laobai's profession as a frail mage. Li Wenbin is also not polite. Will be that giant shield in the hand? He himself is a shield-class warrior occupation. This platinum-grade giant shield, although hidden fire attribute, and his light system skills do not match, but for the current him, this is a treasure. Hong Jianjun thought about it, because he was only a life system profession, so whichever it was, it could be said to be suitable for him, or it could be said to be unsuitable. After thinking for a long time, in the end, he took a black armor. Chao Xiaochun saw that Li Hani was hesitant to make a move, so he figured that these items weren't suitable for her profession, and since there were still so many left, and since he wanted to split them equally, he would appraise the quality of the equipment before doing so. Giant Armor, X2, Platinum Grade, Attribute Dark, crafted from the Giant's Soul. It can absorb damage, and as the level of the professional increases, the more damage it absorbs. The maximum damage that can be absorbed is up to 1 rank higher than one's level. Restricted Platinum Level, Wind Spirit, X2, Platinum Level, Attribute Wind. Made from the feathers of the wind spirit bird, it contains the Wind Whisper skill, which can instantly increase a professional's agility by 50 points within 15 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Flame Sword, Platinum, Attribute Fire. Rumored to be the sword of the Inferno, it has the attribute of fire, which can double the damage of the professional's flame skills. Restrictions, Platinum Grade. Aru's Short Sword, Platinum Grade. No attributes. Hero Aru's Short Knife. Contains a white paper-like wisdom spirit that can be changed with the pro's attributes. Restricted. Platinum Grade. Looking at the equipment on the ground, Chao Xiaochun sighed. The attributes of the equipment were almost all of the very best, and they were all supreme treasures to them. After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun distributed the Flame Giant Sword to Li Wenbin, another pair of giant armor to Su Laobai, and tossed Aru's short sword to Hong Jianjun. Tablemate, since there's nothing you need here, why don't you take a look at these 2 pieces of equipment? After saying that, Chao Xiaochun handed Li Hani the black side's owning colored ritual clothing. Only the giant scythe was black in color, with only the blade portion of the scythe being red, with a red eye at the top as an accent, making it look demonic. Demoness Agaru's hair twisting sickle, Platinum Grade, Growable. Attribute Dark. One of the weapons of the Hell Witch Agaru, one of the symbols of the Lord's demons, forged by the tortured, can be added to the operation of the spells. The battle has a chance to summon the soul of the tortured, the soul of the release of hellfire once after the disappearance. Demoness Agaru's Ritual Robe, Platinum Grade. Attribute Dark. The robe worn by the Demoness of Hell Agaru during her execution, one of the symbols of the Lord's demons, harboring a deterrent to demons, born with a deterrent effect, absorbing damage, and the higher the damage absorbed as the level of the professional increases. Restrictions, Platinum. After receiving the 2 pieces of equipment handed over by Chao Xiaochun, Li Hani couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. These 2 pieces of equipment could be said to be completely from hell, and could be said to be a perfect fit for his profession. Although her own temperament might change drastically when she wore them, the increase in her own battle power would be nothing short of a qualitative leap. Thank you. Li Hani smiled softly, and it was clear that this was what Chao Xiaochun had assigned according to his personal attributes. As for the pair of shoes that remained, as well as the ice blade, Chao Xiaochun laughed it off himself. After all, there was no one here who used a weapon like a horizontal blade, and based on the attributes of the ice blade, it wasn't suitable for anyone per se, and that included himself. Ice Dragon Scarce's Ice Breath Blade, Platinum Grade, Growable, Sealed. Attribute Ice. A weapon forged by the Ice Dragon Scarce from his own dragon body, exclusive to dragons. Thus upon seeing this horizontal blade, Chao Xiaochun knew where it belonged. Even though he had only taken a pair of shoes, he was still exceptionally satisfied with this haul. After all, the lion's share of the treasure was still in his own hands. Next, find a way to take this pair of treasures away. The crowd didn't have much to say about Chao Xiaochun's distribution, and the next step was the distribution of these treasures. In a large pile, all that was left besides the gold jewels were some materials, and since there were also 6 spatial rings searched for, each of which had some nearly 20 square meters of space, it was easy for the treasure to be scraped clean by a few people. Chao Xiaochun took most of the materials because of his profession as a composter, and within that, there were not only the furs and bones of some rare beasts, but also the seeds of some rare plants. For example, the evil ghost vine and the overlord flower were very suitable for practicing plant-based parasites. Soon, the 4 of them divided that small pile of treasures. Everyone's face was filled with smiles, because there were 2 extra space rings. The crowd after discussion, in the spirit of contributing more as well as the principle of courtesy to the lady, Su Lao Bai, they let the 2 rings to Chao Xiaochun and Li Hani respectively. However, Li Hani let the rings go to Su Lao Bai again on the grounds that he had gotten 2 pieces of powerful equipment. After all, the 2 pieces of equipment that he had gotten, even if he had given them to Su Lao Bai, that would have made him even more powerful. After all, both of them are dark attribute professionals. For this Su Old 8 also do not know what is called polite. Immediately took over to wear on the hand, looking at the 2 fingers of the golden ring, smiled with a won the right to mate monkeys. Scratch some, such as Li Hani will mural all record down later. A few people will leave this treasure place. By the time they reached the ground, the sky had already turned pitch black, and although the fierce snowstorm had stopped, the environment of this 10,000-year snow mountain was still harsh. Chao Xiaochun looked at the corpses that had been covered by the wind and snow, and slowly walked up, scavenging their bodies for anything useful. Although these 3 people couldn't even come up with a spatial ring, the equipment they had on their bodies should be worth quite a bit of money when they took it out and sold it. After doing so, Chao Xiaochun resummoned Xiao Chang, and after the 3 climbed onto Xiao Chang's body, he carefully observed the surroundings. He planned to cause an avalanche in the area, burying the remains of the dragon's nest as well as the 3 people's bodies all the way into the ground. This was very necessary. After all, although this 10,000-year snow mountain was said to be a school copy, there must be quite a few people coming in from the outside to explore, and not organizing this place clearly would most likely cause trouble for himself, and creating an avalanche was the quickest way to do so. The snow of the 10,000-year snow mountain never melts all year round, so as long as it's covered up, and if they didn't come over to look for it on purpose, then the secret would be buried in the ground forever. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun summoned the white jade gourd and slowly injected his own power into it. Since breaking through the stone gate had basically drained all of the locust compasses, and it would take some time for them to recover, thus injecting one's own power could speed up the recovery of the parasites. Buzz buzz buzz. 2 more black shadows flew out of the white jade gourd. The locust compulsion and the killer bee compulsion flew out together and exploded from this nearest cliffside. Krahi also followed closely behind, with these 4,000 parasites vibrating at the same frequency, devouring the support points, and the constant output of the moonlight parasites utilized by Claw. It was believed that this cliff covered by ice and snow would soon collapse. Boom boom boom. The attack of the parasites lasted for nearly half an hour, and bursts of roaring sounds rang out from the front as the terrifying force of nature rushed in Chao Xiaochun's direction like an ancient, flooded beast. Sit tight. Quack. A stream of light quickly flashed into the white jade gourd, and after the kraken returned to its place, Chao Xiaochun didn't care about the locust subcompulsion quickly commanding the little emphasized head as it rushed in the direction of the tiger's nest from before. Xiao Chang had spent most of the night running wildly through the snow, which had allowed him to escape the avalanche, and at the same time had been shocked by Chao Xiaochun's boldness. After all, the crowd had felt like they'd experienced a life and death stampede, because Xiao Chang had memorized the way back. He returned to the tiger's nest much faster, dragging his exhausted body to sit down slowly in the tiger's nest at noon the next day. After one piece of high-intensity stimulation yesterday, even Chao Xiaochun was feeling a bit tired. After casually eating a few mouthfuls of dried food, Chao Xiaochun re-released the kraken and built a separate igloo in the cave for the puzzled Su Laobai that could effectively isolate the sound, seating the innermost spot to Li Chenny. the group casually tidied up the ground, then closed their eyes and began to rest. Ding! Leveling up to level 8. Chao Xiaochun. Black Iron rank. LV8, 870/1200. Strength, 48. Speed, 62. Spirit, 210. With the destruction of one of the Snow Ape clans, Chao Xiaochun skillfully commanded the flying head parasites to collect the fallen materials. Chao Xiaochun didn't let go of any of the materials that carried the cold ice attribute, and stuffed them all into the white jade gourd to use as materials for the dragon eggs to hatch. Since returning to the tiger's nest, the group had rested briefly, and were planning to use the next few hours to do their best to increase their levels. Because of their equipment and Chao Xiaochun's compulsion, after a brief discussion, they planned to practice leveling by slaughtering the area. With the advantage of their equipment, the three of them didn't have a problem with that, and because of Chao Xiaochun's horrific tactics, they decided to split up into two groups, heading in different directions, and then return to the tiger's nest to concentrate at night. Chao Xiaochun didn't have any problem with that, and even kept Pinocchio by their side in case anything happened. After a few days of carnage, everyone had also broken through the 8th level mark, which could be said to have broken the school's record for training. After all, in these 300 years, no student was able to reach level 8 in their first official adventure. There are still 3 hours to go before our calendars come to an end. What do you guys have in mind when we go out? The crowd returned to the fire. Li Hani hugged his knees and looked at the crowd, saying slowly, Hong Jianjun carried a few pieces of roasted meat and divided them up. To say that apart from Chao Xiaochun, it was Hong Jianjun who had the most to gain from this experience. After returning to the tiger's nest, because of Chao Xiaochun's mention, he had tried fusing food with various buffs, not realizing that in just one day, he had created dishes that restored one's chi. In the next few days, he even made healing roasts, magic recovery roasts, and blood chi roasts, so it could be said that in addition to a few off-the-wall auxiliary skills, this fatso had even played out a whole series of auxiliary series with these roasts. Even Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that this fatty was really the son of good fortune? Naturally, I'm preparing for the college entrance exams. We've got such a great chance this time. I believe that we'll all be able to take the God's capital school, and we'll be able to team up together by then. After all, when we go to university and raid some large copies, that must be to form a team. Su Laobai said loudly as he chewed on his roasted meat. Indeed, if we all get into the same university, it does have to be that way. Chao Xiaochun smiled. After arriving at the university, aside from the main courses, the most important thing was the duplicates to practice. However, university duplicates weren't as simple as high school anymore, and very often, students had to form a team and cooperate with each other in order to survive in them. And a team, in addition to output, that is defense and assistance. Now they are the four but meet the most basic requirements, and everyone together after so many things, but also trust each other. Originally with my profession, for the Imperial University that is delusional, but with 2 pieces of equipment to add, now it is possible to give it a try. Old 8. Sure enough, even the heavens won't let us separate. Li Wenbin smiled daintily, slowly approaching old Buster Su. Scram! It seems like Imperial University doesn't accept chefs, but I'm now also equivalent to the auxiliary department, so I can try. The most difficult thing in here is probably Hong Jianjun. He himself is a life faculty profession, and it's not a high-level profession such as a pharmacist. So for the Imperial Capital University, I don't know if they will accept themselves, but Big Brother can rest assured. As long as everyone gets in, I will definitely not drag my feet. Hong Jianjun took a hard bite of the roasted meat and seemed to have made an important decision. He had already thought it through. Only by following this team would he be able to salty himself. So this was an opportunity he absolutely had to seize. It's not just Imperial University. If he can't get into the college entrance exam, the big deal is, he'll ask his old man to donate 2 buildings, because there is not much time left before the end of the examination. Chao Xiaochun and his party also gave up the intention of going out to brush the level. Instead, everyone gathered together, chatting about the future of the idea, along with one idea to say. The time is also slowly passed. Only when they received the coordinate transmitter prompt, everyone slowly stood up. Under the operation of Su Laobai, finally ended this 7-day journey. When he opened his eyes again, Chao Xiaochun had already returned to the familiar playground. But unlike when he had just departed, the teleportation array was filled with on-call medics, and ambulances lined the periphery. The spirited students seemed to have changed when they came out. When they saw their familiar classmates and teachers, they couldn't help but cry out with a wow. Some of them were in rags, starving and skinny, and what's more, just after they stepped out of the teleportation portal, they were directly carried away by the paramedics. Who knew what they had gone through in there during those 7 days? Chao Xiaochun didn't care when he saw this. and after giving the doctor a quick check of his health, he slowly made his way to the mission submission office along with Li Hani and his group. The registration was done by an old man with gray hair, a scene he experienced once a year in the month of June, and thus was no longer surprised. Zhang Ding Ding, Level 5, 10 ice pills, 90 points, excellent. Seeking Tao Tao, Level 5, 12 ice spirits, 92 points, excellent. Gu Xiao Xiao, Level 5, 8 ice spirits, 88 points, excellent. Zhang San Feng, Level 6, 20 ice pills, 100 points, excellent. The old man was appraising the ice pokers in the coordinate transporter, scoring the students one by one. In fact, this exam was very simple. While there was an unspoken rule inside, it is that the students can stay inside for 7 days. Take it out is 80 points, while each ice prana 1 point, can have 98 points of achievement, can choose their own some excellent university entrance examination trial. After all, it was only the first time to go down the copy alone, and to be able to do so, it was already very good. As a matter of fact, just on the first day of the exam, there were countless people who had abstained from taking the exam, and among them, there was no lack of some combat professionals. Looking at the students' results, the old man was still quite satisfied, and those who came to submit their materials this year were also 10% more than in previous years, which meant that one more tenth of the people could choose a higher university. That person called Zhang Sanfeng had some impression of himself. He was awakened as a wind mage. In an environment like the 10,000 years of Snow Mountain, it was a bit of a plus, and it was only right that he should be able to achieve such results. Another good seedling. Casually taking the teleporter in Chao Xiaochun's hand, he looked at the name, and the old man was inexplicably stunned. Chao Xiaochun, the student who had awakened the profession of a compass master? Raising his head slightly, he looked at the clean-looking young man in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for such a handsome young man. However, since he can come over to submit materials, it proves that people have also worked hard. Just later, if he only has 1 or 2 ice spirit, the old man, I will use my own authority to add 2 points to him. After all, it's also a hidden profession, isn't it? Chao Xiaochun's coordinate transmitter was slowly placed into the instrument, only to see a line quickly pop up after the instrument slightly lagged. Chao Xiaochun, Level 8, 300 ice spirits, holding the record of Shui Yunji. Information has been transmitted to the official website of the Kyushu University system. Hiss. A mechanical voice announcement caused the old man and the crowd at the side to freeze, followed by a gust of intake of breath. 8 levels, 300 ice spirits? The old man's eyes were wide open, full of incredulity. It can't be a problem with the machine, right? It wasn't like students who could have this achievement hadn't appeared in the school before. After all, every 10 years or so, students would awaken some higher professions or hidden professionals. Therefore, if these students had unusually good grades after their first experience, their grades would be directly transmitted into the academy system. So it could be said that they were already internalized capital university students, and this grade basically depended on the grade, as well as the ice spirit. Each teleportation coordinator could carry 300 ice prana, which was already the limit, but there was no limit to the grade, and generally speaking, by the time they reached grade 7, they could already be said to be internalized. Level 8, on the other hand, was generally something that could only be done by those powerful hidden professions, and while Chao Xiaochun's compassionist profession was the only one in the world, the limitations of that profession were also known to the world. So how could one not be shocked by the appearance of such a situation? Crap, Chao Xiaochun has actually reached level 8. You call that the weakest profession? That's pretty much a direct internalization of Capital University. ACI right. I know. It must be because of Li Han. He's definitely hugging someone's thigh. The originally quiet submission office instantly exploded into a burst of exclamations, curses, envy, and jealousy, as if everyone didn't believe their own ears. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun didn't say much. He had already guessed the current situation from before he came out, and for that, he didn't bother. In the old man's shocked eyes, Chao Xiaochun retrieved his report card and slowly stood to the side, waiting for old Buster Sue and the others to submit their quests. The old man sat down in his chair and exhaled heavily a few times before taking Li Hani's teleporter, clearly still recovering from the shock he had just experienced. Li Han, Level 8, 300 ice spirits, holding the record of Shui Yunji. Information has been transmitted to the official website of the Kyushu University system. Li Hani, Level 8, 300 ice spirits. Nima, another one. Li Chenyi's achievement made the old man almost jump up. What the heck is going on? Even last year's Shui Yunji, the students who teamed up with her, didn't have this kind of situation, right? After carefully checking the machine and making sure to determine that there was no problem with the machine, the old man seemed to accept the reality. the wailing from the side became even louder. Some of them even had their back teeth clenched. "See, I told you so." That Chao Xiaochun definitely hugged his thighs. "The heavens are unfair. Why don't I have such good fortune?" The agitation over here also drew the attention of the faculty office, only to see the big-bellied director of instruction walking over suspiciously after hearing the old man's report with an expression that wasn't much better. The whole person seemed to be in a daze. Su Laobai, level 8, 300 ice pills, equaling Shui Yunji's record. Information has been transmitted to the official website of the Kyushu University System. Li Wenbin, level 8, 300 ice spirits, equaling Shui Yunji's record. Information has been passed into the official website of the Kyushu University System. Hong Jianjun, level 8, 300 ice pills, holds the record of Shui Yunji. The information has been passed into the official website of the Kyushu University System. There were 3 more almost identical broadcasts, and as if they had accepted reality, there was not a single different sound in the room except for the one that was higher than the other. The director of instruction held the report card of Chao Xiaochun's pedestrian team. His hands seemed to be trembling a little, and after carefully checking it once more, he raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "You guys are from the same team?" Looking at the director of instruction's expression that was filled with incredulity, Su Laobai was able to raise his chest with a smile on his face. "That's right, we are indeed on the same team, and after all of our efforts, we labored hard to achieve this result. Here, we are very thankful for the teacher's teaching, the love and care of our classmates, and thanks to my mom." Su Laobai looked exceptionally proud, even though it was Chao Xiaochun who was mostly contributing within the replica. However, he knew that this brother of his didn't really like to be in the limelight, and had specifically instructed him to do so before he came out. So this opportunity to act like a bully was better left to himself. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, lads, the future is promising. Receiving Su Laobai's affirmative answer, the director of instruction was first stunned, and then let loose a loud laugh. The achievements of Chao Xiaochun's group of pedestrians would definitely be communicated to the official website of Kyushu, and as they were still students of the 3rd middle school, this director of teaching himself would definitely follow the light. Maybe, in a short time, the position of vice principal will be his own. Dear mother, this is a proper political achievement. I'm sorry, Su Laobai, you are completely shameless. Who doesn't know that Li Hani has awakened the demonic contractors? You have such achievements. It is completely embracing other people's thighs, and you still contribute. Say this, won't your conscience hurt? That's right, you're contributing. Standing there to get slapped, Young-ho war god, right? I'm going. Hong Jianjun has reached the 8th level. If I had known this $300,000, I would have paid it. Cold clothes big brother, you also take me. Wow, how is my mother so miserable? If I had known, I wouldn't have come out even if I had died inside. Although the director of teaching was unusually agitated, the students on the side seemed to see the essence of the matter. This was clearly a band of 3. Su Laobai, this shameless thing, was completely out to pretend to be a bully. And that voice crying unusually miserable is precisely Pan Yuan, although she went out early, but today this woman still came over to get together. This is like a bolt from the blue news made her unusually chagrined. The same living profession. Why does that Hong Jianjun have such a chance? God is not fair. I set you monkeys. You dare to question your father? Hearing the gusts of questioning, Su Laobai's tiger eyes glared and immediately disliked back. But what was ushered in were even more violent jeers. On the other hand, Li Hani, who was on the side, was a bit uncomfortable with the compliments. In her heart, she knew very well that she was able to achieve such a result, and it could be said that she relied entirely on Chao Xiaochun to do so. In other words, she also belonged to that thigh hugger. So Li Hani was inexplicably a bit vain, blankly glancing at Chao Xiaochun, who was acting as if he were watching a play. It was clear that trying to get him to come out and explain anything was completely impossible, which caused her to skim her lips. Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly at the scene before him, not caring at all about the so-called compliments or questions. The splendor of one's life lay in the pursuit of one's own dreams and processes, and one did not have to beg for the likes or disappointments of others. The so-called questions or compliments did not have any impact on one's own pursuits. The so-called glory, after all, is just a layer of illusory halo. Why let them pester themselves for the highest to add some stumbling blocks? This farce lasted for nearly half an hour, and if it wasn't for the director of instruction coming back to his senses for fear of affecting the progress of material submission, I'm afraid it would have lasted even longer. After receiving their own transcripts, Chao Xiaochun's 5 left the submission office, ready to go home and rest on their own. After all, in half a month, it would be time for the all-important college entrance exam. Humph, someone who got lucky, even if you're at the 8th grade now. So what? It's better to think about which university to choose. Capital University doesn't want careers that don't serve any purpose at all. Chao Xiaochun had just stepped out of the school gates when he ran into Zhou Yuanlong, the son of a wealthy family who had surprisingly reached level 6 after his replica adventures and had good grades. In regards to Chao Xiaochun, although he was a bit jealous in his heart, when he thought about the fact that all of this achievement was thanks to his childhood friend, Zhou Yuanlong was in a much better mood again. After all, Chao Xiaochun's occupational limitations had doomed him, even if he had risen to the 8th level by now, to have no connection to the capital university. These highest-ranked institutions, on the other hand, were tested individually during exams, and he was sure that if Chao Xiaochun wasn't stupid, then he wouldn't have enrolled in these types of schools. None of your business? Hearing Zhou Yuanlong's snide remark, Chao Xiaochun didn't care about it and replied with a disdainful expression. The two of them weren't familiar with each other, and he wasn't willing to spend any more time on Zhou Yuanlong, as long as he didn't get in the way of his own business, or else Chao Xiaochun wouldn't mind burying him afterward. Looking at Chao Xiaochun's back, Zhou Yuanlong first stared blankly, then his face turned red with anger. When had the son of the Zhou family ever been ignored like that? At this moment, Zhou Yuanlong had decided that no matter what, he would teach this arrogant person a lesson. Returning to the neighborhood, Chao Xiaochun opened the door to his room in a sharp manner, summoning the two Pinocchio sisters to clean the house once more before taking his own ledger and beginning his journey to collect the rent. After running through nearly a building, in addition to the young girl across the street who only made up for her previous rent, the rest of the tenants were very cooperative, and for the young girl's off-key offer. In the end, Chao Xiaochun deferred her rent for the month and only collected water and electricity. God damn it, your boyfriend went on a business trip recently. Why don't you come in and string along for a couple days? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Summoning the dragon egg out and carefully feeling the fluctuations inside that were beating ever more strongly, Chao Xiaochun nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, he believed that the ice dragon would be able to hatch out in less than 3 months. After all the chores, Chao Xiaochun comfortably took a bath, and then fell asleep. For the next half a month, Chao Xiaochun usually seemed to have nothing to do, except for going to learn a little about musical instruments every day in response to Li Hani's appointment, or entering the copy and strolling around. But every day was still quite fulfilling. Today there is nothing to do, with Li Hani to learn musical instruments, and with Su Laobai to stroll around the copies. Nothing today, Li Hani, learning the blowjob. Nothing to do, blowjob, blowjob. On the other hand, Hong Jianjun's home, there was a strong conflict between father and son. What did you say? You want to take the capital university? Eat your fill of idleness? Hong Tao sat on the sofa with his eyes full of incredulity. A fat body almost took up a third of the sofa. Although his own son gave him a surprise at school, Hong Jianjun's words today made him a little unbelievable. Life department chef profession. Test the highest school of combat class. You are not funny. And the copy is so dangerous. He is only a son. Can let him go to risk? That's right. I think I can try my profession. Hong Jianjun looked exceptionally confident. These days, he kept innovating. The grilled sausage he researched was easy to preserve, not to mention that it had a black iron level healing as well as magic recovery ability. And also very delicious. So he felt that those bullshit potions are which have their own bullishness. I don't agree. You are a living profession. Honestly, enroll in an ordinary university and come back to inherit the family business after graduation. Why bother? Hearing his son's words, Hong Tao exhaled a heavy breath and immediately refused. Pops, this is my dream. Bullshit dream. How dangerous the copy is you don't know. I'm the only one with you. Then you'll have another one with the little mommies. That's bullshit. I'm just in love with them. This family business was meant for you, so I'm not afraid of having another one to steal it from you in the future. Chao Xiaochun. Black iron rank. LV9, 220/1400. Strength, 52. Speed, 70. Spirit, 272. After half a month of cultivation, Chao Xiaochun had not only practiced his bone flute to a T, but he had also raised his level to level 9, which was only one step away from full level. Moreover, the moment he rose to level 9, Chao Xiaochun also comprehended the first natural skill of the compassionist profession. Generally speaking, a professional could comprehend their first natural skill once they reached level 5. But hidden professions were different, and no one knew the laws of comprehension for hidden professions. Some professions might be able to comprehend just after awakening, while others, it might not appear until after level 5. But it was certain that before breaking through level 11 and entering the bronze rank, a talent would definitely be comprehended. And the first talent skill of a compassionate master was a 9-character phrase. Spirit Dart Unification Jia Solve Heart Split Shizen. This sounded similar to the previous life's Taoist 9 mysteries. Pro soldiers and fighters are arrayed in front of each other, but it was a method of controlling compulsion. Spirit Word Decision can compulsion into soldiers. The higher the realm, the higher the compulsion into a weapon. Repair to the extreme. Even under the art of ordinary grass, compulsion can be transformed into a divine soldier. Dart character decision, compulsion fighting method, can increase the host's will to fight for the compulsion. The deeper the host's experience in fighting, the more the compulsion will be added. Unification, the secret method of healing for the parasites. Spitting out the unification spell in the middle of the battle can make the parasites instantly return to their full strength. Related to the level of the practitioner, the highest level of the parasites can be restored to their own level. Limited to 3 times in one day. The word Chi decree can instantly enhance the compulsion 10 times the combat strength, 9 times the power superposition, but the probability of people, that is, from time to time can be triggered out, completely depending on the face. The word solve can instantly solve the abnormal state of the compulsion. Heart character decision enhances the formation formed by the parasites, theoretically increasing the strength by 3 times. Split character decision, this is a secret technique to polish a professional's divine sense. And when encountering a parasite with special skills, it can tear out a split soul to be used to add control. Chi character decision, unknown, professional level is insufficient. Zen, unknown, professional's level is insufficient. Looking at the introduction of the talent in his mind, Chao Xiaochun looked exceptionally excited. He hadn't been this excited even after he had subjugated Scarsa. He hadn't expected that the first talent skill would allow him to instantly possess so many means. And with this, he was no longer a being who relied solely on his compulsion in battle while he himself marauded on the sidelines. Although these 9 words of truth are still used for the compotes, but with them, he can help the compotes to improve their combat power, not to mention, instead of standing on the side like a naive batch and watching the compotes fight. Most importantly, if one were to study them, one would probably realize a killing move that used the parasites as its root. That was what was most valuable in existence. After studying the 9 character truth for most of the night, Chao Xiaochun didn't feel too sleepy, even though he had stayed up all night. Looking at the time, today's watch was the day of the college entrance exam trials, while the test they were declaring for the Imperial Capital University was not in the school playground. Thus, after washing his face, Chao Xiaochun planned to head to the school to catch the trolley. By the time he arrived at the school, many of his classmates had long since arrived, and each of the well-known colleges and universities had set up a small booth in the playground, with those in the admissions office constantly fiddling with machines or a spatial ring. Chao Xiaochun was about to look for the school bus when he saw the 4 Lihani people walking towards him. Good morning, Xiaochun. Old Buster Su quickly came next to Chao Xiaochun and patted him on the shoulder, an unusually wide smile on his face. Because of his excellent grades, his parents had almost offered him up like an ancestor after he returned home. And in the past half-month Su Laobai had enjoyed the comfortable feeling so deeply that he had almost forgotten himself somewhat. And Li Wenbin's treatment is also similar. After all, the phrase "a noble son comes out of a cold family" seems to be realized in him. As for Hong Jianjun, according to his words, he fought with his old man, and under its stalking, his old man finally agreed to his request. And this exam is just a walk in the park. This hidden stone you take, with it, no one can tell your information unless it is a professional instrument or a skill that comes with an advanced probing talent. Li Hani slowly walked forward, handing Chao Xiaochun a black stone strung on a string. Because of the dragon's nest, the 4 of them now had basically platinum-grade equipment, so it was necessary in order to prevent someone from getting greedy. Therefore, after Li Hani reported the situation to his own father, the Li family had spent quite a bit of money to get 5 hidden stones. Thanks a lot, Chao Xiaochun smiled, and as soon as he did, he took the stones over. There was no need to refuse Li Hani's kindness. After all, they were now considered a team. Furthermore, he understood the principle of harboring one's own sins better than anyone else. When the crowd chatted for a few sentences, they saw the homeroom teacher running over in a hurry, urging the 4 to get on the bus quickly. And it was only on the school bus that they realized why the capital university had traveled to another area for the exams alone. It turned out that after Chao Xiaochun and the 5 of them had transmitted their scores to the system, it caused an uproar in the cities. This kind of perfect score was not unheard of, but it just wasn't as perverted as the city of H. A school had produced 5 perfect scores on the trial, and I heard that the principal, who had originally been recuperating from an illness, was discharged from the hospital the same day, and when he went to a meeting at the provincial level, his big mouth had never been closed. Moreover, whether it is the 3rd middle school, or various middle schools, this year's awakening rate has increased by more than 15%, although there is no hidden occupation, but a variety of advanced occupations are endless. So much so that the number of students who apply to the capital and pass the examination in H City this year was abnormally high. Due to the unified decision of the Imperial Capital University's side to increase the manpower to H City and set up a separate examination room, striving to finish the test in one day, because according to the laws of Kyushu, The college entrance exam could only be conducted for one day. The Imperial Capital University was responsible for the students. Students, especially those in our class. I believe that each and every one of you is a dragon and phoenix amongst people. Passing this simple test. That's quite simple. Don't be nervous, the homeroom teacher said excitedly in the car. After all, this shocking event in the 9 states, but from his class, himself as a homeroom teacher, that face is quite a light. Promotion and salary increase. Just around the corner. The school bus traveled for more than an hour. In the blink of an eye will be out of the city, and after passing through a dense forest, only to see a huge piece of wasteland appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. Slowly getting off the bus, many staff members were constantly busy, while Chao Xiaochun clearly saw the principal wearing a slim-fitting suit, talking and laughing on the stage, the look of which didn't make it at all obvious that this was a sick person. Because the examination platform had not been set up, the crowd could only wait on the sidelines, and soon all the students from the 8 middle schools had gathered, and Chao Xiaochun probably saw that there were at least 500 people who were going to take the exam. It seemed that indeed, as the class teacher had said, H City's feng shui this year had blown up. It was only after waiting for about half an hour that the teachers began to organize the queue, and after speeches from the various principals as well as the head of the admissions office, the exams officially began. Imperial University's college entrance examination is divided into 2 types. The first stage is all about physical as well as mental state examination. This was the most basic process of enrollment for all institutions, while in the second stage, only then did they begin to be divided into types. Candidates of the auxiliary department went to one side of the examination site respectively according to their occupation. Pharmacists was to practice medicine, and therapists was to test the strength of treatment, and the special professions would have a special examination ground, where 4 teachers from different professions would come up with questions respectively. As for the testing of the combat profession, it seems even more rough. There are a total of 10 rings on the field. The candidates and the invigilator test, and lasted through 20 rounds counted as qualified. And these invigilators were basically silver rank experts, crossing 2 ranks and having to last 20 rounds in the hands of an invigilator. Should I say no? These rules are truly cruel. Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but smile as he listened to the recollections scattered around the stage, believing that all of these invigilators should have a sense of proportion in what they were doing, or else, surviving 20 rounds would be a dream. Just because there is a big loophole in this rule, so these invigilators are basically all temporarily drawn, and none of them are H-City locals. Li Han-yi chimed in. It could be said that the school had perfected the rules back to the extreme for the sake of fairness. The students slowly led the way handing in their personal information and waiting to be tested according to their number. And it was at this moment that a young man dressed in all silks and holding a fan slowly approached Chao Xiaochun. Because the students were all sitting in their designated seats, Zhao Hao's gaze appeared somewhat condescending. You're Chao Xiaochun, aren't you? I didn't expect that a waste of a profession would have gotten lucky enough to pass the Imperial Capital University's auditing, but did you really think that passing the auditing would be enough for you to be admitted to the school? Chao Xiaochun raised his head, his brows lightly furrowed. He was pretty sure that he didn't recognize this person, and by the look of the badge on his chest, this should be an invigilator as well. So why would he suddenly come over and pick a fight with himself? Oh, this invigilator. Could it be that he's looking down on our H-City candidates, so he's come over to give them a hard time? Zhao Hao's actions made Chao Xiaochun inexplicably unhappy, so he purposely raised his voice in order to draw attention from the surrounding area. Although he didn't know exactly what this man was going to do, as long as he dared to follow his own words, then someone would naturally come over to clean him up at that time. Sure enough, Chao Xiaochun's voice drew the attention of the surrounding area, and many people looked over in unison, including some of the teachers as well. Looking at the crowd, Zhao Hao's soft smile instantly solidified. He didn't expect that he had only just said one sentence, and this person had caused such a big commotion for him. Could it be that Chao Xiaochun really wasn't afraid of offending the examiners? He was one of Shui Yunji's most fervent suitors. This goddess had caused a stir within the university since she first entered Imperial Capital University, not only because of her beauty, but also that strong strength. Even though Shui Yunji was only a sophomore now, her own strength had already surpassed most junior and even senior students. As for Zhao Hao, he was fortunate enough to be in the same class as this beautiful woman, and from the moment he met Shui Yunji, he swore that he would not marry her for the rest of his life. As more and more information about the goddess was unearthed, what everyone didn't expect was that this beautiful woman had already had a wife, and she was also a senior in high school. This news infuriated her suitors, and it could be said that Chao Xiaochun had already entered a bunch of people's sights while he was still in high school. The crowd had only just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Chao Xiaochun had awakened to the profession of compassionist, not realizing that his profile had passed the Imperial Capital University's vetting process. And Zhao Hao, who had actually drawn the qualification to invigilate the exams in H City some time before the college entrance exams, had sworn at that moment that he would never let Chao Xiaochun pass the exams. Little brother, you've got it all wrong. This person is naturally unable to speak. I think he's just going to come over and care about the state of the candidates. Just as Zhao Hao was thinking of ways to plan how to find a way to get off the stage, a rough voice came from the back, only to see a beauty in a white cultivator woman's uniform slowly walking towards him. Zhao Hao, even if you're a member of the student council, then do you know what the consequences are for openly threatening a candidate? Wang Gang disdainfully skimmed aside Zhao Hao and coldly transmitted his voice. Wang Gang had noticed him from the moment he walked over, and she felt unusually offended by Zhao Hao's behavior. But for the sake of the school's reputation, she had to come out and help relieve it. Humph! Hearing Wang Gang's words, Zhao Hao let out a cold snort, then flung his hand and turned around to leave. Little brother, I didn't expect that you would be Chao Xiaochun, so it looks like you're in for a treat today. Wang Gang looked at Chao Xiaochun, smiled faintly, and said faintly, he didn't expect that this customer, who he had once had some one-sided relations with, would be Chao Xiaochun. And judging from the previous transactions and the fact that he was able to pass the audit, this person had quite a secret on him. Sister Wang Gang, you're also the invigilator for this exam? Hearing that gruff voice as well as that angelic face, Chao Xiaochun froze, not realizing that the owner of that small store was also from the Imperial Capital Academy. I'm just a substitute, and I shouldn't be used on the auxiliary department side. Wang Gang smiled mysteriously and said faintly, Sister, what did you mean by that just now? I don't seem to have offended them, do I? Since there was an acquaintance, Chao Xiaochun naturally wanted to clarify the situation at hand, and he wondered when he had somehow gotten his back into trouble. Of course you didn't offend them, but your identity as well as your name are quite famous in the Imperial Capital Academy. Wang Gang smiled faintly. Come on, little monkey, give sister a seat. I'll tell you a story. Forcibly occupying Su Laobai's seat, Wang Gang slowly whispered the matter of Shui Yunji, and as soon as she spoke the name Shui Yunji, Chao Xiaochun had some bad vibes. Unexpectedly, this nominal fiancé was really capable of causing trouble for himself. I set him up with a monkey, so that motherfucker won't target Xiaochun, right? After listening to Wang Gang's narration, Su Laobai was first stunned, then said eagerly, this examiner is blatantly targeting, and you guys don't care? Li Hani, who was on the side, frowned, obviously also a little worried. How can I manage? The rules are just like this. Walk under the examiners for 20 rounds, and when they came over, these examiners were all drawn temporarily, so theoretically, they won't target anyone. Wang Gang skimmed her mouth and faintly said, there wasn't much she could do about this. After all, the power of the invigilators was, indeed, too much. But there were many things that the academy had already tried its best to be fair. But there has to be a degree to the exam. That Zhao Hao, if he really exerted himself too much, afterward, he can completely complain that this exam doesn't count and ask for a retake. But the writing depends on how much means you can make him use. Little brother. After thinking about it, Wang Gang came up with a compromise. Alright, I won't bother you guys anymore. It's really striking for me to stay here. After saying that, Wang Gang got up and left. Little Chun, what should we do now? Su Laobai hurried to Chao Xiaochun's side and quickly inquired. He didn't want Chao Xiaochun to be eliminated because of this unfairness. Li Hani's trio also came over, seemingly wanting to discuss a solution. What's the point of panicking? It's just the silver level? It's not like we haven't killed it before? Since he understood what had happened, there was no more doubt in Chao Xiaochun's mind. And since this Xiao Hao wanted to target himself, he didn't mind putting out all his strength and fighting him. Chao Xiaochun's words of comfort to this Su Laobai were suddenly stuck in his throat and could no longer be said. Not big brother, we need to be so inflated. Now bronze level are not reached. You want to go to fuck people silver rank. Just now I can use the detection technique to see. That being batch 28 level it. That's right. We've killed 3 silver ranks, but they're in a weakened state. No, Xiaochun. I know the situation is a bit urgent now, but we can't talk nonsense, can we? The most important thing is how to get through this. After thinking about it, Su Laobai sighed and bitterly discouraged. It's fine. I have a sense of proportion. Chao Xiaochun didn't care about old Buster Su's questioning. A difference of 2 levels was indeed like a rift, but it wasn't a certainty. With the 2 Pinocchio sisters and the flying head compass, he didn't feel that he couldn't pass the test. Alright, old 8, did you forget about those monsters beside the boss? In the end, Hong Jianjun had seen the world, and when Chao Xiaochun said that he wasn't afraid of that invigilator's threats, it occurred to him that with the monsters beside the boss, going 20 rounds really wasn't a problem. Other than that, let's say that big toad, the size is there, can't fight but take about 10 strokes. Is that a problem? Su Laobai heard the fat man that disdainful tone, is trying to retort, but think carefully, also right that Pinocchio's sisters are the boss of the dark forest. Usually other people go to brush. Even if the silver level have to suffer a little bit, carry through the test is no problem at all. You won't slaughter him just because of one sentence, right? Lihani pondered for a long time, looking at Chao Xiaochun's expression and asking quietly. After this period of time together, she understood the terror of this tablemate better than anyone else. This was a lord who wouldn't make a move without absolute certainty. Since Chao Xiaochun dared to be so relaxed, what Lihani was afraid of was no longer whether or not she could pass the test. She was afraid that this person would rise up and slaughter others. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Lihani's words caused the corners of Chao Xiaochun's mouth to twitch. I'm obviously a decent person. So how is it that you're describing me like a demon? Alright, don't discuss me. The test is coming up soon. With your current strength, are you really going to go passive-aggressive at night to get through it? Wouldn't that be too stifling? After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun decided to snub the two to get something big going. Hong Jianjun doesn't count. This fatty doesn't need to fight. Che, save your breath. It's not bad to take a beating and get over it. You still want to make a big deal out of it? Su Old 8 looked at Chao Xiaochun, that unsuspecting smile mouth corner a skim. That high school do a prank. Also this person can think out. Want to win the fight. Frontal toughness is impossible. Unless with some means, and it is unusually unpleasant kind. Instead, it was Lihani, who thought carefully about Chao Xiaochun's suggestion and spoke seriously. No, big sister. You want to mess things up? Su Laobai and Li Wenbing stared with wide eyes, their faces full of incredulity. This woman, is her brain a one-track mind? Oh, what's the plan? Tell me? Chao Xiaochun came to be interested and asked expectantly. Confidential. But, your mangy treasure's poison can be installed in a porcelain bottle. Share me some? And the antidote. Can't poison myself. Lihani thought for a moment, then faintly said. Just as the exams in the field were proceeding slowly, Chao Xiaochun observed a few battles, and as he had expected, all the candidates, basically, were taking a beating, and the invigilators' hands were very measured, and by virtue of the level of the candidates, if they tried hard to dodge, they were able to dodge their moves away. Lihani, Li Wenbin, Su Laobai, Zhang Sanfeng, to the stage. Another round of competition passed, and soon it was the turn of the students from the third middle school, while Lihani's trio took the lead in the headbutt. Chao Xiaochun really wasn't interested in watching the battle between the two Su Laobai. After all, they were holding platinum artifacts in their hands, and their grades were higher than the other candidates, so if they couldn't get through it, they wouldn't be able to go home and sell sweet potatoes. On the contrary, Lihani said she wanted to make things happen before she went on stage, so let's see how she performs. Just see Lihani all plain clothes, slowly walk up to the stage, stand on the stage when the bottom immediately resounded not small soft call. After all, the face and body of the good people are top of the existence, and the one who tested her was a beast blood warrior and a young man. The invigilators of the Imperial Capital University were almost all juniors and seniors. Therefore, Ko Wenhan couldn't help but be moved inwardly when he first saw Lihani. Shall we begin? Ko Wenhan held a long spear and thought he was striking a very handsome pose as he faintly said, I have a question I need to ask the examiner. I can use any means, right? Lihani was not in a hurry to make a move, but asked in a cold voice. These words caused Ko Wenhan's body to freeze, and although he was a bit puzzled but still answered affirmatively. Of course, you can use any means to dodge my attack. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lihani gently nodded, and then came to the center of the ring, and after lightly exhaling a breath, her slender finger wiped towards the ring, and as a black stream of light flashed by, a black sacrificial clothing was instantly put on her body, and a demonic giant sickle also appeared in her hand, only to see Lihani gently waved. Two chimera instantly affected, holding a long whip and eyeing the enemy in front of them. Within the replica, it's meant to be the law of the jungle, so even if it's a test, it should be treated as a real battle, and by any means necessary. Lihani's eyes narrowed. This was the method of doing things that she had learned from Chao Xiaochun, and while it might be a bit shameless, it was better than losing her life later on. Go! With Lihani's command, the two chimera shot explosively toward Ko Wenhan. Looking at the two phantoms that took the initiative to attack, Ko Wenhan felt a bit amused. He was level 25. Just with these two level 8 phantoms, did he want to stop him? Thinking of this, Ko Wenhan couldn't help but shake his head, casually picking up his lance and gently flinging a gun wind at the two phantoms. Swish! Boing boing! Stab! The fierce gun wind blocked the two phantom demons instantly, and the tremendous force sent them flying. But what was unexpected was that the gun wind seemed to be so violent that it shattered the cloak on the chimera, and the two chimeras wore what was already cool, and for a while there was infinite spring light. I go! the invigilator didn't do it on purpose, right? TSK, the chimera is really a great evil. So the examiner is a person of the same path. Because of the sudden turn of events, Ko Wonhan's face turned red. When had he ever seen such a scene in his many years of conquering copies? Moreover, the murmurs of the students underneath further disturbed his mind, and his face was a bit bashful. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. It was an accident. Unable to endure the comments underneath, Ko Wonhan turned his head back and voiced his defense, but right at this moment, only to see a black shadow instantly flashing in front of Ko Wonhan, smashing the 3 porcelain bottles fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of the bottles breaking, a large area of black mist spread out. Ko Wenbin did not pay attention for a moment. After inhaling a mouthful of actually feel a little dizzy. At this time, Li Hani once again waved the giant sickle. A sturdy 3-headed demon tiger appeared, violently rushed to the black fog, and the 2 chimera instantly completed the dress. Followed the figure of the demon tiger swept away. In an instant, bursts of fist-to-flesh sounds rang out from the black mist. Li Hani's sudden sneak attack froze everyone in the room. Such an unorthodox tactic had appeared on an iceberg beauty, and those who didn't know better would have thought that this wasn't so much a test as it was dealing with one's enemies. The corners of Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched, and he really didn't want to use the word lewd to describe a girl, remembering that Li Qinyi hadn't been like this before. His former deskmate had been so principled and arrogant, and it had only been a short time since her awakening, so how had she turned out like this? Chao Xiaochun, who couldn't figure it out, pushed the pot of all this onto old 8 Su. After all, it was quite like old 8's character to be able to do such a thing. Moreover, the man was unusually infectious, so it was only natural that Li Hani would be brought down. TSK, I've seen a lot of exam videos. This is the first time I've seen an invigilator being held down and beaten on the ground. Listen to that scream. It's just heartbreaking. Are all beautiful women this grumpy? But like this, isn't it a little bit not martial? Bah, this is clearly rate. Okay, proving that the goddess is serious about every battle. This is what a professional should have. Makes sense. Candidates were talking underneath, while the various invigilators as well as the person in charge felt unusually shocked at the sudden situation. That person in charge said that he had never encountered this kind of thing after experiencing so many college entrance exams. For a while, it was not right to go up and stop him, but it was also not right to watch Ko Wonhan being beaten up. Howling for nearly 10 minutes, the black fog chat dissipated, only to see Ko Wonhan was tied by a rope. 3 demon tiger lock throat. 2 chimera raised casserole fists straight to the face greeting. At this moment, Ko Wonhan, the skin actually showed a faint green color. The original white face has long become swollen, like a pig's head. Ko Wonhan was now awake, but because of the poisoning, he couldn't use any strength in his body, and could only let the 3 demons need him. Originally, with his silver rank strength, it was easy for him to avoid the poisonous mist, but because of the distraction, reaction has been a little too late. And at that time he just wanted to run up the defense. The result of the 3 demon tiger up is a burst of hammer, directly let him swallow a large mouth of poison. Seeing the black mist dispersed, after noticing the gazes of the crowd, Ko Wonhan felt that he wanted to die now. He is a silver rank so be held down and beaten, not to mention the face, can go directly to be laughed at by others to graduation good. In the heat of the moment, Ko Wonhan had a burst of gas and blood. Instantly his eyes rolled over, and even fainted directly. The test is over. Pass. A white shadow swept onto the stage, gently flung the 3 demons out, and bellowed. The person who came was none other than Wang Gang. Looking at his classmate being hammered like this, he felt funny in his heart while at the same time sighed at the girl's straightforwardness. Crap. 1. Black iron level beat silver level. Goddess is bullish. Goddess, I love you. Let me be your dog. Hearing Wang Gang's words, Li Hani gently nodded, withdrew the equipment on her body, and gently bowed to Ko Wonhan who was lying on the ground, apologizing. Big sister is awesome. I didn't expect you really managed to clean up the invigilator. Su Laobai, who had just walked off the stage, saw Ko Wonhan who was carried away on a stretcher and quickly walked over to Li Hani, shocked and complimented. How did I perform? Ignoring old Buster Su's compliments, Li Hani turned his head and looked at Chao Xiaochun. Not bad. I quite like it. Chao Xiaochun smiled. Although this behavior didn't seem very ethical, it was a pretty good quality to have. In a duplicate, no one would know what they were going to encounter on this trip. As such, the priority should be one's own safety before one's so-called sense of morality. So Chao Xiaochun was exceptionally pleased that Li Hani was unusually serious about even a test. But in the future, it would be best to advise her to stay away from Su Laobai. After all, there were some strengths that could be learned from, but some weaknesses, so let's not learn from them. Chao Xiaochun, Zhang Han, Li Feng, and, to the stage. It didn't take long to wait, and soon it was Chao Xiaochun's turn. And this battle seemed even more compelling than the one with Li Han. Because of Chao Xiaochun's voice just now, many of the people next to him had seen Zhao Hao's provocation, and with a candidate who was being targeted by the invigilator, and who was also a compassionate master professional, many people wanted to see how long Chao Xiaochun could hold out. Ha! I didn't expect that you would actually dare to come up here. Zhao Hao slowly walked onto the stage, his entire aura like a sharp sword. How many moves do you think you can last in the hands of a sword immortal professional? Although his own behavior was somewhat disgraceful, he didn't mind being the villain for Shui Yunji's sake, as long as he could eliminate Chao Xiaochun from this level of the college entrance exam. Then I'm afraid that because of the distance, he'd have a lot fewer chances to meet up with Shui Yunji in the future. Then wouldn't his own chances become even greater? Listening to Zhao Hao's words, Chao Xiaochun smiled coldly. The two of them had no grudges or hatred, and for him to hold a grudge against himself because of some trumped-up reason, then he wouldn't be polite to Zhao Hao either. Senior Zhao, at least you're a silver rank, so why don't you let me, a high school student, have 2 moves? Ignoring Zhao Hao's provocation, Chao Xiaochun said indifferently, Ha, letting you have 3 moves is fine, but after 3 moves, you can just roll off the stage in peace. At Chao Xiaochun's words, Zhao Hao appeared indifferent. He wasn't the type of goods that Ko Wenhan was, and for the black iron rank, 1 move was enough. Then I won't be polite, huh? Chao Xiaochun didn't bullshit him much, as his white jade gourd reflected and slowly floated around his waist. I've recently learned 2 new tunes, so I'd like to ask the senior to savor them. After speaking, Chao Xiaochun drew out his compote flute and slowly placed it to his mouth, and a song called High Mountains and Flowing Water played from within the bone flute. Buzz buzz buzz. 2 streams of light accompanied the sound of the flute as they swept up into midair for a split second, and the sunlight seemed to be blocked by dark clouds as a large net rushed down over Zhao Hao's head. Killer bees? Locusts? Zhao Hao looked at the large net composed of 2 kinds of poisonous insects. His eyes glared. He couldn't consider it in time. He hurriedly drew out the long sword at his waist, and the sword chi gushed out. Clang clang clang. Where the sword chi cut through, it directly cut off the killer bee compasses, emitting the sound of ion clashing, and as the sword chi took shape, even though the 2 compasses had surrounded Zhao Hao, they were unable to do a single bit of damage to him. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun didn't panic, and as the flute he was playing blew unhurriedly, another jet of black light shot out, only to see a giant toad instantly appear in the ring, with 5 poisonous black shadows wrapped around it rushing at Zhao Hao explosively. Dark character technique. Unification technique. Chao Xiaochun recited silently in his heart, and as the natural skill was performed, red and green waves of sound manifested. The 5 poisons around Xiao Chang became even more violent, and the subcompasses that had been decapitated by Zhao Hao miraculously came back from the dead. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Zhao Hao was directly knocked away by Xiao Chang, while that killer bee compass followed that flying figure and shot away explosively. Crap! Is this your compassion master? Or is it the weakest profession? Chao Xiaochun's attack was only momentary, but the means by which it erupted caused those present to feel incredibly shocked. Unlike Li Chenyi, Chao Xiaochun had chosen to go straight for the jugular, and that roiling poisonous insect and that ugly toad had managed to repel Zhao Hao, even though he didn't know where they had come from. Although Chao Xiaochun had hidden his panel, they all knew that none of the candidates present were above the black iron rank, which meant that this person had crossed the distance of 2 ranks and had repelled a silver-ranked examiner. Moreover, Zhao Hao's profession was also a powerful profession that majored in killing. Sword immortal. How could this not shock people? Old Li, is this the compass master your school awakened earlier? The principal of the first middle school looked at Principal Li, who was also stupefied, with eyes full of incredulity. Previously, after hearing that the third middle school had awakened another hidden profession, the principals of the schools directly cursed Li Changkong for being something that had gotten lucky. But after hearing that the awakened one was a compassionate master, he again carried 2 fruit baskets beautifully to visit his old buddy in the hospital. But now, you call this profession a compassionist, and it's still the weakest profession recognized? They were skeptical that the news of that awakening of the compassionist was not a smoke bomb that this bitch Li Changkong intentionally put out, and then purposely chose today to come over and pretend to be a calf with them. What's wrong with that? Everyone in my third form is like a dragon, even if a compass master is awakened. What's wrong with being a little stronger? This only proves that third middle school has good feng shui, and that miracles can still come out of trash professions. Although Li Changkong was also exceptionally shocked, but in front of a group of old friends, how can he lose his identity? Since things are already like this opportunity to pretend for nothing, can he not want? One Sword Frost Cold 14 states. Just as the crowd was discussing, an explosive shout violently rang out from the ring. Endless sword shadows shocked all the sub-companions on the field to death, while Zhao Hao, cloaked in his hair, held his long sword and rushed to slash at Xiao Chang. And the Dao sword light entangled with the 5 poisonous shadows as well as the black thick fog. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth. From Xiao Chang's attacks, he could tell that this was a bronze high-level monster. But that poisoned skin was exceptionally troublesome. Even though he had used his silver-level battle power, he was surprisingly unable to take it down himself for a while. Looking at the toad that stood in his way, he had never felt so stifled. This Chao Xiaochun, could it really only be at the black iron level? Elder warrior, this is already breaking the rules, isn't it? The sparring matchup there has long since passed 20 rounds. Right, and you guys still aren't announcing it? Li Chankong felt the aura that erupted on the field. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the person in charge to the side and said indifferently, this was supposed to be an examination. And for you, a silver-ranked invigilator, to take on a black iron-ranked candidate and bring out your strongest strength. Isn't that deliberate bullying? Not to mention that Chao Xiaochun had gotten himself such a big surprise today. Even if he really was a waste of a profession, he would still have to stand up for his students when he encountered such blatant targeting. Principal Li, don't worry, look at your student's face. There doesn't seem to be any panic. This proves that he hasn't reached his limit yet. Might as well take a look around and see just how much more he can surprise us. And Wang Gang has been preparing nearby. Don't worry, won't let your student get hurt. Warwind smiled and hastily calmed Li Chanfeng. He felt that Chao Xiaochun was good, awakening a profession that was recognized as the weakest. Yet being able to fight back and forth between black iron and silver-ranked powerhouses was simply incredible. But this was a hidden profession after all. Could it be because he had found a way to grow as a compassionate master? Therefore, Warwind felt that it would be better to let the fight continue. After all, Zhao Hao was now level 28, and although he looked woefully out of shape right now, he shouldn't be able to lose. And it would be a good idea to use this fight to probe where Chao Xiaochun's bottom line was. Even if it's a test, there's no need to do it on an occasion like this. Right? It doesn't make a good impression on the students. A few principals on the side glanced at each other and said indifferently. Just now, Zhao Hao's commotion had made too much noise, and as long as one wasn't a fool, they all knew that the fight on the stage wasn't right, so the stage was already buzzing. Isn't this bullying? Looking at that invigilator's stance, it's long past 20 rounds, so why didn't anyone announce it? Even if it's a deliberate targeting, it can't be this blatant. It's a matter of brushing someone off. Where's the referee? This is completely unfair. For a black iron rank to last this long is already outstanding. Why isn't it considered passing? The examinees were hot-blooded about the future and those unfair systems, and even Zhou Yuanlong, who exceptionally hated Chao Xiaochun, opened his mouth to speak out at this moment. After all, if they encountered such unfairness, everyone would remain silent. Hell knows if it would be their turn next. Don't worry, I have my own measure. This Chao Xiaochun will definitely be accepted this time no matter what. Our academy won't let go of such a good seedling, Warwind said confidently with a smile. Boom boom boom, Dao bursts almost blocked that beautiful music, and Zhao Hao, who had returned to his senses, also beat Xiao Chang to a standstill by virtue of his rank suppression. At this moment, he no longer cared about tests or not. He needed to knock Chao Xiaochun down here. Block block block. Just as Zhao Hao was trying to quickly finish Little Chang off, 9 more pale greenish-black shadows came at him head-on, and his body's instinctive reaction startled Zhao Hao into closing his sword and blocking, only to see one head biting down hard on his own sword blade, and 8 more coiling around him and rushing to bite at various parts of him. Explosive sword. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and a sword chi exploded violently, which managed to dodge the flying head's attacks. It's a high bronze level monster again. At this moment, Zhao Hao was already feeling a bit alarmed. He felt like he wasn't facing a black iron rank candidate, but a silver rank summoner. Boom! Another wave of sound dispersed, and all the compotes on the field instantly returned to their original state, and everything returned to its original point. While Zhao Hao saw that his mind was somewhat broken, he had to know that he wouldn't be able to recover his stamina as well as his magic this fast without drinking potions, and there were 9 more bronze-ranked heads added to this. One more wave like this and he might be consumed alive. 10,000 swords. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and gently stomped his right foot. His entire body rose up in the air as endless sword chi converged on his body, and soon a giant sword blade tornado formed in the ring, rushing towards the various parasites in a wild swirl. This was Zhao Hao's strongest move, and it was clear that he had begun to fight for his life, wanting to roll all of the parasites, as well as Chao Xiaochun, off the stage in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun slowly lowered his compulsion flute and looked at the huge dragon scroll with a slight smile. He still had 2 more cards besides these parasites, and after being in a stalemate with Zhao Hao for so long, those 2 cards had been hidden in that dragon scroll since he had begun to build up his strength. Just as the sword blade tornado was about to make contact with the parasites, a miserable scream came out from within the tornado. and the originally fierce sword blade unexpectedly began to ignite without fire, and there was a noisy stream of cold water in the flames. Boom boom boom, the two forces, one cold and one hot, quickly infected the storm, and a storm of ice and fire appeared in the ring, while Zhao Hao, who was originally hidden in it, was wailing at the moment, as if he had endured great pain. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun sighed softly and gently tapped his finger on the white jade gourd, and all of the parasites instantly disappeared. Buzz, accompanied by a buzzing sound, a giant angelic shadow erupted from behind the storm, and with just a gentle tap of the shadow, the ice and fire tornado instantly dissipated, and the two Pinocchio sisters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wang Gang swept his body and pulled out Zhao Hao, whose upper body had been burnt to a crisp and whose lower body was frozen into ice, from between the two Pinocchio sisters. At the sight of the two Pinocchio sisters, a hint of shock flashed through her pupils. The disappearance of these two BOS was a big deal in the Kyushu region, and to her surprise, they had been taken in by Chao Xiaochun. In this way, the reason why the two Pinocchio sisters hadn't been refreshed had been found. After all, the original hadn't died yet, so how could a new one appear? After casually checking Zhao Hao's injuries, Wang Gang felt a bit helpless again. This Chao Xiaochun, he was completely deadly. If he hadn't rescued him in time, I'm afraid that this Zhao Hao would have to die here today. Even so, Zhao Hao would have to lie down for at least 3 months next. The test is over. Chao Xiaochun, pass. I'm yet. Wasn't that the two Pinocchio sisters? And they were actually taken in by Chao Xiaochun. And this person is still black iron rank? A silver ranked examiner. Defeated? This is the weakest profession according to the books, so this is a thigh. And the hiding is too deep. With Zhao Hao's defeat and the appearance of the two Pinocchio sisters, not only did the examiners at the bottom feel incredulous, even War Wind and the principals of the schools on the podium were shocked inside. Defeating an opponent across 2 steps in a row was no longer something that could be described as genius, and in their impression it seemed that only a dragon master who had contracted a dragon and relied on its power could do it. When Chao Xiaochun heard Wang Gang announce the results, he gently waved his right hand, and the two Pinocchio sisters instantly disappeared into thin air. This battle was considered Chao Xiaochun's first head-to-head confrontation with an opponent, and before this, no matter if he had subdued the two Pinocchio sisters or taken on Zhang Heng, the opponent's state had not been complete. Although Zhao Hao had been lightly defeated this time as well, after this duel, Chao Xiaochun had the same understanding of strength as his own. As for why he had just dealt a heavy blow, the reason was simple. For a narrow-minded person like Zhao Hao, if he didn't give him a heavy blow at once, then afterward, Zhao Hao would likely continue to come over and find himself in trouble. Furthermore, this time, it was the Imperial Capital School that had broken the rules first, and it was their arrogance that made them think that Zhao Hao could be in an undefeated position, so it was not his fault if any consequences occurred. Ignoring the candidate's comments, Chao Xiaochun slowly returned to the side of the Asahi old bastards and the rest of the party, exhaling heavily. Little Chun, you're a bullseye. The black iron rank defeating the silver rank. What kind of earthly dream is this? Su Laobai quickly came over to Chao Xiaochun and said excitedly. In the previous copy, he knew that Chao Xiaochun's awakened compassionist profession was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this perverted. Come on, don't be staggering, it's just luck. Chao Xiaochun glanced at Su Laobai and said indifferently, he wouldn't be proud of today's result. After all, there was still a long way to go in the future. Old Li, did you see the two Pinocchio sisters just now? This compassionist, the nature of this compassionist wouldn't be to be able to control these areas. The people on the podium forcefully suppressed that shocked mood, and ordered the examiners to maintain the order of the scene. After all, the exams are going to continue, but they have to finish testing everyone today. However, at this moment, their attention was not on the stage at all. Instead, they were thinking about the scene they just saw. After all, such a scene, it was really too shocking. After pondering for a long time, the principal of the second middle school threw out a bold assumption. A profession that could control an area boss was something they had never heard of in all the years they had lived. But compassionist was ultimately a hidden profession, even though it had been judged as the weakest profession. But the root of it all was just that they couldn't find a cultivation path for this profession. Assuming that this was really the case, then this profession would be terrifyingly big. It was important to realize that while the bosses of these copies were at that level, when rating them, they really couldn't be taken down without two professions that were a class above them. If Chao Xiaochun's profession could really control these bosses, that meant that he would always be able to fight across levels. Li Changfeng was flabbergasted by the second middle school principal's question. Although he thought the old thing had a point. But how would I know if you asked me for the results? Seeing the expressions that wanted to know the answer, Li Changfeng was obviously a bit uncomfortable. Cough cough cough. For the development of students, generally speaking, The school mainly focuses on educating character and basically does not interfere with the progress of their own careers. So, after something like this happened today, I think we should talk to him later. TSK, that being said, you're not completely unconcerned, are you? As the head of a school, a student awakened a hidden profession, and you can still be so breezy about it. It seems like you're doing a completely unqualified job as the principal of the third middle school. Hearing Li Changfeng's stuttering look, they knew, this person probably didn't know anything. Rather than waiting for him to come back to his senses and use today's events to show off everywhere, it would be better to put him on the spot here first. That's right, if this is my student, I must be the first to understand clearly. And it's not as if he's quite a big old man, asking questions here. You motherfucker. The old man this period of time hospitalized it, and Chao Xiaochun awakened as the compulsion master occupation is good. But this occupation before today, who does not know what tone before? How can such words come out of your mouth, Sa? Indeed. Principal Li, your school has made a big name for itself this year, and this is the first time since the opening of the college entrance exams that two students have been able to defeat their mentors. Once this news spreads out, it's probably another sensation. Moreover, I'm telling you something, in your third middle school, there's one called Hong Jianjun, awakened to the chef profession, but the dishes he makes, surprisingly, possess the effects of healing, replying, and increasing battle power. During the test just now, even the tutor of the auxiliary department was shocked about this situation. You still need to care more about your students in general. Warwind shook his head. The shock given to him today was too much. Thus he also wanted to find a vent. And this Li Changfeng, who didn't know anything about it, seemed to be the best object. Listening to the words of the Warwind, Li Changfeng's expression has become stagnant. Who can tell him, in this period of time when he was hospitalized, what exactly happened in the school? Although this examination strange things one after another, but also did not affect the progress of the college entrance examination. Nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all the students' exams ended, and the Imperial Capital University also the first time to put out the list. Some people are pleased. Naturally there are also some people are disillusioned. Today's students who participated in the examination, there are nearly 1/3 of the candidates were brushed down. And these students who fell off the list could get an official letter from the Imperial Capital University to choose a lower-level institution again. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as repeating, so this choice can be said to be the turning point in most people's lives. If you pass the exam, you are a fish jumping over the dragon door. If you don't pass the exam, then you can't even go to a leveled-up college. You can only choose a lower level of institution. As the school bus returned to the school, just as Chao Xiaochun was about to go back, the homeroom teacher called out to him, along with Li Hani and Su Laobai. With the homeroom teacher leading the way, the four of them arrived at the principal's office, only to see Li Changfeng waiting for a long time. Come and sit. Don't be polite. Seeing Chao Xiaochun's trio walk through the door, Li Changfeng got up and greeted them warmly, while the smile that spread across his face basically never stopped. Good day, principal. After a casual greeting, the crowd sat down, wondering what exactly Li Changfeng had left them for. Not bad, all of you are good kids. You guys have fought for the school this year, so after the school committee decided that you will be given certain rewards, so that your future path will be a little smoother. Li Changfeng looked exceptionally excited. Although he had choked himself in the exam room earlier, it didn't stop Chao Xiaochun and the others from being students of the third middle school. Since the students had fought for the honor, then he, the principal, was sure to get the honor he deserved. Thus he decided to reward the four Chao Xiaochun alone. The school authorities have decided to give each of you 500,000 Kyushu coins, as well as a silver artifact that fits your professions, and they will also make frames of your pictures and hang them on the walls of the principal's office. Hearing Li Changfeng's words, the crowd was first stunned, not realizing that the school's side would be so generous as to take out a silver artifact. Although Chao Xiaochun and his party had obtained platinum-grade treasures within the dragon's nest, it didn't mean that the value of a silverware was low. On the contrary, on the market, the price of a silverware was almost always over $20 million, and if it was a weapon, the price would double. From this, it could be seen just how high the school's subsidies for them were. As for the Wall of Honor, this was the typical thing that Li Changfeng had started since his tenure. Every student who had made a big splash would be hung on its wall, so it could be said that this principal's office was Li Changfeng, the biggest piece of treasure. Many thanks for cultivating the principal. Returning to their senses, the crowd hurriedly thanked him. You're welcome, this is what you all deserve. But there is one thing that I have some doubts about, and I would also like to ask student Chao Xiaochun to answer for me. Looking at your performance today, you should have mastered the cultivation methods of the profession of a compassionist. Can you tell me? Compassion. What exactly is it? the means of a compassionist. Is it possible to control the areas in those copies? Li Changfeng nodded softly, then turned his head and asked suspiciously. From Chao Xiaochun's performance today, they could tell that the profession of compassion master was not the weakest, but rather a super powerful hidden profession, and that the reason why it had behaved like this all these years was solely because they couldn't find a way to cultivate it. Moreover, Li Changfeng, including Battle Wind, recognized the second middle school principal's means of being able to control area bosses and guessed that this was the compass master's method of attack. As for Li Changfeng, he wanted to confirm the authenticity of this guess. If it really was the case, then he would definitely report back to the Imperial Capital University as soon as possible, and give Chao Xiaochun his full assistance. After all, with such a perverted ability, it was already certain that as long as he was able to grow to a certain level, he would be a king. Li Changfeng's words also caught the attention of Li Hanyi and the others, who were also very curious about Chao Xiaochun's occupation. Hearing the principal's somewhat off-key query, and then looking at the curious expressions on everyone's faces, the corners of Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched, and then he shook his head. Of course not. How could one control those copy leaders at will? Controlling area bosses, that should be called a Lord Controller rather than a Compassion Master. And although relying on slave compasses made the idea theoretically doable, did one really think that these lords could be controlled just by saying so? The reason why he had been able to use the slave compulsion to control the two Pinocchio sisters was that he had gotten a chance to do so by adding up all kinds of heaven and earth. Or else, at that time, if he had gone head-to-head with them, Chao Xiaochun could guarantee that these two sisters wouldn't let themselves be controlled even if they chose to blow themselves up. This thing called compulsion is technically a science, just like the research of necromancers or sorcerers, but the direction of compulsion research is to recombine everything in the world in order to create a new creature. It can be said that as long as a method is found, everything can be a compulsion. If we were to start with the origin of the compulsion and its function, it would probably be impossible to finish talking about it in 10 days and half a month. So Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment and spoke up with a reason that was more acceptable to the crowd. Science? Research? When he heard that he couldn't control the lords at will, Li Changfeng felt a bit disappointed. But when Chao Xiaochun said that compulsion was actually a science that could be researched, his mind came alive again. Whether it was necromancers or sorcerers, these were both powerful professions with big names. In addition to their own combat power, the most important thing was that they could research some strange and weird things. And with those items, it was still possible for them to fight over the levels. And that's saying that everything could be a compulsion. Did that mean that any item that came into Chao Xiaochun's hands could be turned into something like a compulsion? Thinking of this, Li Changfeng couldn't help but light a fire in his heart. So you've studied this profession thoroughly? Can you really turn everything into a compulsion, and then use it for you? No. No one has ever successfully practiced this profession before, and I don't have a clue right now, so I can only slowly feel my way through it. The corners of Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched. And even though he knew the refining methods of all the compels in the heavens, he would never admit it to himself now. No matter what time it was, he would never expose all of his cards to the eyes of others. This was the iron law that Chao Xiaochun acted by. That's right, I was the one who took it for granted. Li Changfeng thought for a moment, then sighed. This Chao Xiaochun was, in the end, just a 19-year-old kid, awakening a profession that no one before him had ever practiced, and to be able to do what he was doing now was already remarkable. When he thought about the questions he had just asked, Li Changfeng himself wondered if he hadn't used his brain enough just now. After asking a few more questions in anticipation, but not getting the answers he wanted, Li Changfeng felt a bit disinterested. Although it seemed that Chao Xiaochun had begun to rise now. That one question, 3 question, all sorts of approximate, probably needed to answer, said that he was very unsettled in his heart. Li Changfeng had no choice but to quickly change the subject, and after encouraging a few people to keep up the good work, he registered what silver artifacts the 5 people really wanted. However, he realized that Chao Xiaochun, Li Hanyi, and even Li Wenbin weren't much interested in what seemed to be a heavenly reward. At the end of the day, Chao Xiaochun chose the armor class, Li Hanyi chose the shoes class, and Su Laobai generously chose a helmet, and it was gratifying to see that the 5 of them didn't choose weapons or anything like that for the silverware. In fact, I understand your intentions. There's no need to be so formal. Just pick whatever you want, even if it's a weapon. Li Changfeng looked at the list and reaffirmed. No need. We've all considered it. This couldn't help but make Li Changfeng feel that the little kids nowadays really know what they're doing. They're about to graduate, yet they're still thinking of ways to save money for the school. They're all good students of the 3rd middle school. After motivating a few sentences again, Li Changfeng let the person leave. Chao Xiaochun was about to go home when he realized that Li Hanyi was slowly walking towards him. Tablemate, anything else? After half a month of getting along, the 2 of them were getting along quite well. So when he saw Li Hanyi walking towards him, He knew that this woman was probably looking for something. There is. Let's go to your house or a place where no one is around to talk. Li Hani nodded and said sincerely. Although Chao Xiaochun knew that Li Hani spoke with this demeanor, it always felt a bit off coming from her mouth. It's easy for people to misunderstand when you say something like that when you're alone with a man and a woman. After looking around to make sure that no one had indeed heard and wouldn't cause any trouble for him, Chao Xiaochun nodded his head. Fine dog, are you good or not? The two of them slowly made their way up the stairs after casually eating something in the restaurant at the bottom of the neighborhood, and as Chao Xiaochun was just about to open the door, a flirtatious, pouting voice unexpectedly came from across the street. For the opposite side of the pugnacious, Chao Xiaochun had a deep understanding of. Damn it, in broad daylight. What's a fine dog? Walking into the house, she casually took the tea that Chao Xiaochun handed over. It was the first time she'd come to where Chao Xiaochun lived, and while the place looked quite nice, the outskirts made her feel a bit bad, and it was a bit too noisy next door. It's those dogs that look like sticks. Chao Xiaochun obviously didn't want to go into any deeper exchanges on this issue, and could only make a casual perfunctory remark. Now that the results of the college entrance exams have come out, and will soon be going on vacation, what are your plans for this period of time? Li Hani nodded and didn't ask anything more, quickly changing the subject. Entering a copy to practice. After all, in 2 months' time, at least I have to break through to bronze level. Chao Xiaochun said that he didn't care about taking a vacation or anything like that. For him right now, leveling every day to collect compassion practice materials was the main focus. And if there was nothing special during this time period, then he probably would have stayed in the duplicates every day. I have a copy here. I don't know if you're interested. If it's possible, I hope that we can go through it together. Li Hani nodded, and after confirming that Chao Xiaochun didn't have anything special going on, he stated his main purpose for coming over today. Tell me about it. Chao Xiaochun first froze, his expression a bit puzzled. Basically, copies before the silver level were all set by the state, and which urban area to go to where to practice was basically pretty much the same. But Li Hani said that she had a copy in her hands, which piqued Chao Xiaochun's interest. Because of my performance during this period of time, my family spent a large sum of money to acquire a bizarre copy from a great power, and this area can go in for 2 people. So I thought of you. Li Hani drank his water and said indifferently, because of the special nature of the bizarre copy. To be honest, if she was alone, Li Hani wasn't confident that she could pass through, even if this copy was only a black iron level. Creepy copy? Chao Xiaochun looked a bit surprised, not realizing that this Li Hani's family had really put their blood into her, and had gotten her something like this right now. Unlike ordinary copies, this bizarre copy was a very special kind of existence. Generally speaking, the entire copy amounted to a single area, and whether you teleported or took your time, as long as you wanted to go over there and spend some time, you could always walk. But the weird copy is different. This thing is equivalent to a separate space. They are usually made from the grievances of dead creatures, and the creature has to reach a certain level in order to form a weird. This copy will usually appear in the form of an item. Each copy is something that can be found. Moreover, there are some special rules and restrictions that exist inside. For example, a black iron level copy can only be accessed by a black iron level professional, and there is also a limit to the number of people. However, if you can make the grievances inside dissipate, the reward you get is quite generous. Not only is there a large amount of experience value, there is also a chance to strengthen your soul, and if your chance is great enough, you may also get the inheritance from the creature's life. Therefore, every weird copy was exceptionally precious. A black iron grade copy would not be worth less than a gold artifact, and it was a priceless existence. After all, even if it was black iron grade, no one knew exactly what cultivation the creature had in its lifetime. That's right, it's the creepy copy, and if you don't have anything special to do, I'd like you to walk with me. Li Hani looked at Chao Xiaochun and faintly said, because the copy could only be entered once, Li Hani didn't want to fail and waste this opportunity, so after thinking about it, she decided to find an outside helper. And the optimal candidate for this was naturally Chao Xiaochun. Of course, when do I go in? Chao Xiaochun came back to his senses and quickly agreed. This was a benefit that he was now picking up. Where would he have any reason to refuse? 3 days from now. Have to prepare something against the soul stuff. After all, the monsters inside are a bit special. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's reply, Li Hani smiled faintly. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the two of them were discussing the matter of the bizarre copy, suddenly a sound of pounding glass came from the balcony. The two of them glanced at each other, and Chao Xiaochun suspiciously got up and went to the balcony, and after quickly opening the glass, he only saw Su Laobai naked, his shoes running off somewhere, and standing trembling with his pants on his own air conditioner's outside unit. What are you waiting for? Quickly pull me up. When Su Laobai saw Chao Xiaochun, His originally glued face instantly disappeared and he hurriedly asked for help. Seeing Su Laobai's appearance, Chao Xiaochun immediately felt his back teeth ache a little. What the hell did he pay for? This was the 8th floor. Strongly suppressing the irritation in his heart, he reached out his hand and dragged old man Su up. No wonder Su Laobai had been running to his side so diligently during this period of time. At first, Chao Xiaochun had thought that he wasn't interested in his own profession, but he hadn't realized that this was a complete drunkenness. Do you know that this kind of behavior of yours, when placed in ancient times, would have been whacked alive by that Su Song, and would have to carry 1,000 curses? The corners of Chao Xiaochun's eyes jumped, and he seemed to be a bit hateful. No, this can't be blamed on me. I don't want to I originally came over to find you to play, but somehow ended up going through the wrong door. This is a complete misunderstanding. Su Laobai's eyes drifted a bit. Obviously, such a reason, even if it was himself, he probably didn't believe it. Then how could you still get into this mess? Chao Xiaochun smiled disdainfully, looking at old man Su's wretched appearance. Unusually helpless. I just walked in, and that girl poured me a glass of water and ended up accidentally splashing it on me. That's normal, right? I wanted to dry my clothes and just took them off. As a result, her boyfriend knocked on the door and came back. It's quite a coincidence, isn't it? In order to take into account their young couple's feelings, in order not to be misunderstood, so I chose to climb the window and run away. This is not for their sake? Su Laobai glared and said with a righteous face, as if everything he did was a sacrifice he had no choice but to make. In response, Chao Xiaochun rubbed his brow and sighed heavily. He didn't know how many times he'd heard this almost exactly the same rhetoric over the years, and by now, he also found it a bit strange why no one had beaten this scourge to death before. Alright, sooner or later you'll be beaten to death. You stay here first, I'll go find you some clothes and pants. For what? Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Su Laobai looked a bit puzzled. Everyone was male. What was wrong with being like this? Tell you to stay and you'll stay. What's all this nonsense? Chao Xiaochun naturally couldn't let Su Laobai go out like this. If he was alone at home, it didn't matter. But there was still a Li Hani out there. Chao Xiaochun naturally couldn't let Su Laobai go out like that. If he was home alone, it wouldn't matter. But there was still a Li Hani out there. Turning around, he went back to his room and randomly looked for clothes and threw them at Su Laobai in a bad mood, only to see Li Chenyi holding a cup, small sips of tea, looking at the eyes of Su Laobai. Seems to be a little wrong. There is even someone else in this house? Su Laobai heart panicked, did not expect to see Li Hani here, and looking at the very familiar movements he could guarantee that this woman was by no means the first day here. You are that fine dog? Li Hani raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Laobai, faintly said, although he didn't see his wretched appearance, but the conversation between the two on the balcony, he himself could hear clearly. Although Li Hani wasn't interested in this kind of thing, but having grown up so much, he had also heard about it slightly. Therefore at the moment of seeing Su Laobai, a sentence of fine dog came out of his mouth. Heaven and earth. Li Hani really didn't know what that meant, but looking at Su Laobai's ribbed body, the phrase fine dog obviously suited him. Li Hani's words made it froze. Then his face became red as the speed visible to the naked eye. This was completely bashful. The words just now, could it be heard by two people? Ha 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 ha. Sorry fine dog, this building, soundproofing equipment is really a bit poor. Chao Xiaochun burst out laughing on the spot, patting Su Laobai on the shoulder. There seemed to be some slight reference. I set, old man slugger alright. Su Laobai glared, instantly raising his chest as if to prove the truth in his words, but it was completely ineffective. After all, it was being personally verified that there was no such thing. Good eye you, Chao Xiaochun. If you do this, can you stand up to Shui Yunji? As an older brother, I advise you to consume for juice. To see their own words as well as behavior did not play a role. Infuriated Su Laobai began to bite people indiscriminately. In his eyes, Chao Xiaochun obviously had this so beautiful strong fiancé, but also here to hook up with Li Hani. It looks like he's living together now. Su Laobai was indignant, but at the same time, his heart was very envious. This was Li Hani, the recognized school flower of the session, and he didn't know what kind of ecstasy he had been fed by his own brother. In this way, the two school beauties of the third middle school had been eliminated by Chao Xiaochun. As a righteous man, he had to strongly condemn this kind of thing. TSK, I wonder what Han Mengmeng will think when she finds out how you behave today. Hearing old Buster Su's words, Chao Xiaochun laughed, then hugged his chest and said indifferently, speaking as if who didn't have a fiancé these days? Moreover, his own thing, is completely false, and you Su Laobachi, this is a real name that has been crowned. For Han Mengmeng this name, not only Chao Xiaochun is fresh in his memory, this woman will be full of martial arts virtue, even himself, as a child, have not been less beaten by her. Who called the others then they are older than a 2 years old it? Like himself, Han Meng Meng and this fine dog in front of him is also a doll relative. But not at the same time as that these two childhood sweethearts actually look at each other. And Su old ate that in that daily pain in the youth accepted this heavenly marriage. Sure enough, when he heard the name Han Meng Meng, Su Laobai's expression condensed, and a tall purple girl appeared in his mind. You can't defile someone's innocence out of thin air. Today this matter, even if it is exposed, the man across the street can't possibly kill himself on the spot. But if Han Meng Meng knows about it, I'm afraid that he won't be able to be even a fine dog in the future. Oof. Brother, you are my own brother. Su brother to you on his knees. In an instant, older 8 Su grabbed Xiao Xiaochun's hand and said with an ugly expression, roll roll roll. Hearing Su Laobai's completely shameless words, Xiao Xiaochun felt very helpless. Alright, big brother. Second sister-in-law little brother left first haha. Receiving an affirmative answer, Su Laobai violently let go of Xiao Xiaochun's arm, quickly walked to the door, and after casually saying a sentence, he closed the door and left. However, on his way out, that unintentional remark caused Li Qinyi to lurch as he held the cup in his hand, raising his head incredulously, clearly unable to believe his ears. Second sister-in-law? Is this son of a bitch on the wrong medication? The two of them locked eyes, looking at Xiao Xiaochun's clear face, and somehow, Li Qinyi inexplicably thought of the slightly ambiguous scene between the two of them in the dark, dense forest at that time. Thinking of this, Li Qinyi's heart couldn't help but feel like a deer in the headlights. Xiao Xiaochun on the opposite side of the table also looked a little embarrassed. This Asahi old 8, born with a rebel bone ah. This kind of words can be said casually. That, you know that old 8th is usually used to talking out of his ass, so he loves to talk nonsense. So don't worry too much about it. Xiao Xiaochun rubbed his nose. People like Li Hani had brought the bizarre copy over with good intentions to share with him, and it would be more trouble than it was worth if they were screwed up by a single word from old Buster Su. Moreover, this kind of thing, spreading it out, it's not good for the other girl, it's not good for himself either. So he tried to explain for Su Laobao. It's fine. I don't care. Hearing Xiao Xiaochun's words, Li Hani instantly came back to her senses and subconsciously took a sip of water, though the somewhat trembling voice betrayed her current state. Alright, it's getting late. I should get back. 3 days later. I'll see you in the suburbs. Really unable to think of any topic, Li Hani drank the tea in the cup in one go, and then stood up in some panic to hastily say goodbye before quickly leaving. Looking at Li Qinyi's back, Xiao Xiaochun couldn't help but sigh. What kind of things did he encounter this day in and day out? On the other side, Hong Jianjun followed his own father and sat on a luxurious sofa, looking at the unusually agitated man in a suit across the room looking somewhat disdainful. After the sexy little secretary brought a contract, Hong Tao did not even look at the swish signed on it. The opposite side of that person in charge excitedly stretched out his hand and said enthusiastically, "Thank you, Mr. Hong, for your support of the Imperial School. Don't worry, you must come to the ribbon-cutting ceremony after the building is completed. You're welcome." Hong Tao waved his hand indifferently, stating that this was all trivial. After that person in charge left, Hong Jianjun turned his head in doubt and looked at his old dad, his expression full of incomprehension. "Pops, this Imperial Capital School is something that I got into by myself. This outburst today is completely unnecessary. Do you think that the family has more money than they can use?" If today's test himself was eliminated by the Imperial Capital School, then Hong Tao doing these things, he could still understand. But what the hell is it now? What do you know? You were lucky and passed by fluke. So don't show off in front of your forehead. The Imperial Capital is not H-City, and I can't stay by your side all the time. And you're a chef by profession. What if I go over there and get bullied? What I'm doing is investing in advance for you. It's all business. Roll roll roll. Seeing you, or is annoying. Loser thing. After having the two Pinocchio sisters clean up the living room, Xiao Xiaochun suddenly realized that the two sisters were interested in what was playing on the television, casually skimming over the bitter dramas on it. It made Xiao Xiaochun feel as if there wasn't a hint of a wisdom spirit in them. Thinking about the words on the two sisters panels that could be upgraded again, it couldn't help but give him a guess. And once again releasing little Chang, Xiao Xiaochun pointed at the TV and realized that the mangy treasure was actually able to watch it as well, which made him feel a bit surprised. If they evolved further, I wonder what they would become in the future. Not caring about the two people and one beast on the living room, Xiao Xiaochun took a shower and returned to his room, opening the system panel and slowly observing it. Aside from that monthly purchase limit changing from a slave compass to a moonlight compass, nothing else in the system seemed to have changed. But the only comforting thing was that his soul balance had turned into 8,520. This was an amount that he had worked hard for a month to save, and there were monsters in there, as well as those beings that had suffered an unmitigated disaster and didn't provide him with experience value. However, looking at the billions of soul compels on the system's front page, Chao Xiaochun again somewhat sighed at the fact that it was really hard to earn these souls. Billions of them, even if he didn't take a break to kill dozens of fucking pigs. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to finish killing them all in a year, because he had gotten his first natural skill, even though it was still sealed with 2 true words. Chao Xiaochun wanted to perfect them, and of the 6 words in front of him, only the heart word skill he hadn't been able to use yet. After all, it required the cooperation of an array formation, and thinking about the array formation regarding the compulsion, Chao Xiaochun had a bit of a headache. This was because the formation required a formation diagram to seal the compulsion within it, and the materials required for a formation diagram were very difficult to find in this world, and it was also possible that because he hadn't been exposed to it at his current realm, there were some things that he hadn't heard of in this world. Therefore, in his current state, if he wanted to compel a formation, he could only rely on the system, and from the moment Chao Xiaochun decided to do so, he understood that this time, he would definitely be slaughtered by this dog system. Opening the system's search function, his mind moved, and the word formation appeared in the search box, and in an instant, a dense list of formations appeared before his eyes. 9 prisons world-destroying compulsion formation, priced at 7 billion souls. Inch of light retrospective compulsion formation, priced at 7.8 billion souls. 9 revolutions heavenly training compulsion formation, priced at 8.2 billion souls. Selfless silence compulsion formation, priced at 9.2 billion souls. In response, Chao Xiaochun smiled disdainfully, directly ignoring the system's recommendation list, and continued to add filtering words for more than 10 minutes before seeing a compulsion array that suited his current needs. After carefully selecting from a dozen or so compulsion formations, and checking each of their functions as well as their prices, Chao Xiaochun paid 7,200 souls in exchange for 2 formation diagrams. 4 harms and 5 plagues compulsion formation, priced at 3,000 souls. Bronze level formation, take the mother fly parasites, mother cockroach parasites, mother mosquito parasites, and mother rat parasites, along with scorpion, spider, snake, toad, and centipede parasites, and practice them into the formation to coalesce. 4 harm 5 plague parasites maximum range of 520 meters, hidden 5 poisonous shadows, plague, poisonous rats, poisonous insects, inside the mound wind with toxin blood-sucking function, silver level creatures without special means of defense, into the array of 10 deaths, and can contaminate the land, toxins hidden in the land. 10 years do not disperse. Looking at the introduction, the 4 hazards and 5 plagues formation was a proper evil formation, and it was the kind that would hurt heaven and earth, but Chao Xiaochun said he didn't care. After all, this was the best means of making himself stronger, and as for whether or not it was harmful to heavenly harmony, it all depended on whether or not what was in front of him blocking his way was worth it for him to make use of this undercard. Xianin 13 sword compulsion formation, priced at 4,200 souls. Bronze grade formation, take 100 black iron grade Xianin compasses, 100 sword compasses, accompanied by 1,000 grass compasses and condense them into the formation. Xianin 13 sword formation has a maximum range of 800 meters. When the formation opens, the shadow of Xianin mountain will appear and hide 10,000 swords. Each Xianin sword is cohesive with evil obsessions. It can cut down the physical body, but the damage to the soul is doubled. Silver level or below enter the formation. If there is no strong defense means, in less than 10 breaths will be killed. The soul into the Xianin mountain nutrients. If the 4 harms and 5 plagues compulsion formation was an evil formation, the Xianin 13 swords compulsion formation was purely a killing formation, and was Chao Xiaochun's strongest card today. Aside from the 2 Pinocchio sisters, Chao Xiaochun took the 2 black discs that appeared in the void, and although their shapes were very similar, the runes inside were worlds apart. After carefully playing with them for a bit, Chao Xiaochun placed them into the white jade gourd, and after flipping through the system store again, he realized that his remaining balance wouldn't be able to buy anything good. So he got up and turned on his computer in preparation for purchasing the materials needed to refine the parasites. Because of things like the 4 pests, there weren't usually any stores that would sell such things, either. For this reason, Chao Xiaochun had even paid a high price to have a black market surrogate collect it for himself, and with the temptation of more than tripling the price, the other party guaranteed delivery a day later. After settling the matter of the 4 pests, Chao Xiaochun repurchased the 5 poisons, and because of the large quantity and the fact that he was a familiar customer, the store gave him a very favorable price. After fiddling for nearly 5 hours, Chao Xiaochun was able to purchase all of the materials, and after carefully calculating his expenses, he realized that it had cost him more than $32 million. The collection of the 4 evils had cost him nearly $10 million, not counting the postage and the 20% extra labor he had to pay. This figure caused Chao Xiaochun to be inexplicably a little heartbroken. If it weren't for the fact that he had gotten quite a few goodies in the dragon's nest before, he would have had to spend 1/10 of his savings on this one expense. This was still just a bronze level formation, and if but the latter, Chao Xiaochun simply didn't dare to think about it. It seems that in the future, money and other things will have to be a little bit on the heart, or else he will definitely not be able to cultivate in the future. Looking at the time, Chao Xiaochun stretched his back, walked out of the room and ignored the two sisters and Xiao Chang who were sitting glowing on the sofa, opened the refrigerator, put down a bowl of noodles, ate and drank his fill and then lay down to sleep. For the next half day, a dozen small cars drove into the neighborhood, and 10 or so small men transported the goods inside to Chao Xiaochun's residence, and after each stack was full, no more than half an hour later, there were service personnel clearing out the empty boxes inside, a full cycle of 10 or so times. Although many people felt very shocked by this phenomenon, they wouldn't say anything nonsense because of their own professional ethics. Since Chao Xiaochun was very busy and had no time at all to direct the transportation of this cargo, under the lure of a month's rent, the little girl across the street very happily took on this errand and was exceptionally conscientious. When all the goods were handed over, Chao Xiaochun locked the door and didn't step out of the room for 2 days. 3 days later, on the side of the road in the outskirts of H City, Li Hanyi wore a white combat suit with a black frame and waited quietly. She hadn't been idle in the past 3 days, as it was her first time touching the bazaar copy, so she had read a lot of information, and this time she planned to work in unison with Chao Xiaochun, rather than being led through the entire journey by someone else. Sorry for being late. A cab stopped, only to see Chao Xiaochun step out of the vehicle. What's the matter? Didn't sleep well these past few days? Chao Xiaochun looked a bit haggard, the dark circles under his eyes on his face becoming a bit obvious. Seeing this, Li Hanyi casually asked. A bit, but it's not a problem. When are we going in? Because of the huge number of parasites needed for the formation, even with the assistance of the white jade gourd, he hadn't slept well in the past few days, basically practicing parasites. So much so that he had only slept for 4 hours when he came over for the appointment. Later, but the bazaar copy is going to take much more time than the normal copy, so if you really can't hold out, we can rest for the night when we get in. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Li Hanyi thought for a moment and continued. Don't worry, I know in my heart. The two of them walked nearly 800 meters down the road, and Li Hanyi looked around to make sure no one was around before taking out a key made of stone. The style of the key looks a bit like the style of the era before the game descended, but the simple and ancient atmosphere that emanates from it adds a touch of mystery. Just see Li Hanyi will be his own demonic power into it. In the faint purple gas surrounded, the key peripheral stones slowly fall off. Before you have time to see the full picture of the key, just see it into a stream of light, straight into the sky. A 100-meter wide black hole formed, and before Chao Xiaochun and the two of them could react, they only felt a blackness in front of their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves at the edge of a pond, possibly due to the replica's environment. It was now late at night inside, and the place where Chao Xiaochun was seemed to be an outer suburb, aside from a few large trees and grasses soaked with moisture. All that was left was a pond several hundred meters wide. Under the moonlight, the water was flooded with silvery light. And aside from these few particularly conspicuous things, the place could be said to be as far as the eye could see at a glance, and all around this place was endless darkness. There didn't seem to be a way out. The scene we are in now should be a memory point of the copy owner's life. We have to look at these scenes and find a corresponding way to crack them before we can go into the next scene. Li Hanyi pushed the frame and said with great certainty, I didn't expect the homework done in 3 days to come in handy just after coming in. It seemed that this was a standard weird copy, condensed from the owner's memories. Only by searching for clues in the memories and cracking them one by one could the owner's obsession be ended in the end, and only by dissolving it would this copy disappear and they would be able to get the rewards. In that case, let's look for it. Hearing Li Chenyi's words, Chao Xiaochun nodded casually, thinking that since this thing was born from an obsession, it would be the easiest way to directly find what was behind it, pull it out, and break it up. But that was a bit of an uncertainty, after all. After really breaking it up, what came after might be a bit unpredictable. Since Li Hanyi knew the copy so well, it might as well listen to her first. If it couldn't be solved, then break the rules. The two of them first took a general stroll through the grass, but found nothing of interest, and came to the pond, where, after a careful search, Chao Xiaochun found 2 fishing poles, and Li Hanyi found a small bucket, a plunge net, half a bag of bait, and 2 small benches. This isn't going to let us fish here, is it? Looking at this neat set of equipment, the corner of Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched. How could one say that a group like the anglers, who could be said to know astronomy and geography from the top to the bottom, could do anything? But the only thing they couldn't do was catch fish. If that was really the case, then it had to be said that this owner's obsession was still quite deep. Haha. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Looking at the bucket, it's not too big. If it goes well, catching 5 or 6 of them, we will be able to complete the task. Lihani looked carefully at the equipment in her hands and said with great certainty, in her opinion, this task is actually very simple, although fishing is an endurance work. But look at the pond from time to time popped out of the water surface of the carp to see. This inside the fish should be quite a lot. Alright, just do as you say. Find a place to make a nest first. Chao Xiaochun yawned, since he had decided to abide by the rules for the time being. Finding a place that had a relatively open view and looked like it had a lot of fish, he first spread 1/3 of the bait, and after dumping the rod, the two of them sat down side by side. To hit the nest, the best material has to be the pro mother. There is a saying in the fishing world, the more you fish, the more fish you catch when your own mother makes the nest. Of course, this sounds a bit awkward, but it should be said that those people are really talented. As time passed by, Chao Xiaochun was resting his eyes on the side, while Lihani had grown impatient from her initial anticipation, especially when she saw a few carp in front of her position, which were constantly wandering around, making her feel that the fish were a bit disrespectful to her. Just when Lihani was considering whether to directly plunge net to fish it up, the fishing rod suddenly sank, and this movement made her heart happy. She quickly stood up and frantically reeled in the fishing line. Even though the thing in the water was constantly resisting, it was naturally unhelpful under the huge power of a professional. After 2 minutes of stalemate, only to see a mossy corpse floating to the surface of the water, presumably due to drowning. The corpse has become swollen, but also with a strong fishy odor. When Lihani saw this, the corner of her eyes jumped. She thought she had caught a fish, but it turned out to be this disgusting thing. Just as she was wondering what to do with it, Chao Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes. Let's throw this thing aside first. Don't frighten the nest or it'll be even harder to get hooked later. Casually summoning the 3-headed demon tiger out, he tossed the corpse aside a short distance away, and the lake seemed to return to its original calm. After another hour, the two men's fishing rods sank at the same time, and after quickly reeling in the rods, they only saw 2 carp that probably weighed 5 or 6 pounds appearing in front of them. But the strange thing is, the hook seems to be from the carp's outer lip through, and carp eyes turn white, open a big mouth. Seems to have been dead for a long time. This is not like their own bite bait, but like being hung up by something. Dead fish right in the mouth. Collect the rod and leave. It seems we are fooled first. Kicking the 2 dead fish away, Chao Xiaochun's eyes narrowed as he looked at the water, seemingly slightly puzzled. From the corpses at the beginning, to the dead fish now, it was a complete indication that this mission was not going to be completed at all, and to continue on like this would simply be a waste of time. Then what should we do now? Lihani's mood had been stifled to the extreme at this moment. Whether it was the passage of time or the repeated teasing, every single thing was provoking her patience. If, according to the old saying, one encounters a dead fish right in the mouth, then we should reel in our rods right now and move away from this place. Chao Xiaochun paused. But there's another saying for that. It's called dead fish positive mouth, so we should just reel in the rod and leave, change our Dao robes, and get in the water and do it. So, damn straight fuck it. Chao Xiaochun heaved the rod in his hand, his tone gradually turning colder. Whatever the hell is underneath you, once I connect the high voltage electricity, even if it's the Dragon King, I'll have to make you jump. Hearing this, Lihani nodded heavily. Originally wanted to get along with you in the capacity of an ordinary intruder, but the result was alienation. Okay, don't pretend. If you don't want to serve, I'll fight until you serve. Thinking of this, Lihani directly summoned the 3 devil tigers, to command the tigers to go into the water. Wait, how long will we have to find it like this? Let's force it out first. After saying that, Chao Xiaochun flicked at his left hand, and a white bead appeared in his hand. The very same thunder bead that had exploded from killing Kaino at that time. Boom! As the skill in the thunder bead erupted, the originally dark sky was illuminated by a shocking thunderbolt, and arm-thick lightning bolts bombarded the surface of the lake. The conductivity of the water coupled with the thunder's immense energy caused the carp within the pond to instantly turn white. Now the pond was full of positively dead fish. Brush! It didn't take long to see a green figure explode out of the pond, and because of the green algae on his body, Chao Xiaochun couldn't even see what the hell it was. A black figure swept directly across the lake, only to see a 3-headed demon tiger floating in midair, its casserole-sized claws precisely grasping the green shadow, and one of its remaining giant claws slamming down on the figure. Slap slap slap. After nearly 3 minutes of beating, all that could be seen was the heavy fall of the 3-headed demonic tiger, the green figure slamming into the ground in an instant, bright red blood flowing out of its body, and its entire body already trembling slightly. It was at this moment that Chao Xiaochun got a good look at the monster. The monster was roughly half a meter tall and looked like a monkey, but its skin was dark green with green fangs, and probably because it had been in the water for a long time, it was surrounded by water plants and was all slimy. Is this the thing that was just teasing us? Li Hani frowned, looking at the ugly thing with an unusually disgusted expression. It's probably it, and if there's something else underneath, it would probably have to vaporize the water in this pond. Chao Xiaochun skimmed his lips and said indifferently, that was the only thing that had been blown up by that thunder bead, and if there really was another monster hiding under the pond, then he would summon Pinocchio and steam this entire pond dry. Li Hani nodded, then told the three-headed demon tiger to lift up the monster and search it carefully. She had a hunch that there must be some clues on this monster. Soon, the three-headed devil tiger will monster body water grass pulled clean. From his neck pulled down a piece of iron plate covered with rust, although the top has been rusty, but vaguely can still see from the top of the word bag. Li Hani took it and looked at it carefully, then handed it to Chao Xiaochun, who wanted to hear his judgment. This neighborhood has already been searched, so if there really isn't anything, then this iron plate is the only clue. But with the current scene, I don't think we can use this yet. Let's just leave here now and enter the next scene. Touching the rust on it, although this thing looked ordinary, but looking at this style, it looked like some kind of status symbol, and if the owner of this bizarre copy had the surname Pao, then everything would make sense. Of course, this was just Chao Xiaochun's own speculation, and to open up this mystery, they would have to go further back. Ka! Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Li Hani nodded and instantly commanded the three demonic tigers to snap the monster's neck. If it weren't for this thing, how would they have wasted most of the day here? Ka 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 ka. In the instant that the monster died, this entire area suddenly emitted a sound like glass cracking, and without waiting for the two to react, the scene, which was originally incredibly real, instantly cracked into pieces, and the two Chao Xiaochuns were plunged back into darkness. After almost 10 breaths, a white light appeared in the darkness, and when Chao Xiaochun opened his eyes again, he realized that they were in the middle of a downtown area. It seemed to be a small town, with people coming and going on the streets, and all kinds of vendors yelling as if they wanted the pedestrians to take a look at their wares. And their clothes also seemed a bit strange, completely unlike the clothes of modern people, but rather like 300 years ago, when the game was just near the beginning, when the land of Kyushu was ravaged by foreigners. Looks like this is the second level, and I'm afraid that this is the obsession of the owner of this copy, and it's very likely that it's where he lived before. Chao Xiaochun looked around and said indifferently, so what do you want to do? Just slaughter this town? Li Hani looked at the crowds of people coming and going, and for a short while, she couldn't tell what was going on. But with the lesson from that monster just now, she felt that it would be more economical to just kill through. There's no rush. Look at the clothes of these people. Do they look like those from the period of the division of the 9 states 300 years ago? If I guessed correctly, although we are in our memories now, we can indeed truly feel this era. This is a history that every one of us in the Kyushu has to remember. I've heard that the foreign races outside the universe aren't recognizing their invasion right now, so if we can find some clues from this, maybe if we go out in the future, we'll be able to help in some way. Chao Xiaochun didn't consider himself to be a good person, but he still had this history from elementary school to college in mind. And anyway, there was still plenty of time now. Might as well just keep pursuing this memory. And if he really couldn't get through or didn't find anything, then he'd solve it in the crudest way possible. Anyway, this entire copy was only a black iron level. If one wanted to pass it quickly, then one only had to release the two Pinocchio sisters plus Xiao Chang, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than half a day to pass it. So what do you want to do? Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Li Hani considered them for a moment, then nodded gently. What else can I do? Just act. First of all, don't think of this place as a memory, but think of him as a real world. Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly as the two of them came into the shadows, and Chao Xiaochun casually took out an arm-thick silver statue from within his spatial ring, gouging out a large chunk of silver from it before pinching it into broken silver. Although he didn't know the currency of this period, things like gold and silver would always be circulating goods. Bringing Li Hani to a small stall selling jewelry, he slowly picked out the jewelry. Guest, choose more. Here are all new models. The owner of the stall was a simple and thick man. Seeing a guest arrive, he greeted him warmly. Boss, I want to ask you about something. Is there a family named Bao in this town? After carefully selecting a piece of jewelry that looked quite exquisite, and after haggling, Chao Xiaochun completed the transaction with a small piece of broken silver. Casually shoving the jewelry into Li Hani's hands, Chao Xiaochun then chatted with the vendor. Boss, is there a family named Bao in this town? Seemingly because of Chao Xiaochun's bravado, the boss seemed incredibly enthusiastic. You're asking the right person. Sir, in Ping'an Town, who doesn't know about Elder Warrenter Pao? He's a well-known benefactor for hundreds of miles around. You guys know Mr. Pao. Oh, is that so? Then it seems like we're looking in the right place. To tell you the truth, we're distant relatives of Elder Warrenter Pao, and because we can't make ends meet, we've come over here specifically to defect. Chow Xiaochun's expression was a bit exaggerated, but that trusty acting skill made it impossible to see a single crack. Goo. So that's how it is, but uncle has to advise you. There's a big deal going on with the Pao family right now. Pao's youngest son, because of organizing students to march on the streets to resist the foreigners, is now locked up. The foreigners want all the property of the Pao family before they are willing to release. I advise you better find another way out. The peddler shook his head, his eyes filled with pity. Now in this world, a large part of Kyushu is under the control of the foreigners. Isn't this young master of the Pao family harming himself by doing this? Thank you for informing me, little brother. But since we've come here, we can't just turn back without saying hello, so please show us the way. Seeing Chow Xiaochun's insistence, the peddler didn't say anything more, and after sighing, he rushed ahead and pointed, marking the location of the Pao family compound. Chow Xiaochun and Li Hani walked down the street, once again taking out the sign and looking at it. Look, just asked casually, and don't the clues on top of this iron sign come out? The Bao mansion was actually not far from where Chow Xiaochun had been before, and after the two of them had walked for about 10 minutes and turned down 2 alleys, they glanced over and saw the slightly rustic compound. The plaque on it was made of fine mahogany, and it looked to be some years old. This kind of standard mansion was very well known in this day and age, and it was basically only some of the big squire-level households that had the money to build it. The two had just walked to the side, only to see the gate of the Pao mansion slowly open. A group of people hurried to the door, while a carriage passing by threw down a youth covered in blood with a hand. Judging from the dog-headed carriage driver, they all belonged to a foreign race. Seeing this, a middle-aged man with somewhat white hair and a few women hurriedly walked forward. Looking at the miserable and incomparable young man, tears instantly fell. Quickly help the young master into the house, Pao differently shouted. Several maids quickly stepped forward, one holding one of Pao Boyang's hands, with the crowd following behind. After roughly 20 minutes or so, the originally noisy Pao mansion returned to its former calm. Seeing this, Chow Xiaochun gently exhaled a breath and brought Li Hani to the front door of the Pao mansion, knocking gently on the door. Who are you? 6. The butler of the Bao mansion, an old man in his 60s, was first stunned at the sight of the two strangely dressed young men, and then asked suspiciously, "Hello, Grand Master. We're friends of young Master Pao, and we heard that something had happened to him, so we came over to see." Chow Xiaochun arched his hand and said respectfully, "Friends of young master?" The housekeeper was certain that he had definitely never seen the two Chow Xiaochuns before, but seeing the clothing they wore, which resembled those of the foreign races outside of the Kyushu region, and thinking that the young master had once traveled out of the Kyushu region to study, and had gotten to know quite a number of Kyushu people who shared some common interests with him, it must be that this should be the young master's friends. "You guys come in first, I'll take you to see the master." After some thought, the butler slowly opened a small door and greeted Chow Xiaochun as the two of them came in first, then led the way. After waiting in the living room for a while, he only saw Pao differently slowly walk in, first glancing at the two of them, then faintly saying, "Are you also from the Kyushu?" "Of course, which foreign race is long us?" Chow Xiaochun didn't care about Pao's different question, and just told the truth. "Judging from your clothing, you guys have studied outside of Kyushu, right?" "I don't know. At that time, when you guys were studying with my son on that Sakura Island, did you ever hear of our town?" Pao differently greeted the two and sat down, stroking his beard before saying with a smile, "Those who could come to the Pao family at this time of the year and still dared to come here, if they weren't their son's friends, then it would be a trick played by the foreigners." So Pao differently wanted to test them out a bit. Master Pao couldn't have remembered wrongly. "We've been studying on the Demon Bear Star before. How could we be on Cherry Blossom Island? That place isn't a good place to study. And those dogheads aren't very friendly to us." Chow Xiaochun pondered for a moment, first observing Pao Difference's expression, and he felt that the man wouldn't say something like that for no reason. Thus, he felt that there must be something wrong with those words, and that he might just be digging a hole for himself. After thinking about it, Chow Xiaochun decided to take a chance. After all, in this era, there seemed to be only one power that could actively help this stormy continent. Thus, Chow Xiaochun reported the power of the Demon Bear Star. "Ha ha 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 ha, look at this brain of mine. I guess it's just that there's been so much trivia lately that I actually misremembered for a moment. Sorry." Pao differently picked up the tea on the side and gently sipped it. Although he apologized on his lips, he didn't care too much about it in his actions. It was true that Pao Boyang had traveled to the outside world, but the news that everyone knew was that he had traveled to Cherry Blossom Island. But what had really happened was that he had gone to the Demon Bear Star, which was why, With his own son having been imprisoned by that foreign race earlier, he had to test the two of them with the question that was known to everyone. Chao Xiaochun, I don't know what exactly is it that you guys came to see my son about? After some thought, Pao differently asked directly about the purpose of the two's arrival here. The two of us originally wanted to head to the capital, but we ended up hearing about what happened to him halfway through the trip, so we thought we'd come over and see what we could do to help. Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly and said without being condescending. From the information given in the first level, combined with the current era, and the fact that the owner of this level was surnamed Pao, Chao Xiaochun had a bold guess in his heart, that over the past 300 years, if there was a character surnamed Pao that was a character that had left a strong mark on history, I'm afraid it would be whichever one of them was called the God of War. Pao Boyang, you guys have the heart, but Boyang is now injured and is not in a position to see guests. If you guys want to see him, I guess you'll have to wait for a few days. Pao differently nodded, then sighed, clearly not wanting Chao Xiaochun to see his son. Since that's the case, we won't bother you much, so in a few days, we'll look in on brother Pao. Hearing the words Boyang, Chao Xiaochun's pupils shrank, and since he was certain of the truth of the matter, there was no point in them staying here, so Chao Xiaochun exchanged a few pleasantries and left with Li Hani. The two of them found a secluded spot, and Chao Xiaochun turned his face and inquired of Li Hani, this bizarre copy, where did your family get it? It was no wonder that Chao Xiaochun had such a question. Pao Boyang, born in an unknown town, fled to the capital after experiencing various events, was rewarded by Emperor Taizong, formed the Kirin army, and, along with all the defending forces, fought the counterattacks of Kyushu against the foreign races. After the battle in defense of the city capital, with 8,000 Kirin army blocked 50,000 dog-headed people for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally, for the 9 states to do their duty. This was the first person who fought against the war 300 years ago. In modern times, even a 3-year-old child would know the great name of this general, but the fact that this famous character's obsession had appeared in a Black Iron level copy made Chao Xiaochun a bit strange. Black market. I don't know the exact process. Li Hani paused, and at the moment, her inner shock wasn't much less than Chao Xiaochun's. This was General Pao Boyang, and if it was true, it meant that the two of them were now helping this war god to free himself of his obsession. Seeing that Li Hani didn't know where this thing came from either, Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment and decided that now wasn't the time to dwell on this matter. Regardless of why this General Pao Anyan's obsession was only a Black Iron rank, the most important thing right now was to clear the copy first. Recalling Pao Anyang's past, Chao Xiaochun thought carefully for a moment, and suddenly, he thought of a passage recorded in Wild History. When General Pao was arrested for organizing a parade, the Pao family dispersed all of their money to make connections, and that very night, the head of the family dyed cloth with blood to make a battle flag, and ordered 2 guards to move Pao Anyang, and that night, the 70 members of the Pao family were all exterminated by the Dog-Head clan, and all of the money originally promised to the foreigners disappeared. Thinking about this, Chao Xiaochun suddenly realized that the obsession of this level was that entire Pao family. It seems that we need to protect everyone in the Pao family and evacuate safely tonight in order to pass the barrier. Once he shared his thoughts with Li Hani, Chao Xiaochun planned to guard the Pao family tonight. Although the reality might be even more brutal than what they were experiencing now, this was just an illusion formed by an obsession. So keeping the 70 members of the Pao family safe in this Black Iron ranked copy shouldn't be much of a problem for the two of them. Seeing this, Li Hani gently nodded her head. Unknowingly, the dominance of this copy had returned to Chao Xiaochun's hands, and originally, she had wanted to watch what she had learned carry others through, but now it seemed that she was better off honestly hugging her thighs. Late night was quickly approaching, and as if they knew that tonight was going to be a bit unusual, the vendors had packed up early, the doors were closed, and the street seemed unusually silent. The two of them, Chao Xiaochun, stood on the roof of the Bao mansion, quietly watching the scene below. A squad of dog-headed men slowly walked up to the Pao mansion's door, only to see the leader of the squad draw his sword and slash heavily, shattering the entire door in response. Boss Pao, the ransom you promised, why hasn't it been delivered yet? You have to know that the promises made by our troops can be released and can be withdrawn at any time. The dog-headed man was 2 meters tall, condescendingly looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. At this moment, everyone in the Pao family had gathered in the compound, looking at these foreigners who had invaded the Kyushu, their eyes filled with hatred. The Pao family never make any deals with the foreign races. Their Pao family had been the most loyal group of people in the Kyushu since ancient times, and could the game descended, this weird thing instantly broke the barrier that the imperial court had painstakingly built up, and in front of those professionals, the originally strong army looked so bad. But Pao differently thinks that this is also just the foreigners who understand the game as a mechanism in advance. Don't look at them now wreaking havoc on Kyushu. But when everyone in Kyushu completely integrates this new mechanism, then sooner or later they will restore the river and mountain. Therefore from the time Pao Bo-yan was born, their entire family united to nurture this eldest son who could awaken his profession on his own. And for this reason, the Pao family not only sent him on a study tour, but also condescended to make false pretenses with this dog-head man. Until now, Pao differently feels that the time is ripe for this. Pao differently received the news that nowadays there are resistance forces rising all over the Kyushu, and it is very powerful. So when he ransomed Pao Bo-yang, he decided that he would give all the properties of the Pao family to him, so that he could join up with the righteous army and do his part in recovering the mountains and rivers. As for their entire Pao family, they stayed behind, delaying the footsteps of the dog-head army while spreading a dash of blood for this counterattack cause. Boss Pao, what do you mean? The dog-head general's eyes narrowed, killing intent surging around him. Vaguely, it felt that this Pao family's property. I'm afraid it won't be taken tonight. Nothing means, the foreigners are brutal. Invading my Kyushu, my Pao family has been a loyalist in Kyushu since ancient times. If I hand over the foundation left by my ancestors to you today, then I, Pao differently, still have a face to see my Pao family's ancestors. Family members, tell these beasts what my Pao family's ancestral motto is. Pao differently wasn't the least bit intimidated by the dog-headed general's aura. Instead he turned back and bellowed with an unusually gratifying smile. Inspire to serve the country. Be bold and loyal. Don't commit adultery or theft. Abide by the law and be peaceful. Love public service. Don't get involved and don't be close to your relatives. When the 9 states need it, bravely show up. Dao Dao like thunderous waves of sound resounded in the Pao family. All of them held their swords, their eyes full of perseverance. They, the Pao family, had never been negative to the country. Even a 3-year-old child, at this time also roared till the veins burst out. Not the slightest fear of the color. 9 states suffered. The Pao family as a part of this land. For the dignity of the nation. Today, to die. You seek death. Hearing the Pao family's unanimous words, the dog-headed general laughed in anger and drew out the taijutsu at his waist, rushing down to slash at Pao differently. Seeing this, Pao differently slowly closed his eyes, as if all this would have nothing to do with him. Clang! The taijutsu that was supposed to pass through Pao differently's body didn't slash down according to the original result, but was blocked by a huge black sickle, and without waiting for the dog-headed general to react, he only saw a burst of black light flashing out, and the huge dog's head unexpectedly flew straight into the air, and a column of blood between his neck also rose up to the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. Roar! A beautiful flute sound rang out. 2 black shadows descended from the sky and shot towards the 100-man battle group, and a giant tiger was not willing to be left behind and rushed into the formation with an iron fist in its hand. This sudden change of events made Pao differently first freeze. Before he could react, he only saw that the 100-man squad had instantly become a set of white bones. Master Pao, if Pao Bo-yang wakes up, he probably wouldn't want to see all of you sacrificing yourselves for his sake, right? Li Chenyi turned his head and looked at Pao differently, who was still in shock, and faintly said, Chao Xiaochun. On the other hand, flicked his right foot and arrived next to the crowd, looking at their somewhat shocked faces and heaved a sigh. This incomparably real feeling made Chao Xiaochun think, in an instant, that they had come full circle to this era. General Pao, we've filled your regrets for you. Chao Xiaochun raised his voice to the sky, and these words were spoken to the owner of this copy. Ka 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 ka. Boom! As soon as the words fell, just like before, the sound of glass shattering emanated from the entire space, and after all of the surrounding scenes had shattered, Li Hani instantly felt a bit of a blockage in his heart. If their rescue just now could become a fact, then how much better. Unlike the previous darkness, the road screen was like an old movie, reflected in front of the eyes of the two. Pao Bo-yang woke up and found himself in the capital, looking at the dead word flag draped over his body as well as the bad news coming from the newspaper. His heart was broken beyond measure. His sister can only be 3 years old. In order to the family's wishes, Pao Bo-yang used their own property, all the way to recruit, and know a lot of people with their own like-minded people. The crowd organized, together against the foreigners within the 9 states. Kirin army was established. This army in the 9 states in the first battle, it is a big shine, defending the city of heaven, a time 9 states shaking. Nearly 3 years later, there was another major change in Kyushu, and the foreigners invaded Kyushu's territory like crazy. Tiandu city was lost. Pao Bo-yang left. 80,000 people were reduced to meat. The city of Earth Emperor was defended, and Pao Bo-yang left again. The whole area was devastated. Weiyang city lost its defense. The foreigners slaughtered the city, and 3 million people were not spared. The scene played out quickly. A bright light flashed by, and the two of them, Chao Xiaochun, arrived atop a city gate. Looking back, A black mass of dogheads was frantically attacking the city, and in the distance, a giant black dragon soared in midair, violently spewing flames at the city. Various Kyushu professionals gathered on the city walls, struggling to resist the incoming enemy. Is this considered the last obsession? Looking at the battlefield, which was like an inferno on earth, Chao Xiaochun heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Looking around the battlefield, Chao Xiaochun knew that this was Zhaochang, the place where General Pao had fallen, and that this battle had been the last glory of his life. Although he didn't hold the city in the end, it was a miracle that the 8,000 strong Qilin army held out for 3 days and 3 nights and that the other side had a giant dragon. It seems that for this final hurdle, General Pao wants us to be a spectator. Looking at the blue light that was like a protective layer on his body, Li Hani thought about it and faintly said, with the protection of this layer of blue light, the two of them were like ghosts in the scene. Li Hani had more than once encountered scenes where soldiers covered in blood passed over them. According to this result, I'm afraid that once this war is over, this bizarre copy will disappear. Let's read on first. Chao Xiaochun nodded. He had the same idea as Li Hani, although he didn't understand what exactly Pao Boyang's purpose was in setting up this barrier. But it would be worth the trip to see with his own eyes what this group of generals had decided to do 300 years ago. Boom boom boom. Dao shields rose up, blocking the flames of the dragon as well as the cannonballs that kept bombarding the city. From the faces of those professionals, one could tell that every single one of them was on the verge of exhaustion right now, and even every less than 5 minutes, someone would fall from the formation. By the city wall, all kinds of machinery opened fire crazily, lasers, grenades, and even some special machine guns. The two sides kept confronting each other nearby within 100 miles, instantly becoming a meat grinder. Those beasts are coming up from the city walls. A flame mage with a face full of blood yelled as he threw fireball spells at the city walls. These dog-headed men who were feeling their way up from the city walls seemed to be wearing a special kind of armor, and no matter if it was fire or ice spells, they were almost useless against them. And the sharp claws in the hands of the dog-headed men were ruthlessly set against the city wall. With their mouths biting on their large swords, they were crawling away upwards step by step, even though the city wall was as high as a few hundred meters. But naturally, they could not block their steps. Boom! A pair of huge copper hammers ruthlessly smashed into the dog-headed man who had just climbed up by the city wall. And under that terrifyingly huge force, the dog-headed man's head was instantly smashed, and that headless body quickly fell down. Quickly come to support. Before the big man could slow down, several more dog-headed men poked their heads out, trying to cross the city wall. Another group of supporting generals arrived, but because of the limitations of numbers, more and more dogheads spread up, and even though the crowd had done their best, it was naturally difficult to stop the enemy's invasion. The flame mage at the very beginning was holding his right arm and panting heavily. He was the paperwork of this Qilin squad, because the number of dogheads was too large. For this reason just now when he was defending himself he was severely cut. His entire right arm was instantly ruined. Seeing that steady stream of dogheads coming up, a hint of determination flashed in Zhao Ziming's eyes, only to see him quickly back up and open a box, strapping all the laser bombs inside to his body. Get out of the way! Zhao Ziliang shouted at the generals, then rushed up to the city wall and leapt down. Boom! The self-detonation of the gold-ranked professional coupled with the violent explosives. A loud roar like a dragon's roar rang out in the middle of the city wall, and a violent white light like a small sun illuminated the east side of the city wall. Countless limbs fell from the city wall, and the dogheads that were originally lying on the wall instantly became a set of charcoal. But even so, after a short period of panic, another group of dogheads slowly climbed up the city wall along the previous route. Fuck me, Xiong Sample Rong, who was holding dual hammers, came back to his senses from that violent explosion, and when he saw that the dogheads had a tendency to attack again, he cursed and then turned his head. Kirin Team 5 get ready, get the explosives. Hearing their own captain's words, the generals didn't hesitate, mimicking Zhao Ziliang by strapping the explosives to their bodies and lining up in tacit agreement. Another dog-headed man revealed his head. Xiong Sample Rong stepped forward and kicked him hard, then leapt down with a dog-headed man in his arms. Kirin Team 5, Giant Power Warrior Xiong Sample Rong. Boom! There was another shocking bang, and although the generals lined up on the side were heartbroken, there was not the slightest bit of fear in their eyes. Boom boom boom! Ice Mage Huan Lin, Qilin Army, Immortal, Elf Archer Holu, Mother, my child is unfilial. Holy Light Priest Nangong Shinro. For every attack organized by the dogheads, there was a professional strapped with a bomb that leapt down from the city wall in a single bound, and their final cries seemed to be the only proof that this team of Qilin Army existed in this world. At the moment, Li Hani was gripping Chao Xiaochun's arm, her eyes tightly closed, her lips seemingly bitten out of blood, and this scene of hell on earth was impacting her mind and soul every moment of every day. As for Chao Xiaochun, his eyes were narrowed slightly, and although he wasn't so afraid to face it, this strong sense of impact made him a little saddened by the fact that these generals, after this battle in the end, didn't even have any withered bones left, but they had no regrets, because this was fighting for the dignity of the nation. The battle lasted for 8 hours, the whole 8,000 Chilean army, now there are only 500 left, with such a force, has been unable to stop the endless supply of dog-headed people army. Pao Boyang half leaning against the wall, his right hand covering his abdomen, trying to stop the flow of blood. The sounds of fighting and gunfire had weakened a lot, and he knew that soon, the dogheads would be coming up. General, we can't hold it anymore. Let's withdraw. An inner guard quickly came to Pao Boyang and grabbed his arm, trying to pick him up and take him away. Seeing the inner guard's action, Pao Boyang shook his head and pushed him away. Tiandu City didn't hold. I'm leaving. Earth Imperial City didn't hold. I'm leaving. Weiyang City didn't hold. I still left. Today, I, Pao Boyang, am not leaving. Pao Boyang looked at the surrounding warriors and smiled softly. He himself was a man of elegance. If he wasn't leading the army, then anyone would think that this was just a scholar. The generals on the side still wanted to dissuade, but when they saw the resolute eyes of Pao Boyang, the words of dissuasion instantly stopped at the edge of their mouths. The people looked at each other, and in a few breaths of effort they actually revealed a smirk like a tacit agreement. Chilean army, immortal, shouting in unison. The generals helped Pao Boyang and some of the seriously injured to stand up slowly, staring angrily at the front. The hand holding the sword was already trembling, but the blade, always held in the hand. What can we do? Li Hani couldn't hold herself back any longer, and looked at Chao Xiaochun as if her eyes were red. Naturally, she had forgotten that this was merely an illusion. That would naturally be to help them win this battle. Chao Xiaochun exhaled heavily. Although their current cultivation level was more than a few orders of magnitude worse than that of these monsters, this copy, after all, was only a black iron level, so even if he knew that this was an illusion, this battle was still a battle to be won, even if it was only a beautiful dream. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun grabbed the blue light in the air, and it shattered, and the two array diagrams immediately appeared in his hands. Without the protection of the blue light, Chao Xiaochun and Li Hani's silhouette slowly emerged, only to see Li Hani change into her equipment along with Chao Xiaochun now atop the wall. Scarlet runes were reflected on Chao Xiaochun's body, and the two array diagrams turned into black streams of light that shot straight up into the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. Dow black mist spread across the battlefield beneath the city walls, and before the dog-headed people who were still on the walls for unknown reasons could react, they only felt their eyes go black, and they were actually rapidly falling downward. Squeak squeak. Dow Dow's rat's cry resounded through the sky, accompanied by that heavy 5 poisonous vapors as well as the 3 pests. These pests pounced madly towards the dog-headed man army along with that poisonous mist, and a dog-headed man just wanted to resist, but turned into a stream of white bones in an instant. Boom boom boom. As the 4 pests and 5 plague compulsion formation appeared, an illusory mountain of swords reflected in mid-air. An endless Xianin sword chi erupted, directly ignoring that protection and piercing straight through the dog-headed man's chest. With the Xianin 13 sword compulsion formation plus the 4 hazards and 5 plagues formation superimposed on it, even the dog-headed men, who were so terrifying in number, panicked at the moment, and all sorts of miserable howls emanated from the battlefield. However, this was a wonderful piece of music to Chao Xiaochun's ears. The foreign races never deserved sympathy. Chao Xiaochun, I want to charge the formation. Li Hani looked at Chao Xiaochun's terrifying tactics, and was unusually shocked, even if, because of the limitations of the replica, these dogheads with originally terrifying cultivation levels were only at the black iron level at this point. This was tens of thousands of them. Surprisingly, they were instantly suppressed by that weird creature in a short period of time, and it even looked like they were powerless to fight back. However, the tragic battlefield just now had quickly calmed her heart, and at this moment, Li Hani only wanted to use the giant scythe in her hand to tear these beasts underneath one by one. Good. Looking at Li Qinyi's resolute face, Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly, then bit his finger and put it to her mouth. Drink my blood, and you'll be able to temporarily resist the erosion of the parasites. Li Hani was stunned by his actions, and was just about to slap that hand away out of reserve, but after hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, she hesitated for a moment, then obediently took it in. After half a quarter of an hour, a red-faced Li Hani conjured up 3 demonic tigers, and a strange spell formation was reflected on the tigers' foreheads, only to see the original huge devil tiger slowly transformed into a black mist from Li Hani inner influx, and the beautiful person's body also instantly changed. The sexy eyes instantly became sympathetic. The whole seems to turn into a lavender color. The pretty face slowly climbed out of the road demonic lines, 2 sharp bone spikes from the arm to break out of the clothes. The whole person already looked no different from a demon. This is a skill that comes with demon contractors, hosts confused with their own demons, inheriting the demon's ability to fight. Of course, the face value is naturally determined by the attributes of the demon. In fact, Lihani herself unusually rejected the skill. After all, the chimera by her side now can't fight, and the three-headed demon tiger, although exceptionally fierce, is really not very good looking. However, because of the shock that the Chilan army had just given herself, Lihani felt that even if this was an illusion, she had to use all her strength. Without hesitation, Lihani leapt down with her giant sickle in hand, charging at the dog-headed man at the front of the line and slashing at it with all her might. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, summoned the white jade gourd, and released Little Chang, as well as the flying head parasites, the two Pinocchio sisters. Among them, Xiao Chang followed along with Lihani for protection. Although the dogheads below were only black iron-level dogheads, they couldn't help but be too many in number. Therefore, the necessary protection was still needed. Buzz buzz buzz. As the locust parasites entered the battlefield, Chao Xiaochun casually glanced down at the bottom before turning his face to look at the smiling Pao Boyang, and although he was relatively speechless, he could feel that the general's eyes seemed to be filled with a light. In response, Chao Xiaochun smiled softly, then looked at the generals surrounding Pao Boyang, and took out Scarce's ice breath blade, pointing it directly at the black dragon in midair. It's time for the dragon flame to go out. Generals, follow me to cut down the dragon. After saying this, Chao Xiaochun no longer hesitated, summoning a flying head compass and stomping on it as his entire body exploded out. The two Pinocchio sisters also condensed a spell formation in their hands, and ice and fire dragon scrolls appeared, rushing toward the black dragon, and the generals around Pao Boyan laughed out loud, following in Chao Xiaochun's footsteps, as all sorts of skills erupted and shot out explosively at the dragon. Roar! The endless stream of skills caused the originally unrivaled black dragon to panic a bit only to see the black dragon roar. Huge dragon breath gushed out of its mouth and rushed towards Chao Xiaochun, and Chao Xiaochun, who was protected by some ice and fire dragon scrolls, didn't dodge in the slightest, raising his ice blade above his head and slashing it heavily. Spirit character technique. Endless murderous bee parasites converged in the ice breath blade, and the 40-meter-long black blade chi exploded and slashed down, instantly penetrating the black dragon's entire body. The black dragon might have been a king in life, but in the middle of this copy, it was just a black iron rank. Ka! As the blade chi flashed by, there actually seemed to be a brief freeze in midair, and a breeze blew across Chao Xiaochun's face. The dragon in front of him actually instantly snapped in two, and without even uttering a single scream, the dragon's corpse fell out of the air and viciously smashed into the battlefield. Boom! The dragon corpse fell into the formation, crushing to death countless dogheads who were still struggling to resist, and that originally terrifying flesh body also turned into a white bone with the erosion of the poisonous mist. After another 2 hours, at this moment on the battlefield, the nearly 50,000 dogheads had all been turned into white bones. The entire battlefield, like a bone hell. Xiao Chang made a vicious leap and arrived at the head of the city wall, while Li Hani had already retired her demonic body, and appeared to be a bit exhausted, sitting paralyzed on Xiao Chang's body, panting heavily. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun looked somewhat helpless. What a silly woman. After helping Li Hani off of Xiao Chang, sitting her on the ground, and giving her a bottle of recovery potion, he looked at Bao Boyang in front of him. Dao Dao breeze blew by. The original generals standing at the city head as well as the white bones underneath slowly disappeared. Pao Boyang sighed, then slowly walked forward and looked at the two of them and slowly said, I dreamed that the foreigners were driven away. I and all the generals rode our horses and walked down the street, and there were colorful flags and flowers everywhere. Young man, what is the Kyushu now like? There seemed to be some anticipation in Pao Boyang's words. After watching this middle-aged man, who looked like a Confucian scholar, lean Li Hani against the wall, Chao Xiaochun quickly rose and bowed respectfully. Chao Xiaochun of Weiyang City. Greetings to General Pao. The original name of the city of H was Weiyang City. Today's Kyushu is its own master. The foreign races don't dare to go on the rampage. The people have food for everyone, meat for every meal, and there's no more famine in the world. Only now did Chao Xiaochun realize that Pao Boyang's deepest obsession was still remembering the 9 states, so he had to tell all that he knew. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Pao Boyang's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask, then how is the state's power? And do we still need help from the demon bear star? The empress of the Kyushu state is brilliant, and has also awakened the profession of the dragon master. So not only does the Kyushu state not need the help of the demon bear star today, but it is also opening up its borders every year, and many of the territories that were lost from the ancient times have now been recovered. Moreover, the number of professionals traveling outside of Kyushu rises every year. Chao Xiaochun said respectfully, Thinking about the reported information he had seen earlier, today's Kyushu had long since ceased to be what it had been 300 years ago. Ha 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 ha. Good. Our wish, fulfilled. The brightness in Pao Bo Yang's eyes became more and more obvious with every sentence he heard, and at the end of his words, he only saw this middle-aged man let out a loud laugh, as if he was spitting out all of his years of holding back his grievances. Young man, thank you for bringing the news. On behalf of the Chilean army, I give you my blessing. May you bring our army's wishes to bring Kyushu to a higher level in the future. Expressing his feelings, Pao Anyang looked at Chao Xiaochun and smiled softly. Ka. There was the sound of space shattering again, and the entire bizarre copy began to disappear, while Pao Anyang's body began to become illusory. Greetings, General Pao. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun bowed respectfully, a sign of respect for this general as well as those generals and soldiers who had been killed by the horse. The breeze that had originally disappeared blew once again, and the entire copy dispersed like dust in the wind. At the last moment, two white lights drilled into the brows of both Chao Xiaochun. Looking at the familiar outskirts of the countryside, as well as a few items floating in mid-air, Chao Xiaochun knew that their trip to this bizarre duplicate had come to an end. Ding! Leveling up to 12. Chao Xiaochun. Bronze rank. LV 12, 1/7400. Strength, 70. Speed, 92. Spirit, 620. Hearing the prompts in his head, Chao Xiaochun looked a bit surprised, not realizing that clearing this bizarre copy had allowed him to directly raise 3 levels. As for Li Hani, who was sitting on the ground, he also looked incredibly shocked at the moment. Generally speaking, it was already very unbelievable for a bizarre copy to be able to level up by 2 levels, but General Pao's obsession had such a high experience value. Moreover, from that white light just now, both she and Chao Xiaochun had comprehended a skill. Infernal Purgatory. Evolvable. No rank. Skill characteristics. When releasing Infernal Purgatory, it comes with a shocking effect, with a 30% chance of disturbing the mind and causing fear, and an even greater chance of causing one to fall into murderous intent and become mad and demonic. Skill description. An aura cultivated through many battlefield killings. Slaughtering one is a sin. Slaughtering 10,000 is a male. Little Chun. It looks like we've made a fortune. Seeing that skill introduction, Li Hani looked a bit excited. It was a growth skill similar to a domain. And something like this type of killing intent was basically impossible to comprehend if one wasn't a cultivator who had crawled out of the battlefield. Chao Xiaochun nodded gently, very much agreeing with Li Hani's statement that just because of this one skill, the haul from this copy would be far higher than that of a gold-level creepy copy. Not to mention that there were a few items floating around in mid-air, and judging by the look of it, they shouldn't be of low quality. Chao Xiaochun removed the items and slowly sat down next to Li Hani. There weren't many items, just 3 in total: a token, a sword hilt, and a black egg. The token was made of red-colored jade, with 9 5-clawed divine dragons as well as a unicorn carved on it, and in the center were the 3 big words, Unicorn Army. The black egg weighed 50 pounds and was filled with demonic patterns, with 2 dark red horns at the top, making it look exceptionally majestic. The hilt of the sword, on the other hand, looked very ordinary. Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment, then opened his true eye, and soon, information about the 3 items appeared before his eyes. Order of the Kirin, the symbol of the Kirin army, which contained a record of the battles, both large and small, that Pao Bo Yang had fought in his life, as well as the things he had encountered. Inferno Cub, silver grade, enhanceable, the descendant of the 8 great demons in the abyss, born as a king, grows normally to reach the king level. Shadowless sword Erino, diamond weapon. Unique effect, attacks add 30% damage. Shadowless sword Erino, diamond artifact, unique effect, 30% additional damage when attacking. Chao Xiaochun was shocked when he looked at the Inferno Cub and the ordinary-looking sword hilt, which, when added together, were no weaker than a normal dragon cub. As long as the Inferno demon grew, it would be a proper king level in the future, which meant that the professional who could contract it would be the intended king. The Shadowless sword is even more perverted, although only one effect, but additional 30% of the attack power of this means that want to win the heaven, although restricted to saints below. But think about it, if the 2 kings duel, other people's attack power is stronger than their own 30%, that is simply despairing. Moreover, as a compassionist himself, he himself had compasses that purified his power, so that as long as he held this sword, he could have a 45% higher combat power than the same rank. So it could be said that this Shadowless sword was tailor-made for himself. Exhaling heavily, Chao Xiaochun pondered for a moment before handing the Inferno egg to Li Hani and introducing her to the Inferno Cub as well as the Chilean order. Since the 2 of us cleared the level together, you should have a share of this loot as well. Upon hearing Chao Xiaochun's introduction, Li Hani's beautiful eyes widened. The Inferno demon was a creature that she had naturally heard of as a demon contractor. and she didn't expect that Chao Xiaochun would give it to her without hesitation. Actually, you don't have to. You made a big effort in the copy, so it's only right that you should be the one to take this best reward. Li Hani thought about it, and although she couldn't bear to part with the demon, she decided to give it away because of her own principles. Hadn't Chao Xiaochun said that everything could be a compulsion, and that this inferno demon was important to him as well? No need. Have you forgotten that I've already gotten the dragon egg of the ice dragon Scarza before? With a giant dragon. This inferno demon is just one more relatively good combatant for me. It doesn't matter much, but you're different. With the characteristics of your profession, you'll be able to maximize the strength of the inferno demon. And besides, we're still partners, aren't we? Chao Xiaochun smiled. It wasn't that he was being generous, but this copy was originally provided by Li Hani, and now that there was something suitable for her if he were to covet it, it would really seem a bit unrighteous, and it's not like this was against an enemy. Don't worry about it either. The benefits I got are no less than yours. This sword hilt, it's a diamond artifact come to life. Chao Xiaochun shook the shadowless sword in his hand and said with a smile, a diamond artifact? Li Hani was stunned when he heard Chao Xiaochun's words, then replied in shock, thank you. After a long time had passed, Li Hani finally accepted Chao Xiaochun's offer and softly said thank you. Alright, things are done. There's no point in us staying here. It's late at night and I don't think we'll be able to get a cab, so I'll ask old 8 to come over and pick us up. Chao Xiaochun touched his stomach. After coming out, he was suddenly a bit hungry, and the feeling was unusually strong, so he was unwilling to stay in the suburbs any longer. Taking out his cell phone from his spatial ring, he quickly dialed Su Laobai's number. Xiao-chun? Where have you been these 14 days? We've been looking for you like crazy. Listening to the intermittent voice of Su Laobai coming from the other end of his cell phone, Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched, and he was about to curse, but Su Laobai's next words left him a bit puzzled. 14 days? Chao Xiaochun's brow furrowed slightly. At most, a day and a night had passed since they had been within the copy, so how could 14 days have passed? Hearing this, Li Hanli was puzzled as he took out his cell phone and looked at the date inside, but it turned out to be the same as what Su Laobai had said, that 14 days had actually passed in the outside world. Looking at this, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but be flooded with a cold sweat. A whole half a month, and they were feeling so fast. If the two of them were able to satisfy Pao Boyang and their copy inside, would they starve to death alive? They should know that with their current strength, it was impossible for them to survive such a long time without eating or drinking. In retrospect, it was really luck, and at the same time, Chao Xiaochun also sighed that there really were crises everywhere within these copies, and that this kind of negligence really couldn't be repeated in the future. Let's not talk about this right now. You now, hurry the hell up and come pick me up from the outskirts. I'll give you 3 minutes to settle what's going on right now. Lightly exhaling, Chao Xiaochun faintly said to the phone that. At the same time, without waiting for Su Laobai to respond, he hung up the phone. I didn't realize that we'd been in the duplicate for 14 days. Let's eat something first. Chao Xiaochun shook his head and took out 2 compressed cookies from his spatial ring, as well as 2 bottles of pure water, which were still the supplies that had been issued by the military the first time he had gone down to the duplicate, and since he hadn't been able to use them before either, they had been lying within his ring. Although the things are not much, but also can always pad, these military dry food energy is very high, and there are also nourishing things inside, but also enough for the 2 people to slowly recover that half a month did not eat over the stomach. After slowly eating the dry food, because this was the countryside, Su Laobai could not have come so quickly, even if he was fast. As a result, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but lie down on the grass and look up at the bright starry sky, slowly recovering his strength. Just as Chao Xiaochun was lost in thought, he felt a fragrant breeze surround his ears, only to see Li Hani lying down side by side, her stamina seemingly much more depleted in contrast to Chao Xiaochun. After all, charging straight into battle in the duplicate, if it weren't for Xiao Chang's protection, she'd probably be even worse off. You and your fiancé, you're quite close now, aren't you? After a moment of silence, Li Hani looked at the sky and spoke for no apparent reason, clearly looking for a topic of conversation. In response, Chao Xiaochun didn't care and said indifferently, we've known each other since childhood. After all, we used to live in a neighborhood. I remember when I was 3 years old, because she was a little blind, so she was always being bullied, and her family's attitude towards her was not good. You don't know, at that time, other than me and Su Laobai, there was no one to play with her. Recalling the past, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but flash in his mind a little girl wearing a silk eye patch who fell in a mud puddle with no one to help her. It was probably because my eldest uncle and the others wanted to climb into the Shui family's power, and when they saw how well we played, they set us up with Elder Shui, and as a result, The two of them became engaged in an unexplained way. Then later, Water Old Master High Rise they then moved to the military compound. I was already in high school when I met Shuei Yunji. At that time, it coincided with a change in my family. Elder Shuei didn't take back the marriage contract because Shuei Yunji had awakened her hidden profession as well as my orphan status. But because Shuei Yunji awakened her hidden profession, she was too well protected by everyone. And we haven't spoken a few words in the past 2 years. I'm sorry for reminding you of something bad. Li Hani listened to Chao Xiaochun's account and couldn't help but apologize a little. After all, many people in the class were aware of Chao Xiaochun's parents' car accident at the time. Hey, what's wrong with that? I've gotten used to it over the years. Chao Xiaochun didn't care about that. So you're going to fulfill this marriage contract when you graduate from college? Li Hani paused, and even Ghostly asked such a sentence. And when she reacted, it was a bit too late. Chao Xiaochun looked a little surprised. Why would Li Hani ask this? This high cold goddess turned out to be so gossipy? Slowly turning around, she only saw that Li Hani had long since turned her back, and Chao Xiaochun didn't see her slightly flushed face. Because, Sister Shuei Yunji is a legend in our school, and a girl, so I wanted to learn more about the situation. And if you don't want to talk about it, then you don't have to answer. Sensing Chao Xiaochun's movements, Li Hani inexplicably looked a bit flustered and hurriedly thought of a reason to explain. But that somewhat flustered voice betrayed her state at the moment. It's nothing. You don't have to be so nervous. To be honest, I don't know. After all, who can say what's going to happen in the future? Chao Xiaochun smiled, unconcerned about it. Regarding the matter of Shuei Yunji, he felt that it was fine to let things happen as they would, and that there was no need to force many things. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's reply, somehow, Li Hani was instantly relieved. There was another moment of silence as Chao Xiaochun closed his eyes and wandered off into the heavens, while Li Chinny also turned around at the moment and looked at the stars in the sky after glancing at the young man next to her. Regardless, she was enjoying this moment right now. Ah, today's wind is very noisy. Just as Li Chenny was about to close her eyes, a bitchy voice came out from a short distance away, only to see Su Laobai's figure walking slowly, his eyes full of gossip. The moment he received Chao Xiaochun's phone call, it didn't take long for him to walk out of his own hairy neighborhood, call his own nanny to bring his car here, and rush straight over. Unexpectedly, he had rushed over in the direction Chao Xiaochun had said, but he had seen such a scene, which meant that these two had been staying together for the past half-month? Thinking of this, Su Laobai said he was sour. You're quite punctual. Seeing Su Laobai coming over, Chao Xiaochun slowly got up, and after looking at his cell phone, he couldn't help but compliment him. Not bad at all. It had taken him almost as long to come over himself that day. That's right. When I heard that you were missing, I searched for a long time, so I can't afford to have news. Can I not be quick? Su Laobai bared his teeth and said with a smile. However, Li Hani at the moment did not have a good face. Obviously she felt that Su Laobai's arrival was not the right time. Alright, this isn't the place to talk. Go back first. You don't know. We're starving to death. Chao Xiaochun shook his head, not wanting to talk nonsense here, and hurriedly urged Su Laobai. Although the dry food had replenished his strength, he couldn't help but be hungry right now. So Chao Xiaochun thought it would be a good idea to hurry back to the city and get something to eat first. The three of them quickly got into the car, during which Su Laobai inquired about what Chao Xiaochun had been through this half-month, and was a bit shocked to hear that the two of them had actually encountered such a thing in the bizarre replica. By the way, in 2 days it'll be Elder Shuei's 180th birthday. I heard that a lot of families and businesses in H City are going to be attending, and your little fiancé will be back as well. Since you're not at home, I received the invitation for you, and now it's on your living room desktop. Ha! Old Buster Su said casually as he drove the car and suddenly thought of this. Hearing this, Chao Xiaochun froze. Elder Shuei was a legend in H City, having enlisted in the army at the age of 16, dedicating his entire life in the military, and retiring at the age of 150, although he didn't have any position now. But who in H City didn't know this pioneer who had participated in the extraterritorial war 100 years ago? I almost forgot about this, but seriously, I haven't seen anyone from the Water family in these 3 years. Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Chao Xiaochun faintly said, in the past few years, aside from meeting Shuei Yunji, he hadn't come into contact with anyone from the Shuei family, and now that it coincided with Elder Shuei's big birthday, he had to make a trip over there the day after tomorrow, for all intents and purposes. Wait, you said that you put the invitation in my living room, so where the hell did you get the key? Chao Xiaochun suddenly felt something was wrong. He was clearly not at home. Where did Su Laobai get the key? I don't have a key. The noodles opened it. You don't know. In your neighborhood, a packet of noodles can open the door to an entire neighborhood. The old aide of Su said this does not matter. Originally, this old neighborhood lock itself is so, and then again. They are not to go in to engage in the operation of the work. Back to the city. Suold 8 randomly find a restaurant stop car. Xiao Pure. This big birthday of the movement of the noise cannot be small. Not only H city major forces have arrived, and because of the water cloud G Sake, I estimate that the capital will come to people. You as a water family son-in-law to be. Ready for what gift? While waiting for the food to be served, Su Laobai poured a cup of tea for the two of them, and seemed to have thought of something, and then spoke with some concern. Both of Chao Xiaochun's parents had passed away, and those of his relatives had not been friendly to him, so old man Su felt that there was a good chance that someone would come over to find trouble with his brother at this birthday banquet. After all, the title of Shui Yunji's fiancé was just a little too dazzling in H City. This gift thing, it doesn't really matter if the thought is there. Chao Xiaochun shook his head. It was indeed possible to buy some rare items if he spent a large amount of money, but he didn't want to do that. After all, there were some things that, while they looked good, didn't have much practical value, so from the moment he remembered this, Chao Xiaochun had his gift picked out. When he was a child, he had heard that the Shui family's great-grandmother had, at one time, been a member of the Qilin army, thus creating this H city general's family, and he happened to have something in his hands that was more suitable. If you casually come up with something, isn't that openly letting people bully you? Jianjun and I have discussed it. What do you see? Tell us, if the money isn't enough, we'll make it up first. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Su Laobai looked a little anxious. People live a lifetime. What can be lost? His face cannot be lost. Do not steam buns to fight. I think Chao Xiaochun has a point. It's just a birthday banquet. What's the big deal? People will just go over there. Even if the water family is upset, what can they do? Li Hani had looked a bit distracted since he heard that Shui Yunji was coming back, and now that he heard that old Buster Su was still persuading him, he was a bit impatient. Is the Shui family very powerful? Do you have to be their door-to-door son-in-law? Li Hani's words caused the two to be a bit taken aback, although she knew that this woman was straight talking. This was a bit too direct. Chao Xiaochun was a bit helpless at this. After coming out of the bazaar copy, he had felt as if Li Hani was a bit different than usual, but he couldn't put his finger on that feeling. On the other hand, Su Laobai, who was on the side, was a bit taken back. Right, his mother's second sister-in-law is here. Doesn't it seem a bit impolite for himself to be here talking a lot about the Shui family's problems? Instantly Su Laobai's eyes flashed with a touch of wisdom, seemingly praising himself for having a really good mind. Well said, worthy of being our class flower. Simply pinpointing the problem. Su Laobai, admire it. Su Laobai smiled and heavily praised. First stabilizing second sister-in-law, then discussing with Hong Jianjun himself to prepare a gift. Laozi is truly a genius. The chef's movements were quick, and in 20 minutes of effort, the food was served, and probably because he was so hungry, Chao Xiaochun felt that the food was quite well done today. The two of them slowly ate, while on the side of the table, Su Laobai didn't seem to have much of an appetite, only to see that he reordered a roasted chicken, and then slowly drew a magic formation in his hand. Meow! Soon a black, winged kitten popped out of the magic formation. The kitten was unusually enthusiastic about old man Su, first sticking to its master for a while, and then chomping down on the roast chicken. This behavior, however, caught Chao Xiaochun's attention, and with a look from the eye of truth, the kitten's information appeared before his eyes. Pure Moon Black Cat, Fey, Bronze level, Evolvable, Attack, 92, Agility, 120, Spirit, 110. Introduction, a spirit birthed by the ancient blood moon, a perfect predator in the darkness of the night, pursuing only one master in its life, loyal to the end. Old 8, did you buy this Pure Moon Black Cat? Looking at the black cat's exceptionally excellent panel, a hint of shock flashed in Chao Xiaochun's eyes. This kind of legendary beast had managed to be gotten by old Buster Su. It seemed like he'd had quite a bit of luck in the meantime. How could that be? Even though there are stores in Kyushu that sell exotic beasts, how could the prices in there be something I could afford to spend? Old Buster Su bared his teeth and smiled. I found this in the dark dense forest, and Hong Jianjun deserves all the credit for being able to obtain it. It turned out that after Chao Xiaochun and Li Hani had gone into the bazaar copy, the three of Su Laobai had also teamed up to enter the copy to practice. Hong Jianjun had progressed very quickly, and in a short period of time, he had already developed a meat sausage that could heal wounds, restore magic, and undo spells all in one. Therefore, the three of them had an exceptionally comfortable time in the dark forest. Not only could they easily gain experience, but they also knocked a lot of people out of their misery in the duplicates, and for a while, it was really a rewarding experience. That night, when Hong Jianjun went to the convenience, maybe because too fat, even accidentally rolled down the hill. Su Laobai. Two people heard the commotion and went to rescue. The three people even found an ancient tomb. Seeing this situation, the three carefully probed and found that this is buried in a platinum level of strong. Because of the age, the identity of the owner of the tomb has no way to prove. They searched the tomb, and the three of them had their own harvests. Hong Jianjun obtained a very ancient-looking set of kitchen utensils. Li Wenbin obtained a small pink-colored hippo, and Su Laobai obtained this pure moon spirit cat. And, you guys don't know, although that ancient tomb looks big, but the things are really less. A piece of gold are not. That shakes the mountain hippo, and this pure moon spirit cat should be the tomb's guardian beast. Just saw them, had put us startled. But under my and Wenbin's kingly aura, these two beasts were unusually friendly to us. Slightly tricked them into recognizing their masters. You say, this is strange or not? Su Laobai stroked the pure moon spirit cat's chin and spoke excitedly. Chao Xiaochun and Li Hani glanced at each other, looking a bit incredulous. What was this? Being forced to be convenient, falling off a cliff, surviving a great disaster, and gaining a chance? Novels don't even dare to write like that, do they? From Su Laobai's words, Chao Xiaochun also learned of a situation in which all of this was surprisingly related to Hong Jianjun. And it was only 2 days before they set off that Hong Jianjun had developed a new dish, and the tomb's greatest treasure was still a set of cooking utensils. On this fatty, there are secrets, Chao Xiaochun slowly thought to himself. From his own random nudges, to all the coincidences that were now indicative of Hong Jianjun's extraordinary nature. Could this man really be a son of Qi? Who could pick up chances just by going out? Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but plan to experiment a bit. If this was really the case, then this person could really be the super mascot of this team. Li Hani was also unusually shocked in his heart, and even though the five had just decided to form a team not long ago, it had only been half a month since then, and each of them had actually picked up their own chance. It should be said or not, this god's favor was a little too much. I didn't expect that in half a month's time, you could actually have such an encounter. After a long time, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but sigh. Hey, it's just luck. It's just that there's less stuff in there. Otherwise, the stuff in this ancient tomb would definitely be shared with you guys. Old Buster Su enjoyed the compliment and casually waved his hand, pretending to be quite indifferent. Right, I almost forgot. Where did you guys go this half month? It wouldn't be that you secretly went traveling. Us? Chao Xiaochun laughed, then looked over at Li Hani, signaling for her to explain the explanation. After a long time had passed, a mournful voice emanated from within the diner's box. I set you monkey, Chao Xiaochun. You really deserve to die. The heavens are unjust. After a meal that lasted more than an hour, Li Chenyi also planned to say goodbye, and after the crowd parted, she casually took a cab. Sitting in the back seat, Li Hani exhaled heavily, and with a casual motion, a roughly polished tree root appeared in her hand. During the illusion, this was still an exquisite piece of jewelry. Now that it had lost the enchantment of the copy, it had returned to its original appearance. Li Hani scrutinized the tree branch. The more she looked at it, the better it looked, and after surveying it for a while, she carefully took it back into her spatial ring. Looking out of the window, he seemed to have thought of something and whispered in his mouth. Water family birthday banquet? Chao Xiaochun slowly walked back to the neighborhood, while Su Laobai seemed to have no intention of preparing to go back, slowly following behind himself, that expression unusually low. Returning to the door of his room, just as Chao Xiaochun was feeling puzzled, he only saw Su Laobai gently raise an eyebrow, take out a key from his pocket, and slowly open the door on the opposite side of the room. Chao Xiaochun's face darkened. If he couldn't guess what was going on, he would be a big fool. Exhaling heavily, he pulled out his cell phone, pointed the screen at old Buster Su, and slowly hummed a number. For this kind of old king behavior, Chao Xiaochun felt that he should purge himself. TCH? Misunderstanding? No? People are single now and just fell out of love. As a brother, what's wrong with me comforting and understanding and good sister? Seeing Chao Xiaochun's actions, Su Laobai's face flustered as he hurriedly explained. This phone call is going to be made. There will definitely be a misunderstanding, and then he will have to be questioned. And once he is questioned, it will probably reach Han Mengming's ears, and at that time, he will probably have to die. I set you monkey. Frame. Looking at old Buster Su, Chao Xiaochun hated him a bit, and it was clear that morality basically couldn't kidnap the bitch. Quickly opening the door and ignoring old man 8 of the Asahi, he heavily slammed the door to his room shut, drinking a mouthful of water. Chao Xiaochun calmed down a bit. He didn't have time to chance all that shit with Su Laobai right now, as he still had more important things to do. After breaking through the bronze rank, the effects of the Qi character skill and the 9 character truth were also revealed, and at the sight of the terrifying effects, Chao Xiaochun almost thought he was dreaming. Qi character skill, taking the meaning of progressing in unison, the method of compulsion elevation, available when a compeller ascends a rank. For every rank a compeller ascends, he or she can make his or her own compulsion that has the potential to ascend a rank ascend by 1 rank. Unrestricted conditions. Zen technique, unknown, insufficient levels of professionals. Originally, Chao Xiaochun was worried about how to upgrade the 2 Pinocchio sisters, as well as the Xiao Chang and flying head compasses, when he reached the bronze level, but he didn't expect that the matter would be resolved just like that. Moreover, it could be deduced from this effect that if he had a king-level compulsion now, he could have a saint compulsion when he reached silver level? Of course, Chao Xiaochun could only think about this kind of thing. The means of a composter's compulsion was to match his cultivation level, and he was already doing very well now that he was able to control a compulsion that was 1 level better than his own. Once he reached the gold level, he would be at risk of a backlash if he wasn't careful. At a higher level, even if he could redeem it from the system now, he wouldn't dare. After all, by then, there was a possibility that the compulsion would come over to imperialize itself. After meditating for nearly half an hour, carefully adjusting his state, Chao Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes, released the white jade gourd, and slowly formed an odd hand seal with both hands. Chi character decision. Chao Xiaochun shouted explosively, and a dark red energy erupted from his body like a torrent madly pouring into the gourd. The surrounding table seemed to be affected by the odd energy, shattering in an instant, and Chao Xiaochun's spiritual energy was drained of most of its power within 2 breaths. The Chi character skill was reflected, and Chao Xiaochun slowly withdrew his gesture as his spiritual energy was depleted, gasping for breath as he took out a bottle of recovery potion from his ring, and then looked at the white jade gourd, which was constantly flashing red, and waited silently. After another half an hour, only to see 4 streams of light spewing out from the gourd, the 2 Pinocchio sisters, Xiao Chang, and the flying head compass appeared in the room. The 2 Pinocchio sisters didn't have any whatsoever changes, while Xiao Chang's skin color appeared darker, and his eyes, which were originally a bit dull, became more animated at this moment. As for the flying head parasite, the black hair became longer, almost covering the entire face. The mouth protruded 2 sharp fangs. As for the face, it became even uglier. Pinocchio, Kraihi, silver level, upgradable, strength 240, agility 285, spirit 315, natural skill, magic affinity, increased affinity for the elements of ice and fire, speeds up spell casting by 20%, abyssal toad, silver level, upgradable, strength 218, agility 243, spirit 288, natural skill 5 poison cicada cloth. Abyssal toad comes with defensive skills, and the cicada cloth with poison not only has unparalleled defense, but also carries a means of attack. Flying head compass, silver level, enhanceable, strength 330, agility 322, spirit 142, natural skill, intimidation aura, has a chance to put people into a state of fear. Looking at the panels of the 4 parasites, Chao Xiaochun was incredibly excited. Their 3 dimensions had already exceeded those of a silver-ranked professional by far, and the natural skills they came with had increased their combat power by more than 1 step. Exhaling heavily, Chao Xiaochun reclaimed the 4 parasites back into his gourd. As the Locust and Killer Bee parasites couldn't be directly upgraded, so if he wanted to promote them to the bronze rank, he would have to go down the path of transformation. But right now, Chao Xiaochun didn't have the materials in his hands, so this would have to wait until after the birthday banquet. After thinking about the parasites he would have to cultivate afterward, Chao Xiaochun planned to go to sleep. After all, the massive consumption of his spiritual energy had already caused his brain to swell a bit. The night seemed exceptionally peaceful, and while Chao Xiaochun slept soundly, what he didn't know was that late at night, the white jade gourd unexpectedly flew out of his dantian uncontrollably. Endless cold gas instantly surged out. The entire room was instantly filled with frost. A silhouette flashed out, slowly lying next to it. The entire bed near the road actually surged out of the white silk, and quickly converged into a thin cocoon. Early in the morning, Chao Xiaochun felt somewhat helpless, although the room had already formed a thick layer of frost, but he did not feel cold at the moment. This was because in addition to the air conditioner, which had already frozen out of order, as well as the cup, he had an unusually thick tail tied to his body, which was blue in color and topped with a layer of hardened dragon scales, and even though the temperature was very low, the dragon's tail imparted a warmth that didn't belong to this attribute. After glancing at the young girl who was sleeping like a dead pig on the side, Chao Xiaochun could be certain that the tail was indeed hers, even though he didn't know how she had gotten into his house. The young girl was very tall, appearing to be about 5 feet 8 inches, with willowy eyebrows and an agitated nose, a silver staple strewn casually across the bed, and her skin actually showing a faint hint of lavender, which didn't really look like a human being. A blue dragon's tail hung from her peepa bone, and looked to be at least 3 meters. but of course most of it was now tied to Chao Xiaochun's body. As for clothes? Sorry, there were no fucking clothes on her. Sleeping was sleeping, so why was the tail curled around her? Chao Xiaochun tried to break free, and even though he had already used his compulsion to the extreme, that dragon's tail didn't respond. Boing! Perhaps Chao Xiaochun's movement had disturbed her, only to see Skusa's eyebrows twitch as she slowly opened those sapphire-like eyes. The two of them stared at each other, relatively speechless, and after a long time had passed only to see Skusa rise up and press down, a heavenly voice spitting out of the young girl's mouth. Master! Seeing this, the corners of Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched as he faintly said, "Can you, first, let go of me, and don't dislike my face with that watermelon. I can't breathe." Chao Xiaochun sat on the bed, and Pinocchio, like a competent babysitter, used his flames to melt the cold ice in the room. Crahi, I'm telling you to take the extra clothes I bought you earlier and give them to her, not to take off the ones you're wearing and give them to her. After tossing and turning for a long time, Crahi slowly combed Scarza's hair with a comb made of cold ice, and Chao Xiaochun sat across the room to meet his eyes, instantly reading Scarza's information from the Eye of Truth. Ice Dragon Scarza Humanoid, Gold Level, Upgradable, Strength, 680, Speed, 720, Spirit, 833, Talent, Ice Affinity, born from the Cold Ice Dragon, born King. Every time he appears, the world's ice elements will begin to revel, as in a pilgrimage to worship their own king. Any ice spells in the hands of Scarza are the existence of the letter of the hand. Characteristics, Immortal Talent. Dragons cannot be killed, even if they have fallen. The remaining breath in the world will be gathered into a single dragon egg. After a few years, she will be reborn again. Characteristics, Loyalty. Scarza was reborn when she encountered the interference of the power of the compulsion. Her heart is loyal to one person. Unless her master dies or is reborn again, she will only be loyal to one person. Transformation. Can switch between dragon and human form. Characteristics, Frost Bloodline. The Ice Dragon Scarza is a natural king. Against the ice attribute of the monster, there is a natural bloodline suppression. Characteristics, XXXXXX. Characteristics, XXXXXXXX. It's really worthy of being a dragon race. Looking at the terrifying 3 dimensions as well as the densely packed traits, Chao Xiaochun looked a bit agitated, probably because due to the influence of the slave compass, the Skusa, which was originally still some time away from hatching, had actually hatched ahead of schedule. It was important to realize that although one could hide her in the white jade gourd, the time basin inside had no effect on these creatures that weren't compels, and since she was able to come out ahead of schedule, Chao Xiaochun couldn't think of a more plausible reason other than this speculation. Looking into those startled eyes, Chao Xiaochun felt that Skusa's wisdom spirit must be higher than the 2 Pinocchio sisters. After all, other than calling out to their masters, and a few short sentences, what about the fact that even if they reached the silver level, they couldn't express some of the things they had? And that horrible 3-dimensional simply does not look like a gold level should have the data. With that more than 800 points of spiritual power, some horrible cold and ice spells are afraid that in her hands is as simple as eating and drinking water. Would you rather stay in the gourd, or outside? After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun said indifferently, after all, Scarza's intelligence spirit was very high, and although he was the master, he had to take care of his subordinates' thoughts, didn't he? There's Scarza's house in the gourd, a cold stretch of ice that I live in comfortably, but if I could choose, I'd like to stay with my master. Reproducing offspring for my master is the most important obligation as a slave. Scarza cocked her head, thinking, and then her gaze brightened, and then she rushed towards Chao Xiaochun and slowly crawled over. The belt of her nun's uniform casually loosened. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Hearing this, Chao Xiaochun instantly understood that although this little she-dragon could understand things, her mind was immature. Alright, you'd better stay in the gourd for now. Stopping Scarza's movements, Chao Xiaochun still felt that, if he wanted her to stay by his side as a bodyguard, he'd still have to teach her the ways of the world, or else things would usually go wrong easily. In response to Chao Xiaochun's words, Scarza expressed great dissatisfaction, but she couldn't resist herself, and in annoyance, the young girl was seen clutching her chest, turning her head to the side and sulking to herself. Sighing heavily, Chao Xiaochun came over to Skusa's side, stroked her head, and said indifferently, "What do you usually eat?" Instead of letting her dwell on the matter of reproducing offspring, it would be better to divert the topic. He wasn't very clear on what the dragons actually ate, only that depending on their attributes, they ate differently. After all, in the whole of Kyushu, I'm afraid that there are no more than 1,000 people who raise dragons, and in this planet with a population of 10 billion, there is still very little data about the dragon race. Meat, lots and lots of ice attribute meat. Sure enough, upon hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Skasa's expression instantly changed from cloudy to sunny, and she opened her pink arms in exaggerated representation. Looking at that exaggerated description, Chao Xiaochun didn't know for a moment just how much many was, so he casually took the tablet, opened the shopping platform, and sifted through the appropriate meats before handing it to Skasa for him to choose for himself. This one, 5 of them, 1 meal. Skarsa looked at the tablet curiously, suddenly feeling that the pictures on it were unusually familiar, as if they were all things she had eaten before. It didn't take long for her to point at one of the pictures on the tablet and say crisply. Chao Xiaochun stretched his head to take a look, only to see that the message on it read, Event Promotion, Plateau Breeding Cold Ice Wasting Cow, 200 pounds, Event Price, 10,000 Kyushu coins. Seeing this, the corner of Chao Xiaochun's eye twitched. 50,000 Kyushu coins for one fuck me? Can I return this thing? Skarsa's food intake gave himself a bit of a headache, but after thinking about it, the baby dragon he hatched and gritted his teeth to raise. Wasn't it just money? Wouldn't it come back if he earned it? Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun tremblingly clicked on the tablet and ordered 1,000 rattlesnake cattle. Looking at his balance, which had shrunk by half, and was only enough to feed Skarsa for 2 months, Chao Xiaochun felt a little heartbroken. Because Chao Xiaochun had placed a huge order, the merchant seemed a bit unconvinced, and after calling again to make sure, the other party suggested that he could pick it up at the ranch himself, so that after shipping costs they could send an additional 50 cows to himself, to which Chao Xiaochun felt it was very reasonable. After casually eating something and storing the kasa in his gourd, Chao Xiaochun went downstairs, grabbed a cab, and headed to the ranch. It was already noon when he arrived, and the owner's name was Huan, a very simple-looking man who was also a gold-level release priest. Because of his profession, Huan had managed to make it to gold level, but if he wanted to progress any further, it was impossible, because after gold level, no combat profession would bring a profession that didn't help them to make a copy. Therefore, Huan had already seen through it, and 3 years ago, used his savings as well as his ability to raise cattle in his family's ranch, and because of the owner's generosity as well as the good quality of the cattle, his business was now also booming. Seeing Chao Xiaochun arrive, he enthusiastically came forward and shook his hand, and after a few moments of small talk, he opened up his feeding space, only to see that inside was an iceberg, and that the 1,050 had been circled by the boss in a geographic area, quietly waiting to be selected. Boss, these 1,000 or so ratting cows are ready. Do you see when your fleet will arrive? Huan rubbed his hands together. Last night when he received the order he was still a bit unconvinced. After all, consuming cattle this kind of thing is large in size and can only be used as an ingredient. The general restaurant had a time at most by a head or two, so at first, he thought that it was the right person who came to mess with him on purpose. But after reconfirming as well as the platform guarantee, he realized that he wasn't dreaming. This was really a big customer. No need. I can take it away myself. After casually sampling the quality of the ratting ox, Chao Xiaochun looked satisfied. He then summoned his gourd and took away all of the 1,000 or so consumed cows. Huan was unusually shocked when he saw Chao Xiaochun's actions. This person looked so young, but he even possessed a spatial system skill, and by the looks of it, he was afraid that he was a combat profession. After about 5 minutes, all of the consuming cows were all collected into the gourd, and Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment, then spoke. Tell you what, for the next year, every 2 months, I'll be placing a batch of orders with you, and I hope you'll be able to prepare a sufficient amount. Chao Xiaochun had analyzed that if there were no accidents in the coming year, he would have to buy a batch of rations for Skarsa every 2 months, and since this boss seemed to be quite genuine, he might as well pre-order them himself, although by that time, he would already be in the imperial capital, and Huan should be able to do something about it. Boss, is everything you said true? Huan, who had just recovered from his earlier shock, was once again surprised by Chao Xiaochun's words. A batch in 2 months. This person wouldn't be in the food processing plant business, would he? Of course it's true. Could it be that you can't supply it here? No. Even if you want more, Huan, will bite the bullet and supply you with all of it. But can you sign a contract first, so that we can have a proof? Huan hastily shook his head. This is going to see the hand of the business. How can he let go? But this all has to have a contract. For Huan's concerns, Chao Xiaochun expressed his understanding. Coming to the hut, Huan numbly typed up 2 contracts, and after both parties confirmed that there were no mistakes, and the networking established their identities, Chao Xiaochun signed his big name. Boss, here I can guarantee that no matter where you go, I'll deliver the cows to you, and, for the price of 1 cow I'll only pay 7,500 Kyushu coins. Both sides shook hands, and Huan also took the initiative to lower the price, which made Chao Xiaochun feel comfortable. After a few moments of small talk, Chow Xiaochun excused himself. After all, this ranch was far away, and it would take quite a bit of time to get back. Back at home, it was already 5 p.m. Since tomorrow was Elder Shui's birthday, he didn't want to fuss too much right now, so he casually cooked something, and then released the two sisters, Skusa and Pinocchio, as well as Xiao Chang. After eating and drinking enough and then expressly forbidding Scarza from entering the room, he swiped his cell phone on the bed and watched the recent developments. Around 9 o'clock, Chow Xiaochun took a shower and went to rest. This sleep went straight to 12 o'clock noon the next day, and as he looked at the ringtone that kept ringing on the side, Chow Xiaochun exceptionally regretted his decision not to take them into his gourd last night. Yes, Chow Xiaochun had been tied up again, and, moreover, he now had not only a Scarza lying next to him, but also the two Pinocchio sisters, while little Chang was lying obediently on the ground. But because of his size, the sunlight from the windowsill was not shining in at all. However, Xiao Chang is considered to be the most well-behaved inside. At least it did not take off its clothes. Is not it? It was not easy to wake up the three Scarza women. Not waiting for them to react, Chow Xiaochun flung his hand and threw it directly into the gourd. Rubbing his numb arm, he picked up his cell phone and looked at the number. Xiao Chun, it's 12 o'clock and you haven't gotten up yet. We've been waiting downstairs for you for over an hour. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Su Laobai. Because of his banker father, Su Laobai was also on the birthday banquet invitation list, so it was only when he had to see that it was about to be time that he appeared to be in a bit of a hurry. Chow Xiaochun yawned, then put on his clothes and casually washed up before heading downstairs. Just as he arrived downstairs, he saw a limited edition luxury car parked in front of him, while Su Laobai and Hong Jianjun, dressed in human form, were sticking their heads out to look at him. I say Xiaochun, why don't you dress up for such an important occasion? Looking at Chow Xiaochun in his regular clothes, Su Laobai first froze. We went over to show our faces and take advantage of the situation. And you ended up in this outfit? It's not like we're going to a wedding. Why do we have to be so particular? And aren't you hot? It's 40 degrees outside. Chow Xiaochun rolled his eyes, then pulled open the car door. After he was seated, Su Laobai slowly started the vehicle. Xiaochun, we've decided that since you're going to our future sister-in-law's house, we have to hold up the fort for you on this occasion today. So old Hong has prepared a nice birthday gift for you, so when the time comes, you can just take it up there. While driving the car, Su Laobai said. Hong Jianjun smiled when he heard Su Laobai's words, and then took out a very beautifully packaged gift box from the side. Chow Xiaochun took it suspiciously and opened it to find that it was actually a roll of character stickers. Big brother, this is the famous calligraphy master of Kyushu, Qi Kongping, who wrote the 10,000 years of longevity picture. Qi Lao has already closed his pen, so his words are hard to find in 10,000 gold. I didn't beg my little mom for this. Hong Jianjun looked very proud at the moment. Right now, who else but himself could get Qi Lao's new pen and ink? Hearing Hong Jianjun's words, Chow Xiaochun's body froze. He had naturally heard of Qi Kongping's great name. He didn't think that Hong Jianjun's family would be able to invite him to write. He didn't realize that Qi Kongping's work had sold for 30 million Kyushu dollars at the latest sale price. Isn't your little mother a movie star? And has this kind of energy? Closing the painting gift box, Chow Xiaochun looked at Hong Jianjun and asked suspiciously, that's my second little mom. And this is what my sixth little mom got. She's a close disciple of Elder Qi. Hong Jianjun shook his head and faintly explained. No, how many little moms do you have coming? The corners of Chow Xiaochun's mouth twitched, and he was somewhat impressed with Hong Jianjun's answer. But it was this kid's father who was impressed. 9 little moms, 18 aunts. Then your real mom has no opinion? I have not seen my real mom since I was a child. Listen to my father. She is a woman of a large family. From my birth was taken away. I want to know where she is. But my father does not tell me. Guarded to death. The Water family compound was in a relatively remote villa area in the eastern part of the city. And the fact that it was remote wasn't because there were fewer people living here, but rather that the villa area was planned separately by the imperial court and was dedicated to some of the officials and veteran generals who had performed great feats of valor in the past. When Chow Xiaochun's trio arrived, there were already many luxury cars parked nearby, and some of the people who came down from the cars were either rich or wealthy, and some of them had only been seen on TV. Giving the guards a look at the invitations, and led by two security guards with a murderous aura, Su Laobai slowly parked his car and walked slowly toward the lobby. During this time, people who knew them saw them and couldn't help but whisper. After all, Chow Xiaochun's trio's identities were quite famous in H City nowadays. Su Laobai Hong Jianjun relied on his old man, while Chow Xiaochun, because of that future son-in-law's identity. The lobby was decorated with all kinds of exquisite pastries, and the bartenders and greeters were all young girls with exquisite figures. respectfully welcoming everyone who arrived. Because there was still some time before the birthday banquet, the people inside were gathering in twos and threes, exchanging words, perhaps complimenting, perhaps pulling family interests. Today this birthday banquet, besides coming to congratulate Elder Shui on his great birthday, it was more like a private party of exchanging connections and sharing interests. I don't know what the Water family wants to do today. In addition to inviting the bosses of the various forces in H City, even their sons and daughters are invited. It's hard to believe that after the birthday banquet, there will be a blind date party? Chao Xiaochun. Three people casually find a place to sit down. Suold ate high melon seeds, looking at the field and young people, faintly said, I've heard about this matter. In fact, it wasn't the Shui family's intention to invite the younger generation, but rather because of a son of a worldly family who came over from the imperial capital. As you all know, imperial capital dukes have an innate sense of superiority when they arrive at a place, so these people want to get on the line, and the Water family is just happy to sell this favor. Hong Jianjun took a sip of his wine, clearly somewhat disdainful. A son of a family? Chao Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. The Shui family did know a lot of people in the imperial capital, but they couldn't get along with that so-called family. He was sure of that, but now that this character had suddenly appeared, it gave him a bad feeling in his heart, and he always felt that today wouldn't be easy to get through. Humph, did not expect. You three still dare to come over? Just as the three of them were waiting over here for the birthday banquet to begin, they only heard an unusually disdainful voice coming from them, and when they turned their heads to look, they only saw Zhou Yuanlong wearing a gorgeous suit and carrying a glass of wine as he slowly walked towards them. Upon seeing Chao Xiaochun in his regular clothes, the disdain in his eyes became even more pronounced. Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be Mr. Zhou, the top student from class 1. What can I tell you? Chao Xiaochun smiled when he saw what the visitor looked like. He remembered that because of Li Chenny, this person hated himself quite a bit, and had been trying to find him a fight. However, since the college entrance exams, he hadn't seen him take any action, and originally Chao Xiaochun thought that this person had given up on it, but he didn't expect that he would jump out again today. I wouldn't dare to instruct you. Who doesn't know in H City right now that you, Chao Xiaochun, have gotten lucky, and even got a little bit of cultivation method by mistake? Do you know why I hate you so much? Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Zhou Yuanlong rolled his eyes and then sat down in front of the trio. That's pure friendship between me and my tablemate. Chao Xiaochun didn't understand what exactly Zhou Yuanlong was up to, but he didn't want to say too much to him, so he casually said that he was ready to dismiss him. Chao Xiaochun, don't think of me as the same as those so-called playboys. If it's really for the sake of the cold clothes, I don't care about you yet. Zhou Yuanlong laughed. Then with a cold face, he said again, do you know that you are Shui Yunji's fiancé? With such an excellent fiancé, how the hell do you still go out and dabble in womanizing? It's none of your business? Chao Xiaochun was more and more puzzled. What the hell? If you can't snatch Li Hani, you still want to snatch Shui Yunji? I set you monkey. Did you know that Shui Yunji is my cousin? Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Zhou Yuanlong heaved his wine glass down, pointed across the room, and cursed. It was even if this man had been lucky enough to become the son-in-law of the Shui family, but he had even snatched a woman from himself, blatantly stepping on two boats, not to mention that. Moreover, both women were related to him. One is his own cousin, the other is his own childhood friend and love object. You dare to say that this has nothing to do with me? Put. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Zhou Yuanlong's exasperated appearance, Su Laobai and the two of them really couldn't help but burst out laughing. If this was really the case, they were but a little heartbroken for this big fool. As for Chao Xiaochun at this moment, his face also froze. He really did not think that this person is actually the Water Cloud G cousin. This also never heard of laugh it up and laugh it up. You'll all have something to cry about later. I'll tell you what, that Mr. Zhang is coming after my cousin. I've already inquired and he's going to make a fool out of you today. I hope you'll still be able to laugh about it later. Hearing the smiles of the two Su Laobai, Zhou Yuanlong grew more and more irritated, and before Chao Xiaochun could reply, he viciously threw down a sentence and then got up to leave. Mr. Zhang, the imperial capital Zhang family? This is a big name existence. Zhang family old man is now the current left prime minister, known as teachers and students all over the world, and the family that Zhang's group is also one of the top 100 enterprises in the 9 states. So even if they are in the city of H, they have also heard of this Zhang family big name. Chao Xiaochun didn't have as much nerve as Su Laobai and the others, and he accurately caught from Zhou Yuanlong's words that it seemed as if the other party had come to a bad end today. Xiaochun, what are you going to do later? Returning to his senses, old man Su also sensed that something wasn't right and came over to Chao Xiaochun, asking him in a low voice. Humph. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. So what about the Zhang clan? Can he still eat me? Thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun said casually, if he was intimidated by this one name, then what was there to talk about going down the road? No matter what, I support Big Brother, Hong Jianjun said solemnly as he looked at Chao Xiaochun. Wow, is this the Li family's eldest miss? I've heard that she looks like a heavenly fairy, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. I'm afraid she's not far behind Shui Yunji. Yeah, and her profession is still a demon contractor. And she was even on the popular news of various colleges and universities during the college entrance exams. Even though it's not as good as a hidden profession, it's still a bit of a genius. I don't know if this goddess has a sweetheart. If not, I'll go back tonight and talk to my dad about proposing marriage to the Li family. Come on, take a piss and look at your hipster look. Are you worthy? The key is $5 apiece. How many do you deserve? I'll put a monkey on your back. You want to fight? Gee, is that a defense? A commotion outside the door attracted the attention of the crowd, only to see Li Han wearing a pure white dress, slowly walked into the door. With that cool temperament, as the fairy that does not eat earthly fire, Li Han ignored the admiration of that younger generation. Instead she looked around, and when she saw the location of the three Su Lao Bai, her eyes lit up and she slowly walked toward Chao Xiaochun. Tablemate, you look but appear a bit different today. Looking at Li Han's delicate face, even Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but sigh. Normally, Li Han was beautiful, and today she had obviously been carefully groomed, and for a moment Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but think of a poem. There is a beautiful person in the north, absolutely worldly and independent. Once you look at the city, then you look at the country. Well, at least I'm attending a party, so I casually dressed up, seemingly noticing the change in Chao Xiaochun's eyes. For some reason, she had a bit of a sneer in her heart as she slowly sat down beside him and chatted with the three of them. Who is this person? The goddess knows him? And what the hell is that one monkey and one pig by his side? Taking scriptures from the western heaven? Looking at Li Han's movements, the young people were first stunned. Then they exchanged words. You don't even know. Chao Xiaochun. Ah, the future son-in-law of the Shui family, but a playboy, obviously betrothed, but still dabbling in womanizing everywhere. These words were spoken by Zhou Yuanlong, and it was obviously him who was the most angry in there. Crap, this person is completely shameless? Nima. He's not even as handsome as me. On what grounds? This Libao, please shut up, okay? This is discussing things. Not listening to you bragging and criticizing. This old man is right. Although his behavior is a bit inappropriate, but that handsome face is very much in line with my taste. If it's not the wrong occasion, this young lady would say anything to go up and strike up a conversation. Get lost, you little wavy hoof. Hearing the crowd's comments, Chao Xiaochun slowly sipped his water, to which he said he didn't care. There were enough misunderstandings in the first place, and it wasn't that bad. Time passed quickly, and close to 3 o'clock, Elder Shui, dressed in a red brocade robe, slowly arrived at the main seat of the lobby surrounded by the Shui family's crowd, with an overflowing smile on his face as he arched his hand and said, "Thank you all for your support. I hope you all have fun today." Although Elder Water was already 180 years old and his hair was already gray, his spirit appeared to be very good, and from the behavioral movements, one could see that the bravado left behind under the battlefield back then. Elder Shui is joking. You are the hero of our H city. This year is your big birthday. We came over. It's also considered to be a dip in the joy. Everyone say, right. The one who spoke was the city lord of H city, which was the biggest official of H's, and now that he could take the time to come over today, it was evident that the Water family had a lot of energy. Right, the crowd catered. Come on, let's all raise our glasses and toast the old master together. Wishing the old master a long life. May the old master live longer than Nanshan. Zheng Feng was very capable of mobilizing the atmosphere, and for a while, a loud sound of birthday toasts resounded in the arena. Sitting down again, listening to the enthusiastic voices around him, Chao Xiaochun looked bored. Do you know why this city Lord Zhang of ours is here today? Just as Chao Xiaochun was a bit lost in thought, Li Han, who was beside him, looked at Zheng Feng, who was talking enthusiastically with the Shui family, and said with a smile, logically speaking, as the lord of a city, it was normal to care about a retired veteran, but Zheng Feng's behavior was obviously a bit too enthusiastic, and since city lords generally had a lot of work to do on a day-to-day basis, being able to come over and have a drink was already great, but Zheng Feng was in no hurry to leave at the moment, and there was a relationship here that was but intriguing to watch a bit. He's also surnamed Zhang. He wouldn't be related to the imperial capital's Zheng family, would he? Chao Xiaochun sighed heavily. If he could make a city lord do this, I'm afraid there's no other reason other than someone from the imperial capital. You guessed right, he's Zheng Hongfei's uncle, and this Zheng Hongfei is the eldest son of the imperial capital Zheng family. This Zheng Hongfei, awakened profession is Confucian. the same as a hidden profession. And at the time of awakening, the heavenly Tao also gave a 7-knuckle linglong heart, and there is even a literary saint descending to add to it. From the time this news came out, the Zhang family had let out the word that my son, Fei Hong, has the potential to become a god. And this Zhang Hongfei didn't bury his talent. After entering the Imperial Capital University, he performed exceptionally well. Even your fiancé, in comparison to it, is weaker by a thread. I also heard the gossip. The school can call him and Shui Yunji together as the golden children. For this fiancé, although there are some rumors, but it does not affect this result. Hearing Li Hani's words, Chao Xiaochun frowned, and although Zhang Feihong's name sounded very bluffing, Chao Xiaochun didn't care too much about it. If one wanted to go as high as they could by relying on talent alone, that would be nothing short of whimsical. In fact, what truly imprisoned a person was not natural talent, but rather thought. This so-called natural talent only allowed you to add some convenience at the starting line, and if one fell into it for this reason and became complacent, then this natural talent was also the poison that would bury them. Only Zhang Feng whispered a few words to the Shui family, then turned around and said, "Since today is Elder Shui's birthday, I'm afraid that all of you have unusually generous birthday gifts. Why don't we play a game, and put up all the birthday gifts, and let Elder Shui judge the best one how?" Sitting on the water wore at the moment a frown. He is a pure general. For the birthday gift these things, itself is not valued. Now suddenly come on such a thing, but let him a little uncomfortable. And today is his birthday banquet, and he the host did not say anything. His own these sons but followed Zhang Feng as if everything is arranged. For a time, he was a little puzzled. What in the world they want to do? He hadn't seen Chao Xiaochun since he came out, but he had instructed him to show up as the Shui family's son-in-law. And the person who did the work had promised to do it properly. So what was going on here? He didn't believe that Chao Xiaochun would not remember himself as an old man. Since City Lord Zhang has said so, I'll go ahead and lend a hand with the flowers. The Wang group sends 1,000-year coral to wish Elder Shui a long life. A dark-looking fat man slowly walked out, first giving a polite greeting, then ordering his subordinates to carry out the birthday gift, only to see that the coral was 3 meters high, reddish in color. At a glance, it was like a naturally carved ruby. From this beautiful appearance, it was known to be of great value. Ha 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 ha. Boss Wang is really atmospheric. Then Mr. Zhao is also not polite. Zhao's Martial Arts Center. Send a 5,000-year-old ginseng to wish Elder Shui a long life. This 1,000-years-old ginseng. The field cannot help but set off a gasp. Compared to that just decorative coral, this 5,000-years-old ginseng, regardless of the value or practicality, are too much higher. Once the medicinal material has passed 1,000 years, it is a precious medicine that may be a life-saving existence someday. Not to mention this old ginseng that has already had 5,000 years. I heard that the Zhao Family Martial Arts Center wants to marry the youngest son of the Shui family, so this is considered a bride price, right? The Zhao family's birthday gift pushed the atmosphere on the field to a climax, and for a while, all the forces offered gifts, as if they wanted to fight for their own family's honor amongst the piles of birthday gifts. Heavenly Engineering Pavilion, send a 3-meter spirit gathering white jade goddess of mercy. Heavenly Dragon Restaurant, send 1 golden rank monster inner Dan. Han's Coal Mining Group sends $5 million in cash. The head of the H-City Bank is giving away a jade Buddha. Looking at all the valuable items, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. This was just a birthday banquet, and these forces, however, were offering up treasures that were able to weigh down the bottom of their boxes, which didn't look like a birthday celebration, but rather like a tribute. Imperial Capital Zhang Family, send 10 years of longevity Dan 5. Wish water old fortune like the East Sea, longevity than South Mountain. A soft voice came from the doorway, only to see a youth, holding a jade box made of cold jade, slowly walking in. 10 years longevity pill. As soon as Zhang Hongfei's words fell, a gasp of surprise rang out from the field. This thing was different from all kinds of treasures. This was an existence that could actually add longevity. You have to know, professionals did not reach the king level. The highest life expectancy is only 800 years old. And whenever the life expectancy is close to the breakthrough, it is only waiting for a road of death. But a profession called alchemist breaks this rule. Alchemist to the diamond level. There is a small chance of refining a kind of heavenly medicine called longevity Dan. In the vast state of Kyushu, the number of people who have awakened to the profession of alchemist is no more than a handful. The elixir was the same as its name. One could add 10 years to one's lifespan, and each professional could take 10 in their lifetime. It can be said that Zhang Feihong today directly sent Elder Shui 50 years of life expectancy? Such a large sum of money. I'm afraid that there are not a few forces in the H-City that can take it out, and even if they could, they would have to pay the price of breaking their bones. Elder Shui. This is a small token of appreciation from the junior. Please don't mind. Zheng Feihong faced Shu Wei battle and respectfully performed a Confucian etiquette, showing his demeanor in every move. Gu, young Master Zhang is polite. How can our Shu Wei family accept such a generous gift? The one who spoke was Han Jiao, also Shu Wei Yunji's stepmother. Although the beautiful woman was already close to 40 years old, because of good maintenance, her figure was not deformed. Instead, she had a bit more maturity, but her eyes and eyebrows involuntarily revealed a hint of charm. Although Han Jiao was polite on her lips, the hand that received the longevity elixir was not polite, and she straightaway took the jade box and casually opened it to look at it, a touch of greed flashing in her eyes. Aunt Han is polite. Yunji and I are very good friends, and since today is Elder Shu Wei's birthday, I naturally can't let her lose face. Zheng Hongfei said casually and kept emphasizing his relationship with Shu Wei Yunji as if he was declaring some sort of sovereignty. You're polite, but this gift is too precious. I'm an old man. I can't afford it. You'd better take it back. Water War glanced at Zheng Hongfei, and then glanced at a few of his own sons and daughters-in-law. He couldn't help but frown. He had been immersed in the official world for many years. If he still couldn't see what was really going on today, then he could go to hell. If the gift is not to your liking, old master, Hongfei apologizes to you. It's the fault of the younger generation. However, there is no taking back the birthday gift that was given. Hearing the words of water warfare, Zheng Hongfei was first stunned. A hint of sinister flickered from his eyes, but he controlled it so well that no one noticed. Father, this is at least a piece of someone's heart. How can you say that? Right, father, Hongfei isn't an outsider. Don't say that. Shu Wei War's words didn't make the originally lively atmosphere turn cold. The Shu Wei family members dissuaded one after another. It's not an outsider. Is it possible that the Shu Wei family and the Zhang family in the capital still have some kind of relationship? This old immortal of mine doesn't know. Shu Wei Zhuan exhaled heavily and looked at the crowd, his eyes coloring a bit unkindly. Elder Shu Wei, Aunt Han is also right. Today, apart from coming over to wish you a happy birthday, I also have one thing to ask for, and that is to propose marriage to you, hoping that the Shu Wei family will marry Yunji to me. Zheng Hongfei saw that the atmosphere was a bit off, so he directly stated the purpose of coming over today. Before he came, he had already contacted the people of the Shu Wei family in advance, and he was very confident about this. Even if the Shu Wei battle didn't agree, but with the lobbying of the people, he believed that this was not too difficult. As for Cao Xiaochun's marriage contract with Shu Wei Yunji, this was something Zhang Hongfei had never thought about from the beginning. In his eyes, this person was no obstacle to his plans at all. Congratulations, Elder Shu Wei. It seems like we're having a double celebration today. I've long heard that Miss Shu Wei is now in her prime. I didn't realize that she and Mr. Zhang still have such an affinity. Congratulations. Seeing this, Zheng Feng also hurriedly congratulated. He had originally come over today to cooperate with his nephew, and the crowd present at this sudden turn of events also appeared to be a little surprised. The people present, many people have heard of the Water family and Chao family have a marriage contract. Unexpectedly, today the Zhang family actually directly ignored that thing over to propose marriage, and in addition to the Water old man, the Zhang family other people seem to have no opinion. The cause of this is somewhat playful. I didn't expect that after the Chao family's change of heart, it is difficult to maintain even a marriage contract. It should be said not to say. Today I guess there is a good show. What you said is bullshit. Even if the Chao family doesn't have any accidents, can it be compared to the imperial capital Zheng family? As long as there is no problem with the brain, who doesn't know how to choose? As for the marriage contract, that's nothing. If the Shu Wei family really agrees to this marriage today, then Cao Xiaochun's dignity will be completely trampled under the ground. Just an orphan. What kind of dignity is that? Listening to the whispers around him, Shu Wei Battle glanced at the Water family crowd, and the words he spat out were even vaguely tinged with anger. I'm sorry, Yuner already has a marriage contract. Mr. Zhang is afraid he's in the wrong love. Cao Xiaochun was his chosen son-in-law, and he himself hadn't even died yet. So they dared to join forces with outsiders to make this mess. The matter of the marriage contract, I also know. However, for Yunji's current achievements, his fiancé, I'm afraid he can't keep up with the pace, so Hongfei hopes that Elder Shu Wei will give it some solemn consideration. Father, although I am Yuner's stepmother, but at least I have taken care of her for so many years, treating her as if she were my own daughter. Naturally I hope that she lives a good life. So your verbal marriage contract, it's better to forget about it. I think sister-in-law is right. For the sake of the Shu Wei family's development, we should also choose a good husband for Yuner. Although Shu Wei Jie on the side had a somewhat tangled expression, he still acquiesced to what the crowd said. As Shu Wei Yunji's biological father, but with his naturally weak character, he didn't have the courage to stand up and make a decision regarding this kind of matter. Mr. Zhang right, I wonder if you've asked Nizi's opinion when you came to propose marriage this time. Even if you've asked, at least consider my opinion as the person in question, right? Just as Shu Weijian was about to lash out, a voice came out from the corner of the living room, only to see Chao Xiaochun with a smile on his face as he slowly walked forward with the trio of Li Hani in tow. Although it had been clear for a long time that this Zheng Hongfei was coming from a bad place today, when he heard him say that he wanted to propose marriage, Chao Xiaochun was still quite upset. I set you monkey. Where did the hook date come from to woo and bark wildly here on such an important occasion? Old Hooker 8 didn't have the same culmination as Chao Xiaochun. He'd been putting up with this calf for a long time. And with those words just now, wasn't it obvious that he was bullying his brother? Chao Xiaochun's appearance instantly livened up what had been a somewhat awkward atmosphere. And now that one of the rightful owners had appeared, things had moved in an uncontrollable direction. You're Chao Xiaochun? Looking at the four people who had suddenly stepped out, Zheng Hongfei casually swept a glance at them, and when he looked at Li Hani, a hint of greed actually appeared in his eyes. Looking at the teenager at the head of the group, Zheng Hongfei's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that after hearing about his identity, Chao Xiaochun would still dare to jump out. Since this was the case, today, he wouldn't mind stomping him under his feet. My big brother is not Chao Xiaochun. Could it be your father? What nonsense to ask. The hallowed Zheng family, but even stinks of making things like this. What? Your family's style is all like this? Hong Jianjun also not willing to show weakness, although his own family is just digging coal, but his old man can be in charge of all the coal mines in the 6 cities, every day to the city's GDP contribution to the big head. Moreover, his 3 little mother, is the court ministry of public works Shangshu to come. Therefore, he is not afraid of offending the Zheng family. Now who dares to bully his big brother? That is to go against himself. To go against himself. That is to go against the Minister of Public Works. To go against the Minister of Public Works. That is to go against the court. Humph. You two, we don't seem to know each other. Why are you holding such hostility towards me? Besides, everyone is a scholar who has studied hard for dozens of years. It's not good to be dirty in the mouth, right? Zheng Hongfei's eyes narrowed. For Su Laobai 2 people, obviously not much good impression. The main body did not say it. What are you guys screaming here? Wait for it. This thing in the past to find out your identity. See how I concocted you. I've been studying hard for dozens of years. Why don't you freeze to death? This is your aunt's husband? Su Laobai's eyes glared and instantly disliked back. You! Zheng Hongfei violently clenched his fists when he heard this. This person was speaking in human terms. Alright, old 8. Today is Grandpa Shui's birthday. Don't talk too much. Chao Xiaochun shook his head and spoke out to stop him. Mr. Zhang, tell me, did you get Nizi's opinion when you came over today to propose marriage? Chao Xiaochun didn't want to talk too much nonsense with this person, and after respectfully greeting Shui Battle, he looked at Zheng Hongfei and faintly said, now that Shui Yunji hadn't returned home, and this Zheng Hongfei had come over early, he believed that he definitely hadn't greeted Shui Yunji about this today, which was why Chao Xiaochun had asked. Sure enough, upon hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Zheng Hongfei instantly froze. Indeed, he hadn't said hello to Shui Yunji, but rather, he had taken advantage of the time difference and wanted to finalize things first. Chao Xiaochun, I know that this may have made you a little uncomfortable today, but you have to think about Yuner as well. You've only awakened the profession of a compassionate master. Do you think that, just based on the old master's verbal agreement, you and Yuner can go on? Why don't you let go on this? I can guarantee that the Shui family will definitely give you compensation. Han Jiao on the side, seeing the current situation, hurriedly opened her mouth. As Shui Yunji's stepmother, since she was a child, she disliked this little blind man. Now that she could use her marriage in exchange for the Zhang family's support, she was 100% willing to do so. Humph. When did Auntie get to be the master of the Shui family? Chao Xiaochun smiled coldly, not caring about Han Jiao's words. Ask you? Asked near yet? Auntie Han is right. What's the point of you asking me that nowadays? A compounder profession. Do you think you guys can go on? Perhaps because of his lack of reasoning. For a moment Zhang Hongfei was actually a bit dazed by Chao Xiaochun's question, but when he came back to his senses, then he picked up on what he had just said. An orphan whose parents were dead and who had also awakened the weakest profession. To think that he still had the nerve to come over and question himself? TSK? What? The hallowed Zheng family doesn't even have an LCD TV or computer? My family has a super large screen LCD TV? Don't you usually watch college news? Now you still think that compassionist is the weakest profession? I'm afraid you have a brain problem? Hong Jianjun directly spoke out to ridicule. Their big exam as well as the results of the college entrance exam had long been rumored in the college forums, and the image of Chao Xiaochun summoning the 2 Pinocchio sisters had caused quite a stir. So how dare you say that compassionist is the weakest profession now? So what if you're up front? Can you guarantee that you'll be able to cultivate in peace? Hearing Hong Jianjun's mockery, Zheng Hongfei's face was a bit unnatural. He naturally paid attention to the information on the forum, but he deliberately ignored this information himself. After all, a weakest profession rises up to think that it's easy to eat and drink. Is it that easy? This is not for you Zhang Gongzi to bother about, since you didn't ask near. So you acted out such a show today. You came over to smash the scene? Or is it that you, Zheng Hongfei, want to rely on the Zhang family's power and come over to oppress the H-City Shui family? That's why you would openly come over to propose marriage when you know that Nir has a marriage contract? You're going to lose face with the Shui family at the birthday banquet? Chao Xiaochun's hat is a big one. Today is the Shui War's birthday banquet, and with so many outsiders present, you, Zheng Hongfei, are trying to achieve your own goals by using this way of uniting the crowd to force the issue. What does this make outsiders think? The Water family is actually not united? That it will split at any time? Yunji and I are in love. So what's wrong with me coming over to propose marriage? Chao Xiaochun's words caused the gazes of the crowd to be a bit playful, and Zheng Hongfei was very uncomfortable by the gazes and hurriedly defended himself. What about your proof? You came over to cause trouble without even discussing it, and this is your love match? Chao Xiaochun laughed, his face full of disdain. Junior friend Chao, perhaps Hongfei's method of doing things is improper, but it's also due to his love for the Shui family's eldest miss, so you don't have to be aggressive, do you? Zheng Feng saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly took over the conversation. Zheng Hongfei was his nephew, so he naturally had to come out and stand up for him. City Lord Zhang, what you're saying, it's clear that he, Zheng Dishiao, came out to pick a fight first, and you passed it off by saying that the method wasn't right. City Lord, you're so big on official authority. Chao Xiaochun coldly smiled, for this so-called city lord did not have much respect. If he did not come out today, then after that Chao Xiaochun will be reduced to the biggest laughingstock of H-City. Today to see things out of control, you a sentence to do things improperly to turn over. Really think he is good bully it. Chao little friend, young and energetic can, but don't take the hot blood as a proud capital Ah. Chao Xiaochun's words made Zhang Feng a bit annoyed. As the lord of a city himself, who dared to talk to him like that for so many years? I think my husband is right. Zheng Hongfei, you dare to come to my Shui family today to pick a fight? A voice like heavenly music came out from the doorway, only to see a young girl dressed in a silver-colored cheongsam and holding a silver-colored longsword slowly walking forward. Although there was a silk cloth tied in front of her eyes, but this did not affect the beauty of the young girl. Instead, she had a unique charm. If Lihani was that fairy who did not eat the fire of the earth, and this young girl in front of her is a pure white lotus, people feel intimate at the same time, but do not dare to blaspheme. Shui Yunji ignored the crowd's reaction, but instead slowly walked over to Chao Xiaochun seemingly pouting a bit and said, in high school also will not take the initiative to come over to talk. I also you Chao Xiaochun has long forgotten that I am your fiancé. Although she didn't see Shui Yunji's eyes, it was clear from her facial expression that the two hadn't diluted their previous feelings because of the sudden rise of one of them. Come on, when did you, this ninny, learn to joke as well? Looking at Shui Yunji's pouting appearance, Chao Xiaochun inexplicably thought of how, as a child, this ninny had been bullied quite a bit because of her physical defects, and how the two had first met on a rainy fall day. At that time, because of the continuous rain, Chao Xiaochun and the home closed for a few days. It was not easy to wait until the rain stopped, was about to go out to play, but in the roadside to see a little girl fell in the mud puddle. In line with the principle of learning from Lei Feng and doing good deeds, Chao Xiaochun decided to help her out, picking her up only to realize that this pretty beyond words little girl was actually invisible. After a short period of contact and a sense of justice in his heart, Chao Xiaochun teamed up with Su Laobai and Han Mengmeng to teach a few bullies a lesson. On that day, Su Laobai took out a mop from the toilet and, like Lu Bu in the world, beat the other party to the point of wailing with 1 against 3. Later, when he sent Shui Yunji home, he realized that because of family reasons, she had been living with her grandparents. Later, as the two play better and better, usually silent water cloud Ji also gradually cheerful, and because of the simplicity of the child, spirited Chao Xiaochun said again, grow up to find you as a daughter-in-law that's sentenced by the water war herd, but also in the days between the fixed a marriage for themselves. Obviously you're the one who's stupid, and you're still saying that I'm. Shui Yunji smiled sweetly, casually holding Chao Xiaochun's hand, because she had awakened her hidden profession in high school. In that moment, Shui Yunji felt as if everything had changed, and she was inexplicably surrounded by many more unrelated people. Chao Xiaochun, on the other hand, had begun to seem a bit distant, and this feeling made her feel a bit aggrieved. Saying that she would protect herself for the rest of her life? Shui Yunji's actions caused the expressions of the people present to vary. And while the melon eaters felt that there would be even more explosive scenes to come, the expressions of the water family were a bit hard to read. Shui Yunji was clearly a member of their family, but now that she had returned, she seemed to have completely ignored them. The corners of the eyes of Zheng Hongfei and Li Hani, who were on the side, jumped when they saw this scene. Zheng Hongfei did it because he was jealous. From the first moment he saw Shui Yunji, he swore that this woman must be his and no one could take it away from him. But in the school, no matter how much they offer attentiveness, the other party's mood has not any change, even no matter for whom. A rejected face? Now see two people holding hands in this scene, and how not let him heart-blocked panic. Li Han-yi, on the other hand, seems too simple, because she herself does not know that inexplicable emotions in the end from where. Only know from the water cloud Ji just appeared. He was a little flustered. Zheng Hongfei, today is my grandfather's birthday. What exactly do you mean by coming over and making such a commotion? Feeling the warmth of Chao Xiaochun's hands, Shui Yunji turned her head violently and questioned Zheng Hongfei. She herself had been delayed for some time when she came back because of her copy, and she hadn't expected to hear such a scene just as she arrived home, so how could she not be angry? Although she was usually easygoing in nature, her grandfather and Chao Xiaochun were her scales, and for Zheng Hongfei to do this was completely challenging her bottom line. Yunji, you've misunderstood. You understand my feelings for you. I'm only doing this today. In the face of water Yunji's questioning, Zheng Hongfei's heart was flustered. According to his original plan, as long as he could set the marriage before water Yunji rushed back, he did not expect that things would develop like this. Miss Shui, Zheng Hongfei was just too much in love with you, so he acted a bit impulsively. I apologize for his actions first. Seeing the situation, Zheng Feng took the initiative to walk forward and stop in front of the two to apologize first. After all, just now Chao Xiaochun had already snapped a cauldron, and his own nephew had clearly lost his temper now, and in this way, it was estimated that it would be a loss of face for the Zhang family. Right, Yuner, it's Grandpa's birthday today. Don't make things too big. Let's each take a step back and get the birthday banquet going first. Seeing this, Hani Yang directly came out to round off the situation. If today's marriage doesn't work, and also offends the Zhang family, then it would be a bit of a loss. Yuner, don't be impulsive. Listening to the crowd's dissuasion, a cold smile spreads on the side of Shui Yunji's mouth. This is her own family? Zheng Hongfei, remember, I, Shui Yunji, am not married to Chao Xiaochun in this life. So no matter if it's you or anyone else, if you still have any thoughts, I advise you to die while you still can. As long as I'm still around, no one will be able to break this marriage contract, and I'm still in charge of the water family. Looking at the farce in front of him, Shui Battle frowned and slowly stood up. An aura cultivated from the battlefield exploded to the fullest at this moment. Alright, let's continue with the banquet. Little Chun, Yuner, come sit on Grandpa's side. Sighing heavily, today the Shui family could be said to have lost all of their face. Thus he was unwilling for this farce to continue. Seeing this, the presiding officer who sang the ceremony at the side touched the sweat on his forehead, and then continued along with the topic he had just talked about. The Zhang family is giving away 5 10-year longevity pills. Hearing the presiding officer's words, Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly, then said indifferently, since today is Grandpa Shui's birthday, then as a junior, I should also make a slight gesture. After saying that, Chao Xiaochun gently wiped across his ring, and a very ordinary-looking wooden box appeared in his hands. The wooden box looked extraordinarily ordinary, just an ordinary gift box that cost $10 for 5 at an ordinary street stall. But the moment Chao Xiaochun took it out, the crowd looked as if they were watching a good show, and secretly mocked Chao Xiaochun's lack of understanding. Originally, Shui Yunji and Shui Battle had openly supported this prospective son-in-law. As long as they got through the banquet peacefully, no one else could say anything. But now Chao Xiaochun was confidently taking out a birthday gift. What birthday gift could compare to a longevity elixir? Even if there was, could you take it out from an orphan? With the title of number 1 in longevity gifts in front of him, even if Zheng Hongfei was unusually embarrassed right now, that title of number 1 in longevity gifts could not be taken away. I go. This gift box is not right. Jianjun, where is your 10,000 birthday picture? Su Old 8 looked at that small don't know how many numbers of the wooden box, suddenly froze, secretly sighed his own brother confused again feel a hint of wrong. I don't know. The diagram has been given to the boss before I came in. Hong Jianjun even more puzzled. Did take out the side of Li Hani. Contrast but nothing abnormal. Along with the silly girl and the feelings may be lacking a root, but the IQ is different from normal people. She was very clear in her heart. Although the longevity Dan is very precious, but Chao Xiaochun hands, but there is a for the water war is even more precious things. From the information she had found out there was this passage. The first generation head of the Shui family is named Shui Ruofeng, and the main mother, called Nangong Shinru. Occupation: Holy Light Priest. Looking at the box Chao Xiaochun handed over, Shui Battle first stared blankly, then laughed out loud. Good boy, it's enough that you have this heart. Chao Xiaochun could be said to have watched himself grow up, so Shui Zhu naturally knew everything about his character. And although this time of year was indeed a bit inappropriate, he believed that it should be something the boy had no intention of doing. Slowly receiving the wooden box, Shui Zhu also did not intend to open it now, but put it to the side, ready to end the farce that was the birthday gift. Elder, since Xiao Chun is your son-in-law to be, how can you not even look at his birthday gift? Open it up and take a look. Look at the antique look of the box. Maybe you've gotten a treasure for the ages. Seeing that Shui Battle wanted to directly skim over it, Zheng Feng on the side stroked his beard and said with a smile, the matter just now had caused their uncle and nephew to be embarrassed beyond measure. And how could he let go of an opportunity that was so hard to come by? In Zhang Feng's eyes, what good thing could a little kid come up with? And if Shui Battle opened it and it was an ordinary thing inside, then with the longevity Dan in front of him, a comparison of the two would naturally cause Chao Xiaochun's impression in the Shui family to be greatly reduced, and the 5 longevity dawn wouldn't be considered a waste. Old pusher Dang, open it when you say so. Since when is it your turn to be in charge of the Shui family? Hong Jianjun heard Zhang Feng's words and immediately glared at the tiger's eyes. He didn't think that these two would dare to come out and push the issue. He who was a strong supporter of his elder brother. He naturally had to come forward at this time. What do you mean by that, Mr. Hong? I, Zheng Feng, am at least the lord of a city. It's too disrespectful for you to talk like this, right? Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed. Hong Jianjun he naturally recognized. After all, Hong Tao's identity was there, and the city lord's office's contact with them wasn't that little. The city lord counts a hook 8, and then forced tomorrow I will ask my father to withdraw the capital. By then the investors run out. The court pursued down. You this city lord can still be a few days? At that time, you will wait for a broken bowl to the transmission array next to ask for food. Hong Jianjun changed from his usual atrophy, fat-fingered Zheng Feng and said loudly, Boss Hong, aren't you going to come out and control your son? This kind of thing is something that can be used as a joke. Zheng Feng was disliked by Hong Jianjun. This little bastard really dares to say anything. Not wanting to argue with him anymore, Zheng Feng turned his head and looked at Hong Tao at the corner and said in a cold voice, Hong Tao, who was originally watching the show with a glass of red wine on the side, suddenly froze, then looked around and bellowed, You naive child, when is it your turn to meddle in business matters? You say divestment is divestment this kind of thing you have to discuss with the amount in advance not the amount of people to minimize their losses. Hong Tao's words made everyone present froze. Zheng Feng was even more full of incredulity. How can such words come out of your mouth? I know you dote on your children, but this is too much for you, isn't it? Hong Tao said this and stopped making a sound, as if nothing had anything to do with him. He was aware of his own son's recent performance, from an ordinary chef profession to an almost all-purpose auxiliary department. Who could believe it if there wasn't some opportunity here? And judging from the people he saw his son interacting with during this period of time, Li Hani and Su Laobai were clearly impossible. After all, their professions didn't have such great abilities. The only one who could transform his son would probably be Chao Xiaochun. And right now no one could figure out just how high the potential of the profession of compassionist was. Seeing as his son was getting better and better, now that his benefactor was in trouble, it was only natural for him to help. Hear that? If you want to beg for food on the streets you go ahead. Hong Jianjun sneered and said disdainfully, Humph. I didn't expect that old me just wanting to take a look at Chao's little nephew's birthday gift would cause such a big commotion. It seems that I'm afraid that the things inside are really worth a lot of money. Zhang Feng's face kept changing, and finally said in a conspiratorial manner, Since that's the case, Grandpa Shui, why don't you just open it, so that people don't go out later and go around saying that we're cheap and won't even show us something? Chao Xiaochun let out a cold laugh, looking at the uncle and nephew on the side, and said indifferently, although he was afraid that the gift he had given was not worth much in the eyes of some people, I'm afraid that the value of this thing to the 9 states would not be something that could be measured in terms of money. Xiaochun. This. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's, Shui Yunji couldn't help but feel a bit worried, while Shui Battle on the side also frowned, not understanding what exactly this meant. It's fine. They're still a bit young if they want to punch me in the face. Chao Xiaochun laughed, then moved over to Shui Yunji's ear and spoke softly, seeing that the owner of the birthday gift had already spoken, and that this wooden box would have to be opened even if it wasn't today. Shui Zhuan lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then took the wooden box and slowly opened it. A red-colored token appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd, and the water war saw the token of the moment. Eyes suddenly widened. a dusty years of memories actually directly surge to the heart. And the guests present can instantly recognize the unicorn order of many people. H city many people are the descendants of the unicorn army, and older people all know when his father or mother holding a portrait to teach them to say, near, where, see clearly, this is your old father, old mother, troops of the token, called the unicorn order. You grow up to work hard to cultivate, and then join the unicorn army, followed by General Pao Bo Yang together to expel foreigners. Oh, ha ha, I thought what is this? The original is just a token. Look at this material. It is indeed also considered a rare thing, but there is no need to be so tucked away, right? Zheng Hongfei. Two people come close to look. Disdainful smile. This is just an ordinary token. There is no strange energy fluctuations. At most, only counts as a storage of information items. Shut up. A loud voice recalled from the middle of the guests, only to see three old men with hair that was already white, with red eyes, quickly walking out. They were none other than the three major giants of the H city's catering, construction, as well as real estate. Kid, is this thing real? The old man's voice appeared to be a little trembling, and although his eyes were full of tears, more than anything else, he was looking forward to it. Looking at the trio's expectant gazes, Chao Xiaochun exhaled a heavy breath, then nodded firmly. Seeing Chao Xiaochun's affirmative gaze, the three old men quickly walked over to the water warrior, and with their 8 eyes facing each other, they no longer hesitated to input a sliver of their own mana into the token. Only a stream of light rushed into the air, and the Tao image was reflected in the center of the lobby. Unlike this day of great joy, in the picture, it was all images of war, of the warrior in uniform, fighting the alien race in blood. Generals, behind us is our country of Kyushu, and the foreigners are cruel, so for the sake of our compatriots, today, fight to the death. Kirin Army, immortal, battle, boom boom boom. Ice Mage Huan Lin, Kirin Army, immortal, Elf Archer Huo Lu, mother, I'm unfilial, Holy Light Priest Nangong Shinro, father, mother. As the picture intensified, the originally quiet lobby, came a burst of heartbreaking wailing. Originally already the industry leader of the old people collapsed on the ground, crying like an aggrieved child. Everyone knows that the unicorn army is invincible, domineering, but who knows, when 80,000 fitness out of the way Yang. 10 rooms 9 empty, in addition to the old and weak, the home of all the strong, households hanging white damask. Looking at the picture of those figures, although many people they do not recognize, but the people present know that once these soldiers who threw their heads and spilled blood, is their own father or mother's comrades in arms, and see that familiar face when some experience that era of the old people cannot help but cry out, because that only in the childhood has seen the face, at this moment but clearly in front of their eyes. The screen flow soon came to the end, only to see a battlefield full of devastation. The screen is full of that dog-head man's silhouette, the large battlefield only a big man in white robes standing in front, although there has long been no breath. But from the pile of corpses at its feet to prove that Pao Bo Yang will be his last ounce of strength are used to guard the Kyushu above. Everyone's heart was mixed, looking at these heroes who fought for the dignity of the nation, that even in the person without moral sense, at this moment his heart, are full of admiration. The stream of light dispersed, and everything returned to normal, except that there were many more weeping old men in the lobby as well as a burst of endless silence. Grandpa Shui, some time ago when I was practicing in my duplicate, I happened to get this. So I have the audacity to use it as a birthday gift for your 180th birthday, and I hope you'll forgive me if there is any rudeness. Chao Xiaochun exhaled heavily, breaking the eerie silence. Ha 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 ha, how could that be? For me, this item is more valuable than any treasure, so how could I be sorry? Water Warrior's body shook, his nose twitched, and he laughed out loud with a bright smile. The world knew that if Wei Yang was not extinguished, Kyushu would not die, but no one knew what these generals, who were all less than 30 years old, actually went through at that time. And the appearance of this unicorn order will be able to clearly prove that their own parents did not intentionally leave them behind at that time, but really had an unavoidable hardship. Old man Shui, can you topographically print a copy of the image in this Qilin order for me? Hua Baizhuan. Oh, your Shui family a favor. An old man stood up trembling under the support of his descendants, looking at Shui battle with red eyes, his voice trembling a little. He had seen his own father from the picture. And for that, he would have to have a share of what was inside, no matter what the cost. And me, give me a copy of the image, and the conditions will be as you wish. As soon as Hua Baijian's words fell, another old man opened his mouth, and soon, many people opened their mouths. Why are you all so polite? If you want it, just come over here and get it. Moreover, I will submit the top copy of this to the court. so that everyone in the 9 states will know the bravery of my H-city generals." Hearing the words of the crowd, Shui Battle was first stunned, then stood up and shouted, "Ha ha 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 ha, then we'll be flattered." Hearing Water War's words, Hua Baijian's hanging heart finally let go. After all, he and the Water family were in the same competitive relationship in H-city. Looked aside Chao Xiaochun, Hua Baijian more and more looked the eye. This kid today can be said to be the round of many people's regrets, and do things in very measured. If it is not their own granddaughter has given birth to a second child, that today cannot help but to compete with the Water old man. "Kid, your name is Chao Xiaochun, isn't it? Old man, I can give you a promise here. In the future, if there's anything you need the Hua family's help with, you can just come to me. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you." Hua Baijiang slowly walked forward, patted Chao Xiaochun's shoulder, and said cheerfully, "My Li family and the Hua family share the same commitment. If young nephew Chao encounters any difficulties in the future, feel free to speak up, and I've heard that you're still good friends with my granddaughter, so you'll have to get along more in the future." The one who spoke was the head of the Li family. The old man appeared a bit rich, but his face was quite kind. "My Hu family is the same. So do I." Listening to the promises of the family lords, Chao Xiaochun smiled, not realizing that there was even a windfall from this today, which was a surprise to him. "I'm grateful for your love, but I think that this is just a show of hands. I guess." "Nothing much." Chao Xiaochun arched his hand and politely replied. At this moment, none of the people present brought up the matter of whose birthday gift was the most precious. After all, if there really was such an ungrateful person, then I'm afraid that it would definitely offend most of the forces in H-city. While Zhang Hongfei's uncle and nephew looked a little embarrassed at the moment, obviously one was the city lord, one was the imperial capital Zhang family's eldest son, but now, they seemed to have lost that aura that they should have. Everyone tacitly ignored them and instead surrounded Chao Xiaochun Su Lao by a few young juniors pulling a family affair. After all, Zheng Feng's remark about it being a mere token had already offended most of the people in H-city. The birthday banquet went on as usual, with Chao Xiaochun pulling Shui Yunji's hand and talking constantly from the sidelines, while the two big idiots, Su Laobai and Hong Jianjun, looked at each other in that whispering manner, their eyes filled with jealousy. As for Li Han-yi, he looked at the other party with an expressionless face, gently sipping a mouthful of wine, and didn't know what he was thinking. "Shui family master, in that case, we'll take our leave first." Seeing that the atmosphere was really unappealing, Zheng Feng stepped forward and said loudly, and Zhang Hongfei slowly walked up to Chao Xiaochun, narrowed his eyes, and sneered coldly. "Chao Xiaochun, don't think that this is just going to go away today. In this world, strength is ultimately honored, and soon you'll know that you're actually not worthy of Yunji at all." Zhang Hongfei wasn't a fool, and after returning to his senses he quickly adjusted his state. There was never a reason to miss out on something that he had his eye on, and although he had lost a big face today, so what? He was always still one of the group of people who stood at the highest level of the Kyushu, and although Chao Xiaochun, this mole, could be happy for a moment, he would always be trampled under his own feet. "Because of your behavior today, not only did you ruin my reputation, but you also made Nizi very unhappy. Just wait, after enrollment, I'll let you know what kind of trash you so-called proud son of heaven is." Chao Xiaochun smiled coldly. Although Zhang Hongfei had awakened the profession of a Confucian scholar, the man's character ran counter to that profession. Moreover, a compassionate master's intuition was the most sensitive of all, and from the first moment he saw this person, he knew that this person's heart was not in the right place. Having made him lose such a big face today, he thought that he would definitely retaliate in the future. Therefore, instead of talking nonsense later, it would be better to release the words now. Anyway, because of Shui Yunji, they were all destined to be immortal existences. Ha ha ha, just by virtue of you being a bronze-level compounder? Upon hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Zheng Feihong first stared blankly, and then said as if laughing in anger, what qualifications did this man have to say such things? And was he really that confident in himself? If you want to know whether my words are reliable or not, you'll know when school starts. What's the rush? Chao Xiaochun sneered. To the side, Shui Yunji heard the two of them and her face turned cold. It's so hard to have a chance to spend time alone with Chao Xiaochun, but how dare you come and stir things up? Zhang Hongfei, if you say one more word, I don't mind suppressing you here and now. Zhang Hongfei wanted to say something else, but Shui Yunji's warning caused him to freeze, and he gave the two of them a reluctant glance, then coldly threw down a sentence and turned to leave. Humph, I'll be waiting for you. Actually, you don't need to be like this. If you really don't see eye to eye with him, I'll help you clean him up when the time comes. Looking at Zhang Hongfei's departing back, Shui Yunji bristled and pouted. Although she didn't understand why Chao Xiaochun would do this, she knew that her husband never did anything he wasn't sure of. So even though she was a bit worried, she still trusted him. Yo, Near has gotten ahead. So is she going to adopt me in the future? Chao Xiaochun scraped the other party's attractive nose and said with a smile. He hadn't done this on impulse, but after careful consideration. For someone like Zheng Feihong, if he couldn't be nullified in one go, there would be endless trouble when the time came. So a clean sweep was the best way to go. As a composter, controlling the most hostile creatures in the world. Do you really think that he is unusually good-tempered to be provoked like this and still be indifferent? Why not? Shui Yinji raised her head arrogantly, seemingly declaring her sovereignty. As the birthday banquet slowly drew to a close, the guests gradually left, and Chao Xiaochun brought Shui Yinji to the side of the three Su Laobai, saying with a smile, "Get to know my partners. You're familiar with Su Laobai. This is Hong Jianjun. This is Li Hani, and there's another one who didn't come over today." Chao Xiaochun introduced them one by one. "Hello guys, I'm Xiaochun's fiancé." Shui Yunji smiled and said in a generous manner, "Hello, sister-in-law." Su Laobai and Hong Jianjun glanced at each other, then said in unison, "This sister-in-law used to be a legend in the school," and Hong Jianjun naturally gave her a certain amount of respect. As for Su Laobai and Shui Yunji, they were also quite familiar with each other. This sister-in-law of his was more of a teasing component. "Old 8. It's been a long time, you've matured quite a bit, and this little fatty. Although we haven't come into contact with each other before, your performance on the college entrance exams is now spreading in the university can be considered to be well known." Shui Yunji didn't resent the two's name-calling, and looked at the three in front of her. Since Chao Xiaochun had recognized them as partners he had to have, they must be trustworthy. "This sister is so pretty. You're from the Li family, aren't you?" Shui Yunji, who had been storing a smile on her pretty face, slowly turned her head, carefully sized up Li Hani, and faintly said. Hearing this, Chao Xiaochun's expression froze. What was wrong with this niece today? This was said as if she was coveting someone's beauty by keeping Li Hani by her side. It wasn't like this before. Chao Xiaochun, as a man, might not be able to see the small thoughts between the two women, but Li Hani was flustered by the question, and although Shui Yunji's face was covered with an eye cloth, somehow it seemed as if she could sense that the other woman could see through her own heart. Thinking of this, Li Hani could not help but feel a little weak. That feeling was like a TV show where the consort suddenly meets the main palace. "Hello, senior sister Shui. When I was at the same table with Chao Xiaochun, he talked about you a lot." However, Li Hani quickly settled her mind. She was at least the eldest miss of the Li family. Naturally she had some pride of her own. How could she get stage fright just because of one sentence? Hearing Li Hani's reply, Chao Xiaochun was even more puzzled. "Sister, although we are at the same table, we haven't said anything over the years. Are you remembering something wrong?" Xiaochun is like this. Everything is said outwardly. "I'm not going to lie. I've been interested in you from the moment I saw you. If you don't mind, you can call me a sister." "Yeah, please." Cough. On the side of Su Laobai can be said to be as refined as a stone monkey. At a glance he could see that the atmosphere of the scene was a bit off. At that moment he hastily gave a dry cough in an attempt to break this inexplicable atmosphere. "Sister, we know each other at first sight. How about going out for a chat?" Shui Yunji enthusiastically pulled up Li Hani's hand. Although the two had only spoken 2 words, but looking at this situation, it was like a good bosom friend who hadn't seen each other for many years. Hearing this, Li Hani gently nodded, then turned her head and faintly said, "Chao Xiaochun, there are still a few more lessons for your instrument. Even though sister is back, remember not to fall behind." Looking at Shui Yunji's movements as well as Li Hani's borderline words, Chao Xiaochun nodded confusedly, and seeing that the two were about to leave arm in arm, he couldn't help but subconsciously say, "You two are leaving. Aren't you going to get together?" "Shut up." The two women's dissimilar words directly disliked old Chao a bit confused. So much so that the two women's backs disappeared before they reacted. What's going on here? What else could it be? Jealousy. Old man Su shook his head and gave Chao Xiaochun a hefty smile, then patted Chao Xiaochun on the shoulder and said, "Xiaochun can middle school last and this year's school flower are all by your net. This spread out if others know. Maybe that day you walk on the road was knocked by someone. Moreover, Big Brother even brought his sister-in-law and second sister-in-law over for a formal meeting in an honorable manner. Even my father at that time also waited until the raw rice was cooked before he dared to do so, and even then, those little mothers of mine all beat like a dog basket. Should not say. Big Brother is strong." Hong Jianjun chimed in. At the same time, in his eyes that was deep envy. "Jealous?" At those words, Chao Xiaochun cried and laughed a little. This relationship playing that theory? He and Li Chenny were pure friends, and he understood Shui Yunji's character. How could she be jealous over such a nonsensical matter? But old 8, why didn't you see your fiancé come back today? After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun really couldn't figure out the reasoning behind it. and then changed the subject. I don't know. It's been such a busy time with exams, and we've had less contact. Su Laobai shook his head. This period of time because of the exams. Therefore he was very busy. How could he have the time to care about this stuff? Exam busy? Hearing the words of Su Laobachi, Chao Xiaochun raised an eyebrow. This person every day with a fragrant wind to the opposite side of their home, out of which is a still straight shouting mouth salty. You call this exam busy? Looking at Su old eight that stinks of shamelessness, Chao Xiaochun considered whether to give Han Mengmeng report. This tight 8 recent image. I really envy you all. You all have fiancés. It's a shame that once upon a time I had one too, but I backed out of the marriage a year ago. Hong Jianjun shook his head, full of envy. However, his words caught Chao Xiaochun's attention. Come on, fatty, tell your story. Looking at the excited duo, Hong Jianjun first stared blankly, then faintly said, what's the point? I was engaged to a baby marriage since I was a kid, and 3 years ago that girl got into the Imperial Capital University and was accepted by her mentor as a personal disciple, so she came to my house last year to withdraw from the marriage. Hong Jianjun spread his hands. At this he expressed his indifference. Unlike Shui Yunji, since childhood, except for the time he withdrew from the marriage, he had never seen that girl. I go. Strong door-to-door withdrawal? Your kids suffered such a big insult, and didn't say anything about 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West, don't deceive the youth, and so on? Su Laobai touched his chin, expressing surprise at this. I'm not poor although my father restricted my pocket money, but I have so many small mom. Which month they are not hundreds of thousands of me. Hong Jianjun's face was puzzled when he heard Su Laobai's words. Is it because I look too low-key? My temperament didn't show? Chao Xiaochun sighed heavily. He felt that Hong Jianjun could have actually been the protagonist, but he would miss the most important thing every time at a crucial moment, hence why he was the way he was now. Seeing that Shui Yunji and the others had no intention of returning, and after a few moments of nonsense with Su Laobai and the others, Chao Xiaochun bid farewell to the water warrior. After returning to his room, Chao Xiaochun rubbed his brow. He was now at the bronze rank, and if he wanted his strength to stabilize, then he would have to refine the compassionist's intrinsic compass. However, this was something that had to be chosen carefully. After all, this choice could determine one's future development. If possible, it would be best if he could exchange the compotes recommended on the system's front page as his original life compulsion. But those tens of billions of soul points were basically unrealistic for him right now. Flipping through the materials in the soul-swinging arcade, Chao Xiaochun's mind quickly spun, and he finally formulated his choice of intrinsic compulsion. Chaos compulsion. Essence compulsion class. No rank. Chaos is undivided, and nothing is born. Shaped like a black hole, devouring everything in heaven and earth for life. Divided into 9 turns, can permanently enhance the host 8 times the true essence cohesion. After 9 turns, can evolve 10,000 parasites. Initial compulsion refining method, Chaos Original Stone. Power of 5 elements. Power of thunder. Power of stars. Devouring mother compass. Thinking about the information that appeared in his mind, Chao Xiaochun pondered the feasibility of refining chaos compulsion. The chaos raw stones were readily available within the Chaos Mall, but a single thumb-sized piece sold for 80,000 soul points, while the devouring flower, which was needed for the devouring compulsion, sold for 20,000 souls. The power of the 5 elements was good. One could refine the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth to collect the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and as long as one practiced for a month, one would be able to gather all the elements needed for the initial chaos compulsion, and the power of thunder could introduce heavenly thunder in the air on a stormy day, which wasn't too difficult. The power of stars could extract the energy within the body of monsters of this attribute, which wasn't too difficult to obtain either. As for the devouring compulsion, this was a compulsion that was troublesome to refine and exceptionally ribald, as tens of thousands of extremely hostile corpses and a devouring flower were needed to refine this compulsion. Although the devouring compassion carried the word devouring, it was useless because although it ate everything, it had no attack power or defense, and even a black iron level monster could easily crush it to death. If one wanted to exchange the Chaos Primordial Stone as well as the devouring flower before the start of the school year, it would mean that one would have to gather 100,000 souls within 2 months. And such a huge amount simply wasn't something that could be met by these copies near the downtown area. After all, if he killed as fast as he could, I'm afraid that the monsters wouldn't be able to catch up with the refresh rate. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun got up and opened his computer, entering the forums and quickly rummaging through the copy information. After rummaging around for a long time, Chao Xiaochun finally found a copy that seemed more appropriate. Broken Soul Mountain Range Large Comprehensive Copy. Located near Dark City on the border of Kyushu, No level restrictions. Introduction: the unique terrain of the Soul Break mountain range makes it a monster's paradise, with a constant tide of beasts and danger all year round. It's a paradise of adventure for professionals, but it's also a place to bury your bones, because you never know what level of monsters you'll encounter in there. Dark City, a place of order and chaos. A place where criminals have been exiled since ancient times, independent of the borders of Kyushu because of history. Not only are there humans in it, but also all kinds of various alien races. The Lord of Darkness controls the entire city. Here, there is no law, no order. As long as you are strong enough, you can get anything you want in the city. Looking at the introduction of the soul-breaking mountain range, if one wants to refine the benthic compass, I'm afraid that during this period of time, one must take a walk to the soul-breaking mountain range. But before going over there, one must also increase one's strength before doing so. After all, one's strongest combatant in one's hands right now is only a gold-level Scarsa. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Chao Xiaochun was pondering his next plan, a burst of window noises suddenly came from the balcony. Seeing this, his face darkened, then he got up and walked over to the balcony, only to see the little girl across the street squatting on her own air conditioner, storing up tears and appearing very aggrieved. Landlord, first help me up. I'm scared. The corner of Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched. He originally thought that it was Su Laobai that Big Tide ate again, but he didn't think that it had changed. Sighing heavily, he then pulled the little girl up, and when she had just stood still, he only saw a violent sound coming from outside the door. Boom! Mang mang! This is all a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. This is my sister's house. Ah! A miserable scream shook the sound-activated lights of the entire building, and Chao Xiaochun opened the door at breakneck speed, only to see a violet-haired girl with a cold face and a skinny monkey wearing a pair of pants on her shoulder walking out from the opposite side. At the moment, Su Laobai had long since passed out, and the blue and purple bruises on his face represented the severe beating the man was feared to have taken in that short period of time. Han Meng Meng, why have you come back? Seeing the young girl, Chao Xiaochun looked a bit surprised. He hadn't even tipped off the girl yet. So how did this come back? Uncle told me to come back to mind him. Let's not talk to you much. We'll get together after you guys start school. Seeing Chao Xiaochun, Han Mengming's face was obviously much better, and after casually saying a few words, she brought Su Laobai downstairs. Although he hadn't seen her for a long time, it was clear that now wasn't the time to talk about things, so Chao Xiaochun didn't ask anything more. Tell me, what happened? Looking at the little girl who still had palpitations, Chao Xiaochun said indifferently, I don't know. Originally, old Buster and I were doing fine, but his entire body instantly jumped up when he saw a message on his cell phone. And then he didn't care about people's feelings. He just whisked me off the balcony. This is my house. Why should I be told to run out? The little girl said with her tearful eyes very aggrieved. Since evening this big golden monkey, she lived quite a nourishing life. And both of them are principled people. Both very much agree with that iron law of not entering life. But tonight, Su Laobai obviously violated the contract, and almost scared himself to death. Thinking about how Su Laobai looked just now and the expression on the little girl's face now, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but marvel at how much Su Laobai had matured by now. Thinking back to when he went to him in his free time, he only saw Su Laobai in his room, watching TV, but instead of aiming his gun at the women and children, he chose to aim it at himself, tightly holding onto the savagery of humanity, aiming his future at the sky, gushing and splattering the filth of the sea of spirit, and exuding a dull-eyed teenager after the wild winds and heavy rains now. Now, he had grown. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun didn't want to say anything more. So he sent the little girl out the door. Wait, landlord. The lock on my door was kicked in and rotted. Help me fix it. Otherwise it's not safe for people to live at home alone. Yeah. The little girl stood in the doorway, looking blearily at Chao Xiaochun. For the next 2 days, Chao Xiaochun purchased the materials for the parasites while accompanying Shui Yenji around. But what was surprising was that it was clearly a date for two. But Shui Yenji had to bring her own tablemates with her. When did the two of them become so close? Little Chun, are you sure you don't want to go to the imperial capital with us ahead of time? Because of her heavy commitments at school, Shui Yenji had stayed for 2 days before she had to leave. And at the entrance to the teleportation array, Shui Yenji looked at Chao Xiaochun, clearly a bit upset. Originally, she had decided to take Chao Xiaochun along as a group to the imperial capital, so that while experiencing a copy of the imperial capital ahead of time, the two of them would still be able to see each other often. But Chao Xiaochun had even rejected herself, instead wanting to go out on his own to practice a bit. If it weren't for the fact that she knew this little man's character, she would have suspected. He wasn't even keeping an old third out there. Big pig's hooves. Near. I still want to go out and practice a bit. After all, bronze level copies are pretty much the same everywhere. If Chao Xiaochun hadn't had the intention of refining the intrinsic compulsion, then he would have agreed to Shui Yunji. But not now. For the sake of the chaos compulsion, he had to make a trip to Dark City. Of course, he didn't tell anyone about this plan, after all. If he did, Shui Yunji would be worried. Because of Shui Yunji's suggestion, therefore Li Hanyi's 3 people also decided to set off for the imperial capital, while Hong Jian and Li Wenbin had already set off yesterday. As for Su Lao Bao, whether he could see it in its entirety after the start of the school year was still an unknown quantity. After the two of them had gotten tired of each other for a while, Shui Yunji walked into the teleportation array with Li Hanyi. Chao Xiaochun went back to the school first to collect his own silver artifact, and in the spirit of need, he exchanged it for a supplementary item called 1,000 Faces. 1,000 Faces. Silver grade. Auxiliary item. Function, can conceal one's own breath. Wear it on one's face to change one's appearance at will, change one's body shape and voice, and has a guardian skill hidden inside that can block a gold level full force blow. Cooling time, 3 days. Back at home. Because there were very few teleportation channels that could go to the Dark City, the nearest one would have to be open tomorrow afternoon. Therefore, he first booked the quota on his phone, and then organized the various materials. Tonight he decided to practice the 5 elements compulsion as well as the Aishingli, and transform the locust compulsion as well as the killer bee compulsion. The way to refine the 5 elements compulsion was extremely simple. All that was needed was the corresponding 5 elements item, along with a special technique to refine it, and then just wait for half an hour. After all, this thing was the same as the devouring compulsion. It had no effect other than absorbing the attribute elements. Chao Xiaochun sat down on his knees and placed a gold artifact, 100 years of acacia roots, a small vial of fire essence from a black iron level monster, a passel of refined pure water, and a bucket of black soil in front of him. Under the enchantment of the dark red runes, the 5 items slowly floated in mid-air, and when the runes were fully integrated into them, they were thrown into the white jade gourd to warm up. After doing this, he resummoned the locust mother compass, the killer bee mother compass, and Scarza. With her eyes closed, Scarza had apparently been sleeping in the gourd, and seemed to sense the change in her surroundings, only to see her brow furrowed, and the moment she saw Chao Xiaochun her face was suddenly filled with smiles, and she swooped in beautifully. Reaching out to stop the incredibly excited Skusa, Chao Xiaochun looked at that handsome face and said with a smile, "Would you say that I am your dearest master?" Although Skusa was a bit confused as to why Chao Xiaochun asked this, he nodded joyfully. "Since, in that case, let's bleed for your master." Seeing Skusa's affirmative answer, Chao Xiaochun nodded in delight, and then took the sea bowl the size of a human head and shook it. "Sigma, for all." Skusa huffed and puffed as she went back into the gourd. Not because her master had released a large portion of blood into herself, but because this master only allowed himself to devote himself but didn't even give her a hug, so she was very angry. After dispatching Skusa with great difficulty, Chao Xiaochun didn't waste any time, soaking the 2 parasites within the dragon's blood and taking out 2 bottles of black potion to pour into them. Because the 2 parasites had limited potential, being merely black iron ranked, if they wanted to continue to be used, they would have to be modified. And what in the world could quickly change the structure of a species? That would have to be what was in the dragons. After all, the genes of such creatures were too powerful, and the 2 bottles of potion, a bottle of grievances condensed into liquid, as well as the essence concentrated from thousands of crow's eyes. Originally, Chao Xiaochun had searched the internet for these 2 things for a long time without finding them. Or was it Li Hanyi who reminded him to take a look at the store run by that sorcerer or necromancer? After looking carefully at the stores run by these professionals, it was as if Chao Xiaochun had opened the door to a new world. Charcoal roasted salamanders, a pile of rotten meat made from a blend of 800 creatures, mermaids covered in necromantic poison, strange eyes carved out of monkey brains. If there's one place where the most horrifying perverts in this world come from, it has to be these 2 professions. Their stores were filled with all sorts of transformed things that not only sounded disgusting, but looked even more damn disgusting. And even the store owners didn't know what the hell the stuff was for. Tried to contact the owner of the store to ask if there is in the end what they need. "I did not expect." The other party replied very quickly. "Perhaps because there is no business. These 2 things are also sold unusually cheap." Striking the talisman into the sea bowl, Chao Xiaochun once again threw the 2 compotes into the gourd, and after sighing heavily, he took the widow spider that he had bought back as well as the red needle scorpion and placed them all into a large porcelain vessel. After determining that the 200 creatures couldn't escape, Chao Xiaochun took out the frozen heart and gently shook it, only to see it turn into a pile of flesh and blood floating in the air in an instant. The breathless grass was broken into pieces, and the heart and 6 tiger spirits were blended together and carefully scattered into the porcelain. After doing so, Chao Xiaochun poured the remaining half bowl of dragon blood into it, and sealed the mouth of the bottle with graveyard soil. As the gourd took in the porcelain, Chao Xiaochun continued to make strange handprints, and with each handprint, the black light around the gourd deepened by 1 point. This process lasted a full 2 hours, and even with Chao Xiaochun's current mental strength, that was a full 5 bottles of spirit potions before he could barely maintain it. Buzz! Boom! The gourd trembled more and more violently, and the moment Chao Xiaochun closed his momentum, 3 black streams of light erupted, in addition to 5 yellow, green, orange, blue, and brown stones, which appeared somewhat translucent, gathered in a circle, separated by a transparent thread that scuttled them into a string. The other 3 streams of light were obsidian-like locusts, and killer bees. There was also a palm-sized black spider. The spider was surrounded by a black aura like flowing water, and its back was made up of protruding tendrils of flesh that converged to form a clear human face, which was very beautiful, and seemed to have a demonic aura in its brows and eyes, so that if one looked at it for a long time, one would be afraid that it would make people sink into it. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and used his real finger to scan the information about this parasite. 5 elements compulsion. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. No rank. Functional compulsion. Attack, 0. Defense, 40. Spirit, 0. Introduction, used to absorb the 5 elements and store them. Killer bee mother compulsion, mutated, bronze level. A parasite that is tainted with dragon's blood and grievances, and can harbor up to 5,000 child parasites, which contain weak dragon power and grievances, with the skill of blood slaying, and can self-destruct upon death. Locust mother compulsion, mutated, bronze level. A parasite that is tainted with dragon's blood and grievances, and can harbor up to 5,000 child parasites. The child parasites contain weak dragon's power and grievances, and come with blood-slaying skills, and can self-destruct upon death. AI Shanli. Battle compulsion. Enhanceable. Golden rank, baptized by Qi technique. Strength, 550. Speed, 820. Spirit, 724. Introduction taking the heart of a loved one and refining it. This poison has no antidote below the starlight, and is one of the main parasites for refining the immortal compulsion whiteheads in this life. This is one of the main compulsion to make the whiteheads in this life. Characteristics of the assassin, AI Li Shang is a natural predator. By its eyes, unless the enemy is dead, or immortal. Characteristics, Spider Emperor's domain, a born king who can command spider species for his own use. This skill changes with the level of the parasite. Trait, Spider Web Entanglement, spits out poison spider webs like sharp blades, can be used for control. Characteristics, Female Heart, Phantom Dream Limitless, with the male heart love life away from the combination of skills. Weaving the illusion. Silent Hunting. Looking at the skills of the 4 parasites, a hint of excitement flashed in Chao Xiaochun's eyes, although it took so much effort that the Killer Bee Compass and Locust Compass still couldn't be upgraded. At least they made it to the first rank, and their combat power was greatly increased. It couldn't be helped that the limits of these 2 types of parasites were right here, and Chao Xiaochun was already satisfied that they wouldn't be eliminated so early, and Aishingli had even given him a huge surprise. Not only had he fully developed the dragon blood essence, but those 6 tiger spirits had also fused well. Not only breaking through his own limits to enter the golden chicken level, but that horrifying trait had given Chao Xiaochun an additional, relatively perfect, base card. It seems that one has to speed up and refine the male heart AI Li Shang, or else one of the strongest traits of this parasite is going to go to waste. After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun said in a low voice, looking at the elegant appearance of Aishingli, and then remembering Xiao Chang's uniquely individualistic appearance. Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but feel a bit saddened by the fact that it was also a poisonous type of compulsion. So why was the difference so great? After playing with the 4 parasites for a while and receiving them in the white jade gourd, he then summoned the 2 Pinocchio sisters out, since they were going out for 2 months this time, and school would be starting soon after they returned. Therefore, Chao Xiaochun planned to clean the house properly, and then entrust the property to help him take care of it as well as collect the rent every month. After a good night's sleep, Chao Xiaochun called a car to clear up the matter at hand and headed toward the spatial passageway. Because H-City was far away from Dark City, if he wanted to get there quickly, he would have to use the spatial channel, and even in the spatial channel, it would take 5 hours to get to the teleportation point near Dark City. Straight away, he picked up his ticket and after waiting at the station for an hour, he only saw a white airship slowly approaching. This was a tool specially used to travel through spatial rifts, developed by the highest-ranked mechanic in Kyushu. The driver was a kind of elf named Nightmare. This race was born to befriend humans, and legend had it that they relied on devouring human nightmares to make a living. After casually checking his ticket and boarding the train, Chao Xiaochun only felt a blackness before his eyes just as the train pulled into the rift, and it wasn't long before he saw the train traveling rapidly through a space filled with dots of starlight. This was the first time that Chao Xiaochun had seen the true face of the spatial rift, which was frighteningly quiet, and the starlight wasn't really stars, but rather target teleportation points, which appeared to be very close, but were actually very far apart. After looking around for a while, Chao Xiaochun didn't find it very interesting, so he laid back in his seat and began to rest his eyes. Ancient Moon Town was located 10 kilometers from Dark City, and aside from the people who were here to maintain access to the spatial rift, which were a few other people shuttling tourists around and vendors, basically no one lived on this side of town. As such, it was more of a station-like orientation than a town. Chao Xiaochun got out of the car and slowly walked to the restroom, first taking a black robe and putting it over his body, then taking out the 1,000 faces from his spatial ring. This thing is very light, as a whole silk made of masks. According to their own mind, to inject compulsion into it will be covered in the face. Sun A and Zhang Hongfei looks like 8 points of the face appeared in the mirror. The hair also from the previous black into a silver white. After carefully observing that nothing was broken, Chao Xiaochun walked out of the restroom, found a random car on the periphery, and rushed off in the direction of Dark City. After half an hour, he saw a tall city wall appear before his eyes. The wall was black in color, as if it was made from a natural boulder. It looked ancient and rustic, and the height of nearly 1,000 meters was intimidating to look at. The air seemed to be filled with a fishy odor, as if from the undried blood. At the city gate building, 2 teams wearing black armor were patrolling, while people who wanted to enter the city were lining up, seemingly registering for something. I go, you guys are too dark. To enter a city you want me to pay 50,000 Kyushu coins. Bully the big fool. If I had 50,000, would I have to come here to beg for a living? Chao Xiaochun slowly lined up behind the 2 men, and only just stood, only to see a middle-aged man with a huge sword in front of him bellowing out what seemed to be a great dissatisfaction with the payment of the city's entry fee. If you feel you are dissatisfied, turn around and leave now. Any more nonsense and the next moment your head will be hung on the city wall. The soldier who was charging the fee coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, seemingly not wanting to talk too much nonsense with him. As he spoke, that silver rank cultivation was reflected. The killing aura in his eyes seemed to be chilling. I didn't expect that an ordinary leader of the Dark City's guards would have reached the silver rank. ISH*T. Is silver rank terrific? Do you really think that I won't have any way out if I leave this place? 50,000. Dream on. The middle-aged man looked at the soldiers in front of him. A trace of scorn flashed in his eyes, but he and his mute companion were originally wanted people, so although he didn't want to clash with these soldiers, but he still had to throw down his harsh words. He couldn't lose face. He threw down 2 words and then quickly left with his companion. But the speed of his departure was more than a touch wretched at the moment. Chao Xiaochun and the middle-aged man left, slowly looked at the side of the registration form, did not hesitate, slowly in the above signed Zheng Feirong 3 big words, then took out a card with that slightly deep voice said, "Swipe the card." Brilliant. You're the first person I've seen in the past half-month to pay the city entry fee without asking for a reason. Watching Chao Xiaochun's actions, the leader's dead face actually showed a hint of a smile. Although dozens of people came to the city gate every day, most of them backed off when they heard the 50,000 Kyushu coins, and there were some who didn't die and asked for a reason, or were ready to file a complaint. As a result, the leader also seemed annoyed as hell about this job, and he still appreciated people like Chao Xiaochun. Since we've come this way, what's the harm in abiding by the rules here? Chao Xiaochun said with a slight smile, unconcerned that he could still afford to take a mere 50,000 Kyushu coins, casually taking the card and handing it to his men. The leader looked at Chao Xiaochun's outfit. Although the stoic face still looked a bit childish, the way he did things was well organized, but like someone from one of the big clans. Usually this kind of person was either rich or noble. Mr. Zhang, please take your card. Glancing at the registration form, the leader smiled slightly, then turned his head and shouted at the tent on the side, 10,086. Come out and bring Mr. Zhang into the city. As soon as the leader's words fell, he saw a young girl dressed in black slowly walk out. The young girl was around 1.75 meters, with a beautiful physique. Although she wore a veil, her eyes were full of flirtation, and her body was more like fabric rather than clothes. At the very least, the clothes didn't completely cover the strange shame. Mr. Zhang, this is the tradition of Dark City. Pay the 50,000 entry fee and we'll provide you with a tour guide. She can introduce you to everything in Dark City, and with a tour guide, no one will make a move on you within the city. The leader smiled and introduced the woman on the side. The guide will then stay by your side for a day and a night to keep you safe. And, if you pay the guide 10,000 extra, there's also a saving grace program. Is this $1 entry fee expensive? The leader said indifferently. Although it was said that the Dark City was a chaotic place, they wouldn't go so far as to lay their hands on an entry fee. The $49.999 was just the cost of hiring a tour guide, and the $1 entry fee was already a price that couldn't be more conscientious, right? If it weren't for the fact that Chow Xiaochun's speech was a bit expensive, would he have appointed a tour guide to accompany him? Of course not. Poor people aren't qualified to choose. Hearing the leader's explanation, Chow Xiaochun looked a bit speechless. This kind of bundling set play is really bull batch. This city main is to put outside properly as a Guagua Street wolf. Chow Xiaochun didn't mind. It was good to have someone to lead the way. After all, before he entered the Soul Break Mountain range, he still needed a map, as well as some supplies. Dear guest, welcome to Dark City. The young girl bowed respectfully, and then led the way in front of her. Chow Xiaochun nodded and followed the young girl into the gates of the city, and when he came to the streets, he realized that there were indeed quite a few people in here, and the surrounding stores looked a bit dark, with many of the people carrying a young girl or man dressed like a 10,086 by their side. In addition to the humans, there were some strange-looking creatures wandering around the side of the street, such as an octopus that rode in a palanquin and wrapped itself around the guide, or a flower essence that was going up and down on a male guide. These were alien at first glance. I am your guide. I am completely yours for this day and night. To protect you and keep you safe. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Of course, if you add money, then you can do anything to me except kill me. Of course, after a day and a night, the contract between us can also be renewed as long as you pay another 50,000 Kyushu coins. Walking along the street, accidents happened on the road at any time. For example, an adventurer was walking on the side of the road, and in the next moment, his head had flown into mid-air, and the woman who had done it was scavenging for belongings on his body. A foreigner was picking this thing in a store, and since there was no guide around, the smiling attendant ended the other's life with a slash while he was distracted. Not to mention all the women on the side of the road who were being brightly forced to do so because they didn't have enough force. Chow Xiaochun nodded, looked around, and faintly said, "What exactly is this place? An existence independent of any place. A paradise of order and chaos. Here, there are no laws, no rules, everything is in the hands of the Dark City Lord, and theoretically, as long as you have the money or the strength, you can get anything you want from this city." 10086 smiled and replied softly, "Oh, what about if I want your ownership?" Hearing the young girl's words, Chow Xiaochun smiled disdainfully. Rather than a paradise, this was a paradise for beasts to live in. A prison for criminals. Of course you can. My price is only 20 spirit stones, which translates to only 2 million Kyushu coins. As long as you pay, then I'm yours. But after this, the two of us won't be under the protection of the Dark City Lord. If you really have this kind of mind, you might as well wait until you leave Dark City before you operate. The young girl licked her lips, and she wasn't the least bit displeased with Chow Xiaochun's words. Originally, the group of them were nothing more than slaves with the Dark City Lord on their backs. Hearing the young girl's words, Chow Xiaochun nodded, and didn't follow up on the topic with any further questions. Take me to the place where I can buy a map of the Broken Soul Mountain Range and a coordinator. Yes, walk down this street and inside is the inner city, where you can buy everything you want, and with me around, you won't have to worry about separating corpses like that foreigner did. However, let me advise you, later on, it would be best to exchange some spirit stones first. There are some stores that don't accept Kyushu coins or other currencies. Here, just like outside the universe, spirit stones were the hard currency. Not only could they allow professionals to extract experience from them to use for cultivation, but they were also the mainstream currency of this world, and 100,000 Kyushu coins could be exchanged for one spirit stone. Unlike the cold and brutal outside, the inner city was like a giant grotto of gold. The kind of luxurious buildings abounded. As long as you could think of entertainment, it would be here, and everyone had a guide with them to ensure their safety, so it could be said that it was a complete land of enjoyment. Following the young girl's footsteps to an exchange office, Chow Xiaochun casually exchanged 100 spirit stones. From the young girl's words, he could tell that although this dark city was chaotic, as long as you had money, then nothing was a problem. Therefore, Chow Xiaochun planned to dress up as a rich son who had come to visit the city, so that he could not only be scorned, but also use his virtual identity to find out more information about the Dark City and the locations within the Broken Soul Mountain Range that would be suitable for his own training. As for the young girl on the side, her eyes lit up when she saw Chow Xiaochun's grand gesture, and even her attitude seemed a bit more enthusiastic. She was already certain that this was a wealthy son who had come out to train, and Dark City paid the most attention to such people. If Chow Xiaochun spent a certain amount of money here, then it was possible for her to receive an additional commission as well. Guest, you've come at a good time. Today happens to be the annual highest auction in Dark City. There's still half a day before the auction starts. I wonder if you'd like to take a look at it. And the highest level item up for auction is a diamond artifact. 10086 casually took out a small booklet that recorded some of the rare treasures to be auctioned off tonight. When Chao Xiaochun saw the pamphlet in 10,086's hand, his mind moved, and he slowly took it and then flipped through it at random. Inside were not only various equipment and treasures, but also rare materials that were usually hard to see. Soon, a material caught Chao Xiaochun's attention. The material was called the Pishuan Dream Orchid, a flower that appeared to be translucent and shaped like a lotus platform. The flower had been hidden underground for 20 years for that short 30-second bloom, after which the flower quickly shriveled up, leaving only the seed, which germinated underground and began another 20 years of waiting. Legend has it that this flower comes from the underworld, a kind of elf called Dream Orchid. This kind of elf is born in the darkness from birth, in that rotten and damp place to stay for 20 years, but it did not give up its own persistent heart, every day quietly waiting. Finally, after 20 years, a mysterious great power to save it from the darkness. This is the first time the Dream Orchid saw the sun. Warm sunshine on the body. The feeling makes it sink so far that it forgets time. In her memories, she seems to have passed 10,000 years, through the sea and the sea, but in fact, it was just a short moment. Therefore, the other side of the Dream Orchid is also called the flower of reincarnation, a metaphor for people spend their lives trying to grow up, just to feel their own moment of high light before withering, and then sank into the darkness, but also in the degree of reincarnation of the meaning. Although it had no special effects, the flower looked exceptionally gorgeous, and because of its own characteristics, it was difficult to preserve, making it a good collector's item, in Chao Xiaochun's opinion. However, it was indeed a material of some great utility. Take the souls of the two women who have fallen in love with the other side of the Dream Orchid in 20,000 skeletons, and use the compulsion array to refine it. Then you can get a kind of compulsion called Zhu Yan Resignation Realm, also known as Zhu Yan Hijacking. The name of the parasite was taken from a poem, The Most is the Earth Can't Stay. Zhu Yan resigned from the realm of flowers, resigned from the tree. This compulsion to white bone is the form, demented soul as the base, looks like a crystal skeleton man, infinite power, can summon the skeleton for their own use, the attack against the soul, theoretically, in the same level state, every time by the Zhuyanjacking touched on the other side of the soul will be aging 10 years old. If it is fused but a powerful zombie body, there is a great possibility that it will produce a new soul, because of the limitations and harshness of the materials. Although Chao Xiaochun had heard of this compulsion, he had no intention of refining it. After all, a Pishuan Dream Orchid requires 10,000 points of souls in the system store, and the more Pishuan Dream Orchids one has to refine this compulsion, the better the quality of the compulsion will be. Even the little bear cookies in the soul-swinging mountain had heard the calculations made by this treacherous system. Therefore, although Chao Xiaochun knew that this Zhu Yanjiu was easy to refine and super effective, he just didn't get his hands dirty with it. But now it was different. At the auction, this thing even appeared, and the label on it was for collection, which meant that there was a lot less pressure to compete, so one would have to go to this auction for whatever one said. After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun walked into the exchange house from a new location and took out 10 exquisite collectibles from his spatial ring. These things were all treasures from the Scarsa dragon's nest, put into the existence of one's own petty cash vault, and although they didn't have any special functions, the exquisite workmanship, as well as the craftsmanship that brought with it a sense of history, proved to be of absolutely no lesser value. The staff member at the counter first froze when he saw what Chao Xiaochun had taken out, and then his eyes snapped open, his body trembling after determining that Chao Xiaochun was truly going to offer the item for sale. "Guest, I can't be the master of this thing of yours. Why don't you find the backstage and sit down, and I'll notify the boss right away." Exhaling heavily, the staff member said respectfully. In response, Chao Xiaochun didn't have much of an opinion, and under the staff's leadership, the two slowly walked to an extravagant box, where a Cheongsam-clad attendant slowly poured a cup of tea for him. As for 10086, she was smiling more and more flirtatiously at the moment, and her movements were very bold. The two of them sat down on the sofa, and she wrapped her arms around Chao Xiaochun, gently wiping the muscles on her arms with a watermelon, and winking at them like silk. Soon, a somewhat tan-looking old man quickly walked in, arching his hand and saying, "Guests have been waiting for a long time. I'm the owner of this exchange house. I heard that you have something good to offer, so why don't you take it out and open your eyes for the old man?" Mu Mingyuan looked very enthusiastic. After hearing his subordinate report, he knew that big business had come today. "You're welcome, boss. It's just some trinkets." Chao Xiaochun smiled, and without too much hesitation, he resumed taking out his collection, laying it out on the table one by one. When Mu Mingyuan saw this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly put on his gloves, examining each piece carefully. "Look from this pattern. This gold mask should be something from the ancient desert country 30 000 years ago. This walking stick is a burial item from the Golden Triangle tomb of the Lizard Ancient Kingdom outside the universe 10,000 years ago. The more the boss looked at it, the more surprised he was. These various ancient items were all more than 10,000 years old, and all of them were iconic items from previous ancient countries. Which goddamned one is so careless? Silver onyx sculptures are not preserved even by something like this. Mu Mingyuan picked up a sculpture and cursed as he looked at the small gaping hole on it that was obviously broken off by man. After looking at it for a long time, Mu Mingyuan reluctantly put the thing down and looked at Chao Xiaochun, his eyes coloring inexplicably. These things were obviously dug out of ancient tombs, and they were found in all the ancient countries. So if Chao Xiaochun wasn't a tomb raider, then that only proved that this was someone who came out of a big family. Boss, give a price. Seeing that Mu Mingyuan had finished his inspection, Chao Xiaochun slowly said. Looking at the boss's naive demeanor, Chao Xiaochun inexplicably felt that the boss was a bit dull. Since the guest is so forthcoming, then the old man, I won't say anything more. How about a price of 22,000 spirit stones? Mu Mingyuan thought for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said that if he acquired it himself, he should still make quite a profit out of it. 25,000. Hearing Mu Mingyuan's offer, Chao Xiaochun said outright that even though he didn't know much about these things, he could guess that it was definitely more than that, given the dragon's greed for treasures. Deal. Sure enough, as soon as Chao Xiaochun's words fell, Mu Mingyuan responded hastily. I'm still selling at a loss, he said. However, Chao Xiaochun didn't get too hung up on this. Originally these things were prepared to be used to do the cost of living of the Skyza, and now since he had encountered something that could enhance his strength, it was also possible to divert some of it, and the money was, well, gone in the earning that is. Agreed on the price. The boss will things away, and quickly made a few phone calls. Soon, the waiter holding a gold plate slowly came. On top of it is a card made of special materials. Guest, 25,000 spirit stones. All of them are in the card. This is universal within the universe. You can order them. I think you're in such a hurry to bid on these things. You're going to the auction, right? Here's an invitation. If you take it over, you can waive the handling fee and enter directly, and you'll be given a private room inside. Chao Xiaochun nodded, and only after confirming it with his instrument did he put his heart down. Dare I ask the guest your name? After the transaction was over, Mu Mingyuan looked at Chao Xiaochun and said with a smile. He was very curious as to what the origin of the young man who was able to come up with all of these things at once was. You're welcome, boss. My last name is Zheng. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Putting the card and invitation away, Chao Xiaochun casually replied. A person from Kyushu with the surname Zhen? Could it be the imperial capital Zheng family? Mu Mingyuan's pupils shrank at the thought, his heart unusually shocked. The Dark City's auction house was in the center of the inner city, and Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but let out a gasp from his mouth as he looked up at the huge, extravagantly decorated auction house. He had never participated in this kind of large-scale auction, and now that he was over here, he could increase his horizons. Which motherfucker stabbed old man's ass? The fucking tour guide is still there. Bad rules, isn't it? Who pickpocketed my pants? I set your monkeys. This man-eating bloodless Dark City. Old lady at least auctioned off 80 spirit stones of things. An invitation does not give me. Crap. Where's Lousy's tour guide? Looking at the scene of the auction house tickets, that mountain of people as well as the noise that rose up to the sky, with the sound of cursing, Chao Xiaochun suddenly froze. And in that noise, there was also a faint hint of painful moaning. In the huge ranks of the crowd, all the time there were people being stabbed through the body by sharp knives that came out of nowhere. After all, this place is notoriously chaotic. Although the inner city has some rules and regulations, but there is no lack of bold people. Anyway, the crowd is so large, everyone is crowded together. Suddenly someone died of a disease is very reasonable, right? As for the blood on the ground, it was obviously coughed up by him. It's none of my business. My lord, let's go this way. 100866 pointed to another passageway next to the auction house's main door and said softly, unlike the chaotic scene over here, in front of that spacious passageway, four catgirls stood respectfully in front of the doorway, a red carpet spread out on the ground, and around them, two teams of black armored soldiers stationed themselves on the sidelines with a solemn aura of death, silently guarding the area. Chao Xiaochun looked over just in time to see the two teams of silhouettes step into the passageway, their gazes sweeping over the group and finally stopping on a very demonic-looking woman. From the looks of it she should be around 30 years old, but the three fox tails that appeared on her tail proved that this should not be a human. This is a foreign race? That's from the Acacia Valley, a force that can rank in the top 5 in Dark City, and belongs to the Fey forces. And this woman's name is Su Chinga, the Grand Elder inside, rumored to be close to reaching the Perkin level of cultivation. Seeing that Chao Xiaochun was a bit puzzled, 10086 took the initiative to speak up, and the address changed from the previous guest to Gongzi. A three-tailed fox? That's a good one. If one has the chance to get it killed and control it with a swimming stiffness compass, that would be a good aid. The power behind her is the Tiger God sect, which is also a foreign power. He is the young master of the Tiger God sect, and is also a bit of a gold-ranked powerhouse. Good stuff. If I can draw the tiger spirit, my own Aishingli is estimated to be able to improve again. 10086. With every person introduced, Chao Xiaochun had an idea in his heart. But of course, he couldn't possibly do it in the inner city himself. Just out of research. Entering the passageway, Chao Xiaochun showed his invitation and followed it all the way to the end. And instantly, an ordinary giant Colosseum auction venue appeared within Chao Xiaochun's sight. The venue could hold at least 20,000 people, and the densely packed seats were now filled with people. On the stage was an auction table made of pure white crystal, covered in golden runes alongside it, and it looked incredibly luxurious. "Sir, this way please." A cat girl wearing a cheongsam walked up quickly and said in a respectful voice. Along with the footsteps of the young girl walked for nearly 10 minutes, and finally stopped in front of a box near the auction stage. The front of the box was made of crystal, which could take in all the hall. Into the box, sitting on the luxurious sofa, the cat lady slowly on a fine fruit plate and a pot of tea after a respectful bow. "Guests can call me at any time." After speaking, the cat girl slowly backed away and closed the door to the box. Chao Xiaochun ignored the 10086 who had taken the initiative to sit on his lap, only to raise his eyebrows, raise his head, and look across the box, only to see Su Qingge, whom he had met once before, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "Elder, what's wrong?" Su Qingge slowly withdrew her gaze when she saw the other party noticing her. The young girl beside her asked suspiciously when she saw this. "Nothing, I only felt that person's face was inexplicably familiar." Su Qingge sneered, recalling that she recalled that year when she went to the imperial capital copy to compete for a treasure. That person who looked like a decent person. In reality, it was just a villain with a weak heart. At the slightest temptation from herself, she went forward like a stupid dog. "Elder saying that, I do remember. The familiar you are talking about. It should be that Zheng Hongfei, right? I also remember that you inherited a one chi from his body, as well." Looking at the appearance of that person across the street, it is estimated that he is also someone who came out of that family, and you see that he participated in an auction and also wrapped his arms around a woman. So it must be with that Zheng Hongfei, and it's not that bad. It seems that the elder can get some benefits again this time. The young girl smiled and said respectfully, "Benefits? This is the Dark City, not their imperial capital. A little benefit can't send me away. If I drain him dry, maybe this time I can break through the Perkin rank in one fell swoop." Su Qingge sneered, then closed her eyes and quietly waited for the auction to begin. In Su Qingge waiting for the auction to start is, not far from them and the box did not. Several strength. Are in the secret say something? If you can hear their words, then we'll find a common point. If they could hear their words, they would find one thing in common. If something good fell on another family, then they would wait for the auction to end and meet them outside. Chao Xiaochun waited for nearly half an hour with his eyes closed, and with a crisp chime, he saw the originally noisy environment instantly become quiet, and on the auction stage, an old man slowly walked up to the stage, picked up a microphone, and said with a smile, "You all have been waiting for a long time. I think you must have waited a bit impatiently. Since this is the case, I won't say anything more. The auction now officially begins." As a senior auctioneer who had presided over 10 sessions of auctions, he naturally knew exactly what this group of people over today needed, so he didn't say too much, and directly began the auction of the first item. "Then let's start with an appetizer." The old man's words just fell, only to see that the crystal stage emitted a roaring sound. The middle organ opened. A seemingly 2-meter wide and 3-meter item slowly rose, because on top of it, covered with a piece of red cloth, the crowd couldn't see what exactly was inside. The old man smiled faintly, slowly stretched out his hand, pulled down the red cloth only to see that this is a huge iron cage, and inside the closed is 2 exposed women. The woman is not very old. Her eyes are full of panic, and a pair of rabbit ears on the head to prove that this is not purely human. This is the charmed bone rabbit in the forest of life. Although the cultivation level is only black iron level, but if someone who is familiar with this creature would think that it is not their cultivation level that they are looking at. "I won't say much here." The old man pointed to the creature in the cage and smiled. "This phantom bone rabbit 2 sisters, is today's first auction item, low price of 10 spirit stones. You all start." Phantom bone rabbit? Looking at the 2 young girls in the cages on the field, Chao Xiaochun murmured, not expecting that this dark city would dare to openly buy and sell human beings, although this was not a species that belonged to the Kyushu region. I'm afraid that it wouldn't be a good thing if the people of its planet knew about it. These two sisters' cultivation is a little too low. If they can grow to 100,000 years, it is a good kind of compulsion material. 10086 will be gently pushed down from his lap. Before, because the auction did not start, Chao Xiaochun need to use its maintenance of a persona. And now do not need. Naturally, can not always hold. After all, so big a steamed bun will always affect their line of sight. Although Chao Xiaochun wasn't interested in this kind of plaything-like thing, it didn't mean that everyone was like him. That phantom bone bunny's figure and the soft timidity on her face was a great way to get the adrenaline of this group of violence-filled people to soar. After all, most people have some hobby like bestial nymphs, and they were still a pair of sisters. After the first auction item lasted for a few minutes of intense bidding, it was finally auctioned off by a dark-skinned Kunlun lookalike for 18 spirit stones. After the first auction item was successfully bid on, the atmosphere on the auction floor was pushed to a climax, with all sorts of dazzling treasures appearing on the field. Equipment, spirit medicines, monster hatchlings, and even some lord corpses. Chao Xiaochun saw with his own eyes that a strange-looking lizard had been air-dried and posed, and judging from the aura on it, the monster had at least reached the high silver level, and the auctioneer had introduced it as a certain copy of a lord. Chao Xiaochun leaned on a couch to the side, listening to the various bidding sounds around him, smiling disdainfully as he quietly waited for what he needed. Chao Xiaochun's behavior, on the other hand, was making 10,086 a bit anxious. He had thought that this young master would be spreading his money around like crazy, but now that he was watching a dozen or so items go up for auction, he hadn't even done anything yet. Even if you don't shoot things, then you touch it. This big jade shoots, long and white and thin. This big watermelon, tastes sweet. People are too polite, easy to starve to eat. Auction and did not appear what too much attention to the treasures, and the bidding, but also just sitting on the stage of some people, and the box of those major forces of the characters as well as some of the real tycoons, but did not make a hand. Clang! Another crisp bell sounded. The auctioneer smiled and controlled the platform in the field. Another item was put up. This time it was just a small tray, and on the tray was placed an arm-thick bone. As soon as this strange bone appeared on the stage, it attracted many people's attention. After all, such an item usually came from certain high-level monsters. This item is the rib bone of a dragon man. I'm sure many people have heard of its fame. Dragon nature is in, so there will be some creatures that will give birth to monsters with dragon characteristics. And these monsters have a out of the essence in them. This is a silver-level draconic rib. It contains a trace of very rich dragon chi. If you are lucky and draw out that trace of dragon chi and then use it for yourself, you are estimated to be able to increase your strength by a large margin. The old man pointed to the bones on the tray and said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, a commotion was set off on the auction floor. Countless people's eyes were fixed on the rib bone on the tray, their eyes burning. Regarding the giant dragon stuff, none of it was worthless, and it was something that could be encountered but not sought after. Thus, being able to come across it today was a heavenly fortune in itself. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field has been baked almost, the auctioneer is cunning. Although this is indeed a good thing, but it is only silver level, and it is still unknown whether it can draw out the dragon's chi or not. Of course, he wouldn't say such things out loud. Dragonman's rib, auction low price of 100 spirit stones, 150 pieces. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, someone in the front row shouted, 200 pieces. There were quite a few people interested in the dragonman's rib, and in just under 2 minutes, the price had tripled. Chao Xiaochun threw a grape into his mouth, listening to the ever-increasing price in his ears, and couldn't help but sigh a bit. It seemed that something like a giant dragon, no matter where it was, its value wasn't too low. 550 pieces. Just as the price stopped at 500 spirit stones, a voice with a seductive tone in its laziness came out from the opposite box. Hearing the voice, Chao Xiaochun glanced faintly across the room. I didn't expect that fox from Acacia Valley to be interested in this as well. Su Chinga's bid immediately caused the tumultuous auction room to quiet down a lot. 550 pieces converted into Kyushu coins. It was already more than 50 million, which was already the limit price for the ribcage. Moreover, even if they grit their teeth and bid further, if they offend Acacia Valley, I'm afraid it will be difficult to bring this thing out. In that case, it would be better to give up now. And when the auctioneer on the field saw this, he also knew that the price of this rib bone was feared to be so, and after waiting for 3 minutes and seeing that no one had bid, he knocked on the wooden hammer in his hand, signaling that this thing belonged to the Acacia Valley. Everyone, the next thing to be auctioned. I'm afraid not many people present have seen it before, although it's just a collector's item, but, at least in Dark City, it's a unique existence. Listening to the auctioneer's introduction, Chao Xiaochun vaguely sensed something and instantly straightened up. The legendary flower of reincarnation, the other side dream orchid. With a swing of the auctioneer's right hand, a jade box made of blue crystal slowly appeared on the stage, filled with a thumb-sized, crystal clear flower. Sure enough, it's really that thing. Chao Xiaochun looked at the flowers in the jade box and let out a long breath. There were an extremely large number of other shore dream orchids in the jade box, and it looked like there were at least 100 of them. So it was important to realize that this thing was sold for 10,000 soul points apiece in the system store. On the crystal stage, although the auctioneer was talking about how precious this flower was, in essence, it was just a collector's item, and not many people were interested in it compared to the rib cage from before. 120 flowers of reincarnation. Auction price 200 spirit stones. Gentlemen, please, cut. Most people scoffed at the auctioneer's words. Spending 200 spirit stones for a collectible with no efficacy. Did they really think they were all ingrates? What's the use of this flower besides being prettier? Is it a decoration for your master's coffin? The auctioneer had tried very hard to blow this thing up, but the effect was not great, and under his impatient introduction, some hot-tempered people had already begun to curse. Seeing this, the auctioneer shook his head helplessly. This thing won't be put up for auction, right? 210 pieces. The auction room was quiet for nearly 5 minutes, only to see a voice coming out from within a certain box, breaking the awkwardness present. Countless gazes followed the direction of the voice, only to see a young man, crossing his legs and looking at the crowd. Crap! Where did the naive lot come from to spend 210 spirit stones on this? By the looks of it, it's probably the son of one of the big families, but I really feel sad for his family. Look at what's being cultivated. Not only the crowd on the field, but even some of the forces in the box looked a little surprised. The Acacia sect's Grand Elder's eyes narrowed as he looked at Chao Xiaochun, his brow frowning lightly. If this person really was from the Zhang family of the Kyushu region, I'm afraid that this flower but some doorway. He himself had dealt with Zheng Fei Hong, and although this person's character was not good, the vision of the people of the Zheng family could not be too bad. Looking at the beautiful orchids, Su Qingga's eyes flickered. Hearing that someone had finally placed a bid, the auctioneer's heart rejoiced as he looked up and smiled in Chao Xiaochun's direction. This lord has bid 210 spirit stones. Does anyone else wish to raise their bid? Add your sister's flying butterfly. What are you doing here? Grinding your family's ashes? What's wrong with you? Hearing the auctioneer's words, countless people on the field cursed. Do you think you're an idiot? 220 spirit stones. Hearing the curses of the crowd, the auctioneer smiled awkwardly and was about to announce the result, but a voice made him stop his hammer. The auctioneer rushed to look at the voice, only to see Su Qingga lazily stretching her back and faintly saying, I go. Acacia Valley is interested in this crap too? Normal. At least it's a woman. This pigeon dream orchid looks so beautiful. It's normal to be curious in your heart. I remember the one who cursed the loudest just now was you, right? This can be the same. That is the Acacia Valley. Or the name of a great beauty. Thoughts can be the same as a rich young man? Oh, also a big beauty. Even if she is willing to accompany you. I'm afraid that the next day your 200 pounds of flesh will become dried up. Ha ha ha. Elder Su bid 220 spirit stones. Anyone else want to bid? The auctioneer let out a laugh and said again. When Chao Xiaochun inside the box saw this, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, not realizing that something that he had already gotten his hands on silently had gone awry. If he were to give up now, not only would he miss out on this opportunity, but it would also be easy to break his current persona. After all, he was now called Zheng Feirong, from a certain great clan, and if he gave up when someone bid on it, wouldn't that mean that he was afraid of this Acacia Valley? Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air and looking across at Su Qingga, Chao Xiaochun let out a cold laugh and seemed to gamble as he said, 250 spirit stones. Chao Xiaochun's increase in price caused Su Qingga's face to freeze. In this auction house, other than those of similar strength, he was the first person to dare to bid head-on with himself. One would think that he wasn't afraid of himself. A simple test to once again determine Chao Xiaochun's identity was still worth it for Su Qingga. 300 spirit stones. After thinking about it, Su Qingga bid again. She wanted to see just how far this person could go. Grand Elder. Spending this money to bid on this thing, I'm afraid that it will affect our next plan. The young girl on the side saw this and frowned lightly. She didn't understand why the Grand Elder would gamble with that teenager. Don't worry, it won't. Now I have 80% certainty that I can determine where he comes from. The reason why I bid with him is just to see how much he is valued in the family. If my expectations are met, soon the belongings on this person will be willingly delivered to my hands. Su Qingga smiled flirtatiously, and a hint of flame seemed to fill her eyes. Core disciple of the Zheng family. The essence on his body is a great tourniquet. 500 pieces. Chao Xiaochun smiled disdainfully, casually leaning back on the sofa. reaching across 10086, his eyes full of disdain, like a loser who had gambled with someone and had to get his hands on something. 510 pieces, 800 pieces, 810 pieces, 1000. This sudden contest let the eyes of the scene full of consternation up. Also do not know this Acacia Valley's Grand Elder has gone crazy, unexpectedly, and this young man barred. And this young man is also fierce. Randomly increase the price without blinking. This in the end is where the tycoon and the auctioneer listening to both sides of the offer. That look face smiled like a chrysanthemum. I did not expect a collection, because of inexplicable and wonderful reasons, but also led to both sides of the fight, auctioned out such a price. Thank you for this loser. Listen to me. Thank you. As Chao Xiaochun quoted the price at 1,000 spirit stones, Su Qingge smiled more and more happily, as if she had reached her mental expectations, and thus, she didn't continue. Ha ha, this gentleman is bidding 1,000 spirit stones. Can anyone else raise the price? The auctioneer asked again, and seeing that no one answered, he crisply dropped his hammer, and while Chao Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, he looked across at Su Qingge with a puzzled look in his eyes. Like to play? Ha, just wait. Aha, Gongzi, that's it. Ravage it hard. A sight of 10,086 inexplicably said a word, so that the atmosphere in the box has an ambiguous. One thought that this person is a eunuch. Originally, it is a lord who does not take action without stimulation. Listening to the words of 10,086, Chao Xiaochun mouthed the corner of a draw. Just bidding is too absorbed, but forgot. Aside from their own pull over, this impersonation of the persona of the tool people are still next to. However, there is a say one. The weight is quite enough. The next dozen or so items, Chao Xiaochun had his eye on some materials, and since the offer was quite generous, they were all in his pocket. As the auction was coming to a close, an item that truly contained weight finally appeared. It was a skill stone, and to be precise, it was a skill that one could learn, like a dream phantom, illusion class general skill, level, platinum grade. The auctioneer's voice caused the entire auction house to fall into silence, as the crowd looked at the skill stone on the stage in shock. Even their voices were a bit rushed. Perkin level generalized skill. Chao Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but be a bit surprised at the moment. A professional's skills were based on his or her profession. In general, it was impossible for a warrior to learn a mage's magic, and it was impossible for a mage to learn a warrior's martial skills. But there is a kind of skill, but can make the whole profession can practice. That is the universal skill. Generally speaking, only to reach the king level can have a chance to comprehend the universal skill, and generally will not exceed the silver. The platinum level general skill. I'm afraid that the original owner's cultivation. I'm afraid that has reached the saint. With the appearance of the dream phantom, the atmosphere of the auction reached its peak. But with this kind of price, except for those big powers, the rest of the people were not qualified to compete. 7,200 spirit stones. 7,500. 8,200. 9,000 pieces. Su Qingge slowly raised her hand and said in a grave manner, besides the last item, this general skill was also in existence that they had to get. The illusion type skill in the Acacia Valley. That was something that fit in but not well. The price reached this point. Some forces also began to give up. After all, compared to the final diamond artifact, or the latter is more important. After 15 minutes had passed, as Su Qingge gritted her teeth and quoted 12,000 spirit stones, in an instant, the field was silent. Perkin level skill, breaking 10,000 spirit stones. Sure enough, it was a major power in Dark City, and with this kind of heritage, an average person might not be able to reach it in their entire life. Just when Su Qingge felt that the skill had fallen into her pocket, a somewhat wild voice suddenly broke the silence in the arena. I'll offer 12,001 spirit stone. Chao Xiaochun looked at the field and smiled coldly. If he had messed up before, now, he would have to pay the price. Chao Xiaochun's bid caused the expressions of the people in the arena to freeze, not realizing that this eunuch would intervene at this time. And in such a way, I'm going to go ahead and add 1 spirit stone. This person isn't intentionally trying to cause trouble, is he? What? You can't afford to look down on 1 spirit stone? Come on brother, Fu V me 200 to see the strength. That's right. Don't look at this unit as small. How much is it worth, don't you know? And Su Qingge's face was blank, not expecting that Chao Xiaochun's retaliation would come so quickly. The auctioneer's expression was ugly as he listened to the price Chao Xiaochun quoted. Not because he felt that this 1 spirit stone wasn't worth much, but that since the auction house had opened, no one had ever quoted this price for any of these large objects. So wasn't that intentionally disgusting? However, he will not say this. After all, the highest bidder gets it. Not to mention a spirit stone is more than the other side of $1 of Kyushu coins. That is more than $1 of people bidding to get it. 12,015. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingge continued to quote, "After all, if this thing really let Chao Xiaochun take it like this, she would lose money, not to mention that she would be laughed out of the room if word got out." 12,501. Chao Xiaochun sat comfortably on the sofa, not looking at the reactions of everyone on the floor. Anyway, he would always be only one price more expensive than the other party. One spirit stone couldn't even cover a toilet. What was he afraid of? 15,000. This gentleman, I can remind you that the auction in Dark City is not like other. If you make a reckless offer and then can't get the spirit stone, I guess it will end badly. Su Qingge's face became more and more ugly. After a quick thought, she directly added 2,500 spirit stones and sounded a reminder. However, this voice of reminder didn't really sound friendly. It was more like a threat than a reminder. 15,001 spirit stone. What I, Zhang Feirong, hate most in my life is when people say that I have no money. If you want to auction it, then auction it. If not, I'll just laugh at this thing, haha. Chao Xiaochun crossed his legs and said disdainfully, his entire temperament like that of a tycoon who had gotten rich, an aura of "I can smash you to death with my money" spewing out. 20,000. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Su Qingge stood up violently, and without time to think, roared out. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it, having spent too much for this skill, and by the time the last item would be available, Acacia Valley would have lost its bidding qualifications. Acacia Valley is a good tactic. Since the girl likes it, then this gentleman can only endure the pain. And this counts as me selling you a great beauty, a favor. When Chao Xiaochun heard Su Qingge's bid, he knew that he was afraid that the 20,000 spirit stones had already reached the limit of what Acacia Valley could afford, and that if he added any more, it would easily smash in his own hands. Therefore, he gave up on it. Su Qingge clenched her silver teeth. Although this skill was a perfect fit for Acacia Valley, this price was really painful for her. Raising her eyes to coldly skim over Chao Xiaochun, she had already decided that unless this Zhang Rongfei had been hiring guides to protect him in the Dark City, she would definitely take this person back to the Harmony Valley and give him a taste of what it would be like to die of Diang. "Can you hammer?" Su Qingge's voice was clearly tinged with anger, and when she saw that the auctioneer was slow to make a move, she coldly urged. Seeing this, that old man hurriedly nodded, and the auction hammer in his hand heavily smashed down. The appearance of the dream phantom signaled that the auction was about to come to an end. At this time, the auction platform suddenly more than a team of black armor army. Then, the leading general waved his hand casually. All the generals vigilantly stood in a row. These 50 or so black armor army generals generally reach the silver level, and the leading general is a gold level of strong. Chao Xiaochun also froze for a moment at this cautious move on the part of Dark City. What exactly was this last item that warranted such caution on their part? Quickly returning to his senses, Chao Xiaochun continued to cast his gaze toward the crystal stage, where the auctioneer at the moment exhaled a heavy breath, then pressed the controller in his hand, and a black wooden box slowly rose up, and a huge purple sword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The black hilt of the sword was connected to a horrifying skull, with its own horns on its head forming the hilt. The sword body was wide to narrow, and in the center was a blue eye, spiritual and incomparable. Looking at that eye, it seemed as if it could affect the soul. From the moment the giant sword first came out, Chao Xiaochun's brows furrowed, and he vaguely felt that something was wrong with the giant sword. Unlike the shadowless sword, this giant sword seemed to have some spirituality. The eye of truth flashed, and information about the giant sword instantly appeared before Chao Xiaochun's eyes. Demon Sword Apophis. Diamond grade. Upgradable. Skill, Sword Soul of Kazan. Can summon a ghost Kazan to form a formation, with those in the formation boosting their attack and magic power by 20%. Expands with the quality of the magic sword. Skill, Undead Breath. When wielding the magic sword, the attack comes with undead breath. The wound will be corrupted by the undead breath, and there is a 2% chance that the opponent will become a sword slave. Increases with the quality of the magic sword. The magic sword that exists in the Cave of Sorrows. The natural cursed sword. No one knows its origin. Under the absorption of the magic gas as well as the essence of the sun and the moon, Apophis has already given birth to a wise spirit. Every person who holds it will be corroded by the magic gas over time, and will eventually become Apophis's sword slave. Looking at the information coming from the system, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The panel of this magical sword with the intelligent spirit was surprisingly so excellent that it was not at all something that could be achieved at the diamond level. It's really something good. If I can get my hands on it and train the wisdom spirit inside into a sword compass, I'm afraid that the strength of this demonic sword won't be much weaker than that of the present-day Scarsa. The sudden huge sword caused the people on the field to freeze. Their eyes were filled with greed. What's more, they only felt as if their souls were attracted to this magic sword, and there was only one thought in their hearts, which was to hold it in their hands. Boom! The general at the head of the group stepped heavily. The pressure of the golden rank was completely reflected at this moment, forcibly isolating the temptation of the magic sword. I advise all of you that it's best not to casually stare at the eyes on this sword. After our research, this thing can attract souls, the general reminded in a cold voice. The crowd who came back to their senses realized the strange situation just now, and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air violently. This sword is completely a magic sword. On the crystal stage, the auctioneer's eyes narrowed. For the current scene, he appeared exceptionally satisfied. Although this magic sword looked to have a certain degree of danger, but after appraisal, this was a genuine diamond weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finale of our auction. A diamond-grade giant sword. This giant sword even we don't know its exact name as well as its effects, but it's certain that it's stronger than a normal diamond artifact. Even stronger. I won't say any more nonsense. Now, the auction officially begins. Diamond-level giant sword. Auction low price, 10,000 spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the forces within the box placed their bids. The purpose of their coming over today was for this thing. 20,000 spirit stones, 30,000 spirit stones, 50,000 spirit stones. Hearing the prices quoted by the crowd of forces, Chao Xiaochun knew that this item might not have a chance with him today, but he didn't just leave and continue to wait. Although this Apophis was not destined to be with him for the time being, he at least needed to know which force had bought it, so that when he was strong enough in the future, he could come over and retrieve it, right? 200,000 spirit stones, as the price of the magic sword crazily soared, after almost 20 minutes. Except for some small forces, these big clans burst out their own base price. Su Qingge gritted her teeth. The spirit stones she brought out from the clan were only this much. If there were any more bids, then Acacia Valley wouldn't have any hope in this competition. Ha 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 ha. Little fox, I'm afraid you've already reached your limit. In that case, this diamond artifact, Tiger God Sect, will take it. 220,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, Tiger Jin laughed wildly. Their Tiger God Sect, Acacia Valley, and Jingqi Sect, the three major forces were actually about the same in terms of depth, and Jingqi's sect was not high on the nature of this sword after discussing it because of the fact that this sword was translucent and evil. Therefore, besides the Tiger God Sect, the biggest competitor was the Acacia Valley. However, this Su Qingge had spent a large price on a skill stone for nothing in the past because she had fought with someone. Therefore, the price she had offered herself, the current Hawan Valley simply couldn't afford to keep up. Su Qingge gasped heavily, not expecting that, because of her own thought had caused such a consequence. But the truth was also as Tiger Jin said, she now, indeed, could not get a higher price than 220,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, the auctioneer first said 3 times, there is no one to raise the price. When no one on the field answered, he knocked down the hammer, signaling the ownership of the magic sword. Gentlemen, this auction, to here is almost over, but in order to thank you for your support, our Dark City will give you a free message. Originally thought that the auction should end here, but did not expect the auctioneer's sentence to pull the atmosphere back again. This news is also something we just learned. I wonder if you all have heard of it, the legendary Village of Plague? The auctioneer paused. In order to prevent himself from being scolded, he quickly spat out the news. Village of Plague? That source that caused many copies of the plague to arise 800 years ago. Hearing the auctioneer's words, the field was in an uproar. 800 years ago, game copies had just appeared throughout the universe. And at that time, Kyushu had not yet been affected to the universe. At that time, a terrifying plague broke out in a mysterious dark elf village, and the dark elves who came out from there brought this into the copies, and thus the plague swept through many copies, and none of the creatures who contracted the plague were spared, and all of them mutated and became bloodthirsty monsters. No one knew where the source of the plague came from and why it broke out within this village. In the end, it was the elves, who took out something called the Water of Life, that stopped the plague from spreading. Because the game had just descended, but the strongest people had to be just platinum level. After the plague was suppressed, the first 100 platinum level strongmen entered the village and sealed it, and learned from the mouth of the strongmen who survived and returned that the village was full of treasures, and that they would not have missed it if they were not limited in strength. Later, less than a month, these strong men unexpectedly all died, and this village of the plague also slowly turned into a legend. That's right, it's that legend you're thinking of, and we, Dark City, have found a map of this village. The auctioneer stretched out his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then a screen flashed on the stage, and an ancient map appeared in front of everyone's eyes. With regards to the map, we have already studied it. It was indeed left behind by a strong person who entered the village back then. And this place It's right in our Dark City's Broken Soul mountain range. According to the description recorded on it, because of the seal, this village of plague can only be revealed on a full moon night, after detection, and the most recent full moon in Dark City appears tomorrow night. Perhaps the words that are full of treasures are false, but back then, 120 platinum-level powerhouses entered the village, and those that came out were just more than a dozen, and the riches that they had on their backs could be all inside. The auctioneer smiled and faintly explained, "This map, we have already topographed many copies. Those who came to the auction house today, each person can receive a copy to go back. It's also considered my Dark City's intention." As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the entire field erupted in a burst of awe. Even if the diamond artifact was present, there wasn't such a big commotion. Just like what he said, even if there were no treasures inside, the platinum artifacts left behind after the fall of those hundreds of powerhouses were heavenly riches. And the fact that Dark City had publicized them meant that everyone had a chance. How could this not make them excited? When Chao Xiaochun inside the box heard this, although he was also a bit excited inside, he soon felt that something was wrong. Putting himself in his shoes, if he had gotten the news, he would never have publicized it. After all, everyone knew the value of these hundreds of platinum artifacts. This Dark City was even more of a chaotic place, and Chao Xiaochun would never believe that they would be so kind as to share it with no one. But if the Dark City was doing this, could it be because they had already probed this place and there was something inside that they could do nothing about, so they had to resort to such tactics? Carefully recalling the course of this auction, and this last piece of news, the more Chao Xiaochun thought about it, the more wrong it became. This news came too suddenly. If one wanted to go and compete, then at the latest, tomorrow morning, one would have to enter the soul-severing mountain range so that one could make it in time for the full moon. After all, the coordinate points were teleported as they went along, and one would still have to catch up in going in. And this time the auction took out the diamond artifacts and skill stones, obviously to create momentum for this plague village. And the forces that auctioned off these things simply couldn't bring the things back in this short period of time, so they could only bring the things into the Soul Break mountain range, or this village of plague. Dark City again belonged to the strongest forces in this realm, so if many people flooded in together, it would have nothing to do with them if something happened inside. Thinking about this, Chao Xiaochun instantly realized that Dark City was trying to use these people to enter the soul-severing mountain range, crack the puzzle they were plagued with, and then finally go dark. Once they succeeded, the skill stone and diamond artifact would both be returned to them, and the treasures in the village of plagues would all be theirs. Good tactics. Chao Xiaochun exhaled heavily and looked at the auctioneer on the stage, his eyes flickering. As the crowd left the stage, Chao Xiaochun followed the catgirl's footsteps to the backstage, handing the card in his hand over to the person in charge, and with a gentle swipe, the transaction was completed. This auction, in addition to the other side of the dream orchid, spent 1,000 spirit stones. The other materials basically did not exceed 500, all counted less than 3,000, although converted into the Kyushu coins is still a bit of a pain, but to be able to get these materials, but it is still worth it. Walking out of the auction house, although there are many people noticed him, after all, Zheng Feirong's performance in the auction house is also considered striking, with 10086 beside him. Many people, although they had the idea of looting the house, they still didn't dare to make a move. After all, the Dark City's iron law was here. No one dared to openly provoke its prestige in the city. After casually purchasing a coordinate transmitter and a map of the Broken Soul mountain range, Chao Xiaochun planned to first find a hotel to rest for the night. Because of the Dark City's operation, it was probably already crowded at that spacetime gate by now, and there would be a wait to get there, so it would be better to wait until tomorrow morning. Within the Dark City's hotels, as long as you had money, you could enjoy all of their services, even if you had to have a live show with the receptionist. Chao Xiaochun generally just ignored these things, casually paying a spirit stone for the most expensive service, instructing the waiter to send the drinks and food back to the room later, and then taking his room card and heading upstairs. This was a suite with 2 or 3 rooms inside, extremely luxuriously decorated, and there were some extremely ambiguous things just plainly placed to the side. Knock knock knock. Just as Chao Xiaochun was inviting 10,086 to join him for a bite to eat, a knock on the door caught the attention of the two of them, and it was only logical that the hotel service staff wouldn't normally come over to disturb them. 10086 slowly stood up and then opened the door, only to see Su Chinga elegantly standing outside the door, looking at the Dark City tour guide and smiling gently. The rules of Dark City cannot be broken. Miss Su, please also respect yourself. 10,086's face turned cold. She had been watching the fight between Chao Xiaochun and Su Chinga, so now that Su Chinga had come to the door, nothing good would usually come of it. 10086 was only supposed to be level 2, so if she had met such a strong person outside, she probably wouldn't have been able to say even a complete sentence. But this was Dark City, and no one dared to touch her here. Don't get excited. I naturally know the rules of Dark City, but there's nothing in this rule that says you can't talk with someone, right? Suchinga laughed and casually said before directly ignoring the 10086 that was blocking the front and walking directly into the room, arriving next to Chao Xiaochun and slowly sitting down. Mr. Zhang, how have you been? What? You want to come over here and find a fight? Chao Xiaochun raised an eyebrow as he looked at Suchinga's movements and faintly said, although he wasn't sure what exactly this woman's purpose was for coming over. Judging from her demeanor, she was by no means coming over to find herself in a fight. Seeing Chao Xiaochun's attitude, Suchinga also did not get annoyed with herself as she picked up a wine cup and gently poured a glass of wine for herself, and between her every move, she was full of seduction. I don't know, Your Excellency, what do you think about the news of the village of plague? Hearing Suchinga's words, Chao Xiaochun was a bit puzzled. What exactly was the purpose of this woman coming over to talk about this stuff now? Regarding the news of the village of plague, although he had already roughly guessed the purpose of the Dark City, he still planned to go over and take a look under the premise of ensuring his own safety. Just in case he could get something inside, have something to say. Taking a sip of his tea, Chao Xiaochun glanced at the other party and said indifferently, sharp, truth be told, we, the Acacia Valley, would like to work with you to jointly obtain something from the village of plague. According to the return of our scouts, the reason why Dark City has publicized this news is because the seal on the periphery of that village of plague can only restrict entry to the gold level, but what exactly is inside is unknown to anyone, so those who go in are equivalent to pawns. And that even if you get the treasures, when you come out, you'll be facing an attack from Dark City. I've already reported this situation to the Valley Master, and my experts from the Acacia Valley have also set out to come from the valley, but with our forces, I'm afraid that we're a bit out of our depth when facing in kind of experts. Therefore I would like to ask Mr. Zheng to be able to send a message to your clan and ask them to come over to assist. Relatively, our Acacia Valley will be inside to protect your safety, and everything that comes out of it, we will all split it 50-50. What do you think about this? Suchinga's tone was slow, and because the two of them were sitting so close, her body had been plastered over in its entirety. With me, a gold-ranked professional, your safety will surely be high. Hearing Suchinga's words, Chao Xiaochun instantly realized that she was playing this idea. He was now posing as the imperial capital's Zhang family, and judging from the way he had behaved at the auction house, it was assumed that this woman had also been misled into thinking that he was a member of the Zhang family, and she also saw the purpose of the Dark City. But in order to be able to get the plague of the village of things in the report after the choice to come to find their cooperation, or to use the power of the Zheng family together with the suppression of the Dark City. After all, in this place, the Dark City is the leader, and I'm afraid that Acacia Valley alone is not its opponent. If the Zheng family joins, I'm afraid that the situation will be instantly reversed. The family that can be ranked in the imperial capital of the 9 states, the depth of which is hard to imagine. Oh, my family's power, can you tell where I'm from? After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun still planned to maintain his current persona, and it would be better to have a gold-ranked fighter with him than it would be for him to disguise himself as Qiaozhuang once again. Not only would this make it easier for him to act, but even if Suchinga wanted to turn against him, Scarza would teach her how to behave, and any way he thought about it, he would be invincible. Although I don't dare to be sure, but from your son's behavior, I can still guess some of it. I don't know what kind of person Zhang Hongfei of the Zhang family in the imperial capital is to you, son. Earlier years, I also had a lot of dealings with him. Feeling the dissimilarity of her back, Suchinga was not annoyed, but instead, she let go even more, pressed against its ear, and said softly, I didn't realize that you and my big brother still have such an affinity, but who am I to believe you? Chao Xiaochun let out a light laugh, instantly hugging this fox to his lap, looking at that foxy face, and said in a licentious manner, like a lawless son of the world, not annoyed by the fact that others were breaking down his disguise, but instead feeling that it was a kind of fun. There is no eternal enemy in the world. I apologize for my previous actions. If Mr. Zhang doesn't believe me, then you have heard of the Fox clan's oath. Once a fox swears, it is witnessed by heaven and earth. If you're unsure, slave can swear. Suchinga didn't mind Chao Xiaochun's little gesture, but instead warmly greeted him and faintly said, for this kind of equipment, the first thing to do was to undo the protective cover to see if the fish guard was broken. Reach in with your hand to feel for any holes, and then find 2 bulges to secure the fishing platform. Draw out the rod made of carbon steel, and then tentatively fishing a few rods. Then know whether there is a mouth. If there is a bite, just hang hard, frantic rod, and wait until the fish out of the water. directly inserted into the deepest part of the fish guard. The fish catch all dumped into the fish guard inside, until the burst guard until the fish and the fish guard frantically fleeing, creating a white foam outward. Goodbye, sister-in-law outside my big brother. Turning to the late night, Suchinga didn't bother much. After all, 10086 was still guarding outside, because Chao Xiaochun acted like a loser. So the two of them had a great time working together. Suchinga even felt that this person was better to deal with than that Zheng Hongfei. If Zheng Hongfei was that hypocritical gentleman, then this young Feirong was the second generation who had taken his bossiness to the extreme. If she had known this, she should have proposed a 60-40th split before. And anyway, in the end, he would have agreed. Looking at Suchinga's back as she left, Chao Xiaochun slowly stretched out, casually draping on a bath towel and going to take a bath. In order to achieve some goals, the act of acting on the spot was something that could be had. Moreover, for this woman, if she could be taken down in the dense forest, and then get the young master of the tiger god sect to get the demon sword Apophis, this would be an excellent sword slave for the sword compass. After all, the magic sword Apophis comes with an evil aura. As a weapon is not very good after all, but practicing into a compulsion is different. One's own need to control the compulsion. In the sword slave to wield the magic sword is. In the morning, Chao Xiaochun woke up early, and after the Acacia Valley crowd came out, he slowly left with the team. Before leaving, Chao Xiaochun also gave 10,086 10 spirit stones, asking her to wait near the spatial channel, so that when he came back, he could rely on her to prevent chaos in the city, and he could leave without incident. After a night of waiting, there were still a lot of people near the spatial passageway, but they didn't have to wait too long. After all, the Acacia Valley's big name was out there, and the crowd quickly got the coordinates, slowly stepping into the spatial passage. After a few minutes of darkness, Chao Xiaochun arrived at an empty wasteland. There were a total of 12 people traveling with Chao Xiaochun, and in addition to Suchinga, the Grand Elder, there were 11 disciple-like women, with the women's cultivation levels generally reaching the silver level. Chao Xiaochun, on the other hand, was only at the bronze rank, so it could be said that he was the lowest cultivation level in the group. However, because of the power behind him, he was treated the best within the group, and at least with Suchinga on board, the crowd treated him with respect. Entering the Broken Soul mountain range, the crowd didn't hesitate, taking out the topography map given by Dark City and comparing it to their current location, only to see a young girl slowly come next to Suchinga and respectfully say, "Greetings, Great Elder. Where we are now, it only takes a small half-day to reach our destination." Suchinga nodded, then summoned an orb made of machinery from her spatial ring and gently pressed the button in the center. The orb quickly changed and turned into an extremely technological flying carpet. I didn't expect that this woman's occupation is actually a mechanic. Seeing Suchinga's actions, Chao Xiaochun secretly sighed. The person he had met earlier in the 10,000 years of Snow Mountain was also a mechanic, so it seemed that he was very much related to this profession. The crowd slowly got onto the flying carpet. A transparent shield was formed, with 9 by lasers surrounding it, and during the flight, any monsters that tried to get in the way were cut into several pieces by those lasers before they could even react. "Little girl, come on, help this gentleman hold down his feet." Chao Xiaochun, who was staying on the flying carpet, looked very bored at the moment, and for that reason, he directly set his feet on a disciple's thighs and said in a very arrogant manner. The female disciple looked at Chao Xiaochun's arrogant demeanor, and a nameless fire rose up in her heart. This person was obviously only bronze ranked, but she looked like a fucking lord, and she really thought that she didn't have a temper. "Ha, you dare to stare at me? Do not know that I and your great elder is a good friend from the heart. This is to give you the opportunity to understand, to serve this son well, the benefits of the future will not be spared you." Seeing the female disciple hesitate to make a move, Chao Xiaochun's eyes glared, and the arrogant aura of the Zhang clan's second youngest member was reflected. When the female disciple saw Chao Xiaochun's behavior, she turned to glance at her own grand elder, and saw that Suchinga hadn't said anything about it, so she couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved. Only after thinking for a long time did she reluctantly hold down her thighs for Chao Xiaochun. "I swear, when this matter is over and the grand elder captures him in the Acacia Valley, I'll have to torture him myself for 77 or 49 days. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun smiled, then closed his eyes, and when no one noticed him, several locust parasites slowly crawled out of his fingertips and into the gaps in the flying carpet, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was mid-afternoon when he arrived at the place designated on the map, and Chao Xiaochun's group had just walked in, only to see that the place was already crowded with people, and at a glance it was filled with black heads. The people stepped off the flying carpet and came straight to an ancient tree. Seeing that there were already people occupying the bottom, several disciples slowly walked up and took out the Acacia Valley's tokens. The 3 men and 1 woman immediately showed a hint of panic in their eyes, and hurriedly got up to leave. After resting for a few hours, during which time Chao Xiaochun continuously released the locust compass and killer bee compasses, distributing them around the neighborhood. These subcompasses could act as his own eyes. Even if he went into the village of the plague, as long as these subcompasses were there, he would be able to grasp the situation outside. Chao Xiaochun looked around, and although he didn't fail to see any gold or above powerhouses, he believed that those experts were definitely hiding around. And when these adventurers came out from the inside, they would be greeted with an absolutely inhumane massacre. When the full moon rose to the center, the originally noisy environment became even more boisterous, only to see a team of black-armored soldiers slowly walking to a huge rock and pouring their power into it. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, only to see the boulder begin to vibrate violently, and the surrounding space seemed to be being torn apart by some sort of force. Ka 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 ka! Bursts of shattering sounds erupted in the air, and soon, 100-meter-long spatial crack was reflected, and unlike the usual teleportation passages, the crack was full of darkness, and nothing could be seen at all. Just like a dead abyss, the seal is open. Charge! A loud shout violently erupted from the crowd. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. For this moment, therefore, seeing the crack open, the crowd was like locusts crossing the border, quickly rushing into it. During this time, there were even people who were pushed down by the people behind them because they were too slow and stepped on the ground so hard that before they could make a sound, they were stomped to death alive by the people who greeted them from behind. Seeing this, Su Chinga also laughed, and then greeted the crowd and jumped onto the flying carpet, and the lasers jetted out, even directly cutting a bloody path accompanied by the aroma of meat. The flying carpet crossed a burst of nothingness. Suddenly, an inexplicable gravity pressed down, only to see that the flying carpet, which was powered by machinery, instantly landed on the ground, and the crowd also arrived on top of a wasteland. The trees and grass around the wilderness were all black, under the irradiation of the blood moon above. It looked especially weird, and there was no sound around, presenting a state of dead silence. It seems like this place. It seems like you can't fly. Su Chinga frowned, feeling the abnormalities of her machinery instantly coming to a conclusion. Looking at this wide wasteland, it was obvious that if one wanted to find the village of plague, one would still have to explore it on their own. You two explore in front. Let's walk more carefully. After thinking about it, Su Chinga instructed these two disciples to make their way ahead. Chao Xiaochun, who stayed on the sidelines, didn't say anything, but the environment in this secret realm gave him a very wrong feeling. If it really was such an empty zone, there was no reason for Dark City to have publicized it, and I'm afraid that, the calmer the occasion, the greater the danger inside. The group walked slowly for 3 hours, during which time they didn't encounter anything odd, and just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, two white bones caught Chao Xiaochun's attention. Hidden in the cluttered grass were two white bones, half of which were devoid of flesh and blood, and the entire skeleton appeared exceptionally clean. However, in his own judgment, they should have died not long ago, and were most likely the adventurers who had come in together before. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun had no intention of reminding him, after all. Whether or not the people of this Acacia Valley died had nothing to do with himself, and he was only secretly on guard against any accidents that might come at any time. Ah! Squeak! As expected, did not go forward for a long time, only to see the front of the four disciples suddenly screamed miserably, instantly fell to the ground, before they issued a second voice, only to see the road palm-sized black shadow will be wrapped up. An instant of effort, the four disciples directly became white bones. Suddenly the situation makes the crowd heart startled. Quickly look, only to see the grass did not know when, but covered with a black and purple rats. Rats palm size, eyes with red light, two sharp fangs sticking out from both sides of their mouths, and their faces are covered with a scar, which looks like they were born with it. Scarred rat, black iron grade, attack, 30, speed, 45, spirit, 25. Introduction, mutated by the Black Plague. These rats usually appear in groups, and their bloodthirsty will and paralyzing toxin that renders even silver-level creatures powerless make them a terrifying creature. Looking at the information on the scarab rats, Chao Xiaochun raised an eyebrow. Although these monsters were only black iron ranked, the excellent attributes were even better than if he had gotten the killer bee compass, which made him wonder what in the world it was that could mutate them but to such a degree. Su Chinga looked at the disciples who were gnawed into white bones with a pain in his heart. While looking at the scarab rats that kept converging towards them, a hint of killing aura flashed in his eyes. Pa! Only to see Su Chinga cold face, slowly took a step forward, gently snapped his fingers. A silver vortex was reflected in mid-air. All kinds of small robots' own hot weapons sprayed out from the vortex. When Scar Rat was less than 2 meters away from them, the small cyborgs instantly pounced on them, blatantly blowing themselves up as they approached the rat. Boom boom boom, da-da-day. The sound of explosions rang out around the crowd, and those heavy machine guns that fell from the sky also surrounded the neighborhood, spitting out horrible fire snakes under the operation of the robots. In the air, those flying machines even kept dropping bombs or white phosphorus bombs, and in an instant, this 5-kilometer radius became a sea of fire, with all kinds of fuel mixed with the smell of charcoal flowing in the tips of everyone's noses. Looking at the sudden change in the surroundings, Chao Xiaochun was shocked. He didn't think that this Su Chinga would be as terrifying as this. Just lightly snapping her fingers and waving her hand was a team of mechanical legions, and compared to Zhang Hong from before, that Zhang Hong was just a fart. However, the number of scarab rats in this secret realm is also horrifying. Even if this surrounding has become a sea of fire, there are still endless rats fearlessly looking at this side of the charge. The two sides stalemate for nearly half an hour. The commotion is only small, waiting for the sound of rats in the neighborhood to disappear, only to see Su Chinga slowly retrieve all the machinery, put a giant big gun behind her back, and said in a grave manner, "Next, be a little more careful. These monsters reveal oddities. They don't have experience values. I'm afraid they don't even have souls, rather like some artificially created creatures." This trip had only just started. Acacia Valley's side had lost 4 disciples. This was something she didn't want to see, to know, to be able to come out with her own disciples. It could be said that they were all the elite of Acacia Valley. This kind of loss, they couldn't afford to lose a few times. In the sea of fire opened up a road. The crowd quickly left. During the time on the road is to see a lot of adventurers' corpses. Also encountered many monsters attack. Roar! Just as Chao Xiaochun and his party were planning to leave this wasteland, a tiger roar caught their attention, only to see a fierce explosion as well as a tiger roar not far ahead. People from the Tiger God sect? Su Chinga listened to the sound of the tiger whistling. Her eyebrows frowned. She was naturally familiar with the tricks of her own nemesis. Looking at that movement in front of them, I'm afraid that they have encountered a lot of trouble now. Just as Su Chinga wanted to go around that side, not intending to get involved in the opposite side of the matter, Chao Xiaochun on the side let out a laugh and faintly said, "Sister Su, you're not trying to go around the front, are you? Otherwise, this Tiger God sect is our nemesis, so do I still have to go over there and help them?" Although she didn't understand why Chao Xiaochun would suddenly come out and say this, she answered anyway. After all, don't look at the man who hadn't said a word before, but when he got out, he'd still have to rely on the forces behind him to work together against the Dark City. "I don't know, sister, have you ever heard of the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back? Now that the Tiger God sect is in trouble, we might as well observe from the shadows. If they fight to a standstill, then the Tiger God sect's team will still be at our mercy. You know, that Tiger Jin has a diamond artifact on him, something that 10 platinum artifacts can't even compare to." Chao Xiaochun smiled and spoke his thoughts out. This Acacia Valley only 4 people died. How is this enough? It's not easy to have a dog-eat-dog opportunity in front of them. The more they consume the power of both sides, at the end of the day, the lower their own impediment. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Su Chinga fell into deep thought. Indeed, this suggestion was optimal for the current situation, and that diamond artifact was something she coveted. However, the Tiger God sect wasn't so easy to deal with, and she and Tiger Zhen were of equal strength. So if they acted rashly, even if they were able to win in the end, I was afraid that the price they would have to pay would not be small. "Don't think about it, we're just going over there to take a look. It's not like we have to make a move, and besides, I can guarantee that if we succeed, this diamond artifact will belong to you. And how about I, the Zhang clan, only ask for 5 more platinum artifacts?" Seeing that Su Chinga was still hesitating, Chao Xiaochun hurriedly stepped forward to strike while the iron was hot, reaching out and slowly wrapping his arm around that slender waist, saying with a sincere expression, feeling that hand slowly traveling upwards. Su Chinga's thoughts were instantly interrupted as she looked at Chao Xiaochun's stoic face, not realizing that this little bastard would be so bold as to be furtive in the secret realm, but she liked it. As long as this person exposed his weaknesses, the more obvious they were, the easier it would be for him to control them afterward. Isn't it just being horny? What she, Su Chinga, was most afraid of was this type of person. "Oh, you can make the Zhang family's decision?" After thinking about it, Su Chinga asked in a teasing manner. "Of course, I'm at least a direct descendant of the Zhang family. If I don't have this kind of authority, then how can I still mix? Besides, it's not just a diamond artifact. The big deal is that it's just a bride price for marrying my sister." Chao Xiaochun casually babbled. "As long as you can go up and fight the Tiger God sect right now, then I, the Zhang family, what's the harm in adding another diamond artifact to the mix? Anyway, this is what Zhang Feirong promised, so what's it got to do with me?" Chao Xiaochun? "Humph. I didn't think that you boys were quite sweet-mouthed." Su Chinga laughed. With a slight deception of her own, She understood this brat's thoughts to the letter. In itself, they were in a relationship of mutual utilization. The more she understood this Zheng Feirong's mind, the more advantageous it would be for herself. As for this kid said that he wanted to marry his own words, is also normal. After all, last night, I guess he is also some of the lust. Have these ideas is normal? If this can ride on the Zheng family line, for the next development of the Acacia Valley, but some of the heavenly benefits, let's go over there and take a look. If those monsters give it a go, this secret realm will be the place where Tiger Zhen's bones will be buried. Gently slapping away Chao Xiaochun's monstrous hand, Su Qingga's eyes narrowed as she said indifferently. The crowd arrived behind a large tree and instantly saw the scene before them, only to see countless corpses crawling out of the ground. These corpses were about 2 meters tall, with dried flesh and blood clinging to their bodies, but strangely, all of them were headless. The level of these headless zombies had generally reached the bronze rank, and some had even reached the silver rank, so even if the Tiger God sect's disciples were superbly strong, when they encountered them, they were still caught in a bitter battle. Tiger Zhen, on the other hand, was currently following a headless knight who was riding a horse with his face helmet on the chest of his armor and holding a huge sword. Headless Horseman, Gold level, upgradable, Strength, 580, Speed, 666, Spirit, 472, Characteristics, Indestructible. As a high-level monster of the undead system, the Headless Horseman's body is hard as hell, and general gold-level attacks can't do any damage to it. Characteristics, Undead Guardian, Undead Unique Recovery Skills, unless you can kill in one hit. Otherwise the Headless Horseman, no matter how much damage, can be quickly recovered. Trait, Summon Warrior Nightmare, summons 4 nightmares of shadow centered on itself, running in 4 directions. Wherever it passes, anything will be destroyed. Looking at the Headless Horseman panel, Chao Xiaochun felt that this should be one of the mini-bosses inside this village of plague, and it should be said that this Tiger Zhen's chi was really good. At the moment, Tiger Zhen's muscles were bulging all over his body, and the shadow of the black household appeared behind him, and the giant axe in his hand was waving in the wind, causing the headless knight to retreat. However, his expression did not look too relaxed, but was unusually grave. To know, he has 39 levels, from the platinum level is only 1 level away. According to reason, it should be easy to clean up a gold mid-ranked undead creature, but this thing, surprisingly, couldn't be beaten at all. However, it was able to recover quickly from multiple injuries, and if it continued like this, I'm afraid that in the end, I would have to be consumed alive by it. The sight of the Tiger God sect disciples, at this moment has been reduced by half, even if they have reached the silver rank cultivation, but facing the endless sea of corpses, there is no way. What an odd creature. Its recovery ability is really strong. If it can't be killed in one blow, this Tiger Zhen will probably have to be consumed alive. Seeing the scene in front of her, Su Qingga quickly noticed something strange, but now the more Tiger Zhen fought for his life, the higher the benefit for her, so she was happy to see the current situation. Tiger Zhen looked back. Seeing his own disciples fall one by one, he felt that he couldn't go on like this, gritting his teeth, only to see that he violently took out a bottle of purple potion and fiercely poured it into his mouth. Then he held the axe with both hands, and the black tiger shadow behind him slowly condensed into the giant axe, and made a vigorous chop. Tiger God descends. Boom! A black axe blade that descended 100 meters chopped out and shot towards the headless knight. Where the axe blade swept through, the surrounding air was distorted. The headless knight was instantly split in half the moment he came into contact with the axe blade, and his entire body exploded. Tiger Zhen's face also flashed a trace of pallor. He was originally a tiger spirit warrior profession. The black tiger behind him was the essence of his power, and this tiger god descent was the strongest means of attacking the other party with all of one's own power to merge the shadow into the weapon. Even he was a bit overwhelmed by using this move. It's now. Seeing that Su Qingga had yet to make a move, Chao Xiaochun bellowed out and chose to strike directly, if he let her drag on. I was afraid that later on, the Acacia Valley would be able to eat this tiger shock without any injuries. Buzz buzz buzz. Endless locust compulsions and killer bee compulsions burst out, charging the entire battlefield in explosive bursts, with both the zombies and the tiger god sect's disciples within the range of the 2 types of compulsions attacks. Wait! Seeing Chao Xiaochun's sudden move, Su Qingga was startled. Originally, she had wanted to wait for Tiger Zhen to return to the rescue to clean up all of the zombies, and consume their power to the greatest extent possible before making her move. But she didn't expect Chao Xiaochun to be so agitated. Seeing that Tiger Zhen had already noticed this side, there was no way for her to make a move if she didn't want to. Helplessly, Su Qingga snapped her fingers, and a giant machine instantly appeared in the air, rushing in Tiger Zhen's direction to meet it. All of you, get on me and slaughter all of the Tiger God sect's disciples. Tiger Jin saw a large machine rushing towards him and instantly recognized the identity of the other party. He could not help but fume. Su Qingge, you are truly despicable. Do you know what the consequences will be for your Acacia Valley if you make a move now? Tiger Jin had just gone through a big battle, and at this moment, his physical strength had already been depleted by 70%. Against Su Qingge, who was at the same level as himself, he had no chance of winning at all. Thus, this simple-minded Tiger God sect's young master only fumed. Ha 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 ha. You are at least a young master of a sect. Why are you so simple-minded? Don't you know the truth of the weak and the strong? Don't worry. You Tiger Jin died at the hands of a monster in the secret realm. What does it have to do with my Acacia Valley? Su Qingge laughed. Then without hesitating, the dense lasers, ammunitions rushed towards the opposite Tiger Jin and exploded. Boom boom boom. Looking at the terrifying fire and the explosions that sounded like thunder not far away, Chao Xiaochun gently exhaled a breath and looked toward a young girl who was following the Tiger God sect in the fight, and smiled coldly. A black spider appeared in his hand and shot explosively in the direction of the young girl. Ai Li Sheng's figure was like a black bolt of lightning, and that gold-ranked attribute was simply not something that these disciples could react to. Just gently swept through. Originally still fighting two disciples' body is soft, face instantly became black. A breath of effort, has no breath, and a sight of the zombie at the moment even with the bones are turned into ash fly. If not the residual traces on the ground and black blood, I'm afraid no one knows that this thing in the previous second is still standing in that place. In just 5 minutes, the zombies on the field, including both sides of the disciples directly to the naked eye visible speed less than half. On the other hand, Tiger Jin's hand holding the giant axe was obviously trembling a bit. After the consumption of the headless horseman in front of him, at this time, he was completely being held down by Su Qingge. If this continued, I'm afraid that in a few more minutes, he would become a corpse. Su Qingge sat in the body of a giant cyborg, with a slight smile on her lips, like a cat teasing a mouse, for the prey in front of her that was already almost in her mouth. She wasn't in a hurry to swallow it in one gulp. Sister, things have changed, so hurry up and settle the fight. Just as Su Qingge wanted to continue playing, a slightly frightened voice came out, instantly causing her to be a little distracted, and looking back, she only saw the two remaining disciples of the Acacia Valley with their backs to each other, looking around in terror, as if there was something terrifying. As for everyone from the Tiger God sect, there was surprisingly not a single survivor right now other than Tiger Jin. Swish swish, without waiting for Su Qingge to react, the black shadow swept past in an instant, and the only two disciples lost their breath in confusion. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that there are still unknown creatures in this neighborhood? Su Qingge's beautiful eyes stared in disbelief. How long had it been? The disciples she had brought with her had all died out. Chance. Tiger Jin on the side saw that the opposite side was disturbed by that alarming sound. His eyes immediately narrowed. This was his only chance to escape. He had to grasp it to death. There was no further hesitation, only to see Tiger Jin holding the giant axe. All the power around him exploded. The original bulging muscles seemed to have been pulled by the secret technique, but it quickly dried up. The blood chi around his body accompanied by the power slowly converged into the axe, and rushed in the direction of Su Qingge with a heavy chop. Tiger God Descent. A black axe blade rushed at the giant machine and hacked away. The moment the mechanical shield came into contact with it, it instantly shattered, and the entire chest of the machine cracked out into a huge opening. A white figure spat out blood and flew out from it, and then smashed heavily on the ground. In a moment, Su Qingge's organs were injured to different degrees. For a moment, she couldn't even use her strength, and issued a life-fighting blow of the Tiger Jin is not much better. At the moment his whole body rushed, eyes have flowed blood, the power to draw back has long been drained. Looking at the zombies that continue to crawl out of the ground, forced to endure the pain, swallowed a bottle of potion, but also do not care about Chao Xiaochun, who has been looking at himself, turned around and walked away. Ah! A miserable wailing sound rang out. Tiger Jin hadn't taken a few steps before he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A large head had bitten his neck at some point, and the blood around his body continued to drain away. And because of his previous desperate attempts to get out of the way, he now didn't even have the strength to struggle anymore. Ignoring Tiger Jin, who was already half kneeling on the ground, Chao Xiaochun slowly walked in towards Su Qingge, only to see the fox covering her chest and looking at the head that had suddenly appeared, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. When he had seen Chao Xiaochun summon the locust compass earlier, he had thought that he was a demon spiritist, but now it seemed as if it wasn't that simple. Little brother, please help me take out the healing medicine from my ring. I'm afraid there's another monster hiding in the darkness in the neighborhood. We need to hurry and leave. Seeing that Tiger Jin had died, Su Qingge smiled, then looked at Chao Xiaochun and said in a soft voice, "A horrible thing? You mean this?" Chao Xiaochun laughed and gently snapped his fingers. and a black spider instantly appeared in his hand. The spider was incredibly grotesque, but the aura emanating from its body caused Suchinga to inexplicably feel a bit chilly. What happened just now? Was it all you're doing? Looking at Chao Xiaochun's expression, Suchinga first froze. All of the disciples had been killed by Chao Xiaochun earlier, and the shrieking sound had been done on purpose, in order to wait for himself and Tigerjin to fight to a standstill. Why? Obviously we're in a cooperative relationship, and both forces will have to work together against Dark City after we get out. When she thought of this, a hint of despair flashed in Suchinga's eyes. She couldn't figure out why Chao Xiaochun was doing this. Obviously the two of them still had a friendship, and judging from his previous behavior, he was unusually infatuated with himself, and with his bronze-level strength, he could be considered cannon fodder in this secret realm. Could it be that for the sake of a little bit of profit, this person didn't even care about his own safety? For both forces to cooperate, that's between you and the Zheng family, and I never took the initiative to say that I'm a member of the Zheng family from the beginning. As for you asking why, that's fate's creation to blame. If you didn't come to me, or we didn't meet here in the secret realm, perhaps the result wouldn't have been like this. Since you have something I want on you, then I naturally won't be polite when I encounter it. You guys being the forces around Dark City, you must be clearer than me about this point. Ai Li Shang had already climbed up Suchinga's neck. As long as she made any movement, she would turn into a corpse in the next second. You're not from the Zheng family? The chill on her neck caused her to panic a bit, but it was quickly covered up by the shock in her heart that Chao Xiaochun was not even a member of the Zheng family. In other words, from the very beginning, this man had been misleading her, then using himself to solve Tigerjin, and it was all a setup he had made. Acacia Valley, admit defeat. It seems that on our friendship last night, can you let me go? And I, as the Fox clan, swear that I will never seek revenge on you in the future. If you are still unsure, I can sign a slave contract with you. From now on, I am your slave. Sighing heavily, Suchinga knew that she had planted herself today, not to mention the treasures of the secret realm. Probably even the things on her body would have to be searched, but if she could save her life, everything was possible in the future. Looking into Suchinga's pitiful eyes, Chao Xiaochun smiled. From the moment he came in, he had no intention of letting her walk out alive. If she had been able to decapitate Tigerjin without any injuries just now, she would have been able to live for a while longer. After all, he needed Suchinga as a cover, and after all, his original purpose had only been to pit the Acacia Valley disciples against each other. But now, a gold-ranked powerhouse who had lost his combat power was no longer of any value to himself, and he couldn't possibly take care of it until it healed and expect it to protect him. As for those whose interests were related to his own, Chao Xiaochun had always believed in the principle of eliminating the roots and leaving no hint of trouble for himself. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. You and I have known each other since we first met, and before you die, the only thing I can do is to let you have a decent death. Ai Li Shang's toxicity is too strong, and the way you look after you die is very ugly, which isn't right for your beauty. In that case, how about I send you a snowdrift on Earth? The white jade gourd appeared in his hand. A silver stream of light flashed. The stream of light floated in mid-air, ignoring the pressure within the secret area, and a woman dressed in a white cultivator woman's uniform stepped out. The woman was holding a tang blade that looked like it had been condensed from ice crystals, and a pair of nearly 3-meter-long wings slowly unfolded behind her back, with a dragon's tail encircling the perimeter. Just as Scarsa appeared, snowflakes actually drifted in the secret realm, and the zombies that were originally rushing this way were instantly frozen, forming a blue ice sculpture. Giant dragon. Suchinga's beautiful eyes snapped open, and from that young girl's form, she could easily tell that it was a rare ice-attributed giant dragon. Unexpectedly, Chao Xiaochun had a giant dragon in addition to having a gold-level spider. Given how strong he was at the bronze level, the air around him was getting colder and colder, and there was a power so cold that it seemed to be targeting him, and Suchinga felt like the blood around her was on the verge of curdling. Let me go. At this moment, Suchinga color appeared a trace of panic. Her mind was blank. She only begged this devil in front of her to spare herself. Even if he wasted his cultivation and bolted himself to his feet with an iron chain, then she had no regrets. Unfortunately, her own pleading voice didn't attract a single change in the other party's expression, and that giant dragon in mid-air, holding the tang blade, its body circled around in the air before rushing to stab in its own direction. Scarsa had been putting up with this woman for a long time since last night, and during that time she had very much wanted to run out of the gourd and hack this fox into 8 pieces, but unfortunately they had all been stopped by Chao Xiaochun. Now that she finally had the chance, Scarsa decided that, although she couldn't destroy this body, she would make sure to give this fox a taste of what it meant to have severe pain on Earth. As she watched the giant dragon's figure get closer and closer to her, Su Qingga's eyes shifted from endless terror to anger, and when the tang knife was less than 50 centimeters from her heart, she was only seen frantically shouting, "Zhang Feirong, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Put. The ice blade in Scarce's hand easily passed through Su Qingga's chest, but this cut didn't cause her to immediately break. Endless coldness spread from her heart. Channels of thin ice reflected on her skin. The moment Su Qingga formed an ice sculpture, even her soul was sealed in her flesh. The endless coldness made her feel a little scared, and Dao memories flashed through her mind. Since she was a child, she had lived in the tribe and grew up eating 100 meals, originally thinking that she could study and cultivate in peace and quiet, and when she reached a certain age, she would awaken her profession and guard the village. But this kind of goodness was broken when a hunting team arrived. She remembered very clearly, the neighbor's sister who was taken away by the hunting team to protect herself. For the sake of revenge, she traveled hundreds of kilometers at the age of 8, and during that time, she didn't know how much she suffered, even selling herself to a butcher for 3 days for a bowl of white rice. In the end, she sought out a clan, and when she learned of the nature of the clan, Su Qingga had hesitated, but remembering the tragedy of her clansmen, that hesitation instantly dissipated. The heavens were favorable to her. At the age of 18, she awakened such a powerful profession as a mechanic, and when she reached the silver rank, where she could practice feats, she did not hesitate to choose the sex core feats. Not more than a few years later, as her strength increased, she found the hunting team from back then, and brought these people to her hometown where she once lived, and lynched them one by one. That night was the night she cried the most painfully. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, she has become the great elder of the Acacia Valley, but when she sleeps at night, she often dreams of the face of that neighboring sister, and the phrase "live well." Unfortunately, you can't even be a ghost. Looking at the frozen corpse, Chao Xiaochun slowly closed his eyes, as if another month or so will be the beginning of autumn. Then, I hope that the autumn wind knows what I want. Dispersing my heart is difficult to calm. A pair of soft arms encircled Chao Xiaochun's waist from the front, only to see Skasa constantly staring at Chao Xiaochun's chest, blinking her large, soft eyes at him. After touching the young girl's silver hair and casually accepting the spatial ring that Skasa had taken out, he broke away from her hands, and looking down at the earthly beauty whose head was lowered to see her toes. For some reason, Chao Xiaochun's heart had an inexplicable restlessness, and it seemed to have gotten off to a bad start last night. Shaking off the distractions in his head, Chao Xiaochun walked over to Tiger Zhen's side, removed the spatial ring from his hand, and then checked out the harvest this time. After a quick rummage, whether it was the demonic sword Apophis, the platinum-grade generic skill, or even the materials that the two had previously auctioned off, all of which were in their original packaging in the ring, it could be said that almost all of the high-level items from this auction had landed in his hands. Among them, there are also 2 techniques, Tiger God Skill and Yin Yang Syndicate. When a professional reached the silver level, they could choose to cultivate feats, which was one of the most important means to enhance their strength besides their natural skills. These 2 techniques, which had already reached the gold high grade, were thought to be the core techniques of their clan. In addition to these, there were also some high-grade potions, as well as 7 pieces of gold-grade equipment, while the spirit stones in the 2 rings were surprisingly as high as 211,000. Among them, Su Qingga's spirit stone card occupied more than 200,000, so it was thought that for the sake of this magic sword, both sides had brought out their clan's reserves. Looking at these 2 spirit stone cards, Chao Xiaochun realized that he actually had some temporary feelings of wealth freedom. After casually tossing the Dragon Man's ribcage to Scarsa and retrieving all of the important items from his ring, Chao Xiaochun planned to empty it of the 2 rings, which were also worth quite a bit of money. Tiger Zhen's ring was but simple. Other than some clothing and his own personal belongings, it was all materials, which was all that was left as soon as the thing was burned. But when it was Su Qingga's turn for a ring, Chao Xiaochun was a bit stumped. Purple sable fur handcuffs made of rare metals, silver grade, an orb that makes sound, bronze grade, a small black leather whip, silver grade, hua, and about 10 candles made of shark oil, etc. Taking these things out, it seems to go against one's image as a decent person, but throwing them away, it's too much of a pity. Well, at least it's considered equipment. It's just a matter of keeping them first, and when we return to the Dark City, we will quietly take them out again. After sorting out these sundries, Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His mouth was a little dry as he opened the black wooden box, and even with Chao Xiaochun's determination, his heart was beating hard at the moment. The wooden box opened, and the seductive magic sword appeared under Chao Xiaochun's gaze. So it seems that the materials for the sword compass as well as the sword slave compass are available, and as long as the 2 compasses are practiced, one has 1 more card to play. As for the platinum-priced general skill, Chao Xiaochun took a closer look at the introduction within and nodded with satisfaction. as long as he reached the silver level and practiced the feats, he would be able to learn this martial skill. Noticing the curious Skarza, an inexplicable thought appeared in Chao Xiaochun's mind. Handing the skill stone in his hand to Skarza, he said expectantly, "Can you learn this thing?" He wanted to try it out, after all. Something like a gargoyle wasn't much less intelligent than a human. Skarza took the skill stone doubtfully and examined it carefully, and after a long time passed, he proudly nodded his head. "It can be learned, and it's easy, but it's too weak for me to see. Is this human language you speak?" Originally, Chao Xiaochun was quite excited to hear Skusa's reply, but her later words threw a pot of cold water on it. "What do you mean it's too weak for you to see? This was at least a platinum level skill. Alright, those two sisters can learn it too, but that toad can't learn it. It's stupid." Seemingly noticing the change in his master's expression, Skasa hurriedly added. Unable to stand Skasa's straight-talking nature, she asked a few questions and then told her to return to the gourd with the skill stone. Not until the time of emergency. Skarza in this secret realm or less show up as good, or else he is easy to become a target. After all, the value of a giant dragon even diamond ware cannot be compared. Looking at the spatial ring in his hand, nowadays in the secret realm of the forces, in addition to some scattered cultivators, the most powerful should be the Dark City and Jingqi sect, right? Must be the things on their bodies. I'm afraid it is also a huge wealth. However, his current appearance but not easy to mix, and 1,000 faces is still in the cooling. If you wait a day and a half I guess the yellow flowers are cold. Thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun planned to put a second skin on himself, and right now the easiest way to do that was to change a painted skin compass out of the system. This kind of compulsion itself didn't have any level, and belonged to the one-time consumption material. The effect was similar to the 1,000 faces, but the difference was that the effect of the painted skin compulsion could only be maintained for 3 days, and after 3 days, the compulsion would die, and belonged to a kind of emergency type of compulsion. The price of the painted skin compulsion was relatively cheap in the system, with 20 soul points being able to be exchanged, so Chao Xiaochun looked at his balance and decided to exchange it for one. A piece of silk like a somewhat transparent human skin appeared in the hand. Chao Xiaochun gently set. Soon the whole figure began to cyst. Appearance also became a bald fat man. Soon, Chao Xiaochun became a like Maitreya Buddha look like a monk. After taking a picture of himself with an ice sculpture, rummaging around in his spatial ring for a string of Buddha-like beads, and wearing the cold jade Pan Yuan had traded with him on his chest, Chao Xiaochun smiled. "Ami, take off your clothes. I'm going to go." Chao Xiaochun hunted for the corpses and bones on the road for nearly half a day before finally hearing movement on the outskirts of a dense forest, and casually tossed out 2 locust parasites. Through the sight of the compels, he clearly saw that many people were walking in from the outskirts of the dense forest, and not far from there, a group of soldiers in black armor were hiding nearby, and had no intention of making a move, but were simply observing the incoming and outgoing crowds. It seems that inside this dense forest is the legendary village of Plague, and that Dark City's people didn't choose to go in. I'm afraid that they intend to sit on the periphery and reap the benefits. Looking at the guarded black armor army, Chao Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. Or intend to go in to take a look. After all, if there really is something good inside, that have to be the first to get their hands on it. After all, into the secret realm of the people are really too much. If every time to wait for the knocking, I'm afraid that it is very easy to miss out on the benefits. Clearing his throat, Chao Xiaochun pinched his Buddha beads and slowly walked up, and so on close to the dense forest. The originally sparse crowd was also more than enough. The eyes of the crowd flashed out a trace of frenzy. Originally they were rushing to the village of the pestilence, and now that it was hard to get to their destination, how could this not be exciting? Young sovereign, when you go in, be careful with everything. I vaguely feel that this time, Dark City isn't holding back its farts. No matter, my Zhangqi sect has been able to gain a foothold in this Dark City for so many years. Am I still afraid of their petty tactics? Uncle Gao, just wait, this time the opportunity will definitely be ours. The Zhangqi sects. Just as Chao Xiaochun was about to walk into the dense forest with the crowd, a team of black-clad people appeared behind him, dressed in uniform, with the word Zhangqi embroidered in gold thread on their chests standing out. The speakers were a young man at the front and an old man. The young man was holding a folding fan in his hand, looking arrogant, as if everything in front of him was a trivial matter. It's better to be careful. After all, this place looks like it reveals eccentricities. Gao Feng looked at his own young patriarch. In his heart there was obviously some helplessness. This young patriarch of his family, named Wu Fei Yang, is the only son of his own patriarch. After awakening his profession at the age of 18 he has been in seclusion within the clan. This time is the first time to go out for training, but that arrogant nature really let him helpless. You think this 38 levels of strength is very powerful? This realm is the Dark City. Inside all people cannot be good. Moreover, Oneself at least is also the Jingqi sect's third elder. Was this rabbit child make call like a grandson? This attitude led him extremely unhappy. There is no need to say more. I have my own measure. Wu Feiyang shook his head and said with great impatience. Then he pulled over the beautiful woman in front of him, and threw her out with a fierce fling in the eyes of others who were surprised. Zhengqi sect's hegemony makes the people present frown. Damn, in the city I may be afraid of the forces behind you, can still tolerate a few points, but here is the secret realm. You dare to be so crazy? Of course, these words were only in their hearts. Looking at the Zhengqi sects disappearing back, the crowd had different expressions. Bah, what's so crazy about being crazy? I'll kill him inside if I have the chance. Look at that stance. Those who don't know still think that he is the emperor of a certain planet, pretending to be a pussy in the secret realm. Be careful of breaking your legs. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Chao Xiaochun didn't care, and waited for the person in front of him to go in. Then he followed into the dense forest. After walking for about 15 minutes, an intense bright light appeared, and soon a small village like a paradise appeared in front of the crowd. There were rows and rows of houses erected in the village. The scale was like that of a small town, with a large tree at least 500 meters wide standing in the middle, and the entire village was built around the large tree, and the town's aborigines were all elves. Their skin took on a lavender color, and their pointed ears looked exceptionally cute. I'll go. This is the village of the plague? Didn't we say that this village died out a long time ago? What's going on now? The crowd looked at this peach garden-like beauty and couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. I didn't expect that so many guests would come in the past 2 days. This is an honor for our beauty dream village. All of you have traveled and worked hard. Please enter the village. As dark elves, our tradition is to warmly entertain every guest. Just when the crowd was surprised, an old man on crutches slowly walked up under the support of 2 beautiful young girls, followed by a team of handsome men and women. Enthusiastically, he said, "Ha ha 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 ha. It turns out that all the rumors outside are actually false. I didn't think that there is still such a village hidden in the secret realm. Even if there are no treasures, the old man is going to enjoying himself today." Just as the crowd hesitated, a loud laugh came out from the back, only to see a big man slowly walk out, his face excited beyond measure. That's right, this is a dark elf. It's the first time I've seen one since I grew up. Strangely enough, as soon as the big man's words left his mouth, the crowd, which was still a bit puzzled, seemed to instantly figure it out, and responded one after another. Chao Xiaochun, who was hiding in the crowd, was frowning at the moment. Because of the system, he could see very clearly that the entire village was littered with broken limbs. The houses had long since fallen into disrepair, and all that was left of the huge ancient tree was a dried-up branch, in front of which there is what handsome men and women. There is just a body hanging carrion. Disgusting and incomparable zombie. Just the team holding the fruit and food clearly is the head of the people who came in before. And the reason why these people suddenly, as demented generals say, some paradise in the secret world, this kind of words, is clearly with these zombies emitted that road purple gas related. Otherwise, these villains who have been living in Dark City for a long time, how could they be so good at talking to each other? According to logical reasoning, even if this paradise is real, but it was encountered by this group of people, then their approach should be to directly enter the village and loot it, instead of politely waiting for this old zombie's welcome here. That purple gas, if not have a special means, it is difficult to find, and Chao Xiaochun, now that even with the help of compulsion to resist, but also some of the invulnerability, had to, he can only use the power of the Scarza, so that the gas cannot enter the body. Do you know what these strange gases are? Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Chao Xiaochun used his heart to contact Scarza in the gourd. Because of the contract plus the slave compulsion, they were already of the same mind and could naturally communicate. The reason why she was asking her was because the dragon had at least lived in this world for so long, and there were some rare and strange things that she might know some clues about. I don't know the origin of this thing, but it scares me a little. This feeling is just like when I just met Bakar back then. I can guarantee that the owner of this thing is not much weaker than Bakar. Luckily this thing appears weak, rather like its owner once lived here and left it behind. Scarza replied quickly. Apparently even she looked a little shocked at the purple gas. Bakar, a tyrannical dragon in the universe. Legend had it that he was the leader of all the giant dragons except those 5-clawed divine dragons, and even the gods were all terrified of him. He had once led the dragons to conquer the universe, but because of an unknown reason, in the dragon tribe's opinion, this giant dragon monarch had long since fallen. A monster that is comparable to a god? Hearing Scusa's words, Chao Xiaochun was a bit shocked in his heart, not realizing that the origin of this purple gas was so horrifying, and according to Scusa's words, it was just something left behind by that monster. But even a gold-level powerhouse would have trouble resisting it, and the most obvious one in here was the Zhengqi sect's Wu Feiyang. Out of the group of people who came in, He was the one who appeared the most enthusiastic. It was hard to imagine that this was a strong person who was preparing to break through to platinum. Yes, master. Next, everything must be careful. Don't let that thing affect your mind. Scarsa voiced a reminder, and from the moment she judged the terror of the thing, she wanted to come out in the gourd in guard next to Chao Xiaochun, but she was prevented from doing so. Following the crowd, he slowly walked into the village, and unlike them, each one now had this elven beauty or beautiful man wrapped around his arm next to him, and these elves didn't care about their guests' furtive hands, but instead responded enthusiastically. Hey, by the look of you, you should be a Buddhist. There are no more treasures in this secret realm. You're still not leaving, do you? A monk? Still want to be ready to enjoy the hospitality just like us? A big man with a beautiful woman in his left arm and a beautiful man in his right arm looked at the lone Chao Xiaochun and mocked with a smile. Although Buddhists weren't considered a rare profession, their battle power, which was stronger than the average profession, and their ability to master some purification type skills made them one of the big hit professions. However, there are too many rules for Buddhists, and once the transfer is successful, these rules must be abided by. Otherwise, the lighter ones will affect their cultivation, and the heavier ones will go off the rails and become the kind of demonic Buddha that is spurned by the professionals. And the Buddha's first major precept is that you cannot kill. Do not enter the female color. That was why the big man mocked recklessly. Scholar is overstating it. Every experience of entering a copy is an important experience in life, so it's good to see more. As for enjoyment and whatnot, as a practitioner of joyful Zen, I'm not too attached to this. In the face of the big man's mockery, Chao Xiaochun smiled in an unusually amiable manner, and wondered what you were fooling around with your arms around two disgusting zombies. Buddhists do have a lot of rules, and that's the only way for some jealous people, their powerful warriors, to mock the doorway. However, there is a branch within the different this branch of the monk, play is more than anyone else flowers. Sure enough, when he heard Chao Xiaochun's words, the big man's face darkened. Nima, really unfair. Why this fat man can be transferred into a Buddhist who practiced joyful Zen? Look at this fat head, have a little bit of the appearance of a monk. Making a fool of himself, the big man coldly snorted and left with his arm around the two. Walking along the entrance of the village, the street side is full of greenhouses, casinos, and a variety of entertainment facilities, because the dark elves said that the reception, so all of these things are free of charge. That casino is a constant flow of funds. Lose counted the village. Win can be taken away directly. This close to free of charge way to maximize the group of villains to stimulate the mentality. Only a few minutes, the crowd will forget the purpose of their trip, but also forget that this is a secret realm rather than an ordinary town. In Chao Xiaochun's eyes, the group was now playing with a bunch of dead corpses, drinking water, crawling with all sorts of creatures, and eating the flesh and blood of those who had come in before. Finding a relatively intact building, Chao Xiaochun walked straight up the stairs, ignoring the two zombies who were warmly entertaining him, and closed the already decaying door behind him, waiting quietly, waiting to see what secrets this village was hiding. After placing a few parasites for testing near the house, Chao Xiaochun took out a piece of animal skin and spread it on the ground, then began to close his eyes and recuperate. Soon, night fell on the village, and together with a gentle breeze, the originally noisy village became deathly silent, a stark contrast that caused Chao Xiaochun to instantly tighten his guard. Boom! Young lord, run! A violent explosion sounded outside, and Chao Xiaochun quickly walked over to the window, only to see Gao Feng pulling on Wu Feiyang's arm as he continued to fend off the zombies that were swooping in from all directions. The zombies looked to be 3 meters tall, covered in bandages, and bizarrely, these zombies only had one arm, which was like a giant hammer, emanating attacks with both ice and fire attributes, and the whole village was enveloped by a purple and a green formation. At the center of the village, 2 monster silhouettes slowly stood in the center. The monsters were 10 meters tall and burly. Endless purple gas spread out on that monster, controlling all the monsters in the whole village. Plague of Rakshasa, Demon Class, Platinum Class. Attack characteristics cannot be displayed. Introduction. Lord of Pestilence, one of Darigi's 3 great subordinates, became a demonic god with its own plague after death. Erosion of Pervious Monk, Demon God Class, Platinum Class. Attack characteristics cannot be displayed. Introduction. Pervious Monk is the strongest mind mage in the universe. He has a special ability to read minds and can easily detect what others are thinking. Because of this, he was finally executed by the ancient gods as a demon. With full of grief and unwillingness, Pu Hostelman turned into a demon after his death. Master, be careful. These are the 2 legendary ghost gods. A blast of cold air swept over Chao Xiaochun as a protective circle rose around him, and Skasa ran out of his gourd, looking at the 2 silhouettes in the center of the village with furrowed brows. There had once been 9 great ghost gods in this world, namely, the Kazan of Blade Souls, the Kaya of shadows, the pervious monk of erosion, the Saya of frost, the Rakshasa of pestilence, the Kalo of underworld inflammation, the dread Rezu of evil gods, the bread of specters, and the Magus Jigger. At their peak, they were not even the existence of the gods are afraid of, because of their own hostility is too horrible, attracted the divine punishment. The 9 major ghosts and gods were exiled to various places. Legend has it that if you can sign a contract with them, you can get the power of the ghosts and gods. However, since ancient times, no one could enter the eyes of these ghost gods. Skusa frowned as he quickly explained to Chao Xiaochun that he hadn't realized that in addition to that terrifying purple aura, there were also 2 major ghost gods in this place. And that something as terrifying as this was simply not something that a gold-ranked professional could deal with. Hearing Skusa's words, Chao Xiaochun didn't doubt them, but the information given by the system showed that their strength at the moment wasn't as terrifying as described. Moreover, there was still a blade soul of Kazan in that magic sword. Combined with the fact that he had come on a trip to the Dark City, he had actually encountered 3 demonic gods at once. What kind of divine luck was that? Are you saying that this demon god can be contracted? After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun turned his head and looked at Skarsa, as if to get an affirmative answer. Theoretically, it is possible, but no one has ever succeeded over the years. After all, their power is not something that the average professional can withstand. Hearing his master's words, Skarsa instantly understood what Chao Xiaochun had in mind, but this sort of thing was a bit too risky. There's no such thing as smooth sailing in cultivation, so even taking some risks for the sake of power would be worth it. And since these demon gods are only platinum level right now, if I can make sure that I'll be able to get out of this in one piece, then it's a risk that's worth taking. Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment, and couldn't help but recall the story of a teenager who had been withdrawn from a marriage and was constantly searching for a foreign fire, in a novel from his previous life. And each of these 9 great demon deities was comparable to a god at their peak, and now they were in their weakening period. So if this was the case and one didn't dare to take a chance, what the hell was the point of cultivating? Master, with our current strength, I'm not sure that I can ensure that we can be safe under the siege of 2 demon gods. After all, I'm only at gold level now. Salazar still felt that it was a bit risky. After all, this thing was similar to that apostles. How easy would it be to take it in? That's why I'm going to raise your strength to the platinum rank, and refine that magic sword. A hint of determination flashed in Chao Xiaochun's eyes. As long as he was able to raise himself to the platinum rank, then he would be able to utilize the Qi character technique to raise Skarsa's cultivation, as well as Xiao Chang's and theirs, coupled with a magic sword that was no weaker than Skarsa's. This way, even if he couldn't be subdued, he would still be able to retreat in one piece. And if one wanted to raise from level 12 to level 20, then as long as one had enough monsters, one would be able to reach it in a short period of time. It seemed that one would have to start one's plans ahead of time. Originally, Chao Xiaochun had planned to, after exploring the secret realm, utilize the seals around the perimeter of this secret realm to trigger a wave of beasts across the entire soul-severing mountain range, with the wave of beasts rushing towards the secret realm, but intercepting those monsters that were powerful in level, and the monsters that were below the gold rank being their own experience packs. By doing so, not only could he use those beast kings to break through the blockade of those powerful people guarding the periphery, but he could also destroy the corpses, so that no one would know that he had come this way by then. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun summoned the 2 Skusa sisters as well as little Chang. You guys go take care of all the monsters down there, including those professionals that came in, while I'll set up in the center of the village first. After saying that, and without any further hesitation, with Skarsa once again putting a protective shield on herself, Chao Xiaochun quickly descended the stairs and swept off at the 2 shadows in the center of the village. As for Skarsa and his party, after receiving orders, they instantly burst out of the house, rushing in the direction of Wu Fei Yang and smashing their skills. Boom boom boom. Ignoring the violent explosions behind him, Chao Xiaochun released the locust compasses as well as the killer bee compasses, blocking the zombies that had fallen behind and arriving at the center of the formation. First, he observed the 2 silhouettes, and after determining that they were no longer in any abnormal state, he pointed with one hand, and the locust parasites instantly surged to the feet of the silhouettes, continually devouring the dirt on the ground. And soon, a large pit 10 meters wide and 1 meter deep was formed, and spreading down quickly. Looking for a roof with high ground, Chao Xiaochun sat down on his knees, wanting to trigger a wave of beasts that would require something that could attract them. So Chao Xiaochun planned to refine 2 parasites as bait. Dog handling compulsion. Bronze rank. Disposable compulsion. Introduction. A beast harnessing type of compulsion. Shaped like jade, only the size of a thumbnail and resembling a dog's head. It could be used to harness canine monsters, and if the canine class exceeded the compulsion, it would be somewhat of a fatal attraction to them. Flying bird compulsion. Bronze rank. Introduction. Slave beast type compulsion. Shaped like jade, only the size of a thumb, cool like a sparrow, can be used to harness flying bird monsters. If the level of the flying bird type exceeds the compulsion, it will have some fatal attraction to it. Quickly release the white jade gourd. The various materials slowly fusion. A few dark red runes one by one from Chao Xiaochun's hands, lasted 15 minutes, only to see the white jade gourd gently shaking. 2 emitting fluorescent jade quickly sprayed out, flew to Chao Xiaochun's hands. As the parasites were being practiced, a large, bottomless pit had formed at the feet of the two silhouettes, and Scarsa and his party had ended Wu Fei Yang's life and were on their way. Exhaling heavily, he threw the 2 parasites into the deep pit and released the 4 hazards and 5 plagues compulsion formation as well as the Xianin 13 sword formation around them. He was going to use the compulsion formation as well as the damage of the 2 great demonic gods to slaughter all the monsters that entered this side. Looking at the center wrapped in endless black chi and the Xianin mountain silhouette above it, Chao Xiaochun once again placed AI Li Shang into the formation, guiding AI Li Shang away from summoning the nearby spider monsters. Immediately afterward, he formed a seal with both hands, unsealing the entire state of the dog head compass and the bird of prey compass. The faint, soft circle of light slowly spread outwards from the deep pit, and after expanding to a certain extent, it instantly dissipated, turning into wisps of green smoke. Next, it's all about waiting. Chao Xiaochun exhaled heavily, took the trophy from Skusa, and waited quietly. The green smoke spread for half an hour, and at the moment, the village of the plague was exceptionally silent. None of the professions that had come in earlier were already able to stand up, and the terrifying zombies had long since been frozen. Boom boom boom. Road rushing sound came from the distance. The earth seemed to have begun to tremble. As the sound continued to grow, a group of black shadows appeared in the village, and the sky was also surrounded by a cloud of black. The monsters that arrived directly ignored the already dilapidated buildings, crashing them straight into pieces and rushing towards the deep pit. The birds in the air also flew towards the formation in tacit agreement, as if there was something in there that was worth their while. Looking at the monsters' rushing figures, Scarza slowly flew into mid-air. His fingers gently pointed out. A wave of cold air met his face, and in an instant, a huge ice platform condensed not far from the formation. With the help of the flying head compulsion's means of flight, the moment Chao Xiaochun left the roof and stepped onto the ice platform, the house from before collapsed. The monster at the front of the line quickly rushed into the black mist, and before he could react, his entire body quickly disappeared, turning into a white skeleton even as he was still in a running state. The monsters that followed behind did not notice the abnormality of this place in the slightest, they just kept running towards the front. The 2 gold-level steel giant apes. It was hard to come to the center of the formation. They were about to look for the treasure that attracted them, when an ink-black silhouette flashed by. The steel giant apes instantly lost their consciousness, and their nearly 5-meter-high bodies fell down with a bang. Ding! Kill level 22 steel giant ape. Gain 200 experience points. Ding! Kill level 18 flamingo. Gain 142 experience points. Ding! Kill level 6 spiny porcupine. Gain 1 experience point. Listening to the constant stream of alerts coming from his mind, Chao Xiaochun blocked out such sounds after glancing at them. Looking at the monsters that were still rushing in unceasingly, Chao Xiaochun sat down on his knees and closed his eyes, slowly adapting to the rapid increase in experience as well as maintaining the best possible mental strength. The effectiveness of the dog harnessing compulsion could last at least 3 days, so he had to be at his best when he broke through to the silver level before he could open the altar to practice the compulsion. After all, there was still a demon god in the demon sword Apophis, and the chaos compulsion was even his own original compulsion, which was something that couldn't be sloppily done. Just as Chao Xiaochun was meditating and waiting, the perimeter of the secret world was unusually chaotic. Because of the news released by Dark City, the major forces of the major combatants had now arrived, but before they could catch their breath, the soul-severing mountain range had triggered a beast tide, and the purpose of this beast tide was obvious. It was to go into the secret realm of this plague village. Although most of the people in the periphery had already exceeded the platinum level, and even more so, reached the starburst level and even the diamond level, but facing this endless number of monsters, it was impossible for them to completely block them, and there were still most of the monsters pouring into the secret realm. What the hell is going on here? What are you Dark City up to? The Acacia Valley's Valley Master shattered the giant tiger in front of him with a palm strike, turned his head, looked at the black-armored general, and roared angrily. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? This is the Broken Soul Mountain Range. It's not normal for there to be a beast tide, and this is a question you have the nerve to ask. The black-armored general flung his spear in his hand, and a thick pike exploded out, instantly clearing a 10-meter wide open space around him. This time the beast tide came too suddenly, even he, also a little confused. Originally their own black armor army has been ambushed inside, just waiting to reap the benefits. Did not expect to encounter this kind of thing. Look at the scale of this monster. Inside the secret white okay, if just a little place, then this time to go in the people. One also do not want to live. Thinking of this, the black armor general cannot help but some of the feeling of losing a wife and losing a soldier. To know in order to plan for this time, they have come up with a huge price as bait. To not be able to recover all of them in the words of building something. Waiting for the end of the city master's seclusion. Then they will have to die. You know, that odd magic sword as well as that general skill is what he secretly took out by joining forces with the treasury guardian. Roar! A furious roar resounded through the sky. A gust of pressure shocked filled the entire mountain range, and the powerful airflow even snapped some big trees at the waist. Humans, you dare to design harm to my tribe. In the air, a golden-winged rock with a length of 500 meters and spreading its wings that seemed to wrap the entire sky looked at the crowd of beasts that kept resisting and roared angrily. Give us an explanation. Another 100-meter-tall gorilla slowly walked towards this place. From just now, these beast kings of the soul-breaking mountain range felt that something was wrong. Their own group seemed to be controlled by something, and even ran towards this side in a life-threatening manner. The two beast kings came over here and saw a group of strong people who had generally reached the starburst level gathered here. Thus, they immediately associated it with whether or not this group of people were intentionally triggering a beast tide and then using it as a way to escalate. Diamond-level beast kings. Looking at those two huge figures, the Acacia Valley master's face darkened, not realizing that this beast tide had attracted a beast king from the depths of the Broken Soul mountain range. Looking at the other party's angry appearance, I'm afraid that today will inevitably be a great battle. 3 days passed in an instant. Chao Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes, and after casually eating a few mouthfuls of food, he slowly stood up and reached out his hand to gently point, and the two compulsion formations instantly disappeared, while the bottomless pit had long since filled in, and a small mountain of white bones was formed near the two ghostly silhouettes. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to 28. Chao Xiaochun. Silver rank, LV 28, 3560/96500. Strength, 236. Speed, 365. Spirit, 2700. Technique, none. Instinctive compulsion, 0. Zen character decision, passive skill. Flowing with the power of the compassion master. Condensing the Zen mind, and not wavering when a mountain collapses in front of the eyes. Used to dissolve the hostility of the compassion to the host, and to clarify the mind. Hearing the prompts in his head, Chao Xiaochun looked exceptionally satisfied. In just 3 days, he had reached level 28, and was just 2 levels away from entering the gold rank. This rapid upgrade couldn't help but make him wonder if he was going to slaughter all the monsters in the Soulbreak mountain range. Of course, this idea is only a flash. After all, these small monsters' experience value limit is placed there. Unless he can get killed those leaders, there will be a large amount of experience value. Like doing this now. Want to rise to the gold rank? This will require at least half a month, and he does not have so much time to consume now. After all, right now he had enough soul points. Moreover, the 5 elements compulsion had already been absorbed to perfection because of the large amount of 5 elements power that these monsters had emitted when they died, so it was still more important to condense the instinctive compulsion. Exhaling heavily, Chao Xiaochun opened the system mall, and couldn't help but get a little excited when he saw the 200 soul points. He had never been so rich. As he exchanged the Chaos Primordial Stone for the Devouring Flower, the soul points quickly shrunk, instantly becoming 200 points. Throwing the gourd to the center of the bone mountain, he crazily absorbed the star power from the white bone, while throwing the black stone into the gourd along with the Devouring Flower and the Pilgrim Dream Orchid. Chao Xiaochun ordered Sakasa to take the 2 Pinocchio sisters and fly them into midair to forcefully change the weather in this range with 2 attributes, one cold and one hot. Utilizing the thunder bead that he had previously obtained from where Kaino was, he drew down heavenly thunder and blasted it on top of the white jade gourd. Now all the materials for the Chaos Compass only lack a Devouring Compass, and this bone mountain is where it was born. Based on the principle that the materials would be of maximum value, Chao Xiaochun tossed the demonic sword Apophis to the side of the gourd, and took Su Qingda's frozen corpse as well as the materials for refining the sword compulsion out of his ring and refine them at the same time. As Chao Xiaochun made a seal, dark red runes like rivers surged out of his body, rushing in the direction of the bone mountain, rushing away, and for a moment, the entire village was reflected in a dark red color, like that of a terrifying hell. Boom! A thunderclap rang out in the air, and in an instant, an arm-thick silver thunderclap rushed down the white jade gourd, and the moment it came into contact with it, the raging power was slowly ablated by the gourd, and the original dark red aperture around it was instantly added a hint of silver-purple coloring. Chao Xiaochun constantly playing handprints, almost every 3 hours, You have to take out a bottle of potion from the ring to supplement the spiritual power. And the opposite side of the bone mountain as if some of an invisible force. On the river like handprints to absorb. Unconsciously, the secret realm has long been half a month. At this moment Chao Xiaochun has long been removed from the disguise. Sitting on the icicle, the entire body's flesh and blood seems to have dried up, as a layer of skin wrapped around the skeleton, the face like gold paper. Near the mouth has been covered with beard. Next to him was a pile of empty bottles of potions thrown. Buzz buzz buzz. A burst of buzzing sound wandering in the vicinity. The original huge mountain of bones has long disappeared, replaced by two groups of dark red blood ball. At the beginning of the blood ball there are more than 10 meters in length, and now there are only equals to the height of the volume of the person is just. Feeling the two throbs in his heart, Chao Xiaochun strained to open his eyes, and there seemed to be some excitement in his eyes. Break for me. Trembling, he formed a hand seal, and Chao Xiaochun yelled in a hoarse voice, goo 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 goo. With the incorporation of a dark black rune, the two balls of blood instantly emitted a gurgling sound, and that blood slowly contracted, and in a mere 2 minutes of effort, it had been absorbed, reflecting a fist-sized black hole, as well as the magical sword Apophis. Chaos Compulsion. Instinctive Compulsion. Platinum rank, second turn, upgraded with the host's level. Chaos is not yet divided, and all things are not born. Shaped like a black hole, devouring all things in heaven and earth for life, divided into 9 turns. Can permanently enhance the host 8 times the true essence of cohesion. After 9 turns, can evolve 10,000 compulsion. Characteristics, 10,000 parasites immortal body, one of the 5 magic body of the compulsion. Chaos compulsion after recognizing the host can automatically feedback host. Repair 10,000 parasites immortal body. Through the compulsion illusion of all kinds of magic body. The stronger the compulsion, the stronger. Gathering all the 5 major dharma bodies of the compassion Tao can be fused into the chaos immortal body. Devouring, can devour all things and condense chaos crystals. The crystals can heal, recover, and practice compulsion. The effect of the chaos crystals will increase as the level of the compulsion increases. Indestructible, chaos compassion has no entity and is immortal. If the host is fatally injured, chaos can wrap the host and devour all kinds of substances to convert them into life force for the host's recovery. Characteristics, XXXXXX. Characteristics, XXXXXXX. Looking at the luxurious attributes of the Chaos Compass, Chao Xiaochun no longer hesitated. His current state was already extremely poor, and if he hadn't gotten feedback from his own compass, he probably would have to reincarnate himself prematurely before he could even finish reading the information on the remaining compasses. Reaching out a little, he only saw the black hole quickly rushing towards him, and in a short instant, it surged into his heart. With a sharp pain coming from his heart, Chao Xiaochun couldn't hold on for a moment, and directly half-kneeled to the ground. And before he could react, a massive force erupted at his heart, flowing down his meridians, and the acupuncture points on Chao Xiaochun's body were like deserts that had been dry for 10,000 years, constantly absorbing the nutrients fed back by the power, and strands of black substance with a fishy odor gushed out of his skin, as if washing his essence, and that comfortable feeling made him moan out, and around the originally dry body at this moment began to slowly expand, that like an old tree-like skin also slowly fall off. This state of affairs lasted a full hour, and as a hint of black aura emerged in Chao Xiaochun's eyes, the power returned by the chaos compass was absorbed. Exhaling heavily, Chao Xiaochun slowly stood up, and was about to see how far the other compels and the Skusa girls had improved when a powerful stream of water gushed down from his head. Although it was lukewarm water, it came so suddenly that even though he had learned the Zen character technique, he was startled, puzzled. He raised his head, only to see the 2 Pinocchio sisters floating in mid-air, slowly utilizing this magic. And after the ice and fire melted, the warm water continued to fall, while Skasa was standing aside, covering her nose as if she was a bit disgusted. The most well-behaved person here was little Chang, obediently standing aside like a faithful guard, carefully observing the situation nearby. It was only now that Chao Xiaochun reacted to the fact that after half a month of practicing parasites and just now washing his essence, he was now emitting a foul odor. Not to mention that his clothes were even worse than those of a beggar who had been wandering for many years. Understanding the meaning of the 2 Pinocchio sisters, Chao Xiaochun was also not polite. Taking advantage of the water mist's obstruction, quickly stripped off his clothes, and beautifully rubbed a bath. Only after determining that there was no more odor on his body did he tell the 2 sisters to stop. After the feedback from the Chaos Compass, Chao Xiaochun's body was quite a bit stronger, especially the 6-pack abs and the evenly distributed muscles, which were not unattractive but also appeared to be exceptionally powerful. After casually eating a couple bites, Chao Xiaochun restarted his eyes of truth, observing the attributes of the various compels. Demonic sword Apophis, sword compulsion, sword slave compulsion, vermilion face hijacking, Diamond quality. 3 compulsions in 1. Platinum quality, can be upgraded. Strength, 1236. Speed, 1127. Spirit, 5000. Characteristics, undead breath. When wielding the magic sword, the attack comes with undead breath. The wound will be corroded by the undead breath, and there is a 2% chance that the opponent will become a sword slave. Chance of making the opponent a sword slave is 2%. Increases with the quality of the sword. Characteristics, sword spirit. The magic sword comes with a wise spirit. Can be summoned out of the sword slave autonomous combat. Sword slave strength and the magic sword is equal. The magic sword is not undamaged. The sword slave is not extinguished. Ghosts and gods, because of the existence of the sword soul Kazan, can be summoned out of the ghosts and gods Kazan to form a formation. The people in the formation can be increased by 20% attack and magic. Expands as the quality of the magic sword increases. Kazan's true body, insufficient level of magic sword. Under ceiling. Characteristic, undead summoning. Magic sword Apophis can summon 2,000 undead. The level of the undead is 2 levels lower than the magic sword itself, with the level of the magic sword increases. Looking at the attributes of the magic sword Apophis, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although he knew that this sword compulsion must not be weak before he refined it, he didn't think that the attributes would be so perverted. Especially the sword burial and ghost god, with these 2 characteristics. That is equivalent to their own locust compulsion, and compulsion formations can be put into them, and again use without consuming their own spiritual energy. Powerful plug-in well. And that, ghost god, is even stronger. A sword soul of Kazan can enhance the attack power of 20%. To know, this world is some 9 ghost god. If they will be one by one to income service, stored in the magic sword, by virtue of the ghosts and gods of the strong, the magic sword may finally be beyond the gods. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Chao Xiaochun's arm gently flung out, only to see the eyes of Apophis' sword violently erupt in a burst of light. A 1-meter-9 tall woman with horns on her head slowly appeared. The woman reached out and sucked the magic sword into her hands, only to see it back behind her. And then she quickly arrived in front of Chao Xiaochun, half kneeling on the ground. Master. The young woman had willowy eyebrows and an agaric nose, a head of silvery hair that fell casually behind her back, and a pair of black goat horns on either side of her forehead. Although her face still had some of the contours of Su Chinga's face, it was even more beautiful and her aura even more bewitching than that Acacia Valley Grand Elder, wearing what looked like obsidian-like short armor all over his body. The cracks of the short armor gushed out with the occasional tinge of purple flame. The waist and on the reflection of the black runes. Runes like a combination of compulsion and abyssal text looks particularly strange. As for the figure, can only be described in one sentence: if you can't see the toes of your feet, you're the best color on earth. Surrounded by a soul body like a crystal skeleton man constantly floating, as if a faithful guard. Although it looks somewhat harmless, but after watching for a long time, there is a sense of fear from the depths of the soul surging to the heart. This was the full form of the sword compulsion. A compulsion that consisted of the magic sword Apophis, the sword slave compulsion, and the Zhu Yanjiao combined into one. Looking carefully, I didn't expect that by relying on the strength of the white jade gourd, I had mistakenly refined the Zhu Yan hijack. Could it be that in that pile of corpses and bones, the souls of the 2 infatuated women still existed? He really couldn't figure out what was going on, so Chao Xiaochun simply didn't want to think about it. But looking at the young girl's form and face, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it became. Logically speaking, this sword slave compass was refined from Su Chinga's body as well as her soul, so it couldn't have become like this any more than it did. And besides, this looked unusually familiar to himself, as if he had seen it not too long ago. Goat horns, horse hooves, having a tail, and revealing clothing. After scrutinizing it for a while longer, suddenly, a beauty with a cool temperament holding a giant side surfaced in his mind. And thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun finally understood exactly where he had seen this thing before. This thing, wasn't it just a chimera? Although it was prettier looking than the 2 beside Li Chinny, and was dressed quite a bit more gorgeously, this damn thing was a chimera. What's wrong with this sword spirit? Is it possible that it looks like this? Chao Xiaochun thought helplessly as the corners of his mouth twitched. Tentatively, he asked a few questions, and although the sword slave was able to barely answer, she always stumbled, and from this, he could tell that her intelligence spirit should be about the same as the 2 Pinocchio sisters. Come on, at least it's better than Xiao Chang, isn't it? Gesturing for the sword slave to get up. Since the sword slave didn't have a name, Chao Xiaochun thought for a moment. Then he spoke. From now on, you'll be called Dog Egg. Bah! You'll be called Chao Lian from now on. Yes, master. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Chao Lian raised his head slightly and responded solemnly. After settling the matter of the magic sword, Chao Xiaochun then looked toward the Scarsa crowd. Ice Dragon Skasa Humanoid, Platinum, Boostable, Strength, 2356, Speed, 3319, Spirit, 3270, Talent, Ice Affinity, Love Born Apart, Combat Class, Intrinsic Compulsion, Enhanceable, Platinum Rank, Strength, 2236, Speed, 3788, Spirit, 3069, Characteristics, Pinocchio, Harak, Gold Level, Enhanceable, Strength, 640, Speed, 620, Spirit, 755, Talent, Abyssal Toad, Gold Level, Enhanceable, Strength, 680, Speed, 720, Spirit, 833, Talent, Grievance Flying Head Barbarian, Gold Rank, Enhanceable, Strength, 642, Agility, 1000, Spirit, 469, Natural Skill, Intimidation Aura, Chance to put people into a state of fear, Talent Skill, Curse Boundary, Being in a Boundary. The Flying Head Barbarian's attack speed is increased by 15%. Looking at the attributes of all the parasites, each of them had been upgraded by 1 rank because of the influence of the Chi character decision. And while most of the parasites' traits hadn't changed much, that Flying Head Compass had given Xiao Xiaochun a heavenly surprise. Now that the Flying Head Compel had evolved into the Grievance Flying Head Barbarian, it had 1000 speed for its gold rank, which was already a very terrifying existence. Not to mention the addition of a natural skill. This time, Xiao Xiaochun's strength has more than tripled. Not to mention that the Chaos Compulsion's ability to boost True Essence by 8 times and the 10,000 Compulsion's Immortal Body are all worth more than a dragon. Not to mention 3 more Platinum level Compulsion. Unfortunately, there were no techniques available for purchase in the system mall. Or else Xiao Xiaochun was absolutely confident that he could develop his strength to the extreme. In this regard, although he felt that it was a pity, but also did not think too much. After all, the Heavenly Tao is still in short supply, although the system is his biggest golden finger. But in the end, it is only an auxiliary use. If the system is really omnipotent, that makes people feel afraid. After all, the cultivation of a road, or have to rely on their own, rather than counting on the system's bounty, or else they will easily become a slave of the system. However, the matter of feats will be solved quickly after going out. After all, after reaching the silver level, unless killing bosses can obtain a large amount of experience, with the increase of the level, the experience provided by monsters of the same level is pathetic. So to reach the silver level, it is necessary to practice feats. Not only can the technique allow the professional to perfectly utilize every bit of their power, but also, practicing it can also gain a large amount of experience value, such as the Acacia Valley's technique, which is to watch the yin and yang poles constantly grind together, thus generating experience value. If it weren't for that, then how could there be so many high-level powerhouses in the world? For example, although Xiao Xiaochun had relied on slaughter to reach level 28, this method, however, wasn't something that could be used all the time. After all, when one's level was high in the future, did one have to go and exterminate a planet just to go up a level? Throwing the distractions out of his mind, Xiao Xiaochun turned his head to look at the purple and green silhouettes, which, even after such a turmoil, were still standing there, as if anything that happened in the neighborhood had nothing to do with them. Without a reminder from either the system or Skarza, I'm afraid that no one would have thought that they were even legendary ghosts and gods. Although he didn't understand what it was all about, Xiao Xiaochun still wanted to try and subdue them. Skasa, is there a way I can communicate with them? Calling Skasa to his side, Xiao Xiaochun said indifferently, if you want to converse, perhaps the dragon language will do. As long as Master learns the dragon language, he can talk to any creature and understand them. Skarsa thought for a moment, then said with great certainty, dragon language? You have a quick method? Hearing Skasa's words, Xiao Xiaochun was first stunned. Was this something that could be learned quickly? Even with the support of a book compulsion, at most, one would be able to memorize the thing rather than skillfully apply it, right? But since she was able to bring it up, I'm sure there must be a solution. There is, just like the demon compactors, I can merge with you so that my master can speak the dragon language. Skarsa licked her lips and looked at Xiao Xiaochun with an excited expression. Merge? You're going to turn into a compulsion and merge into me? Looking at Skasa's expression, Xiao Xiaochun felt that something was wrong. Why are you so excited? No, not this merging, but, Skasa joyfully came to Xiao Xiaochun's side and whispered against his ear. Alright, next way. Hearing the little mother dragon's words, the corners of Xiao Xiaochun's mouth twitched, and without thinking, he directly rejected it. There were bad guys on his own team. If you really can't learn, then you'll just translate. Now, you call them out first. Looking at Skasa, who had an unhappy face, Chao Xiaochun shook his head helplessly, as if the most reliable thing to do, aside from the one she herself had said, was to have it act as a translator. Seeing that Chao Xiaochun was really insistent, Skasa stomped her foot hatefully, then walked forward, her soulful eyes instantly turning blue. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the village, and violently, the earth began to shake, and the two original bizarre formations began to tremble and contract violently. It didn't take long for a 5-meter-tall, green-bodied, bull-headed, goat-horned, and 2-meter-tall, purple-bodied, mummified monster to appear in front of Chao Xiaochun's eyes. The two monsters didn't have legs, like ghosts, but the oncoming pressure made the surrounding air a bit dull. Human, I know what's on your mind, but you might as well give up. You alone can't get into our eyes. Pu Violent Mon looked up at Chao Xiaochun, who had been the strongest mind mage in his lifetime, and even now that he had turned into a ghost god, he could easily tell what was going on in someone's mind. He and Rakshasa were originally ghost gods who had voluntarily fallen because they were unwilling to do so, and the two of them had actually been watching everything Chao Xiaochun had done before. The only reason they hadn't taken action against him was because Chao Xiaochun had allowed them to gain enough resentment when he had triggered the beast tide, or else Chao Xiaochun's downfall would have been that of the invaders. He said that the two of them had been watching what we did, and then that bullhead said that he knew what you were thinking, Master, but that they weren't looking at you. Skarsa nodded, then translated the Oni's words. Like that? Then how about you tell them that the reason you formed the ghost god, I'm afraid, is that your hearts are unhappy? And if I can fulfill the regrets of your hearts, how about this? Chao Xiaochun thought about it. The ghost gods, even if they had now become platinum level, had at least been glorious, and since the system could tell their origin information, it was assumed that the things they cared about were those unwillingnesses and regrets. Thus Chao Xiaochun intended to have a good chat with them. Skarsa nodded gently and replied using the dragon language. Submit, or have your soul scattered. Dragon language. Those are the two choices. Any more talk and I'll fuck you up later. Don't think I don't know. You demon gods can't exert your full strength if you don't have a suitable host, and right now you're only at the platinum rank, so please recognize your situation. According to the inherited memories, Skasa still knew something about these 9 great demon gods. Before, he himself was still trapped in the gold rank, and was still a bit scared of them, but now, the old lady's side had 3 platinum ranks. He used to be a diamond-ranked dragon at least. If he is still polite to you in this situation, he really thinks that I am good at talking. After Skasa finished speaking, the 2 Pinocchio sisters and Xiaolian behind her narrowed their eyes and slowly walked up to her side, looking at the 2 demon gods with an unkind look on their faces. Chao Xiaochun looked at the crowd that had suddenly stepped forward with a slightly puzzled expression. Could it be that what he had said had touched the scars of these 2 demon gods, and they were now annoyed? Rakshasa's bandaged face visibly froze for a moment when he heard Skusa's translation of the words that came over to him. These days, humans were already mad enough to go this far? Having a dragon is amazing? On the side, Pu Via Meng, however, realized that something was wrong. That human clearly said 1 sentence, but what this dragon said was clearly 3 sentences. Thinking of this, Pu Violent Mon raised his hand, rushed his brow on Rakshasa's forehead gently point, then once again opened his mouth. However, from his mouth spit out, but the human language. Humans, don't think that by relying on a giant dragon, you want to threaten us with force. If you really start fighting, you definitely won't be able to get any favors. So you can speak human language. Hearing that familiar language, Chao Xiaochun was first stunned, not realizing that these 2 demon gods could speak human language. But what did he mean by that? How could he hear it as if he had taken the initiative to provoke them? Master, don't talk nonsense to them, just fuck them up first, and after you beat them up, everything will be easier to talk about. Skarsa was not the least bit vain. Instead, he took out his ice breath blade and said very arrogantly, while Chao Lian on the side also unclasped the magic sword behind his back. Wisps of purple flames converging on the sword. Wait, until now, Chao Xiaochun finally reacted to what went wrong. This translation, damn unreliable. In life, where's all the fighting and killing? Can't you learn a little bit about the human condition? And even if they could be forcibly enslaved, Chao Xiaochun didn't know much about their power, and if the 2 ghosts refused to use their full strength, it would ultimately be a defective product. Stopping both sides of the saber rattling, Chao Xiaochun casually explained, and then spoke out what he had just said. I know that you are upset that one of the most powerful mind mages has offended the gods to be reduced to such a state, but do you really not want revenge? And you were once one of the Plague Lord's 3 generals. Your previous master was so oppressed by the gods, even you, if you didn't have some resources, I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered by now. Combining the information given by the system, Chao Xiaochun looked at the 2 great demon gods and said aloud, just by virtue of you being at the bottom of the silver rank, You want to presume to discuss our past? Rakshasa laughed disdainfully. To him, this was like an ant that wasn't very capable in the first place, but spent all day presuming to bite an elephant to death. And who didn't come from a weak background? At least I know that with your current state. In another million years, I'm afraid that you'll be crushed under the feet of the gods. In that case, why don't you give it a shot? Chao Xiaochun didn't care about Rakshasa's taunts, since he had chosen the path of a compass master. It was destined to be filled with mud and blood. Although gods sounded high and mighty, if they stood in one's way, then it wasn't impossible to cause them to fall. Gods? Just future compulsion practice material. Arrogant brat. I really don't understand what capital you have to say such words, but your previous attitude is quite to my liking. In that case, since you want to obtain our power, why don't you take a test? If you pass, we'll believe in you for once, but if you don't, you'll stay here with us and endure this endless loneliness. When Rakshasa heard what Chao Xiaochun said, he froze, then spoke. He himself was from the devil realm, and Chao Xiaochun's previous behavior of doing whatever it took to get what he wanted was still quite smooth in his eyes. Just as Skusa had said, they simply couldn't exert much strength without a suitable contractee, and if they wanted to fight against the gods, they'd have to choose a suitable contractee after all. As such, he might as well be able to give Chao Xiaochun a chance. After all, he himself had been dormant for far too long. Yes, I wonder what your test is. Exactly. Without any hesitation, Chao Xiaochun directly agreed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chao Xiaochun borrowed the white jade gourd's aura to shield the Pooh violent monk mind probe. The advantage was now in his favor. As long as these two demon gods couldn't get themselves killed, even if everything was bargained for, the worst that could happen would be that both sides would end up doing something, and they would wash away their memories, forcibly enslave them, and get an imperfect remnant. The two demon gods glanced at each other. Pooh Hostelmon slowly took a step forward and raised his hands. A green mist appeared, and an 81-step alabaster staircase appeared in the center of the village. Green mist surged around the staircase, and at the top was a huge stone sculpture that looked mysterious. Walk up to the very top, and you will be the contractor of our choice. Pooh Hostelmon looked at Chao Xiaochun. If he could, he would have preferred Chao Xiaochun to fight the Rakshasa, but in order to prevent that giant dragon from going berserk, the two demon gods changed to another method after a brief exchange. This is an abyssal inheritance obtained in his own lifetime, the origin of which no one knows. The main role is to test the hearts and minds of the people. Back then, this thing was stuck in a number of heavenly prides. See himself, are stopped at the 70th step. Did not take out the inheritance of things. Pooh Hostelmon has decided that as long as Chao Xiaochun can get to the 70th step, he is worthy of their contract. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly, and then, without too much hesitation, leapt straight down from the icicle. Not caring about the reactions of the two ghost gods, he lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before stepping onto the first step. Boom! Chao Xiaochun had just stepped onto the first step when he instantly felt his body sink slightly, as if the gravity around the stairs had doubled. Feeling the sudden change, Chao Xiaochun adjusted his mind, then took a large step forward, and in less than 30 seconds of effort, he was on 10 steps. The gravity has increased tenfold. It seems that these 81 steps, at the end of the day, I'm afraid that the gravity will increase 81 times. Chao Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and he let out the compulsion around his body to resist the gravity. As he slowly stepped onto the 21st step, he saw that the scenery around him instantly changed, with countless gold and silver treasures spilling out all around him, which he could pocket as long as he gently picked them up. In response, Chao Xiaochun smiled disdainfully, directly ignoring the jewelry at his feet as he slowly made his way to the top of the stairs, and after another 5 steps, the gold, silver, and jewels had disappeared, replaced by a variety of rare materials, and even some immortal compass refining materials, all at his feet. Without the temptation of chance materials, Chao Xiaochun bravely marched on, during which he passed countless beautiful women, techniques, martial arts, equipment, and even the eggs of the cubs of the ancient divine beasts. Later, when all of these scenes had disappeared, Chao Xiaochun realized that he had already arrived at the 60th step, and the powerful gravity had caused his forehead to be covered in fine sweat. Breathing heavily and adjusting his state, Chao Xiaochun set off again. The scene around him changed once again, and what appeared was the two women, Shui Yunji and Su Laobai, who were dressed in extraordinary splendor, like gods reigning over the world, and whose cultivation was so great that even the system couldn't see through them. Chao Chun, we have reached the peak of this world. No one in this universe is my opponent themselves. Let us protect you next. Shui Yunji greeted her warmly, taking Chao Xiaochun's hand and saying intimately, feeling that real touch. For a moment, no one could tell if this was an illusion or if it was real. My master has reached the 69th step, so you two wait to admit defeat. Near the stairs, The two ghost gods and the crowd of parasites looked at Chao Xiaochun, who had stepped into the 69 steps, and a smirk appeared on his face. Although it had been 7 days outside since the 60 steps had been traveled to this point, the master's pass was great. Judging by the face of the Pooh, 10 steps to a great level. Victory or defeat is still a long way off. Ignoring Scarza, who was pointing his sword at himself in a frantic provocation, Pooh Vermont looked at the stairs, but was a little shocked in his heart. He had become a demon god for an unknown number of years, but this mysterious inheritance was still fresh in his mind, and at that time, besides himself, there was also a black-clothed teenager. He had stepped into the 70 steps together with him, and later, he became a generation of great emperors, while he became the universe's #1 mind mage, and when Pooh Hostelmon was hunted by the gods, he was the only one who stood up for himself. That person's appearance he can no longer remember, just vaguely remember. He is a big fat man. This universe? Listening to Shui Yunji's words, Chao Xiaochun whispered to himself. His companions had all reached the strongest in the universe, so it was logical that he could also choose a relatively easy path, and with their help, it wouldn't be long before he should be able to reach this level as well. After all, the path of the compassionate master was not such a good one. After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun wasn't confused by the immense temptation. Since Shui Yunji had spoken of this universe, wasn't there some other, wider world out there? And as a compass master himself, he should be pursuing the process of continuous improvement, not resting on his laurels. Thinking of this, Chao Xiaochun pinched Shui Yunji's face, and even though he understood that it was fake, he still couldn't help himself somewhat, casually pushing Shui Yunji's hand away. Chao Xiaochun ignored the three people's discouragement and resolutely stepped onto the 70 steps. Boom! The moment he stepped onto the 70 steps, the scenery and gravity around him instantly disappeared. And looking at the final rung, Chao Xiaochun took a tentative step, seeing nothing around him to react to before quickly stepping forward. Just as he was about to formally cross the final step, a seductive voice continued to resound in his heart. You've done well. Go down. I can guarantee that after you go down, everything you've just seen will be yours, and you'll, in an instant, reach one of the strongest realms. Although the voice sounded righteous, it was vaguely surprisingly full of compulsion, and even with the Zen word technique, it still couldn't stop that heartbeat. But even if the heart was moved again, Chao Xiaochun's heart always guarded a bright platform, and since he had set a goal, he had to follow through with it. Think clearly. You cross this ladder, and I'm afraid that there will be nothing behind you, and furthermore, what was promised before will completely disappear. Go down. Don't let yourself regret it. Hearing that mysterious voice still dissuading him, Chao Xiaochun exhaled heavily, and then a small smile appeared on his face. Against the flow of the river, tens of thousands of immortals retreat. The immortal elder regrets, but I do not. As the words fell, Chao Xiaochun had already stepped onto the last step. As his footsteps fell, the compelling sounds in the surrounding area came to an abrupt end. The surrounding scene instantly shattered, and the original giant stone sculpture showed its original face at this moment. The stone sculpture was black, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and the lower half of its body was a long snake tail. The head looked exceptionally hideous, and the 6 arms were each holding a magic weapon that looked exceptionally bizarre. Below the stone sculpture was a pedestal, on which everything but 3 small black boxes had decayed. Chao Xiaochun glanced at the sculpture in front of him, and saw that it looked like the Asura that specialized in controlling punishment in Buddhism in a previous life. But the snake's tail meant that it wasn't a god. Chao Xiaochun couldn't figure out what the origin of the sculpture was, and he didn't think too much of it, reaching out to take the 3 small boxes on the desk and then quickly leaving the ladder. Unexpectedly, on this test, there are actually things to take. This Pooh hostile monk, preaching quickly returning to the ground, Chao Xiaochun arrived in front of the 2 ghost gods and smiled. With me like this, I'm considered to have passed, right? For this so-called test, overall, he still had quite a bit to gain, and if these 2 ghost gods were true to their word, then it would be a nail in the coffin for him to take them in. Ha 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 ha. It's true that there are talented people coming out of the rivers and mountains. I underestimated you. Pooh Hostelmon looked at Chao Xiaochun's expression, and inwardly appeared incomparably shocked that in just 10 days or so, he had passed the test of this mysterious inheritance. It must be known that even he himself, back when he had traveled through to the 70th step, had used a full 2 months to do so. Nowadays, he was becoming more and more curious about Chao Xiaochun, and even though he was only a silver rank, perhaps in the future he could really make up for those regrets for himself, since he needed a contractor himself. Let's give it a shot. Come, accept our contract, and the power of the demon god will be at your disposal. Upon hearing Pooh Hostel Monk's words, Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly, and then turned around and flicked his finger, only to see Chao Lian instantly transform into a black mist and enter the magic sword. Apophis circled around in midair. and then stopped steadily in front of Chao Xiaochun. Please ask the 2 demon gods to enter the sword. Chao Xiaochun said respectfully with an arch of his hand. At least these 2 demon gods had been relatively godly existences before, and now that they had fallen from grace, he would naturally give them the respect they deserved now that they were about to become his companions. Ha ha ha, kid, quickly raise your strength. When you can unseal our true bodies, then you will know that the old man's strength, how strong it really is. Also, if you can contract all of the 9 ghost gods. I can guarantee that there will be a heavenly surprise at that time. Pu Hostelmon laughed cheerfully, then turned into a green shadow and surged into the formation. Since old man Pu has said so, I will believe you once. If you let me down, I will personally waste you. Rakshasa's eyes narrowed, and after coldly throwing down a sentence, he turned into a purple light and surged into the sword. Buzz buzz buzz. A green, a purple, and a red shimmering light flickered at the sword's eyes for a few minutes, and as an illusory contract took shape, 3 more throbs inexplicably appeared in Chao Xiaochun's heart. Demonic sword apophis, sword compulsion, sword slave compulsion, vermilion hijacking, diamond quality. 3 compulsions in 1. Platinum quality, can be upgraded. Strength, 1236. Speed, 1127. Spirit, 5000. Characteristics, undead breath. When wielding the magic sword, the attack comes with undead breath. The wound will be corroded by the undead breath, and there is a 2% chance that the opponent will become a sword slave. Chance of making the opponent a sword slave is 2%. Increases with the quality of the sword. Characteristics, sword spirit. The magic sword comes with the spirit of wisdom. Can be summoned out of the sword slave autonomous combat. Sword slave strength on the magic sword is equal to the magic sword. The magic sword does not destroy. The sword slave will not be destroyed. Ghosts and gods, Kazan. Because of the existence of the sword soul, Kazan can be summoned out of the ghosts and gods Kazan to form a formation. The people in the formation can be increased by 20% attack and magic. Expands as the quality of the sword increases. Pervious monk. Because of the existence of the eroding pervious monk, you can summon the demon god pervious monk to form a formation, which reduces the enemy in the formation by 20% of their resistance and magic defense. Expands as the quality of the magic sword increases. Rakshasa. Because of the existence of the Rakshasa of pestilence, can summon the ghost god Rakshasa to form a formation, which can reduce the enemy's attack speed, physical defense, and have a 20% chance to actually have its poison, blindness, and hemorrhage. Expanding with the level of the magic sword. Kazan's true form, insufficient level of magic sword. Under seal. Pervious monk's true form. Rakshasa true body. Undead summoning. Magic sword apophis can summon 2,000 undead. The level of the undead is 2 levels lower than the magic sword itself, increases with the level of the magic sword. Looking at the magic sword, which had re-added the 2 demon god phrases, Chao Xiaochun looked a bit excited. Not only were the attributes of the 2 demon gods exceptionally good, but the abilities revealed now were only the tip of the iceberg. And as one's strength increased, the powers of that demon god would be unsealed one by one. What's more, there are 9 such Oni gods. If he will take them one by one, I don't know what will become of them in the end. But what's wrong with that Blade Soul's Kazan? When he contracted the 2 demon gods, he also contracted him along with them, and judging from the unparalleled smoothness of the situation, this demon god is not repulsed by himself. But why, after all that he has done, this one hasn't even let go of a single fart? After thinking about it, it didn't affect anything anyway, so Chao Xiaochun didn't dwell on it. Taking the magic sword back into the white jade gourd, Chao Xiaochun placed his gaze on the small box he had just obtained. Because Pu Huimeng was in too much of a hurry, he hadn't had time to ask about the origins of the stairs or the 3 small boxes. Slowly sitting on the ground, Chao Xiaochun touched the case's text path and felt nothing unusual, gently pulling off the small lock inside, only to see a palm-sized piece of small animal skin appear in front of him. Spreading the animal skin out, some lines were drawn on it, like a map. Quickly opening the Eye of Truth, the information of the map instantly appeared before his eyes. Destruction Thunder Pool Map, Remnant. Introduction, the 3rd-ranked divine thunder in the heavenly thunder list, the place where the destructive thunder resides. One of the 3 divine thunders spawned by heaven and earth at the time of the beginning of chaos, residing in the destructive thunder pool, belonging to the most evil thunder. As long as the map of the destructive thunder pool is assembled, the legend says, one will be able to locate this heavenly and earthly strange object. The information coming from the system caused Chao Xiaochun to suck in a breath of cold air. In this side of the world, there were all kinds of heaven and earth wonders. And if one could obtain them, one could gain tremendous power. The current list of wonders was divided into 7 lists: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. There are 100 kinds of heaven and earth wonders in each list. The thunder list is the strongest of these 7 lists. the top 3 destructive divine thunder, but also the supreme treasure. Looking at the remnants of the map in his hand, a whole new path was reflected in Chao Xiaochun's mind. A composter, himself, could condense 5 instinctive compels, which were hosted in his own heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and if he could collect the 7 lists of wonders, with the 5 elements integrated into his own lungs and bowels, the mound transformed into his dantian, and the divine thunder stored in the sea of consciousness, coupled with the support of the instinctive compels, what his own physical body would achieve, Chao Xiaochun didn't even dare to imagine. That said, there are no less than 12 types of strange objects that exist at the Imperial Capital University alone, right? I wonder if I'll be able to get my hands on 1 or 2 of them this time when I go to the school. After calming down a bit, Chao Xiaochun solemnly put the remnant diagram away and quickly opened the second small box. Just like the map, the item inside was also very ordinary, appearing to be a blackened copper bell. The copper clock is only the size of a fist, engraved with a number of complex runes. Even if it is Scarza cannot see that the runes of the way. Carefully observed, Chao Xiaochun sighs, the copper clock has an unusually conspicuous crack. Mysterious ancient clock that has lost its spirituality. Material, unknown. Origin, unknown. Function, unknown. Looking at the system's information, this was the first time Chao Xiaochun had seen something that even the true eye couldn't detect, and after casually playing with it for a bit, he still planned to leave it behind, although it wasn't of much use for the time being. With these 3 unknowns, one could conclude that it must be a supreme treasure. The third small box was a black stone, and this was the treasure that Chao Xiaochun could directly tell exactly what it was. He had seen this kind of stone at the auction house before, and it was the same as the Dream Phantom, which was supposed to be a general-purpose martial art. A trace of compulsion was incorporated into the black stone, and as a black light flashed out, the true nature of the martial art was automatically deposited into Chao Xiaochun's mind. The 7 deadly sins. Palm technique. King level. Silver rank, first level. Introduction. The 7 deadly sins are divided into 7 tiers: greed, desire, overeating, jealousy, laziness, arrogance, and anger. Hand condensed 7 kinds of hand seals. Weekdays collect creatures' 7 emotions and 6 desires into palm power. Each palm comes with a sin. Palm stacking. Can mobilize the enemy to match the emotions. Cultivate to the great success. Can burn mountains and boil the sea. To emotionally manipulate others. A king-level martial art. Chao Xiaochun's eyes lit up, not realizing that there was even such a reward in the test thrown out by Pu Hostelman. If he didn't have a cultivation technique of his own at the moment, then he would definitely learn this martial skill on the spot. After all, looking at the description of the 7 deadly sins, this thing was a top-notch existence even at the king level. After putting everything away, and waiting for a few people from Skusa to clean up the battlefield and take the storage rings from those who had already died, Chao Xiaochun planned to leave. After all, it felt like only a few minutes had passed since he had been on the ladder earlier, but Skusa and the others had already been waiting at the bottom of the stairs for 7 days. And with the process of practicing parasites earlier, this meant that he had already been in this secret realm for almost a month. Although the harvest this time was great, a lot of things had to be digested, and when it was done, it was estimated that school should have started. And this dark city didn't have a spatial rift that went straight to the imperial capital of the 9 states. While eating, while thinking about what exactly they want to cultivate, what gongfa. After all, this world, it seems that there is no exclusive compulsion master gongfa. In this way they estimate that they can only practice those universal gongfa. It must be with their own achievements. In the school to get a transitional gongfa should not be difficult. There is really no, if you really don't have, then you can only pay a high price and offer a bounty in the cosmic black market. 3 hours passed, and all of the Scarsa people also came to Chao Xiaochun's side, receiving the blue storage ring, and after casually skimming it, Chao Xiaochun was exceptionally satisfied. This ring was given to Wu Feiyang, and it was now filled with hundreds of storage rings of various useful materials as well as some equipment. And at the moment, Chao Xiaochun's spirit stone reserves had reached more than 420,000, and the various treasures that had appeared in the previous auctions had basically landed in his hands as well. It could be said that he was the biggest winner of this trip to the soul-severing mountain range, taking the Skyesa line back into the white jade gourd, and taking out the 1,000 faces and sticking it to his face. Chao Xiaochun soon transformed into a 2-meter-tall, dark-skinned man with a scar on his face, taking out his coordinate transmitter. He knew from the moment he came in that the coordinate transmitter in the Dark City had been tampered with by them. If you enter the Village of Plague, when you use the teleporter, the first time you teleport, you will definitely return to the entrance of the secret realm. And according to their plan, it is estimated that every person who comes out of the secret realm will be killed by it. Even though he had created the beast tide before, and it had been almost a month now, that didn't mean that there wasn't someone out there guarding it, so there was still one more thing he had to do if he wanted to get out. Calling up the system panel, Chao Xiaochun searched directly within it for a compulsion called the Hidden Stone Compulsion. Hidden Stone Compulsion. Silver rank, one-time consumption compulsion. Priced at 3,800. The ability was invisibility, hiding one's breath, but only for 15 minutes. Looking at the obviously inflated price, Chao Xiaochun cursed the traders, but didn't hesitate and quickly tapped on the exchange. Crushing the compulsion that looked like a crystal fly, he quickly activated the coordinate transmitter after making sure that he had concealed his form. Boom boom boom. In a matter of moments, Chao Xiaochun was back at the entrance to the secret realm, and before he could react, he only felt a wave of heat pounding his face, and opened his eyes, only to see that the entrance to the secret realm was now littered with corpses, and a team of black armored troops were fighting monsters that were running at him from all sides. Endless flames flared up around them. The two large mountains nearby had been set ablaze with violent flames, and in mid-air, a 100-meter-tall battle armor-clad monkey was fighting with a black-robed man. The giant ape was holding an iron stick like a small mountain, with a tiger-like wind, and that black-robed man was like a speck of dust in front of this monster. Although there was a huge difference between the two sides, that black-robed man was naturally able to fight with him back and forth with his own strength. Ape King, you've crossed the line. This soul-breaking mountain range, you're not the one who has the final say. A heavenly sword chi burst out, once again bouncing the iron stick in the giant ape's hand. That black-robed man roared with that hoarse voice. Roar! You, Dark City, are you trying to challenge the 18 emperors of my soul-severing mountain range, deliberately causing a beast tide and killing 5 king beasts? I will settle this account on your Darkness City's head. The great ape looked exceptionally angry at the moment. For what Dark City did, if it didn't let it pay the price, then how would it have the face to sit on this emperor seat? This beast tide was an accident. It has nothing to do with my Dark City. The black-robed man snorted coldly. Even if he was faced with an imperial beast, he, himself, didn't care. This sentence, wait for the other imperial beasts to come over. You can say it together. Now, eat my stick. The great ape clearly didn't want to bullshit with this person, and once again raised its iron club and smashed it viciously in the black-robed man's direction. Chao Xiaochun glanced at the battle between the powerful men, and did not think much about it, and once again pressed down on the coordinate transporter. The struggle here is obviously not something that the current self can participate in, and more stay here. There will be more than one point of crisis. He had to leave quickly to be able to do so. Returning to the entrance of the copy, Chao Xiaochun found that at the moment there were still quite a few people staying here, and unlike the misery within the copy, Dark City didn't seem to have been affected in the slightest, even though its own city lord had already entered the copy and was blocking the foreign beasts. It seems that this group of people still quite believe in the strength of this Dark City. Chao Xiaochun looked at the still extravagant scene and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. It seemed that the strength behind this Dark City was not a single star stronger than those few peripheral clans from before. Quickly came to the rental area. In order to not let those annoying flies over to disturb themselves, rental of a tour guide is still very necessary. After all, in the Dark City these people generally have no morals to speak of. Did not look for 10,086 again. After all, before the identity is there, and Zhang Ronfei has gone to the western sky with the beast tide, and then look for the original tour guide. It is easy to expose the identity. Randomly ordered a 10,010 guide. Chao Xiaochun along with her footsteps, first to a restaurant to eat something, then took out his cell phone, booked a ticket to leave, and then in this guide's mutual send-off left the Dark City. Should I say no? As long as you pay money, Dark City can serve it to the utmost. That 10,010 until Chao Xiaochun stepped into the teleportation array, only then ended his obligation. Even in the town, this kind of power of the tour guide still has the absolute right to speak. It wasn't until 2 days later that Chao Xiaochun returned to the city of H. After all, it wasn't always possible to have a ticket back during the transit process, so there was quite a bit of delay on the road. With the property to understand the situation, Chao Xiaochun returned home. This month, H City did not send what too big a thing. In addition to the city center is ready to establish a General Bao Boyong sculpture. The other is their own opposite. That little girl moved away. And Chao Xiaochun also saw the sentence in her circle of friends. Imperial Capital Grand Villa. Sister is here. It seemed that this little girl had found her proper path. After cleaning the house, Chao Xiaochun began to enter the trading platform to sell the various things he had gotten in the secret realm. And just that batch of spatial rings alone would fetch a shocking price, because there were so many of these things, and they were too cluttered. Chao Xiaochun spent half a month organizing them with the help of the 2 Pinocchio sisters before selling them all. And during this time, Dark City, a peripheral city that no one usually paid attention to, was topped on the Kyushu hot search. After all, An attacking beast wave with the level of an imperial beast hadn't appeared for decades. The mysterious Dark City Lord even stopped the beast tide with his own strength, which made people's blood boil. And after constant exposure, certain systems of Dark City deeply attracted some wanted criminals as well as those middle-aged teenagers. This led to the passageway to Dark City being unprecedentedly lively today. Netizens, I've gathered enough money to enter the city. I'll give you a live broadcast tomorrow. You're late. I've been over here for a long time, and I've also been accepted as a disciple by the Acacia Valley. I heard that it's full of beautiful girls. Oh, I didn't think that old me, a male, was even looked at by them. Life is complete. Set you monkey. See, the owner of the building has had great luck than kill me. Brothers, I was a few days ago to join the Acacia Valley that. Listen to my advice. Do not come. I have now less a waste. I'm that anchor. I'm better than the owner, because the old man is witty. Now is working in the slave market. In addition to the mental torture, the flesh is okay. Bah, two naive batches want to eat alone, right? That's right. I treat you guys as old brothers. You treat us as simple batches? What was a waste? I'm embarrassed to break you down. Because of the enthusiastic online reaction, in the end, even the official of Kyushu had to come out with a statement announcement. The content of the announcement was very simple. That is, if you don't have a strong strength, please be cautious to go to the Dark City. The GA waste is real. The slaves are also real. The electric shock is also real. Looking at the assortment of information on the computer, Chao Xiaochun just casually glanced at it and then closed the page. There was still half a month to go before school started, so he should work hard to improve his strength during that half a month. And right now, what he needed most was a gongfu. But he didn't have a clue about the technique, and if he wanted to offer a bounty in the cosmic black market, he'd have to go to the capital earlier. After all, if he didn't have some kind of access to the place, he wouldn't be able to find it. After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun felt that he still needed to contact some Su Laobai, and wondered, how the hell was this guy doing now? Hello, landlord. Hearing an inexplicably familiar voice coming from the other end of the phone, Chao Xiaochun first froze, and after determining that this was indeed old 8 of Asahi's phone, said with great uncertainty, "Why is old 8's phone with you? Where is he?" He went to go down to the copy. Then his cell phone didn't bring it. It landed here in my place. Landlord, are you coming to the Imperial City as well? When the time comes, we can meet in the big villa. Oh, old 8 has spent a lot of money for this place. The little girl looked a little excited, but from her tone, Chao Xiaochun could be sure that Su Laobai hadn't been killed by Han Mengmeng, and was still living an exceptionally moist life. Chao Xiaochun didn't want to talk nonsense with the little girl, and hung up the phone after casually saying a few words. Since Su Laobai had already gone down to the copy, it proved that he was probably following Li Hani and his group, so he couldn't get in touch with them at the moment. Once again, he called Shui Yunji, and not surprisingly, the girl's cell phone wasn't with her either. Seeing this situation, Chao Xiaochun sighed. Since this was the case, I'll just have to wander around the imperial capital by myself first. After spending 3 days replenishing a batch of scarce's food, tallying up the empty houses that needed to be rented out, and getting everything in order, Chao Xiaochun once again made his way to the teleportation channel and set out on the road to the imperial capital. Compared to the imperial capital, the city of H was like a small town, and the stopover area on the outskirts of this teleportation channel alone was nearly 50 kilometers. A glance at the past crowded. Everywhere is a noisy hawking sound. Those riding the demon spirit or mechanical professions are on the side of the crazy soliciting. After all, want to rely on their own to get out of this stay area. Obviously some unrealistic, because within the imperial capital, other than specially qualified professionals, the rest of the professionals could not rely on their own characteristics to fly in mid-air. As such, many professionals, when they were short of money, would apply for a flying license and engage in various jobs. Young man, look at you. You're either coming to H City to study or to travel. Do you need a guide? Within the imperial capital for only 2,090 state coins, wherever you say you want to go, I can take you there. A naive-looking youth stepped in front of Chao Xiaochun and said enthusiastically. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun nodded gently, as no one he knew in this place seemed to be available at the moment, and it was now imperative that he find a place to land, so he couldn't just stay in this waiting area. The two of them negotiated a price and followed the youth's footsteps to a relatively empty place, only to see the youth quickly summon a huge seagull, and then turn his head and look at Chao Xiaochun, enthusiastically saying. The seagull was unusually large, but its cultivation level was only at the black iron level, and by the looks of it, it was like a specialized transportation tool. I don't know which place you, old brother, want to go to? Near the Imperial Capital University, I guess. There really wasn't a clear goal, so Chao Xiaochun said indifferently that it would be better to check out the neighborhood of the school first. and wait until Su Laobai and the others were out of their copies. The two stepped onto the back of the seagull, accompanied by a powerful air current, and instantly flew into the air, while the youth ran his own power to construct a barrier that could withstand the wind as he took off. Older brother is a freshman at the Imperial Capital University, right? Coming over so early, is it because you want to take a look at the school in advance? The young man seemed very talkative, enthusiastically striking up a conversation with Chao Xiaochun after the seagull had stabilized in flight. Sort of. I'm bored at home anyway. Chao Xiaochun smiled and responded casually. I guess that's it. But if it's your first time in the Imperial City, then I'd advise you to have a good time at those scenic spots. Right now the Imperial University isn't open either, and it's a suburb, so at night, not to mention a dragon, there's not even a barbecue stand, so it's boring to go over there as well. The youth smiled especially warmly when he heard Chao Xiaochun's words. He had seen a lot of new students like this in the past few years, so he felt he still had to persuade them. Most importantly, that side was on the outskirts of town, and while he said he wouldn't lose money on this trip, he did make a lot less. Oh, then what do you think? Is there any place worth going over to? He himself had no goals, so it would be better to listen to such groundlings who had been hanging out in the imperial capital for a few years, and see what they had to recommend. That can be a lot, such as the Imperial Capital Square, Dragon Vein Kunshan, Customs One-Day Street and so on. If you really want to stroll, then stroll for half a year. It's impossible to finish all the attractions in the imperial capital, but my most recommended, but also the ghost market of the imperial capital. That side is not only close to the Custom Street, Food Street is very close, and if you are lucky, you can also exchange for a lot of good things. Now also nearly 5 o'clock. 7 o'clock is the opening time of the ghost market. The youth spoke quickly. The ghost market in this imperial capital was actually a street. Because of its age, it gradually became a place where some vendors sold antiquities as well as some dark professions selling their own items. And what he said about being able to trade for treasures is naturally true, but the chances are undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. After all, after so many years of development, the fakes inside the ghost market occupy almost 99% of the market. Of course, he naturally wouldn't say this to Chao Xiaochun, and the fact that he had to recommend this place was simply due to its proximity. Hearing the young man's words, Chao Xiaochun originally looked a bit scornful. If there were treasures everywhere, it would still be his turn to get them, so I guess there are treasures inside, but the vast majority of them are fakes, right? However, on second thought, he had some real eyes, so he might as well try his luck in the past. It's interesting to hear you say that, so let's head straight to the ghost market. After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun faintly said, okay. Sure enough, when he heard Chao Xiaochun change his mind, the youth instantly smiled and agreed cheerfully, then commanded the seagulls to turn around. During this time, the two had a chat, and the youth even took out his cell phone and followed home to report his safety. Mom, this summer vacation, although I didn't go back, but I found a part-time job, working in the office. The wind doesn't blow and the rain doesn't fall. The treatment is quite good. Later I'll call you guys the last month's salary, so you don't have to worry about me, huh? This year I also plan to go back to the new year. Do part-time work is quite good. Well, son, you don't have to come back for the new year. I'll go out with your father to travel. What a touching scene of a mother's kindness and filial piety. Because the seagulls were flying very slowly, when they arrived at the entrance to the ghost market, it was already nearly 8 o'clock. And the young man took the seagulls back into the summoning space, then led Chao Xiaochun to the back of a line of people lining up. Older brother, during the opening of the ghost market, you have to pay 100 Kyushu coins to go in, and this is where you line up to pay the fee. But seeing as there are quite a lot of people here, I have a way to let you go straight in. How about you give me another 300 Kyushu coins after the cost of the ticket? The youth looked up at the line that was at least some 5 meters long and said with a smile. Looking at that traitorous face, Chao Xiaochun raised an eyebrow, not realizing that this person was still moonlighting as a scalper. However, Chao Xiaochun clearly wasn't willing to waste time here either. Although after taking out 400 Kyushu coins and stuffing them into the youth's hands, he brought Chao Xiaochun directly to the front of the line, and took the ticket that had just been printed out in front of him and shoved it into his hands. With one of the people in front of him full of doubt, the youth shoved 109 state coins into his hand, then turned his head and faintly said, "Older brother, feel free to take the ticket in. I'll help you argue here." Looking at the strange behavior in front of him, Chao Xiaochun was obviously a bit teary-eyed. Was this life? Handing the ticket over to an administrator on the side, Chao Xiaochun slowly walked through the gates of the ghost market and looked back, only to see the youth lying on the ground, hugging one man's thigh and shouting, "Good for you! You want to leave after hitting someone? 50,000. Without 50,000 you don't want me to get up." The streets of the ghost market looked unusually ancient. The crowd of stores opened on both sides, which sell anything, But more, it is the ground stalls, on which there are a variety of goods. There are sellers and yellers. There are also sitting in the corner, put a cold face of the stall owner. Most of the people who came in to shop were humans, but there were also some foreigners. And Chao Xiaochun clearly saw a translator-like fellow helping a foreigner translate the language. When he saw the foreigner pull out 5,000 Kyushu coins to buy a doll that appeared to be a modern artifact, Chao Xiaochun knew that the tour guide was probably in the same group as the stall owner. Walking around, Chao Xiaochun swept through with his eyes of truth along the way, and although he found a few valuable items in the sea of fakes, most of them were below bronze, so he wasn't interested. Suddenly, a black piece of iron appeared in front of Chao Xiaochun's eyes, with some dirt still clinging to it, and it looked unremarkable. The stall was run by a ragged old man, holding a gourd and pouring wine into his mouth from time to time. Apart from the iron pieces, the rest of the things were some very old-looking ironware and broken porcelain pots. Looking at this, it looked like they had just been dug out not long ago. "Boss, how do you sell this porcelain?" Chao Xiaochun squatted down, casually picked up a broken porcelain vessel, and said indifferently, 50,000. Without lifting his head, the old man returned a very casual statement, as if he had a love bye-bye, don't buy get out attitude. Farewell. Looking at the old man's attitude, he could clearly tell that this old thing's eyes had been sizing himself up as if he were looking at a fat sheep, and now that he had come up with such an attitude, he was clearly preparing to dress himself up as a mysterious powerhouse so that he could sit on the ground and raise the price. Chao Xiaochun quickly stood up, and as if he didn't have any lingering feelings, he turned around and left. Wait. Sure enough, the moment Chao Xiaochun turned around, the old man behind him stood up violently and called out to him, "Do you know that you have to come and go when you buy something? You should return the favor. You'll agree if I return the price?" Chao Xiaochun smiled faintly and turned his head, looking at the old man with a puzzled expression. "Why don't you return one? How do you know I won't agree if you don't?" The old man's eyes glared as wide as an old cow's, and he said hatefully. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun didn't hesitate, quickly walking over to the side of the stall, picking up a few random pieces of porcelain, casually placing the black iron piece into them, and casually saying, "Here's a total of 5,000 Kyushu coins. Sold or not?" "Sold." Hearing Chao Xiaochun's offer, the old man instantly shoved the item into his hands, quickly closing the stall after getting the money, and walking away without looking back. "Come on, I still bought it at a loss." Chao Xiaochun shook his head, casually taking the porcelain back into his ring and holding the black iron piece, and in an instant, information about the iron piece appeared before his eyes. Deep Sea Silver Mother. Introduction: a high-level casting material that exists in the depths of the sea and is naturally formed after thousands of hammers and refines, and when forging a weapon, adding just a trace of it can cause the weapon to be upgraded by 1 grade. Chao Xiaochun smiled at the 528 piece of iron. It was a good thing to have, and it was a good way to open up the ghost market for himself. Lightly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Chao Xiaochun put the item away, and had only just turned around when he felt his chest hit a hint of softness, and his forehead seemed to bump into something heavy, so his entire body couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Little brother, I haven't seen you for over a month, and I didn't expect that. Having only just met, you would give me such a surprise." A rough voice came out, only to see Wang Gang covering his forehead, pouting his lips, and there seemed to be some grudges in his eyes. She had nothing to do today, so she went to the ghost market to take a look around, and suddenly saw a figure that was inexplicably familiar, and as a result, she had just walked up behind Chao Xiaochun, and was about to make a cheer when Chao Xiaochun suddenly turned around, and thus the two of them bumped into each other like that. "Sister Wang Gang?" Hearing that familiar voice, Chao Xiaochun froze. After all, such a beautiful woman with such a gruff voice. It seemed like there was no one else but Wang Gang. But what was wrong with this woman? Liking to stand behind others? Not thinking too much of it, the two exchanged greetings and casually chatted. "When did you come to the imperial capital? Why don't you go find your little fiancé?" Wang Gang looked at Chao Xiaochun, his tone filled with a strong sense of gossip. "I just arrived today, and they've all gone into their copies, so we can't get in touch for the time being." Chao Xiaochun spread his hands. There was nothing to hide about this sort of thing. "How about this? Since you're alone right now, let me show you around. I'm bored anyway." Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, Wang Gang smiled. She had a good feeling about Chao Xiaochun, so since she had run into him, as a senior sister, there was no harm in bringing him along herself. "It's decided. Let's go. Sister will take you around this ghost market." Not allowing Chao Xiaochun to refuse, Wang Gang directly clapped her hands. Looking at this beautiful woman's breezy demeanor, Chao Xiaochun shook his head helplessly, but also, it was hard to meet someone who was still familiar with him, so it was better than wandering around here blindly on his own. The two walked side by side through the streets, Wang Gang introducing the various stores in the ghost market as he walked forward, as if he had already set a goal. The two walked for about 10 minutes, and after turning a large corner, another street appeared in front of Chao Xiaochun's eyes. Little brother, most of the things in this ghost market are fake. If you really want to trade for treasure, you'll have to go to the gambling stadiums in the depths of this place. These stones are all dug up from the spirit mines in the depths of the universe, and all kinds of treasures can be found in them. As long as your eyesight is poisonous enough, even if it's a dragon's egg or a divine level technique, it's possible to cut it out. Speaking of this, a trace of fervor flashed in Wang Gang's eyes. She was a veteran stone gambling enthusiast. How much she had spent on these stalls in these 2 years even she herself couldn't remember. Although there was some gain, but it was far more than what she had spent out. But even so, Wang Gang is still happy. What kind of child cries at night, and a homeless person still eats a meal of meat on New Year's Day? He had just made a copy of himself some time ago, and the harvest was quite satisfactory. And after exchanging his stuff for money, the first thing Wang Gang did was to head this way, and it just so happened that she ran into Chao Xiaochun again, and she felt that she had to show this little brother a thing or two. Looking at Wang Gang's somewhat excited demeanor, Chao Xiaochun inexplicably felt as if this school sister wasn't very reliable. Let's go. Sister will show you around. Not wanting to brush off Wang Gang's excitement, Chao Xiaochun followed her and slowly made his way to these stalls. Miss Wang, I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and I've finally gotten you here. Miss Wang, I've just had a new batch of stones arrive at this store. Do you want to come in and take a look? Don't listen to him, come to me. I guarantee that all my stones have goods. Who doesn't know in here? Just that old man Li's goods are the most pitiful. Wang just walked to the side of the stall. A group of bosses were warmly greeted. In this ghost market, who didn't know that this MS Wang Gang was notorious for having a lot of money, a lot of addictions, and bad luck? Chao Xiaochun looked around. There were not a lot of people coming over to pick out the stones, and not far away there were a few specialized cutting machines for the crowds of onlookers themselves. Every time the machine cut a stone, that crowd of onlookers let out an exclamation of surprise, some constantly calling out for pity, and others had already made an offer to take the thing over when the stone that was fully cut. Little brother, you also look around. Choose a few stones to play with, in case you can cut out something good. Wang Gang raised an eyebrow and looked at Chao Xiaochun as he quickly said, and then began to pick out his favorite stones on his own. Chao Xiaochun casually picked up a stone and utilized his eyes of truth to observe it, and was surprised that he couldn't tell what exactly existed within it, other than the faint fluorescent lights that could be seen within. Heavenly Dao barrier enhanced, temporarily unable to explore. It seems that this kind of thing must have the stone opened up in order to see what exactly is inside. Chao Xiaochun checked the surrounding raw stones one by one, and he realized that although he couldn't tell what was actually inside, he was able to judge whether there was anything inside or not based on the light that was fed back from the raw stones. The light of these raw stones was divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and the brightness of the light varied from one to the next, with some being very weak and some being stronger, but most of the raw stones did not have a single ray of light in them. Chao Xiaochun picked and chose, and eventually chose a piece of raw stone with an unusually bright red glow, as well as a piece of raw stone with a golden light like a small sun. Of all the raw stones in this stall, these two were the most dazzling. Just as Chao Xiaochun was about to check out, a strangely glowing piece of raw stone buried underneath the pile caught his attention. He saw the colorful light emanating from the stone, with a dazzling silver aura emanating from the center of the colorful light. Looking at the strange appearance of the stone, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but breathe a little heavily, curious as to what exactly existed inside. Scooping out the head-sized raw stone, Chao Xiaochun slowly walked over to the side of the stall. Boss, how do I sell these 3 raw stones? Chao Xiaochun first put the 2 raw stones down, then pointed to the 5-meter-tall boulder and said indifferently, "Guest has a good eye. I didn't expect to pick the treasures in my store right off the bat." The boss looked at the 3 raw stones that Chao Xiaochun had chosen, which had pitifully few markings on them, and appeared to be a rookie who had never touched a raw stone before. But it was still important to say something about the scene. After all, this kind of rookie was one's true god of wealth. Since the boss is buying 3 pieces of raw stone at once, then I won't say much. 1,000 Kyushu coins a caddy. How do you think about this price? Looking across the room at the price quoted to his guest, Chao Xiaochun could hear that while the boss hadn't given himself a discount, he hadn't inflated the price either. Nodding his head, he only saw the boss quickly greet 2 fellows, and after first weighing the boulder, he then weighed out the prices one by one. A total of 2,372 pounds, converted into Kyushu coins, 237,2000. Guest, do you see? Is it a credit card, or cash? Spirit stone payment. Chao Xiaochun smiled, then tossed out 24 spirit stones and said indifferently, Compared to the Kyushu coins, he had more spirit stones on him right now, so it was something he could use as much as he could. Boss atmosphere. I'll make up for the extra ones in proportion. Seeing Chao Xiaochun give out spirit stones, the stall owner's eyes lit up. Things like spirit stones were hard currency wherever they went, and even when they went to buy goods, they exchanged their Kyushu coins for spirit stones in order to use them. Settling the price, only to see the boss quickly typing out a contract. This was a liability contract about money and goods. This was one of the contracts that had to be signed in the Kyushu gambling stones, in order to be afraid of disputes between the two parties after the stones were deciphered. Boss, there are professional stone decomposition tools over there. Let's go over there now. Came to a large stone decomposer let. Wang Gang also chose his own raw stone. Looking at that with a forklift to transport dozens of raw stone. Just know this woman. Just now in the end spent how much? Little brother. Look at these 3 stones you picked. There are even very few stone lines on them. It's a pity, but it's not bad to play around. Later on if there's nothing in there, my sister will take you in to pick out a few more good ones. Wang Gang saw the 3 stones that Chao Xiaochun had picked out and shook his head helplessly. He had just seen the raw stones and couldn't even walk, and had momentarily neglected this simple rookie. It was just a matter of using his experience to pick out a few pieces for him after he had made a fortune. Chao Xiaochun didn't care what Wang Gang said. On the other hand, Wang Gang's cart of stones had a pitifully weak glow, and she didn't know whether it was due to her own experience or her own bad luck. Based on the principle of giving priority to the ladies, Chao Xiaochun graciously allowed Wang Gang to solve it first, and as the 2 burly men quickly started up the machine, Wang Gang went up and slowly drew 2 lines, and the machine instantly started up. Bear bear bear, accompanied by a loud roar, the head-sized stone was slowly cut open. A purple stream of light flashed out from within the stone, and the crowd immediately exclaimed, "Crap, it's shipped. Look at this light's momentum. What's inside is at least 20 spirit stones. Miss, don't open it. I'll take 20 spirit stones." Looking at the dazzling light, a merchant-looking man shouted. However, Wang Gang didn't pay any attention to the voices of the surrounding merchants. His eyes kept staring at the purple light, filled with anticipation. As the stone split into 2 halves, a purple jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Amethyst Spirit Stone. Spirit Stone Class. Introduction, an advanced type of ordinary spirit stone. The aura inside is even more dense. I'll go. It's an amethyst spirit stone. Look at this. At least half a kilogram. This thing is worth at least 50 spirit stones when exchanged. Some people on the field who knew what they were doing instantly judged the value of this thing, and for a while, voices of envy rang out. When the big man will be amethyst spirit stone removed, Wang Gang quickly took over, weighing a hand apparently very satisfied with this open door. Without too much hesitation, Wang Gang quickly commanded to cut the next piece of spirit stone, but unfortunately the second piece is a solid original stone. Inside even a nail cap size of the spirit stone are not. Because of Wang Gang's huge number of spirit stones, the entire solution for 3 hours, before all the original stone all unraveled. There are spirit stones, equipment, materials, all kinds of everything, but the level of these things is poor. The highest level is only a bronze level spear. Spirit stone is also less pitiful. With the words of Wang Gang, today has lost even pants are not left. The boss who sold the spirit stones to Wang Gang was even more considerate in taking a chair and inviting Wang Gang to sit down. Apparently, Wang Gang had already experienced this kind of thing more than once. When it was Chao Xiaochun's turn, Wang Gang barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Little brother, it's your turn. I'm guessing that you won't be able to solve anything good with these 3 stones, either. Chao Xiaochun didn't say anything about it, but after a few more blows, his mind would be stronger. Randomly painted 2 lines on the edge of the stone. Looking at Chao Xiaochun's behavior, onlookers cannot help but shake their heads. This kind of raw stone, where there is still a need to rub the edge, you are half cleaved inside, there are no things right. I'm here to make sure that if there's something in here, I'll swallow that stone coat on the spot, and chew on it for a bit. Bear, bear, bear. Readjusting the machine, the big man can fiercely press the machine down. With a violent roar, a faint red light flashes. The surrounding temperature rises violently. For a time, all the people around were actually sweating profusely by that burst of heat wave. The machine cut to the halfway point. A dazzling light flashed out, directly illuminating everyone who could not open their eyes. Clang! Cut down, the stone coat fell, only to see the center of the original stone is like an egg-sized elixir. Amber body is reddish red. Some liquid inside the slow flow. The center, a black shadow like a rhinoceros emerges within. Bursts of medicinal aroma diffusion in the field. Just smell a mouthful of it will feel that the meridians are much smoother. This is the ancient diamond grade pill, the heavenly rhinoceros vein breaking pill. An unusually shocked voice came out from the crowd. It was an old man. Looking at his outfit, he was just like an alchemist. The old man wore a badge on his chest that consisted of an elixir as well as a medicinal cauldron, which meant that this was a senior alchemist who had changed jobs, and the experienced man instantly recognized that the item inside this raw stone was none other than that ancient elixir that was known to be one of the most precious of the diamond grade, the heavenly rhinoceros vein-breaking elixir. Once a professional reaches the peak of the diamond level, they will encounter something called the barrier, and only if they have enough experience and break the barrier will they be able to take a step closer. However, with so many professionals in the universe, most diamond-level powerhouses would be stuck in this realm, unable to break through for the rest of their lives, and the only effect of this heavenly rhinoceros pulse-breaking pill was to break the barrier of the diamond level, causing one to enter the king level directly, so it could be said that this was an elixir that could change one's life against the heavens. However, because this was an ancient elixir, very few current pill refiners knew the refining method of the heavenly rhinoceros vein-breaking pill, so an elixir with an effect such as this would be very difficult to buy, even if one had the money to do so. Hearing the old man's words, the crowd was first stunned, and then remembered the effects of this elixir, and for a moment, voices of shock rang out. Crap! Something with this kind of price has even appeared. This can't be priced in spirit stones at all, right? What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Kid, sell me this elixir. What price you say? As long as the old man can do it, then I'll never pay back the price. And the boss on the side now had an extremely twisted face. Just such a treasure. He sold it easily? God is unfair. This heavenly rhinoceros vein-breaking Dan has been in my hands for so long, and I didn't even know a thing about it. And at this moment, Wang Gang, her beautiful eyes stared blankly. Her mouth had formed an O shape, that even a giant sausage could be easily stuffed in. She knew that this kind of thing, gambling on stones, was like fishing. Generally newcomers enter. There will always be a newcomer's gift bag given. But this gift bag, damn it, was also too big, wasn't it? Because of the preciousness of the item, the big man who was originally responsible for removing the stone coat didn't dare to do it easily. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun quickly peeled off the remaining stone coat, looked at the crimson pill in his hand, and smiled faintly. Sure enough, he had judged correctly. The brighter the glow of something inside the raw stone, the better the item was, and this stone was just the worst of the raw stones he had picked out. So now he was unusually looking forward to what exactly was inside the remaining 2 raw stones. Young man, old man's name is Mu Haopsong. He is the vice president of the imperial capital Dan Pill Guild. I see your profession. It is not an alchemist. So this heavenly rhinoceros vein-breaking Dan, can you cut me some slack? You can mention any condition you want. As long as the Dan Pill Guild can do it, I will never return the price. And I also owe you a favor. The one who spoke was the same old man from before, only to see him quickly walk over to Chao Xiaochun's side and say solemnly, Mu Haopsong had been obsessed with the art of alchemy his entire life, and if this heavenly rhinoceros vein-breaking Dan could be obtained, he himself would have the possibility of reversing the formula based on the properties of the pill, and thus he would be willing to pay any price if he could. Looking at the very amiable-looking old man, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but skim his lips. This heavenly rhinoceros vein-breaking Dan was of little use to himself right now, for the time being, so if he could use it to trade for something he needed, that would be fine. If the vice chairman can take out any of the top 30 ranked wonders from the 7 lists and wants to exchange them, that's also possible. After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun faintly said. As soon as Chao Xiaochun said this, Mu Haopsong's old face froze violently. Any of the 7 lists of wonders was a rare and unattainable existence. And even though he was the vice president of the Dan Pill Guild, he didn't even have a single ranked 100th foreign fire, much less the one that ranked in the top 30th, the only wondrous object in the entire universe. The value of that thing was not comparable to a single heavenly rhinoceros pulse-breaking pill. Face constantly changing, Mu Haopsong heavily exhaled a breath. It seems that this heavenly rhinoceros pulse-breaking Dan is destined to have no chance with himself. After thinking about it, Mu Haopsong's face looked a little crazy. Little brother, give me a year's time. The elixir you keep for me. The chances of the top 30 wonders are too small. Obviously unrealistic. But I can guarantee that within a year I will definitely be able to get a kind of wonders. How do you see this? This elixir was too important for himself. If he missed it this time, he might not come across it again in his life. Therefore, he wanted to take a chance. Deal. Looking at Mu Haopsong's expression, Chao Xiaochun knew that this was already his limit. I'm afraid, since he wouldn't be able to use this elixir himself right now anyway, he might as well make it bait and let it help him look for a strange object. Anyway, if the old man did find it, then he wouldn't lose anything. And if he didn't, he wouldn't lose anything either. Okay, it's a deal. Add my contact information, and I'll contact you the first time I find it. Seeing that Chao Xiaochun was so painstaking, a glimmer of hope flared up on Mu Haopsong's face again. and he hurriedly took out his cell phone, wanting to establish contact information between the two of them. Chao Xiaochun nodded, and after quickly adding it, only to see Mu Haoxong quickly leaving. Apparently, it had already begun to move. Looking at Chao Xiaochun's actions, there was deep envy in the eyes of the crowd of onlookers, and the vice president of the Dan Pill Guild climbed into friendship, and a verbal promise to help with errands. Okay, uncle, help me unlock that stone as well. Chao Xiaochun put the elixir away, then drew 2 lines on that boulder, reminding the big man who was still in a state of confusion. Chao Xiaochun's words also brought the crowd back to their senses, and when they saw that it was being cut from the edge again, the crowd was also a bit confused. Even though you've had the luck of the draw to unlock a heavenly rhinoceros pulse breaking pill, you don't have to be so inflated, do you? Do you really think that every stone has something good? With my many years of experience, there is absolutely nothing in this stone. If anything can be cut out of it, I will quit on the spot. I remember you just said, if there is something in the stone in front of you, you will eat the stone clothes on the spot. Come and start your performance. Do you want to dip some dashi shunshun? Scram. Humph. Talking like a fucking fart. That's right, you're the one who's still a boss. Don't you know that the most important thing in business is honesty? Even Wang Gang walked over to Chao Xiaochun and advised, little brother, it's better to cut from the center. This stone, there's probably nothing good inside. Although she was unusually shocked to see the heavenly rhinoceros pulse breaking down herself, she still believed in her own experience. After all, no matter if it was in a book or from the experience of those who had gone before her, it was unlikely that anything would come out of this stone. There's no harm. It's just a matter of a few more cuts. Sister Wang Gang might as well wait with me. Chao Xiaochun smiled. The light in this boulder was much brighter than the previous one, so he naturally wouldn't listen to Wang Gang's opinion. Seeing Chao Xiaochun's insistence, Wang Gang didn't say anything, and as the cutting knife fell, the surrounding stone foam flew, cutting straight through half of it, and not seeing any movement inside. Just as the crowd felt that the stone had crotched, a wind chime resounded through the sky, and a terrifying golden light violently erupted from the stone, causing the originally clear sky to instantly flash with electricity and thunder. Anomaly of heaven and earth. Sensing the sudden change, the people on the field were startled in their hearts as an arm-thick purple thunderstorm shot down from the sky, rushing to slash down fiercely on that huge stone. Not good. Quickly disperse. Seeing this, Wang Gang frowned, and a blazing angel's shadow reflected from his back, instantly forming a golden shield to protect the crowd that scattered and fled. Boom! Ka 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 ka. The terrifying purple electricity precisely splits to the giant stone. The giant stone instantly forms a crack like a spider web. It didn't last long, only to see all the stone clothes fall off. A giant egg nearly 1 meter high and half a meter wide appears in front of the crowd. Giant egg body golden red, covered with mysterious beast pattern. Road halo in the surrounding diffusion in midair condensed a beast of the shadow. The beast was 100 meters tall, 5-colored, chicken head, swallow jaw, turtle back, fish tail, body like a mandarin duck, wings like a rock, legs like a crane. This is the young pet egg of the ancient beast phoenix. Looking at the terrifying shadow as well as the giant egg, a shocked voice came out, seemingly finding it somewhat unbelievable. If there was anything that was able to fight against a giant dragon, other than those ancient beasts, the most aesthetically famous one was this phoenix. Because of the scarcity of numbers, there were very few rumors of this terrifying beast in the world. Thus it was far less famous than the giant dragon. But all the creatures in the universe did not question the strength of the phoenix. Grab it! This is a phoenix. If the heavenly rhinoceros vein-breaking pill could still make people hold back their inner greed, then at the sight of this phoenix egg, the people around them went completely crazy. Whoever could obtain this phoenix egg would be destined to be a strong person in the future. For a while, everyone quickly moved forward, wanting to pocket it at the first opportunity. And because of the commotion caused by the silhouette, countless strong people in the surrounding area were rushing this way, even directly ignoring the no-fly order within the imperial capital. How dare you! Wang Gang snapped back from his shock, and seeing that the situation was developing incorrectly, he flew straight to Chao Xiaochun's side, a golden spear instantly reflecting, his Perkin peak cultivation bursting out as he looked at the crowd with a stony expression. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun's eyes narrowed. He didn't realize that the boulder was hiding something comparable to a giant dragon, so it seemed that there was trouble today. Thinking of this, the white jade gourd instantly appeared in his hand. If these people really didn't care, then he would kill his way out today. The rules of the ghost market, you guys wouldn't not understand, right? This thing, whoever bought it before, is whose. You guys want to rob it by force? Do you really think that the imperial capital's guards are just for show? Wang Gang's eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily. Although she herself had now reached the peak of platinum, there were too many people in the field. and in the shadows she had sensed several strong auras. By herself, she could not stop these people. Crushing the jade token that symbolized her academy's identity, Wang Gang quickly transmitted his voice. Xiaochun, quickly put the phoenix egg away, and if things don't go right later, go ahead and run toward the academy, and I'll watch your back. Hearing Wang Gang's words, Chao Xiaochun no longer hesitated, and with a twist of the white jade gourd, the phoenix egg as well as the unraveled protolith were instantly included in the gourd. However, he didn't listen to Wang Gang's words to go first himself, but instead stood by its side, looking at the crowd warily. This was the imperial capital, and the imperial court wouldn't leave it alone after such turmoil, which was a matter of order and stability. Feeling Wang Gang's erupting aura, the crowd instantly stopped in their tracks. After all, with their cultivation level, it was obviously a bit unrealistic to want to defeat a platinum-ranked powerhouse. However, they didn't give up, and instead surrounded the two Chao Xiaochuns, who would now swarm all over them as soon as there was a single standout. Little girl, you won't be able to keep this, so I advise you to hand it over before it's too late, or it won't look good when it comes to fighting. A loud voice came out from mid-air, and in a flash of streaming light, only two old men dressed in hemp clothes appeared in mid-air, and along with the fall of the words, the strong pressure around Wang Gang's body unexpectedly dissipated in an instant. Hand over the item, my Lu family owes you a favor. Another old man arrived and looked at the two, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. The phoenix was an existence that was claimed to be able to be reborn in nirvana. If one could inherit this trait, then wouldn't one be able to get out of the situation of regressing in strength due to old age? From another perspective, the phoenix was more attractive than the dragon. In less than 5 minutes, there were many powerful people in the mid-air, 4 of the 8 great families of the imperial capital, as well as some mysterious loose cultivators, as well as the old monsters who did not come out of the world. Wang Gang could not see the cultivation of any of them in mid-air, but he could be sure that he was too far behind compared to them. Zhang, Lu, Wang, Li. Unexpectedly, even these big-name families wanted to snatch this phoenix egg. Wang Gang's face was a bit ugly. Right now, she only expected the people from the academy or the imperial capital escort guard to arrive soon. Surprisingly, they are all diamond-level powerhouses. It seems that even if you want to leave now, I'm afraid it's going to be a bit difficult. As the eye of truth swept through them one by one, Chao Xiaochun's brows knit tightly. I didn't expect that this group of old things would be truly shameless. All of you are seniors. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Exhaling heavily, Chao Xiaochun swallowed a bookworm, then stepped forward and said gruffly, if he really couldn't keep this thing today, then, he would write down all of their faces, and in the future, these would be his undying enemies. As he spoke, a blue light quickly surged into Chao Xiaochun's body. Kid, if it's not yours, you can't keep it. That's just the way the world is, so it's better to hand it over and I can spare your life. The one who spoke was a member of the Empyrean family, and he had no politeness for these people of low rank and no status. Hearing this, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Law of the jungle? But wanting to take something away from one's hands isn't something you can decide with a single word. Scarsa was already fully integrated into Chao Xiaochun's body, berserk power rippling through his meridians, and everyone in midair thought he was a low-ranked cultivator, and didn't take him seriously at all. So if he suddenly stormed out, for sure he wouldn't have a chance to break out. With him so much nonsense for what? First take out the things. We and ourselves in the decision that the ownership of the phoenix egg. The other Zhou clan elder spoke coldly, and then with a light tap of his right foot, his entire body was like a ghost as he shot off explosively in Chao Xiaochun's direction. The old man was already a diamond-level powerhouse, and during the explosive sweep, the powerful pressure made the people underneath a bit breathless, and Chao Xiaochun also felt that he was locked in by a powerful aura, and couldn't even move. Watch out! Wang Gang, the only one on the field who could resist the pressure, shouted anxiously, quickly flashing in front of Chao Xiaochun in an attempt to block the blow. When the pearl is shattered tonight, it will open with the full moon. Just as the old man's right claw was about to make contact with Wang Gang, an ethereal voice rang out in the air, and for a moment, the entire space seemed to be solidified by a powerful force. Not far away, a silver-colored cold aura was like a meteor with a tail as it slowly cut through the sky. The meteor carried an infinite pressure, as if it had absorbed the power of the moonlight, gradually turning from silver to a golden aura as it crossed the sky. At the end of the meteor, a silver-haired imperial sister with a ponytail lifted the long sword in her hand over her shoulder, and gently chopped at the old man who had come unexpectedly. No unnecessary movements, just a pure sword. Golden light flashed, only to see the old man action. Originally the body's surging power unexpectedly disappeared in an instant, and when he reacted, he found that his line of sight unexpectedly changed. He was looking towards the sky. The line of sight slanted downward, only to see half of the body standing in front of him. The equipment on those feet looked exceptionally familiar, as if it was his own. Without having time to consider too much, the old man had already lost consciousness. Diamond-level powerhouse. Die. Ta. A drop of blood fell from the long sword in the woman's hand, and without looking at the old man who had already been broken in two, her gaze gently shifted upwards, looking at everyone in mid-air, and said in a cold voice, "Flying in the imperial capital without reporting, bullying my academy students, you old things, are you really shameless?" The woman's tone appeared unusually cold. Even when facing dozens of diamond-level powerhouses, there was not the slightest bit of fear on her face. She is the Sword Emperor of the 9 states, Li Han Yen. After a short period of silence, someone in the crowd recognized the identity of the visitor and couldn't help but shout in shock. Li Han Yen, one of the 10 great commanders under the female emperor of the Kyushu, together with the Sword Emperor, Sword Demon, Dark Emperor, and Shadow Blade. They were known as the 5 strongest sword Dao experts in the Kyushu. He was also the director of the Imperial School's combat department, and was usually seen as a dragon, but he didn't expect that tonight's change of events would draw this one out, and just after appearing, he killed a diamond-ranked powerhouse with a single sword strike. At this moment, the faces of the diamond-level powerhouses present had been hard to see. They had guessed before they came over that there must not be much time left for them to grab the treasures. After all, this was in the imperial capital. However, they did not expect that the people from the imperial court would come so quickly, and they were also such a ruthless character. Sword Emperor, we have no intention of disturbing the order of the imperial capital. As long as that little friend hands over that phoenix egg, we will naturally withdraw from the imperial capital to resolve this ourselves. Zheng family's 7th elder spat out a breath and said solemnly, "Now that the imperial court has stepped in, that which still has some power of speech, is them, these families. After all, even if it is the female empress, she has to give them a little bit of face. Good one to hand it over. Obviously it is my own thing. Why should I give it to you? It doesn't matter if you guys see a treasure and look down on me. It's my strength that I don't have a high cultivation level anyway, and I can only count myself unlucky if I encounter it. But I, Chao Xiaochun, am at least a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, and by doing this, you guys are clearly slapping the academy's face, and by slapping the school's face, you're slapping the court's face." Hearing the 7th elder's words, Chao Xiaochun let out a cold laugh and responded with disdain, originally thinking that he wouldn't be able to keep this phoenix egg today, but he didn't expect to come with such a thick thigh, and if he didn't make good use of it, he'd be in vain for the one who had just been hacked to death. Chao Xiaochun's words were so righteous that they sounded very reasonable, but both inside and outside of his words revealed a single meaning: get lost, or this big sister will chop you to death later. Hearing Chao Xiaochun's words, the faces of the people in midair were unusually ugly. This guy's cultivation wasn't very high, but his snake-on-a-stick skills worked so skillfully, and he said this as if by offending him, he was offending the entire court. Roll or die. Li Han Yen didn't talk much. She was here to solve the problem, not to reason with these people. Li Hani, we know that you have high cultivation, but you don't have to cut all of us to death before you run out of power. Li Hani's arrogant attitude made the 7th elder very dissatisfied. He is at least a diamond-level powerhouse. Being called around like this, do you still want to lose face? Moreover, there are no less than 30 diamond-level powerhouses here. Even you, Li Hani, have to give me some scruples. Humph. Today, my Lu family will give you face. Did not wait for the 7th elder to finish his words, an old man faintly said, then turned to leave. Joke, I came to seize the treasure, not to send death. This Zheng family people cultivation repair stupid, right? Also fucking attack before running out of chopping, not dead everyone. You are great, you play the first line. I see you eat as the lamp black ash. Put his light fart. With the disappearance of the Lu family 3 people, the crowd looked at each other. In line with the principle of the good man not to be defeated before the eyes, heavily put down a harsh words after the rapid departure. Phoenix egg is indeed a treasure, but you also have to have life to enjoy is not. To come as the Sword Emperor, may also talk to you more, but this Li Han Yen, itself is an ice cube, can do it. She is absolutely not with you nonsense. In just a few breaths of effort, the major forces of the strongest people have left the field, and the Zheng family's 7 elders see the situation. First stunned, and then saw Li Han Yen has already stepped out. The heart cannot help but a little panicked. Farewell, not daring to say anything more, only to see the 7th elder's right foot stepping violently. His entire body instantly transformed into a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the same place, and the crowd that was originally still on the sidelines ready to pick up the favor. Seeing those strong people leaving the field one after another, they also made birds and beasts to fly apart. For a time, The original scene of swords and crossbows unexpectedly became abnormally silent. Many thanks to the director for rescuing me. Wang Gang saw the situation, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He crushed the jade card. The Academy strong man must be able to sense, but I did not expect. Came unexpectedly this one. You too, come back to the school with me. Although these people have retreated now, but they won't just let it go. Don't go out before school starts. Li Hanyan took her longsword back into its scabbard, glanced at the two of them, and said indifferently. At this, Chao Xiaochun didn't object. Li Hanyan was right. Until this matter faded away, these people would definitely keep an eye on him, and the academy was the best haven for him right now. As Li Hanyan entered the gates of the school, since Chao Xiaochun had not yet officially enrolled and had no place to live at the school at all, Wang Ding thought long and hard about it. So he planned to invite Chao Xiaochun to come over to her place first. The place he lived in was a small courtyard, so it would be fine to live with one more person. Just as Wang Gang was saying goodbye to Li Hanyan and planning to leave with Chao Xiaochun, this sword emperor suddenly called out to her. Wait, you go back first. And this man, come with me. I have something to talk to him about. Li Hanyan glanced at the two men, then pointed at Chao Xiaochun and faintly said. This sudden move caused Chao Xiaochun to be startled in his heart. The two of them had definitely never met before today. And what exactly did this Li Hanyan mean by suddenly approaching him? Could it be that this sword emperor also wanted to covet this phoenix egg? Wang Gang, who was on the side, was also a bit puzzled by this. This director of instruction was usually an uninviting presence, so to say that he coveted the phoenix egg would be impossible, and this one followed only the way of the sword. Otherwise, as the top 10 commanders of the state of Kyushu, to get a beast is still very simple. Can't really figure it out. Wang Gang didn't want to bother his brain more, and lightly tapped Chao Xiaochun's shoulder to faintly say, alright then, I'll leave first. Xiaochun, follow the director over there, it won't do you any harm. Seeing the look in Wang Gang's eyes, even though Chao Xiaochun had always thought the worst of people, he also felt that Li Hanyan wasn't going to do anything secretly. Moreover, she felt that the woman's character was unusually familiar, but she just couldn't recall where she had seen her before. Since she doesn't covet her treasures, it's also impossible to hide herself away to take a small whip to whip herself. Besides, it's the age of technology now. Who wouldn't hide candles if they're not doing anything, right? After sending Wang Gang away, Chao Xiaochun followed behind Li Hanyan, and the two of them walked straight past a large mountain behind the academy, turning left and right to arrive at the top of a hill, only to see that it was unusually empty up there. The ground was cut unusually flat. A few thatched huts stood silently, surrounded by wooden fences, and at the small courtyard, in addition to a simple pavilion, there were 2 vegetable plots as well as a cage containing a few rabbits. Sit casually, Li Hanyan said indifferently, inviting Chao Xiaochun to sit down in the gazebo. What's your name? What's your occupation? Back to director. My name is Chao Xiaochun. Occupation compassionist. Chao Xiaochun replied in an unassuming manner. Chao Xiaochun, Shu Wei Yunji's fiancé? The corner of Li Hanyan's eyes twitched when she heard this. This name had been famous in the school 2 months ago. After all, she had managed to beat the examiner to pass the exam during the college entrance exam, and the records had even made it onto the official website. Yes. Hearing the 3 words watercloud G, the corner of Chao Xiaochun's mouth twitched. It seemed that his name was already hooked up with Nizi, and even the school's tutors knew about this kind of gossip. On you, there's an evil sword intent, and although it's not emanating from your own power, I assume that you've gotten something related to swords, and that ice dragon on you actually managed to fuse with you. Is this the power of a compassionate master? As soon as she'd gotten close to Chao Xiaochun earlier, she'd sensed that there was actually a sword intent present in the man's body, and although it ran counter to her own cultivation path, the power was by no means weaker than her own sword path. It was just that Chao Xiaochun's cultivation level wasn't enough to bring it all out. Hearing Li Hanyan's words, Chao Xiaochun was first stunned. What she was talking about was, presumably, the aura emanating from Apophis, and Skusa's true body was also seen at a glance. I didn't expect that. With the isolation of the white jade gourd, this woman would still be able to feel it out. This kind of strength, when it's as terrifying as it is. Can you show me what you got? Seeing that Chao Xiaochun didn't answer, Li Hanyan didn't mind and continued. Since he had already been seen to take it out or not, and even if he didn't, he probably wouldn't be able to hide it. Chao Xiaochun didn't get too hung up on it, and summoned the white jade gourd to take out the demonic sword Apophis. The moment she saw the white jade gourd, Li Hanyan's pupils shrank. Was this the thing that had isolated the aura of that evil sword intent? If it wasn't for his own innate spiritual sense, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to see that such a thing was actually hidden inside. Apophis quickly flew out and floated on the stone table of the gazebo. The horrible eyes of the sword slowly blinked, looking at Li Hanyan, surprisingly a little wary. The moment Li Hanyan saw Apophis, her eyebrows frowned and she quickly reached out to grip the hilt of the sword. It only felt a most and evil aura coming out from the hilt of the sword, which was like a continuous stream, although it was not too violent, but it was compelling the heart of the sword holding evil every moment. Sighing softly, Li Hanyan flicked her wrist, instantly dispersing that power, carefully observing the sword. A hint of sword intent surging in. Surprisingly, there was a breath of life emanating from it. Moreover, there was more than one. After a long time of careful observation, Li Hanyan placed the magic sword on the stone table, signaling Chao Xiaochun to take it back. I've been practicing swords for many years, and I've never seen such an odd magic sword before. There seems to be more than one sword spirit inside. Do you usually fight with this sword? With your cultivation, I'm afraid you can't handle that evil aura. How did you do it? After thinking about it, Li Hanyan faintly said that she was now curious as to how Chao Xiaochun was able to control such a sword. That's right, now that Apophis has turned into a sword compulsion, to use another phrase, it's now my partner, and is usually controlled by the sword slave inside. From Li Hanyan's words, Chao Xiaochun knew that she had presumably sensed the presence of the three ghost gods. As for my usual weapon of defense, it's this. After thinking about it, Chao Xiaochun took out the shadowless sword and placed it on the tabletop. As for why he was so pained, it was because Chao Xiaochun had a feeling that Li Hanyan's eyes were very unique, and that he was as if he had no clothes on in front of her. Rather than withholding and concealing it, it would be better to admit it in a big way. Another diamond weapon. Looking at the shadowless sword on the desktop, even Li Hanyan couldn't help but freeze. Chao Xiaochun currently seemed to have at most a silver-level cultivation, but he actually had 2 diamond weapons on his person, and he also had a dragon with him, and had just harvested another phoenix egg. Moreover, rumor had it that the 2 disappeared Pinocchio sisters were also in his possession. This person's luck was truly heaven-defying. Is that compassionate profession really so terrifying after it finds its own cultivation path? Picking up the shadowless sword and looking at it, although the sword spirit inside was not molded, the boundless battle intent secretly surprised her. It must be that the former sword master of this sword was also a terrifying existence. Looking at the shadowless sword and then at Chao Xiaochun, Li Hanyan spoke directly. Have you ever practiced with a sword before? No. Chao Xiaochun shook his head, and although he didn't understand why Li Hanyan was asking this, it was true that he hadn't practiced any sword arts, including the previous battles in which the shadowless sword hadn't made an appearance. Good then. Kneel down and kowtow. Call master. Li Hanyan nodded with satisfaction and then spoke. Although he was a compassionate master, but being able to take in 2 diamond-level swords at the silver level, and also being able to resist the erosion of the demonic sword, then that proved that he had a connection with the way of the sword, and this disciple could be taken in. As for the occupation mismatch, that has nothing to do with it. As long as the heart to comprehend, that can be accomplished. Oneself is not also from a divine blood warrior double cultivation sword road? Li Hanyan's words made Chao Xiaochun freeze. What's wrong with this woman? After saying a few words, she started accepting disciples. Besides, she was a compulsion master, not a sword cultivator. What kind of sword path did she learn? Seemingly seeing Chao Xiaochun's confusion, Li Hanyan explained. You have a destiny with the way of the sword, so I couldn't bear to waste your talent. Furthermore, even though you found the cultivation method of a compassionate master, I'm sure you don't have a corresponding gongfu yet, right? If you choose some low-grade gongfu, you simply won't be able to utilize the full strength of that hidden profession of yours. And my gongfu, although it is biased towards sword cultivation, it can also fuse all things, and it is also just right for you to transition to the compassion Dao. And when your strength reaches a certain point, you can naturally use it as a base to create a gongfu that belongs to your compassion Dao. It's always good to learn one more power. So for now, the dual cultivation of compulsion and sword is the best choice for you. If you don't want to kowtow, just call out master. How about it? Although Li Hanyan had a point. Indeed, he was now level 28, yet he still didn't have a single cultivation technique, which was obviously a bit abnormal for a professional. On second thought, if one worships a master, it is actually not a loss. Not only can one temporarily embrace a thigh, but this thigh is also thieving white. However, a man is born between heaven and earth. How can he just kneel down? Moreover, big sister, your nature of accepting disciples is also too casual, right? Fortunately, I am an aspiring young man who is ready to let go of his reasons. But if I am a great devil who is unforgiving, won't you be done for? After careful consideration, Chao Xiaochun solemnly stood up, then bent over and arched his hand, solemnly saying, Chao Xiaochun, greetings to master. Seeing Chao Xiaochun's attitude, Li Hanyan gently nodded, and after casually pouring a cup of tea, faintly said, not bad, then you'll stay over here until the school year starts. Rest tonight. and officially start studying the techniques tomorrow. Drinking the tea in one gulp, Li Hanyan didn't say anything, pointing to a thatched hut next to him, signaling that Chao Xiaochun should stay here, and then turned to leave. Seeing this, Chao Xiaochun felt more and more that this woman was a bit unreliable. Another guy who couldn't beat a fart out of 3 sticks. Simply tidying up the room, Chao Xiaochun sat down on his knees and casually took out the phoenix egg, carefully observing it and feeling the surging power within. He couldn't help but smile. Opened the system panel, because there is no monthly special, so the system of the slave compulsion of full 8,000 soul points A. Should not say that this system does not go to do business is simply a pity. After just a moment's hesitation, Chao Xiaochun exchanged one of the slave compels for 8,000 souls in exchange for a phoenix comparable to a dragon. A deal that would not be a loss by any stretch of the imagination. Besides, only by fusing the phoenix egg with the slave compulsion could the white jade gourd be utilized to join the incubation process of this foreign beast's egg. With a gentle pinch of his right hand, the slave compulsion instantly turned into powder, fused with the blood of his fingertips, and gently drew a compulsion spell on the phoenix egg. After determining that there had been no negligence, Chao Xiaochun put the phoenix egg into the white jade gourd, and after exhaling a heavy breath, he then set his gaze on the last of the original stones. Looking at the light emanating from within the original stone, Chao Xiaochun was certain that what was inside was of greater value than the phoenix, so he couldn't help but be a bit nervous now that he wasn't encountering the kind of thing he had before within the academy. Right? After hesitating for a moment, Chao Xiaochun decided to open it up. If he was afraid of wolves and tigers, was he going to collect it? Putting the original stone away, Chao Xiaochun took out his shadowless sword, and after determining its location, he ran his compulsion and chopped down at the stone. Because of the sharpness of the diamond artifact, the moment the sword blade came into contact with the original stone, it was like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, without the slightest obstruction. As the original stone was sliced open, a sun-like, 7-colored light shot straight up into the sky, and a series of font-like runes formed an essay that was reflected above the original stone and then turned into a stream of light that quickly surged into Chao Xiaochun's brow. Boom! The thunderclap rang out, and unlike the previous phoenix, the lightning in the air was actually ink-black, and that rich blackness directly shrouded the moonlight as the entire mountain peak instantly became pitch black, and even those with strong eyesight couldn't see a single ray of light at the moment. Buzz! A rushing sword energy rushed straight into the black thunder. The sword energy spread out in mid-air, forming a barrier that completely shrouded the vision. Li Hanyan took her long sword and quickly flew into mid-air. Endless sword light appeared at first glance in the darkness, gradually converging into a terrifying silver dragon that crazily tore into this black thunder. The moment the stream of light entered Chao Xiaochun's brow, he only felt a giant axe violently cleave through his brain, stirring wildly in his brain, and this intense pain lasted for a full 5 minutes, and when it disappeared, a cryptic practice hair trick was reflected in his mind. Use chi to attract God. Use God to become an elephant. Raise your hands and throw your feet. The power of the giant elephant. A human body, composed of 840 million particles. If you awaken its potential, every tiny particle is the power of the giant elephant. All awakened, comparable to a divine elephant, overturning rivers, roaring down the stars, picking the moon and swallowing the sun, all in the blink of an eye. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength, mutated under the influence of the compassionate path. Body training technique, level, unknown. By activating the technique, one can invoke a mouthful of particles from one's own countless giant elephants to top the sky, and between the giant elephants spewing out, all the music will be silent. The technique is divided into 22 layers. Each activation of a certain number of elephants can be unlocked a layer of the elephant. The type of elephant. There are thousands of variations. The giant elephant for the young, transformed into a dragon elephant. The dragon elephant for the green, transformed into a yuan elephant. The yuan elephant for the strong, transformed into a god elephant, is the great success. At the time of great accomplishment, one can condense the Hangsha hell within the body, influenced by the compassion Tao. At the time of great completion, one can summon heavenly Tao level compasses, divine elephant prison suppressor compasses, with a fleshly body that does not die or perish, and is reborn with a drop of blood. Looking at the introduction to the technique given by the system, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but freeze in place. This divine elephant prison suppressing strength was just a little too terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that it was only missing a feature that could condense experience value, then it would be one of the most terrifying feats in this world. One must know that something like a giant elephant is inherently one of the representatives of power. And the essence of this feat is to condense 840 million giant elephants within oneself, and then transform them into dragon elephants, divine elephants. And after the loss of a great accomplishment, I'm afraid that between the lifting of one's hand, one can easily destroy the entire universe. Moreover, Influenced by the system, one could eventually summon a heavenly Dao level compass. So it could be said that as long as one cultivated this gongfu, together with the compass Dao, one would have the capital to be invincible in the world. Made a fortune. I didn't expect that a random game of betting on a stone would exist with such a chance. Clang! Just as Chao Xiaochun was planning to try practicing the divine elephant prison suppression strength, the door to the room was heavily pushed open, only to see Li Hanyan quickly walk in and look around, seemingly searching for something. At the sight of a cut piece of raw stone, the previous doubts instantly dissipated. How strong was the chi that caused such a big commotion when two raw stones were cut in a row? That heaven and earth vision came too suddenly, although she had blocked it in the fastest possible time. But that oppressive feeling, even she had a trace of fear. And the source of that vision had actually emanated from Chao Xiaochun's room, so she had to figure out exactly what had happened. What were you doing just now? Do you realize that if that heavenly and earthly vision were to spread out in the academy, when the time comes, you'd be in endless trouble? As a master, Li Hanyan's words were few and far between, but her protective nature was true. She didn't care what treasures Chao Xiaochun had gotten his hands on. She just cared about what happened afterward. Master, I didn't think that something so horrible existed inside either. Upon hearing Li Hanyan's words, Chao Xiaochun first froze, then scratched the back of his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the first thing she said was that she was afraid she'd be in trouble, rather than asking what exactly caused that vision, an attitude that couldn't help but make Chao Xiaochun jump inside. Worshipping her as a teacher would be a really good choice. In the future, when you encounter something you're not sure about, I hope you'll discuss it with me, so at the very least, I can make some preparations for you. Looking at Chao Xiaochun, Li Hanyan didn't say too much, since she was certain that her disciple was safe. Then, there was nothing to worry about. Get some rest, or else, you won't be able to handle the training to come. When Li Hanyan walked out of the room, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Although this master of his revealed a hint of innocence in his words, it was undeniable that she truly cared about himself. Without thinking too much about it, Chao Xiaochun adjusted his mindset, sat down on his bed, and tried to follow the refining lines in the divine elephant prison suppression strength. As the technique operated for a week, Chao Xiaochun could clearly feel a giant elephant shadow slowly condensing in the particles within his body, and before long, an immense elephant took shape and was stored in his own particles. The moment the giant elephant appeared, a powerful force surged through his body, and Chao Xiaochun could feel that he was now comparable to an elephant monster with his physical strength alone. Excitedly feeling the changes in his body, Chao Xiaochun no longer hesitated, running his gong methods while the iron was hot, his entire mind immersed in them. 1, 2, 4, 8. In the blink of an eye, it was already daybreak, and Chao Xiaochun slowly opened his eyes. In one night's work, he had already coalesced 100,000 giant elephants in the particles within his body. But by now, no matter how much he ran, he could no longer coalesce the next one. Level restriction? Sensing the abnormality of the gong methods within his body, Chao Xiaochun frowned. With his 28 levels of strength, it seemed that all the power in his body could only reach the current point, and if he wanted to improve again, he was afraid that he would have to upgrade upwards. And with the unlocking of the 100,000 giant elephants, the first 4 layers of the divine elephant prison suppressing mirror's ability to feedback also appeared in his mind. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength first layer, spear of the underworld god, the strongest attack method, condensed with the power of the divine elephant, comes with a hellish aura, indestructible. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength level 2, essence of flight technique, devil's wings, can utilize the power of the divine elephant to condense a pair of devil's wings, extremely fast flight speed, unknown. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength level 3, the strongest defense technique, underworld god's guardian, utilizes the power of the divine elephant to condense a layer of guardian seals, indestructible, unknown. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength, 4th layer, the thickest cultivation method. Hell furnace, condense the hell furnace within the body. The furnace claims to be able to refine everything, devouring everything and transforming it into one's own life essence, additionally condensing giant elephants, unknown. Looking at the spell that came back, Chao Xiaochun lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With the chaos compass as well as this heaven and earth melting furnace, he was now the equivalent of having 2 super powerful compulsion power storages, and as long as there was enough time for them to be turned on and absorbed, then the compulsion power within his body would be unceasingly available in battle. After calming his agitated heart, Chao Xiaochun quickly stepped out of bed, ready to go out and see what kind of gong methods as well as training Li Hanyan had prepared for himself. But within a few steps, Chao Xiaochun realized that something was wrong. Without taking a single step, there was an extra footprint of nearly 5 centimeters on the ground, and just by gently pushing open the door, the thick door to the room had instantly collapsed. It was only after seeing this that Chao Xiaochun snapped back to his senses, as if he couldn't control his own power. And sitting in the small courtyard, Li Hanyan frowned at the sight of Chao Xiaochun's situation, slowly walking forward and quickly saying, "What's going on?" Unable to do anything else, Chao Xiaochun could only briefly explain that even he himself couldn't figure out why such a situation had arisen in a short period of time. Upon hearing Chao Xiaochun's explanation, Li Hanyan thought for a moment and then said, "If I guessed correctly, there's nothing wrong with this body refinement technique you're cultivating. And as for this situation occurring, the problem lies with you. First, you don't have a cultivation technique, thus you can't fully control the power in your body. And once the strength of this body refining technique exceeds the threshold of your own adaptation, a situation where the power goes out of control will occur. Secondly, no matter how strong this body refining technique is, but at each stage, there will be a certain power value. That is to say, if you are at the bronze level, then with the body refining technique's enhancement, you can reach the silver level's combat power, but it will not generally exceed too outrageously. If the true essence in your body exceeds the limit of the bronze level, then the power value of the body alchemy will also be increased, and it's normal for some of the heavens pride to increase it by a factor of 2 or 3, and there won't be any special conditions. But in your condition, I guess, the true essence in your body, I'm afraid that it exceeds more than 5 times that of a normal silver rank." Hearing Li Hanyan's explanation, Chao Xiaochun couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Li Hanyan's vision was truly possible, and from his own mere words, he had managed to analyze his own situation to the nth degree. Indeed, the compulsion within his body had already exceeded the silver level by too much. After all, the unique attribute of the Chaos Compass was that it permanently increased the host's strength by 8 times. "Master, then what should I do now?" This feeling of not being able to control one's own power was really a bit unpleasant. Thus one had to quickly resolve this drawback as well. Cultivate the technique and suppress the power. "Originally, I wanted to train you for a few days before starting to cultivate, but now it seems that it's too late. You have to cultivate immediately, and in order to prevent the power from going out of control, you must carry some power-absorbing items on your body to suppress the restless power in your body, so that when the gong method is initiated, this out-of-control power of yours will be alleviated for the most part, and you will just have to go through some rehabilitation training at that time." Li Hanyan didn't say anything more, and directly handed Chao Xiaochun a piece of jade to look at himself first, then turned around and headed down the mountain, intending to find a training tool for Chao Xiaochun. It wasn't until Li Hanyan's back disappeared that Chao Xiaochun injected his compulsion into the jade, and soon a gong method appeared in his mind. 5 breaths of qi, king level. Introduction, cultivating the 5 qi in the chest, integrating them into the dantian and holding everything. The gong method changes with the essence of the professional. The content of the gong method was very simple, and if the rank of the gong method hadn't appeared in the Eye of Truth, I'm afraid that Chao Xiaochun wouldn't have believed that it was even a king-level gong method. Without thinking too much about it, Chao Xiaochun sat down directly in the small courtyard and slowly ran according to the cultivation route of the 5 breaths. After 2 hours, Chao Xiaochun had already grasped the basic techniques of this gong method, and as long as he took the time to cultivate it, he believed that he would be able to get it started today. Li Hanyan also rushed back at this time, placing 2 bindings, wrist guards, and a piece of clothing in front of Chao Xiaochun, and faintly said, "You take these things with you, and you can adjust the level of power absorption on your own, until you've completely mastered your own power. This needs to be worn at all times." 20 days passed in a flash, during which time Chao Xiaochun practiced swordplay in addition to the necessary daily recovery, and the method of practice was simple. Just the most basic 4 movements of stabbing, chopping, picking, and pulling. He couldn't use any power, and started practicing a movement 50,000 times, increasing it by 5,000 every day, getting faster and faster, and doing his best to make it exactly the same. According to Li Hanyan, the essence of the sword is these 4 movements. Any sword moves are just an extension of them, so his own sword moves Chao Xiaochun want to learn. If you do not want to learn, then you realize. Originally, Chao Xiaochun thought it would be very easy to do with his current strength, but after trying it out briefly, he realized how difficult it was to learn these moves without using his power. Basically, after getting up every morning and practicing for an hour of rehab, it was almost 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening when he finished learning these 4 movements. Even if one's physical body had been strengthened by the divine elephant prison suppressing strength as well as the chaos compass, it was still a little bit unable to endure this kind of training that required a high level of mental concentration. However, something like pain could be shifted with one's sharing, such as right now. Chao Xiaochun's way of training was fine, and at the very least, it could make one a lot stronger. As such, he summoned Skasset as well as the 2 Pinocchio sisters to accompany him as he practiced. although their means of attack mainly favored magic. It was always good to learn a little more, right? Especially the two Pinocchio sisters. If they didn't learn, they wouldn't be able to keep up with their footsteps in the future. Although the three of them didn't have as much training as Chao Xiaochun, the other two sisters, with the exception of Skusa, were a bit miserable, and from a distance, looked as if they were tired as a dog. Exhaling heavily, Chao Xiaochun retrieved the shadowless sword, and Li Hanyan sat in the pavilion with a fire at her feet, gazing with hooked eyes at Skusa, who was roasting a sheep on the side, wondering what she was thinking. Ever since Chao Xiaochun had eaten a boiled pumpkin with no salt in it, his meal since then had consisted of a few flying head parasites going into the mountains every day to help get some meat back. Although Li Hanyan usually grew some vegetables, who would have thought that her knowledge of cooking would be that it was cooked and ready to eat? Moreover, listening to her, she said that she had been eating such meals for several years since she moved here 3 years ago, and even thought that her cooking was still good by I feel good, which made Chao Xiaochun feel a bit speechless, tearing open a leg of lamb and handing it over to Li Hanyan. Looking at the master who was moving gracefully but with increasing speed, Chao Xiaochun became more and more puzzled. Master, there should be a cafeteria in this school, right? As the academy's director of instruction, you really can't do that. Just ask someone to bring you something to eat every day. Hearing this, Li Hanyan gently shook her head and faintly said, trouble, mouth and stomach is not important, and this is more able to sharpen the mind. That you are now eating a mouthful of oil, also does not look like ready to sharpen the state of mind of the appearance of the. Looking at the mouthy Li Hanyan, Chao Xiaochun smiled helplessly. After all this time with these people, Chao Xiaochun only had two feelings about this master of his. Powerful. At least now he could not see how high her cultivation was. The other was that she had few words and was as cold as an idiot when it came to life. In other words, as long as she could not starve in normal times. As for her background, Li Hanyan didn't say anything, and Chao Xiaochun didn't intend to ask. So the two of them got along for so long in such an odd way. I didn't realize that it's not even August 15th yet, but the moon is extraordinarily full tonight. After eating and drinking his fill, Chao Xiaochun leaned against a pillar in the gazebo and casually looked up at the sky. Because of the world, there were some 2 moons in this universe. At the moment, there weren't too many clouds in the air, so you could clearly see the outlines of the 2 bright moons. Thinking back to how long he had been in this world, every year on the 15th day of the 8th month, in addition to Su Lao Bai, it was himself alone, he couldn't help but be a little emotional. Li Hanyan, who had originally looked as normal as ever, heard Chao Xiaochun's words and unexpectedly froze violently. Cultivation is also about gradual progress, so go to bed early tonight, or you won't have the spirit to train tomorrow. Without a clue, Li Hanyan quickly got up, ignoring Chao Xiaochun on the side, and quickly returned to the thatched hut. What's going on here? Looking at Li Hanyan slightly rushed back, Chao Xiaochun looked a bit puzzled. After cleaning up the pavilion, Chao Xiaochun returned to his room, thought for a moment, and then took out the 7 deadly sins he had gotten earlier. He had also read the sword moves that Li Hanyan had learned, but he felt that some of them were not suitable for him, and according to his thinking, even if he learned the sword now, he would have to match it with the compulsion path. After all, the compassion is the root of oneself. After this period of training, the 5 Qi has long been initiated, which means that he can learn martial arts, and if these 7 deadly sins can be integrated into the sword technique, it might have some unexpected effects. After familiarizing himself with the 7 deadly sins, he was about to take a break when, out of the blue, Chao Xiaochun sensed that there seemed to be some changes in the surrounding temperature. At the current time of year, the temperature should be cool, but now it was a bit dreary, and the surrounding temperature was actually getting higher and higher as time went on. What's going on? Chao Xiaochun frowned in confusion as he opened the door to his room and looked out, only to see an orange-red wave of qi gushing out of Li Hanyan's room. Although the air waves were not harmless, they emitted that scorching aura that directly changed the temperature of the surrounding area. Is Master practicing? Looking at the odd scene, Chao Xiaochun frowned, as he hadn't seen Li Hanyan himself, so he couldn't tell what exactly this was doing. This isn't cultivation, it's resisting the invasion of those mongrels. The magic sword Apophis fiercely flew out from the white jade gourd. Unlike usual, the magic sword's periphery presented channels of green mist, and the sword's eyes were full of spirituality. Prevailment, you can show yourself? Hearing that familiar voice, as well as seeing the changes around the magic sword, Chao Xiaochun asked uncertainly. The magic sword was by no means under the control of the sword slave now. It's not that simple. At your current cultivation level, it's still too early for me to show myself. Pu Hostelman smiled arrogantly. But this sword of yours is a bit odd, although I can't do it to show up and help you. But it's still possible to temporarily take control of the magic sword and come out to talk. Then what did you mean by what you just said? After briefly understanding the situation, Chao Xiaochun didn't say much. These demons and gods hadn't known how many years they had been alive. And since this current commotion had caused them to show up of their own accord, he figured that things were by no means as simple as he thought. Divine Blood Warrior. A profession that hasn't appeared in a long time. This profession is only a high-level profession, but there can be a heavenly secret within it. Pu Hostelmon coldly laughed, looking at the continuously gushing waves of air, and said in a cold voice, just as the name suggests, a divine blood warrior is one who has awakened the blood of a god at the time of transfer. Because of some of this trait, god blood warriors will be much stronger than normal warriors, and no matter whether it's cultivation or comprehension, even some hidden professions can't compare to them. However, this divine blood is a chance and a disaster. As cultivation rises, the divinity in the divine blood will gradually activate. They will control the thoughts of the professionals themselves, bringing them close to the gods. But the human body's own ability to withstand it doesn't allow them to withstand a much too high level of divinity at their current stage of cultivation. Thus, usually by the platinum level, the divine blood warrior fights against itself, and every time those blood riots, the professional has to maintain that clarity in his or her mind. Especially during a full moon, that's when this thing is most active. If it's crushed by the divinity, the lighter case is the loss of all five senses, turning it into a monster with no feelings, indifferent to anything in the world. The heavier case is to lose one's mind, and the power in the night of blood completely explodes, turning into a blood demon that jeopardizes the world. And this woman inside, she even took a unique path, specializing in the way of the sword, wanting to rely on her endless sword intent to bring suppression. But I'm afraid her cultivation has already exceeded that of a king. It's a pity that something like sword intent needs time to be polished. It can't keep up now. Pu Hostel Monk sighed heavily. He also felt some pity for Li Hanyan's state. This girl child, even in his time, she belonged to the top batch, but she was entangled by those miscellaneous blood knights, and looking at tonight's appearance, I'm afraid that she's already in danger. Hearing Pu Hostel Monk's explanation, Chao Xiaochun's brows furrowed, not realizing that Li Hanyan even had this kind of secret hidden within her. It was no wonder that she was living alone on this remote mountain peak, keeping as little contact with people as possible. Let's go down the mountain, or else I'm afraid we'll be affected when that divinity completely erupts. And we won't be able to defeat that girl child after she turns into a monster. Pu Hostelmon shook his head and faintly said, is there any way to help her? Chao Xiaochun asked quickly, frowning. It was true that he could leave on his own, but this woman had saved his life only a short while ago, and had put her best foot forward with her teaching over the past few days. So if he just left like that, he wouldn't be able to live with it on his conscience. At least, in the profession of a compassionate master, for good and evil deeds, one must speak of a clear conscience. If I could recover to the king level, I would still be able to suppress it temporarily, but right now, I don't have any way to do so. Pu Hostelmon thought about it and quickly replied, the demons and gods have been fighting with those gods for many years. If they don't have the means to suppress them, it would be farting, but in his current state, even if he had the means, he wouldn't be able to exert them. Pu Huiming's words caused Chao Xiaochun's face to grow more and more ugly, not realizing that there was nothing even he could do. After considering it for a long time, Chao Xiaochun clenched his teeth, removed the power-absorbing equipment from his body, and violently took a step forward, rushing quickly toward Li Hanyan's room. Since there was nothing that could be done, then he himself would swallow this eruption of divinity. The fourth level of Divine Elephant Prison suppressing strength, Hell's melting furnace, can melt everything and devour everything. If these words are true, then this matter can be resolved today. Quickly pushing open the door of the room, only to see Li Hanyan's face painfully lying on a cold jade bed, heavily panting roughly, perhaps because of the reason that the two forces in her body collided. The original strength of the terrifying her at the moment, the more than that weak woman is not even as good. Seemingly sensing that someone had entered, Li Hanyan strained to open her eyes and said weakly, quickly go, get out of here. Today's full moon had come too suddenly, and she hadn't had time to prepare the materials to deal with the divinity, hence the situation, and in her current state, she felt that she wouldn't be able to make it through the night. And thus she didn't want Chao Xiaochun to continue to stay here either. This was because when his consciousness was completely taken over by the divinity, Chao Xiaochun would definitely not be able to stop himself. Chao Xiaochun turned a deaf ear to Li Hanyan's persuasion, and straightaway helped her up. The beautiful woman was just about to struggle, when Chao Xiaochun gently shook off her hand, triggered the chaos compass in his heart, and it all erupted within his body as a black furnace silhouette mirrored the room, wrapping the two of them in an instant. Boom boom boom. The furnace operated with a roaring sound. Both hands held onto Li Hanyan's shoulders, and the original scorching heat wave was instantly absorbed by the oven, instantly transforming into a pure energy that surged into Chao Xiaochun's limbs and bones. and the originally dormant giant elephant was revived within the particles, slowly coalescing. Kid, these heat waves are just the tip of the iceberg of overflowing divinity. If you want to save her, you'll have to absorb all of the divinity within her. Apophis spun around a few times in midair, the pupil of his sword flashing with a hint of shock at the moment, not realizing that Chao Xiaochun even possessed such a terrifying spell. What should we do then? Feeling that Li Hanyan's body temperature was getting higher and higher, and that even the clothes on her body were beginning to dry out, Chao Xiaochun gritted his teeth and hurriedly asked, "Divinity dissolves in blood, and blood catalyzes qi, so you'll have to suck them out, and as for how to do that, and right now, you've got 3 choices, it's up to you which one you choose." Pu Huimeng paused, and his tone seemed much fainter. Chao Xiaochun, upon hearing Pu Huimeng's words, first froze, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "I set you up, monkey. When you come with me this sentence, but also fucking 3 choices. I choose you a hook 8. Ahem. You'd better hurry up, otherwise, it will be too late later." The magic sword spun around and faintly said, after struggling for a long time, at the moment, Chao Xiaochun felt that Li Hanyan's body was on the verge of becoming a furnace, and with a heavy sigh and no further hesitation, he rushed towards the frail, pretty face and slowly approached it. Boom! At the moment of contact, the originally blurred consciousness of Li Hanyan actually came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes snapped open, and there seemed to be some panic in her eyes. An ordinary tsunami of power surged out from Li Hanyan's body, and the hell furnace in the room was developed to the extreme, crazily transforming that violent energy. After roughly 15 minutes, Li Hanyan's consciousness was once again blurred, but her body was unusually relaxed, and that divinity seemed to recede like a tidal wave, while Chao Xiaochun gritted his teeth and endured the burning sensation within his body as he waited for the infernal furnace to refine it, because his body and mind were all immersed in it. He didn't know how long it had been, but when the burning sensation had just disappeared, a strange hot current surged out of his dantian, and in the haze, Chao Xiaochun could only feel a burst of warmth coming from his chest. In the outside world, Pu Hostel Monk had long since exited the room, looking at the bright moon that was covered by dark clouds with an inexplicable expression. In fact, there was one more thing he hadn't said to Chao Xiaochun. The world knows that dragons are inherently mean, but what they don't know is that this thing called a dragon can at least be ethical, and those mongrels, and Li Hanyan seemed to have realized that what could stab oneself was not necessarily a knife.